My name is Baihu, and I am in a different world 100 years after the end of the world. It is dilapidated and supplies are extremely scarce. At this moment, I am being taken to the most severe death prison in the Bing Mansion. Name, Baihu. Number 00191, crime, murder. The cold iron chain dragged on the wet ground, and I walked into the prison under the escort of 5 prison guards. The prisoners on the playground stood up one after another, and more than a dozen teenagers bowed to greet me, their eyes full of respect. It was hard to imagine that I had such prestige in this prison. Little White Tiger of Red 3rd Street. Old Evil's most ruthless knife on 3rd Street, how did he get in? Hey, he killed Crazy Yang for Old Evil, but Old Evil turned around and sold him out. This kid is too arrogant, Old Evil can't control him, the prison will be in turmoil again. There's a show to watch, Crazy Yang is Mr. Lee's man. Half a month ago, Crazy Yang, who had just been released from prison, set his sights on my boss's territory. The boss ran away, and I went to negotiate alone, but Crazy Yang died at home. I didn't expect the boss to hand me over when he came back to calm his anger, and I was sold out like this. Crazy Yang had served his sentence here, and most of the prisoners were his brothers, so a bloody storm seemed inevitable. Old Yang, come and receive the new inmates. The prison guard yelled, and a man in a yellow cotton coat and a beard came over. In this apocalyptic prison, there is a shortage of staff, and prisoners manage prisoners. I raised my head slightly, and the murderous intent in my eyes could not be concealed. The prison guard told Old Yang not to let me cause trouble, and then walked away with his neck shrunk. Little White Tiger, is Lao Xie from Hongsan Street your boss? Lao Yang took out a cigarette and rolled it up to light it. I used to be, but not now. My eyelashes were covered with snow, and my eyes were sharp. Did you kill Yang the madman? Lao Yang spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, his eyes were cold. The corners of my mouth curled up. Old senior, are you going to stand up for him? Do you know that the madman is my lifelong brother? 20 or so of Lao Yang's younger brothers surrounded him, but the prison guards closed the iron gate without caring. People die in the dead prison every day, and they won't care if there is no riot. My younger brothers protected me in the middle, and one of my younger brothers whispered that Yang the madman is serving his sentence here, and most of the bosses here are his brothers. I raised my handcuffs coldly and smiled at Lao Yang. Old senior, can you still lift a knife? Lao Yang frowned. He had seen many prisoners, but rarely someone as arrogant as me. Kid, it's useless to be fierce outside. In this place, a dragon must coil and a tiger must lie down. Lao Yang poked my chest with his finger. How about this, give me 200,000, kowtow 3 times in front of my brothers, and I will let you live until the day of execution. The bosses around me cast a playful look. I don't have the money, how about you try to touch me? I took Lao Yang's cigarette. Hundreds of thousands of people die in Bingfu every year, and your family is not a big deal. I was cruel and ruthless, and I was not afraid of him at all. Lao Yang was angry and said, threatening me. You can't do it without money. I guarantee that you will not survive 3 days in prison. I'm in, and Lao Jiao is still outside. If you have the guts, just smash me to death in prison. I stopped pestering and turned away. Lao Yang's face was uncertain, and my eyes made him a little scared. Lao Jiao and I were the most daring people in Bingfu. Let me go. I looked up at the younger brother, Lao Yang, who was a head taller than me. He straightened his chest and challenged me. I took a step back, and the skinny younger brother beside me took out a sharpened toothbrush and stabbed it into his abdomen. Instantly, the two sides started pushing each other. Don't move. My other brothers took out their weapons, such as toothbrushes, razor blades, sharpened iron railings, etc. Facing a powerful enemy, no one backed down. Old senior, the world has changed. It's not that you can have face just because you have been in the prison for a long time. I put a kid in the prison of the dead every day, and I will kill you every day. How many times can you escape? I threw down the cigarette butt and said disdainfully. The younger brother beside me was thin, but his eyes were fierce, and that was the look of someone who really dared to kill. Old Nine is not dead yet, you want to play with me. You have parents, right? You have a wife and children, right? Old senior, believe me, you can take leave tomorrow to go to the funeral. I faced dozens of people, not only was I not afraid, but I also became excited. Lao Yang wanted to squeeze me dry first. Most of them didn't bring weapons. There was no medicine in this end of the world, and the injured were basically waiting to die. Lao Yang stared at me with a grim expression. By who? This is a big deal now. He stabbed me as soon as he met me, and Lao Yang was ready to take revenge. What are you doing? What are you doing? Who did it? A dozen prison guards rushed to disperse the crowd. The leading old prison guard was pot-bellied and had a gun on his waist. When Lao Yang saw him, his face changed slightly and he was a little afraid. Brother Zhu, what do you mean? It is an unwritten rule that prisoners manage prisoners. Brother Zhu broke the rule. Do I need to report to you when I do things? How about you be the warden? Brother Zhu poked Lao Yang's chest with his finger. Lao Yang did not dare to confront the prison guards. He pointed at me with a sneer and said, so you have Brother Zhu as your backer. Okay, if we don't change, I will take your surname if you don't die within 3 days. I'll wait for you. I am a ruthless person and don't talk much. I pointed at Lao Yang and said, don't let me down, old senior. After Lao Yang left, Brother Zhu sighed, didn't I tell you not to cause trouble? I looked at him gratefully and didn't say anything. We are old acquaintances. They won't let it go. Brother Zhu warned. Got it. A younger brother took off his coat and put it on me. I stepped on the strong man on the ground to enter the cell. The little white tiger is even more cruel than the rumors say. The old nine outside is even more cruel than him, otherwise old Yang would have taken action long ago. Old Yang is not someone who can suffer a loss, he will definitely take revenge. The old hands were talking about it. Our cell is located on the 2nd floor, facing the sun the most. It is the only room on the entire floor that can occasionally get sunlight, which shows our strength. Brother, actually, I have something else to say, the younger brother said in a low voice after hesitating. Yesterday, Xiao Juan came to visit me in prison, and Lao Xie said that you embezzled the company's money. The brothers refused to accept the argument, and as a result, San San was gone, Xiao Wu was disabled, and Jiu Gu was also injured. Lao Xie put me in prison first, and then attacked my brothers. He wanted to completely destroy our team. What's the situation with this Lao Yang? I sat up straight again. To get revenge, you have to survive first. Lao Xie put me in the dead prison to kill someone with a borrowed knife. The most urgent task is to resolve the threat from the prison. Before you came in, they said that you would not live for 3 days. Lao Yang is the boss of the 5th floor of the cell, and he has more than 40 brothers under him. Brother Hu, not only Lao Yang, but all the bosses in the prison have said that they want to kill you. The brothers looked at me worriedly. The corners of my mouth curled up, then kill them first to scare them. In the early morning, the sky was gray and the climate in Xiaobing was cold. Sleeping on an iron bed in a temperature of -10 degrees Celsius would freeze to death if you were not careful. Lao Yang waited until the temperature warmed up in the morning before he fell asleep. Get up and have breakfast. My low voice sounded in his ear, and then I sat on his bed. Who? Lao Yang sat up with a start and looked at me in shock. Prisoners manage prisoners. The key to the cell on the 5th floor is with Lao Yang, and his younger brothers are all in the cell and can't get out. I put on Lao Yang's cotton coat, holding a polished toothbrush, and looked at him coldly. You. Lao Yang looked at his younger brother in the same dormitory in horror. No one notified him that someone had sneaked in. 5 younger brothers knelt on the ground and trembled in thin clothes, with sharp weapons on their necks. I don't like being remembered by others. Since you want to do me, is it okay for me to kill you? I glanced at the long-haired prisoner in Lao Yang's arms, and he got into the quilt in horror. What do you want? Lao Yang asked with a steady mind. You've been in prison for too long. Are you worthy of playing with me? I'll use you as an example today, so that no one, human or ghost, dares to think about me. The prison is a jungle. I'll kill Lao Yang, and other bosses will have to think twice before they can do anything. Lao Yang's face turned pale, and his hand was groping for his weapon in the quilt. Pa! I stabbed his palm with a toothbrush, and even pierced through the bed board. Lao Yang groaned, trembling, and hard to make a sound. He didn't want to lose face in front of me, a junior. How did you get in? Lao Yang panted, and his blood stained the quilt red. Forgot what our group of people used to do. Is it difficult to pick a lock? Lao Yang's tone softened. He was afraid of death. Brother, we don't know each other until we fight. Your big brother threw out the bonus. Not only I received it, but all the big guys in the prison want to kill you to get the bonus. I thought about how I went through life and death for Lao Xie, but what I got in return was to kill the roots. He was sentenced to death, but he was still worried. I want to get out. Brother, are you making things difficult for me? Old Yang's face was distorted, and he trembled and cursed. I would have gotten out long ago if I had a way. Why would I stay here and freeze? Who else wants to kill me? I gave in and grinned. Can I not tell you? Old Yang knew that betraying others would not end well. I nodded seriously. Okay. We are all on the ground. You have your rules. I won't force you, but I also have my rules. I threw down my cigarette butt and looked at the corner. 7 or 8 little brothers got the hint, grabbed Old Yang's little brothers, and stabbed them in the neck with the weapons in their hands like killing chickens. Puff, puff, more than 10 seconds later, 5 bodies lay on the ground, and blood splattered all over the room. These 5 people are Old Yang's core little brothers. I want to establish my authority. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is huge, and I must intimidate the prisoners on the 5th floor. Old Senior, do you accept it? Old Yang glared at me angrily. The ball-headed little brother stabbed Old Yang's thigh with a hollow sharpened bamboo tube. My boss is talking to you, are you mute? I surrender, I surrender. Old Yang was completely convinced. My cruelty was beyond his expectation. Who would have thought that I would dare to attack him first when I was surrounded by enemies? After this, I was considered to have intimidated the prisoners on the 5th floor. Brother, can I not get involved in your affairs with Crazy Yang? Old Yang begged for mercy while covering his wound. I slowly got up, with a playful look in my eyes. If you touch me, the other bosses in the prison will not let you go. Old Yang saw that I was murderous and hurriedly persuaded me. Old Senior, I grew up in a garbage dump. I knew from a young age that if you want to avoid being bullied, you have to make others afraid of you and go on your journey with peace of mind. I stepped aside, and the ball-headed little brother lifted the quilt to cover Old Yang's head. 7 or 8 guys rushed up and stabbed Old Yang with their weapons. You can't kill me. I'm Mr. Li's man. I don't care who you belong to. I'm going to borrow your head today. I silently lit 3 cigarettes and placed them beside Lao Yang's bed. I want to kill one man to warn the rest. You just walked into the trap. Rest in peace, Old Senior. Lao Yang's eyes widened. The quilt was stained with blood. He never thought that I would dare to kill him. You. Mr. Li will avenge me. The whole prison belongs to him. You are dead. Brother Hu, I just heard that Lao Xie has raised his bonus to 300,000 yuan. A younger brother reported back to the cell. 300,000 yuan is a huge sum of money in this end times. It can allow people to cross classes. For prisoners in prison, it can make their families worry-free. Lao Xie is really afraid that I will not die and will not wait until I am shot. Then, bad news came again. Brother Hu, it's bad. Mr. Li has said that you must be killed today. All the bosses in the prison have brought people to surround you. The ball-headed younger brother rushed in excitedly and said, Mr. Li is a real god in the prison. Even the warden is his man. The other younger brothers explained. As soon as the voice fell, there was a dense sound of footsteps downstairs. I leaned over and saw that hundreds of people on the playground were surrounding me with weapons, and the prison guards were nowhere to be seen. What are you doing, Chow? Get out. Are you going to start a war? The brothers roared at the door. The corridor was crowded with people, and the brothers were forced to squeeze into the room. The leaders of each floor brought people. The leading man wore a clean thick cotton coat, his hands were tucked into his sleeves, and he looked at me through the iron gate. Brother, you've stirred up a hornet's nest. The man rubbed his frozen hands and sneered, you're breaking the rules by attacking Lao Yang as soon as you come in. So what? I blew my nose. If I don't attack Lao Yang, will you let me go? I was going to die anyway. Killing to stop killing might give me a chance. Tolerating would only make Lao Yang squeeze out my value and then kill me. The more cowardly I am, the faster I'll die in the end of the world. Don't you ask before you attack Lao Yang, we are all Mr. Li's men. The leading man glanced at me. I don't care if you are a young man or a beast. If you want to attack me, think about whether you can withstand my revenge. I took out the cigarette from his mouth and took a deep puff. I will be shot in a month. Are you playing tough with me? I turned around and took the rusty dagger from my younger brother and held it in my hand. Although there were many people on the other side, the cell door could only be passed by one person. If they wanted to rush in, they would have to kill several people. The leader on the opposite side saw my intention and stood at the door without moving. The two sides confronted each other for a long time, and coughing came from the end of the corridor. If we don't kill you today, we won't be able to lead our brothers in the future. The leader retreated back to the crowd, and the men rushed to my room. Hack him to death! Someone shouted, and the prisoners rushed to the cell like crazy. I was not afraid at all, holding the dagger in my backhand, blocking the door alone. Poochie, Poochie. I have been fighting on the streets for many years, and I know how to inflict the greatest damage with the least casualties. I stabbed a prisoner's neck with a knife, and I used his collar as a shield, and the dagger could hurt him with a random stab. Push in, don't stand at the door. The leader kicked the body I was holding, and the brothers pushed me away. The brothers in the room rushed forward with weapons, trying to push the other side out of the room. But there were too many people on the other side, and almost all the prisoners in the entire cell came. At the beginning, we could still fight, but after a long time, we were outnumbered and suffered. After more than 10 minutes, I was the only one standing in the cell, and my brothers were all chopped down. Seeing that I was covered in blood, the leader dared to enter the room. I regret accepting the bonus from Lao Xie. I lost so many people for 300,000 yuan. Ha ha. The leader swallowed his phlegm and looked at me proudly. No wonder your boss wants to punish you. He is so cruel. If it were me, I would not dare to accept you. Do you dare to leave your name? There were more than a dozen holes in my body, and I was panting on the iron bed. Nyo-san. The leader smiled. I am the boss of the first floor. I know that your brother Lao Jio is outside, but I am alone in prison. If Lao Jio dares to come in, he will end up like you. Nyo-san patted my shoulder. Although he is an opponent, he also admires me. Brother, go on your way. Thank you for the 300,000 yuan. Nyo-san said and turned to leave. There were more than a dozen Nyo-san brothers in the room surrounding me, but no one dared to move first. I was too cruel, and they were afraid that I would be the scapegoat before I died. More than a dozen people looked at each other, and none of them wanted to be the first to stand out. I smiled sarcastically. It's too frustrating for me to die in your hands. You don't have to do it. I will go by myself. After that, I raised the curved dagger and cut my neck. Mr. Li. Mr. Li. Sir. There was a commotion at the door, and Nyo-san's momentum suddenly disappeared. Mr. Li, how did you get here? Nyo-san took off his coat and put it on Mr. Li, and the younger brother made way. I saw Mr. Li clearly. He wore glasses, was gentle and polite, and wore a suit. It was rare to see such a clean and fair-skinned person in the prison. Judging from the attitude of the prisoners towards him, he had a high status in the prison. I sat down next to the corpse and looked at him. My last name is Li, and I am also a prisoner like you. Mr. Li looked at me, and seeing that I was covered in wounds and had a fierce look in my eyes, he nodded. Do you know when wild animals are most aggressive? Mr. Li turned to Nyo-san and asked with a smile. Nyo-san scratched his head and smiled, when breeding. Ah, vulgar. Mr. Li didn't look at Nyo-san, but stared at me. Wild animals at the end of their rope are the most ferocious. Just like him. Mr. Li pointed at me. Everyone, go out. Mr. Li saw that I didn't say anything, and waved to the people around him. Nyo-san was worried about looking at me. Go out. Mr. Li raised his voice, and Nyo-san reluctantly walked out of the room. Would you like to smoke? Mr. Li took out a box of imported cigarettes and gave it to me. I didn't refuse, biting the cigarette and pointing at the butt. Mr. Li was stunned and laughed. You are the first person in these years who dared to let me light a cigarette. Death is the most important thing. I'm dying soon. Your background and strength are none of my business. I smoked leisurely. Mr. Li stared at me and waited for me to finish my cigarette to make sure that I was really not afraid of death. Okay, do it. I threw the dagger at Mr. Lee's feet. For the sake of this cigarette, I won't resist. Mr. Lee looked like he was listening to a joke and used his foot to push the dagger away. You won't die today. Huh? Mr. Lee waved his hand to Nyo-san again, and waited until everyone left the corridor before he slowly spoke. Let's make a deal. I'll help you out, and you help me get something. What? I know there is no such thing as a pie in the sky. Mr. Lee shrugged and imitated my tone. Anyway, you are going to die anyway, why not take a gamble? Mr. Lee made sense. I had nothing to lose, so I motioned for him to continue. Have you heard of the third underground floor of the death row prison? Seeing me shaking my head, Mr. Lee patiently explained, the third underground floor holds special prisoners. There are only two ways to get in. One is that you have committed a special crime and you will never get out, the other is that death row prisoners like you continue to commit crimes in prison and the circumstances are serious. Mr. Lee smiled and raised two fingers. You will face two possibilities. One is to be shot in advance, and the other is to be imprisoned in the third underground floor until the day of your execution. After listening to Mr. Lee, I stared at him with wide eyes, and suddenly felt that his mind was unfathomable. He did not hide it and smiled. Yes, these people are sent to you to kill. You can only get in if you kill enough of them. Looking at the corpses on the ground, I smiled bitterly. It turned out that I was a pawn, and these dead prisoners were even more pitiful. Why me? I asked at last. It's not just you. I sent more than 20 people in total. Most of them were shot directly, and the rest didn't come out alive. Mr. Lee smiled cunningly. But you, I think you might succeed. Mr. Lee pointed at the corpse and gave a thumbs up. No one has ever stabbed more than 20 people to death in one breath like you did. Come back alive with what I want, which is a box hidden in a prisoner who is always in prison. Bring it back and I'll send you out. Lao Xia, I can also solve it for you. If you are so capable, why don't you go down to the third floor to get it yourself? I obviously didn't believe it. Mr. Lee spread his hands helplessly and said, the third floor underground won't accept money. After explaining, Mr. Lee left regardless of whether I was willing or not. Now I am trapped. If I want to survive, I can only accept the mission, otherwise I will either die in the hands of the prisoners or be shot. The warden led his men into the cell, and the prison guards dispersed the prisoners with guns and live ammunition. Can you please not cause trouble for me? The warden was helpless with Mr. Lee, but he could see that he was afraid. There is no way, I don't have much time, otherwise I wouldn't use outsiders. Mr. Lee patted the warden to comfort him. Old rules, remember to check. I was dragged out of the cell like a dead dog, covered in blood. Report, 17 dead, more than 30 injured. The prison guard reported, and the warden waved his hand nonchalantly. It is normal for people to die in the prison of the dead, and human life is worthless in the end times. The warden lifted my head and laughed. This kid is very wild, be careful that he bites you. Won't. Mr. Lee looked at the little white tiger with satisfaction. Take care of my brother. The little white tiger, who was about to faint, looked up and shouted to Mr. Lee, save them. Little white tiger knew that if Mr. Lee did not come forward, those injured brothers would most likely be thrown into the mass grave of the prison. It's now more than 10 degrees below zero, there is absolutely no possibility for them to survive. You're not even halfway there yourself and you're still thinking about your brother. The warden smiled and was about to ask people to drag little white tiger's brothers out when he was stopped by Mr. Lee. Send him to the infirmary, it's on me. Mr. Lee likes the little white tiger's temperament very much. 3 underground floors. A dark and damp place with no sunshine forever. Legend has it that this was once a place to hide from the Transformers. Transformers, that is a specialty of the end times. 100 years ago, the blood moon descended. People or animals exposed to the blood moon might mutate and become bloodthirsty monsters. In today's world, Transformers and humans occupy almost half of the land each, and humans are constantly facing invasions from Transformers. This was once the refuge of our predecessors. Report. When the prison guard knocked on the iron door of the third underground floor, the scene inside stunned the little white tiger. There was a guard post every 10 steps along the 100-meter-long corridor, which was filled with awakened people. The awakened are also the product of the end of the world. As long as you participate in the awakening ceremony, there is a certain chance of gaining magical powers and becoming an awakened. They are also the main force to resist the Transformers. These awakened ones who were supposed to be on the front line are now guarding this dark underground. Little White Tiger finally understood why Mr. Lee said they didn't charge any money. If the awakened want to make money, they can earn more by committing crimes rather than accepting bribes. Let him go for a few days, and send him off once the higher-ups have verified the situation. The prison guard rushed to the guard on the third underground floor and said with an apologetic smile. Even though they were only a few people on the ground, they didn't even dare to breathe when facing this group of awakened people. The people below were not surprised by this. After all, putting those troublemakers on the third underground floor was the best option. Team leader. The guard turned around and saluted the only man sitting behind him. Here comes a troublemaker. The captain was wearing a black uniform with his head pulled down so low that his expression could not be seen clearly. Just sitting there, he gave people a sense of oppression, as if he was facing a towering and insurmountable mountain. Snap. The captain put his legs on the table and said, "Let's see if there's a place for him to stay." The two awakened ones held up the little white tiger together and dragged it to the end of the corridor. "Hey, kid, you're lucky to have a little room." An awakened person who was not very old but had half of his face burnt and deformed pointed to the room in front of him and said, "The old man inside just died. Hey, you go in and keep him company." The little white tiger thought he was used to seeing life and death, but when he entered the room he was almost vomited by the stench. A shrunken old man had rotted in his bed. "Don't worry, he won't object if you sleep on the upper bunk. Just get along well with your roommate." The guards looked at him like he was an animal in a zoo, with amusement all over their faces. "Aren't you going to get him out?" The little white tiger was half dead, dragging his wounded body against the wall. "Once you enter the third underground floor, you can't leave unless you are shot. He has been sentenced to life imprisonment. Even if he dies, he will have to stay here forever. This is the rule." Little White Tiger took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, which Mr. Lee had given him in advance. There is no need for body searches on the third underground floor, because no one can cause trouble under the noses of a group of awakened people. Get along well with your roommates. The guard smirked and closed the door. The little white tiger lit a few cigarettes and took out some medicine from his pocket and put it into his mouth. Although he was sent to the infirmary for simple stitches and bandages, this level of injury was enough to require admission to the ICU. Box. The little white tiger glanced at the empty room. There was nothing in it except a bed. Then there is only one possibility: the box is in another room. Brother. At the iron door of the room next to Little White Tiger, a prisoner waved to Little White Tiger and said, "Give me a cigarette." The latter just glanced at the awakened guard. "As long as we don't leave the room, they won't bother us. But if we try to escape, they will definitely beat us to death." The man's door was diagonally opposite to Little White Tiger's. The two could barely see each other's appearance. He was a thin young man. Xiao Baihu's room is different from others. The other cells are on both sides of the corridor, but his room is at the end of the corridor. Just face to face with the captain. "Brother, are you here to look for something too?" The skinny young man took out a bunch of roasted cockroaches from the room and threw them in front of the little white tiger through the iron door. "Change to a cigarette, even a cigarette but will do." The little white tiger was covered in wounds and had no time to pay attention to the other party. He threw the half-smoked cigarette to the other party and found a corner to lie down. "Brother, stop looking. Half of the people on the third floor underground are looking for things. Every room has been entered before." Perhaps it had been too long since anyone had talked to him, so the young man kept on talking. "Brother, don't sleep, want to chat." "Fuck you," the little white tiger roared unhappily. There is no concept of time on the third underground floor, and there is always only dim lights in the corridor. The little white tiger didn't know how long he had slept, but he felt better. This is his secret. He has possessed a recovery ability far beyond that of ordinary people since he was a child. No matter what kind of injury he suffers, as long as he does not die on the spot, he can survive. The little white tiger, still thinking about the mission, began to rummage in his cell, but Mr. Lee did not specify what kind of box it was, so the little white tiger was like a headless fly. Don't look for it anymore. Mr. Lee has put people in each of the 18 rooms below, but he hasn't found any. Not only are you looking, but the awakened ones are also looking. Otherwise, why do you think they would come to guard the third underground floor? The skinny guy next to the little white tiger was lying on the ground, greeting the little white tiger through the food delivery hole on the iron gate. 3 days later. The little white tiger underground became more and more impatient, and he even overturned the toilet in the small room of 10 square meters. Nothing was found. That only means that the box is not in this room at all. But the little white tiger couldn't enter the other rooms at all. The 3 underground floors were all full of awakened people, and they would not let the prisoners out for exercise. This stopped the little white tiger from looking for the box in other rooms. What made Xiao Baihu even more desperate was that because he had killed more than a dozen people in prison, his execution date was brought forward. 3 days later, he was executed. "Dude, do you have any cigarettes?" The chatterbox in the next cell started again. The little white tiger has become accustomed to the other party's chattering. It was a little annoyed at first, but when this is the only sound left in the whole world, you will know how pleasant it is. The awakened person at the door would definitely not pay any attention to the little white tiger, while the prisoners in other rooms hadn't made any sound since the little white tiger came in. In the words of the chatterbox next door, they have all been locked up and become stupid. If you stay in a cramped space every day, it won't take long for a person to collapse. Do you know what kind of box he's looking for? The little white tiger approached the iron gate, pushed open the small board carrying food and looked at the guy next door. "I don't know. I guess he doesn't even know what box he's looking for. But there's not even a takeout box on the 3rd floor underground. Even if there is a box, it's probably been opened by others to clean their butts." The young man rubbed his nose and looked at the little white tiger greedily. "My friend, do you have any cigarettes? I won't give it to you even if I have it." The little white tiger lit a cigarette unhappily, smoked half of it and threw it to the young man. "Haha, you won't find it." The awakener with a burned face walked to the outside of little white tiger's cell with his hands in his pockets and knocked on the iron door. "Borrow a light." Little white tiger has been hanging around on the street since he was a child, and he knows that if he wants to survive, he has to seize any opportunity. Taking out a lighter, the little white tiger half knelt on the ground and stretched out his hand to light the fire for the awakened one. "Brother, I will be sent away in 3 days, but I want to die as a clear-headed ghost." "What box are you looking for?" the little white tiger muttered. The awakened Mimi took a puff of her cigarette, then took out a half-finished pack of cigarettes from her pocket and threw it on the ground. The little white tiger secretly took the cigarette into the iron gate under the envious gaze of the talkative young man. "It's not impossible to tell you." The awakened leaned against the iron gate and glanced at his captain. "You can't get out anyway." The awakened one lowered his voice and asked, "Do you know the demon ancestor?" "There are monsters in this world." The talkative young man pursed his lips. "You are kidding, right? People who are illuminated by the blood moon will turn into transformers, but what about animals?" The awakened one asked leisurely, blowing out a smoke ring. "Transformation beast." Yes and no. Perhaps the awakened one had been guarding the 3rd underground floor for too long, and he rarely chatted with the 2 of them. The first 10 people who became transformers during the Great Cataclysm were called the progenitors, but what about the first animals that became transformers? They are the demon progenitors. The world only knows about the 10 great ancestors, but only those who have awakened know that the demon ancestor has strength that is not inferior to that of the ancestors. The awakened one looked up, with dejection in his eyes. "Silver-striped tiger, 2-headed dragon, sword crane, lazy turtle, let alone you, even I will never have the chance to see them in this lifetime. What does this have to do with the box?" The little white tiger asked curiously. "Their blood in the box." "Who can get their blood?" The talkative young man curled his lips in obvious disbelief. The first ancestor alone was capable of slaughtering a city of 1 million people, so one can imagine what the demon ancestor who stood shoulder to shoulder with him could do. Who has the ability to collect such horrific blood? That's why I said you can't find it. The box is just a legend. It is said that a certain 9 awakeners gave the blood of the demon ancestors he collected to his son before he died. His son happened to take refuge on the 3rd floor underground and died here. The person in your room has been looking for the box for 20 years, but what happened? The awakener slapped the iron door of the little white tiger fiercely. "Give up." The awakened one said this and left as if he had completed his mission. The little white tiger lay on the ground and asked loudly through the food delivery port, "Why tell me?" The awakened one replied without even turning his head, "You will be sent out and shot in 3 days. Tell that Mr. What, don't send anyone in anymore. If there really was a box, we would have gotten it long ago." The little white tiger understood what the other party meant. Mr. Lee kept sending people down, which made this group of awakened people dissatisfied. They wanted to use the little white tiger to tell Mr. Lee not to waste time and not to disturb them. At the same time, a deep despair surged in my heart. He hasn't taken revenge yet, and he still has brothers out there. The night before the execution, the little white tiger has given up. For the sake of a legend, his life was shortened by nearly a month. The wet ground was covered with cigarette butts. Little white tiger sat dejectedly on the bed, his mind full of past events with his brothers. I wonder if Lao Jiu will avenge me after I die. Damn, what a miserable death. All I did my whole life was just to have enough food and clothes, but in the end I got nothing. The little white tiger cursed inwardly for his bad luck. Maybe it was the grievances that had been accumulating in his heart for many days, or maybe it was the unwillingness that his life was about to come to an end. The little white tiger was lying on the upper bunk and kicked the wall hard. The already rotten bed board broke instantly, and the unprepared little white tiger fell directly on the corpse below. The mucus from the corpse splashed all over the little white tiger, and the stench went straight to the top of his head. The little white tiger hurriedly pushed the corpse away. God knows if he had any virus. However, the corpse was almost stuck to the bed, and the little white tiger pushed it twice but failed to move it away. Huh. The little white tiger stopped and stared at his hands with wide eyes. I pinched the corpse's abdomen and actually felt a hard object on his stomach. Perhaps because the corpse was too thin, he could feel something in its stomach. No way. The little white tiger looked disgusted, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. Fortunately, he had also rolled over from a pile of dead bodies. He stretched out his hands to close the eyes of the corpse and silently said, "Old man, you didn't swallow the box, did you?" The corpse had been starved to the point of being skin and bones before the little white tiger could feel the outline of a hard object. That was definitely not food, as there was a small bulge in the corpse's abdomen. Although he was not sure whether it was a box, the little white tiger no longer cared too much. He was about to be sent to the execution ground, and there was no extra time for the little white tiger to prepare himself mentally. After looking around, the little white tiger picked up a relatively sharp bed board from the ground and laid the corpse flat. "Old man, I'm sorry, just smoke a cigarette and it will pass." The little white tiger stood up, lit a cigarette and put it into the mouth of the corpse. "I'm sorry, if you feel wronged, come to me after I die and I will beat you to death." Puff. The little white tiger bit the cigarette butt, held the bed board with both hands and stabbed into the abdomen of the corpse. He endured the stench and reached in to feel around. The awakened person outside the door heard the noise, pushed open the food delivery door, and saw the little white tiger sitting in front of the corpse with his back to the door, tinkering with something. "What are you doing?" the awakened one roared. The little white tiger turned around, his face covered in blood. "I'm hungry. Find something to eat. Do you want to eat it?" The little white tiger took out a piece of blood and handed it to the other party. "Ugh, fuck you, you BT," the awakened one's face turned green, and he closed the food delivery door and cursed. Before dying, people always do something extraordinary to vent their fear, but the movement of the little white tiger is really unbearable for the awakened ones. After making sure that the awakened person had left, the little white tiger tremblingly took out a syringe-like object as thick as 4 fingers from the corpse. There were 4 silver tubular objects, the middle part of which was made of glass-like material, and a drop of blood was shaking inside. That's right, blood. Black blood. The little white tiger held 4 cold tubes, his shoulders trembling. Trying to suppress his ecstasy, he found it. Although it is not a box, the awakened one said that the box contains the blood of the demon ancestor. Only Transformers have black blood. No wonder I couldn't find the box. It turns out there was no box at all. You swallowed all the things. The little white tiger looked carefully at the corpse in front of him, but unfortunately the other party had been dead for a long time and his identity could not be confirmed. The only thing he had was a strange circular symbol tattooed on his chest. You are a character too. The little white tiger was in a good mood when he saw the hope for life. He put the corpse's clothes back on and took off his own clothes and covered the other person with them. Since the other party can find the blood of the demon ancestor, he must be of great origin. Before the little white tiger had time to continue exploring the other party's identity, rustling footsteps were heard at the door. Little white tiger, get ready to go. There was a knock on the door and the prison guard from upstairs came to pick someone up. The little white tiger looked around in panic, but there was no place to hide anything. Even if you hide the things back into the body, it will be impossible to get back in and get them. Click. The iron door lock rang. In a hurry, the little white tiger made up his mind. Old man, I hope you swallowed the tube instead of inserting it through the back door. The little white tiger felt his scalp tingling. He tore off the linen thread on his clothes to tie the tube, and swallowed the thing into his mouth while resisting the urge to vomit. The other side of the thread is tied to the teeth so that the tube can be pulled out of the body through the thread as long as it goes out. However, time waits for no one, and the iron gate made a harsh hissing sound. What are you doing? The prison guard stepped forward and pushed the little white tiger sitting next to the corpse. As soon as the little white tiger turned his head, the prison guard screamed and retreated repeatedly. The shirtless little white tiger had blood on the corners of his mouth and his hands were soaked in blood. Eat well and hit the road. The little white tiger wiped the blood from his mouth and walked out of the cell with a determined look. The talkative young man lay on the ground and waved to the little white tiger through the food delivery port. My friend, have a safe journey. We will continue to chat in the next life. The little white tiger was in a good mood and raised his middle finger at the other party. Passing by the awakened one with a burned face, the latter took out the cigarette butt from his mouth and put it into the little white tiger's mouth, wishing him a peaceful death. Thank you so much. The little white tiger raised his head and walked out of the third underground floor arrogantly. The biting cold wind blew on the little white tiger, who breathed in the fresh air with a smug look on his face. The entrance was already crowded with prisoners who had come to watch the fun, and most of them had grudges against the little white tiger. In the prison battle, they all lost their brothers to the little white tiger. But everyone unconsciously looked at him with admiration. The cruelty of the little white tiger was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Nyo-san walked in the front and gave a thumbs up to the little white tiger from a distance. Brother, I have to say, I admire you. Boss. Brother tiger. 7 or 8 teenagers with bandages on their backs looked at the little white tiger with tears in their eyes. The two sides were separated by prison guards. The little white tiger smiled at them. Looking around, Mr. Lee and the warden stood side by side, looking at the little white tiger from a distance. Seeing the little white tiger with naked upper body and empty hands, a flash of disappointment passed through his eyes. Hello. Seeing Mr. Lee was about to leave, the little white tiger roared. Found it. Mr. Lee did not look back until the little white tiger shouted, Found it. Mr. Lee's body shook and he turned back suddenly. His gentle eyes revealed a fierce light. The two men passed each other on the way to the execution ground while being escorted by prison guards. Mr. Lee lowered his voice and asked sharply, Where are the things? The little white tiger pointed to his head and said, It's a tube with silver ends and glass in the middle. Mr. Lee's breathing became heavy, and white mist came out with every breath. Where? I'm telling you now, if you kill me, who the hell am I going to complain to? The little white tiger shrugged and said, I want to go out. Mr. Lee looked at the warden and paced back and forth in confusion and anxiety. The prison guard did not get the warden's permission and stood there with the little white tiger. What if you lied to me? Mr. Lee hesitated for a long time before asking. I'm just a small shrimp in your eyes. If I cheated you, just kill me. It's just a matter of 1 or 2 bullets. The little white tiger stretched out his hand nonchalantly, Get a cigarette. Mr. Lee's gentle temperament became extremely cold. He stared into the little white tiger's eyes, trying to determine whether he was lying to save his life. This isn't the first time this has happened. However, the little white tiger's eyes were extremely firm, and he looked back at it without showing any sign of weakness. Lie to me, and you'll die miserably. Mr. Lee finally compromised because the little white tiger described what the things in the box looked like, which made him believe it. If a street thug hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could he possibly know what the container of the demon ancestor's blood looked like? Add one more condition. Little White Tiger took the opportunity to ask for a price. Get my brothers out of here. It will take time, but I promise you, no one will bother them while you are away. Mr. Lee not only did not refuse, but was more convinced that the Little White Tiger was really found. Otherwise, how could the Little White Tiger have the confidence to make demands on him? I need to make a phone call. The Little White Tiger continued to press forward. Mr. Lee still did not refuse and took out his mobile phone and put it in the Little White Tiger's hand. In front of Mr. Lee, the Little White Tiger skillfully dialed a number. Hello. A deep young voice sounded. Silly bird. The two of them spoke in code, which made the listeners confused. I'll be out soon. How are you doing over there? The Little White Tiger asked his brother with concern. If you had called me 1 minute later, I would have sneaked into Lao Xie's house, the person on the other end of the phone said arrogantly. You are leaving today. I plan to tie Lao Xie up and bury him outside the city to keep him company. The Little White Tiger laughed and scolded the stupid bird, but there was a rare hint of tenderness on his face. The Little White Tiger only reveals his true feelings when facing his brothers. Evacuate everyone, I'll be out soon. The Little White Tiger didn't explain, and the other party didn't need the Little White Tiger to explain either. Become. The young man on the other end of the phone responded and told the people around him, say hello to Lao Xie and let him know that I'm coming to the city. Tat-tat. Intensive gunfire rang out. CNM Lao Xie, wash your neck and wait for me. Help. Tat-tat. The sounds of passers-by fleeing, the wailing of the injured, and the sound of counterattacks came from the phone. Withdraw. The young man on the other end of the phone vented his anger and yelled, if anyone dares to catch up with me, I won't leave. Do you want to fight me to death? Get down on your knees and watch me go. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Lee picked up the phone and said with admiration, Old 9 is crazy, Old 8 is crazy, their reputations are well deserved. Execution ground. The execution ground set up in the prison is actually just a small piece of wasteland. Not far away is a mass grave. There aren't so many rules in the apocalypse, and executions are usually carried out in prison. It is basically impossible to drag them out and parade them through the streets. In the last days, every person in the world is a gangster. If you meet someone like the Little White Tiger brothers, they will rob the prison van if you dare to drag them out and parade them through the streets. Hold. The gunman who carried out the execution took out a pill from his pocket and put it into the Little White Tiger's mouth. You still have to go through the process. You won't die if you suffer a little. I'm going to shoot you in the abdomen, don't move. If I miss, you will die. Qian Shou patted the Little White Tiger on the shoulder, and the latter stood straight. The prisoner, Xiao Baihu, has committed murder and will be shot today to verify his identity. Raise the gun. The Little White Tiger looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Execution. Bang. The bullet penetrated the abdomen and a sharp pain came over me. The Little White Tiger fell straight to the ground, blood flowing out from the bullet hole, and the severe pain almost made him scream. However, there were prisoners watching in the distance, so the Little White Tiger put on a complete show, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes. Prisoners died. Throw it to a mass grave. Yes. That night, the old man in charge of collecting the corpses dug out the unconscious Little White Tiger from the pile of dead bodies and put it on a small trailer. Most prisoners whose bodies are not collected will be buried in mass graves forever. If their families pay, the body collectors will move the bodies out of the prison. In the dark night, several big men in black clothes sat in a box van and stared at the prison nervously. It was not until the back door of the prison opened and a hunchbacked old man appeared dragging the body of a young boy, that several people quickly opened the back door of the car. There was already a black market doctor waiting in the carriage. How about it? The Little White Tiger was put into the car, and the doctor skillfully plugged in various instruments. The doctor looked at the index on the instrument. No, he was really shot. The doctor looked at the fluctuating lines on the instrument in confusion. This kid's heart beat stronger than a normal person's. The two men in black were also confused. Little White Tiger's face turned red. Was he shot? But the wound in the abdomen was still bleeding. Take it back to the clinic first, the gentleman is waiting. The two men in black looked at each other, returned to the driver's seat and started the car. The average temperature at night in the apocalypse is below zero, and the air conditioning in the car can't last long. The two started the car and left, but did not notice a homeless man sleeping in a trash can not far away. The operation is over. The black market doctor dragged his tired body out of the operating room converted from the bedroom. Mr. Lee sat in the living room, holding a cup of hot tea and watching TV with good interest. What's taking so long? The two men in black standing behind Mr. Lee complained dissatisfiedly. The bullet was taken out quickly, but the kid swallowed 3 tubes in his stomach. The bullet broke one of them, and the fragments were stuck in his body. If they were not taken out. What? Before the doctor finished speaking, Mr. Lee, who seemed to be very gentle, picked up the doctor with one hand and shouted, "Say it again." He had 3 tubes in his stomach, and one of them was broken. The black market doctor answered tremblingly. When Mr. Lee, who is in a high position, gets angry, the entire small clinic becomes silent and no one wants to get into trouble. Why didn't he say that earlier? If one of them is broken, it could buy the lives of everyone in the city. Mr. Lee's face was pale and he rushed into the operating room aggressively. Seeing that the little white tiger was still in a coma, he grabbed the 2 tubes on the table and quickly walked out of the room. Stay here, no one is allowed to get close to him. I'm going to report to the big boss. Mr. Lee hurried downstairs and got into a car. After making sure that there was no one around, he took out an anonymous space card and dialed an unknown number. Big boss. Mr. Lee couldn't stop shaking, and his voice was trembling. He was the only one who knew the value of these pipes. If one of them was destroyed or lost, who knows how many people would lose their heads. It's so late, did you get anything? An old voice asked in a low voice on the other end of the phone. Yes. Mr. Lee took a deep breath to calm himself down. I got the blood of the demon ancestor. Really? The old man on the other end of the phone raised his voice several times, a little excited. Well done, get ready to come back. But that kid was too cunning. He swallowed the container into his body. Our people didn't know about it. They shot and broke one container. There was one that we didn't find. That kid had 3 in his stomach. After Mr. Lee finished speaking in one breath, he didn't even dare to breathe, as if he was a prisoner waiting for sentencing in the court. Time passed by little, and the car door was frozen. Mr. Lee was sweating profusely. Be sure to find out where the missing one went. The voice on the other end of the phone was terribly cold. Then, what should we do with this guy? Mr. Lee asked with a stiff upper lip, should we get rid of him? It would be a waste of the blood of the demon ancestor if we kill him, so let's give it a try. Monitor his physical data 24 hours a day, and temporarily hide all his information and don't report it. The board of directors has been uneasy recently, so send him to the company after I have dealt with the company's affairs. Don't let him out of your sight. You don't need me to teach you how to win people's hearts, do you? The tone on the other end of the phone was obviously unhappy. If you can't handle this, don't come back. Yes. The phone call was hung up. Mr. Lee felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He was almost drained of all his strength. He lay powerlessly on the chair and silently lit a cigarette. The fire lit up, and in the dim light a dozen young men carrying canvas bags walked past his car. The leading boy had his hair parted in the middle, his bangs dyed white, and he looked arrogant. Mr. Lee could tell at a glance that these people were carrying weapons, especially the leader, Sankofen, who didn't even bother pretending, holding a spray gun in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door of the black market clinic. Who is it? The doctor approached the peephole door and it was pitch dark outside, even the street lights in the corridor were off. Who? Those who seek medical treatment from black market doctors are all rogues or gangsters. These people are not good people. Doctors dare not be careless and just lie down by the door to ask in a low voice. Snap. The peephole was poked open by someone from outside the door, and a black gun barrel was inserted through the peephole and hit the doctor's eye. Wow. The two men in black sitting in the living room pulled out weapons from their waists and pointed them at the door. The tense confrontation lasted less than a minute before the kitchen door was opened and 7 or 8 guys rushed into the living room from the kitchen. "Don't move, put it on the table." A young man with yellow ramen-dyed hair jumped onto the coffee table with a gun in hand and pointed the barrel of the gun directly at the black-clad man's mouth. "Brother, which road are you on?" The black market doctor was sweating profusely and asked while suppressing his fear. "When you're out there in the field, you're not afraid of the big guys, but you're afraid of these greenhorns. The big guys may have a reason to touch you, but these little brats may touch you just because they are simply unhappy with you." 9 brothers. 9 brothers. The young man in the living room moved quickly and subdued the 2 men in black the moment he entered the living room. He also searched all the places where people might hide and opened the door after making sure they were safe. No more business. The 3:7 boy walked into the room slowly with a spray gun and patted the doctor on the face. "Am I the big bad wolf? If I don't open the door, you're just running a chicken feather business." The black market doctor swallowed his saliva and replied in a trembling voice, "Brother, you want money? I'll give it to you. There are patients inside, so please don't cause trouble, okay?" The doctor obviously thought they were trying to make money, and there are many people like that in this world. Black market doctors take on shady jobs and make a lot of money, so they are considered fat sheep in the eyes of these people. "How much money do you have?" "I need money to rob a bank." "Do I need to come here in person to rob you?" The boy was not very old, but his every move was like that of a big boss. "Brother Gio, I found it." A shifty-looking boy pointed at the operating room. The teenagers rushed into the operating room. The little white tiger lay on the bed with a pale face. "Tiger. Brother Tiger, are you okay?" "Brother who is very lucky. He blocked 3 knives for me before and nothing happened." "Who shot my brother?" Several young men rushed into the living room and pointed their guns directly at the 2 men in black. The 2 looked at each other, feeling pained but unable to express it. These young boys are really hard to deal with. It only took a few breaths from entering the house to controlling the scene. This method is no less than that of Lao Lazy. The methods of an old man and the ambition of a young man. If you fail to answer a question well when encountering this group of guys, you may be killed. Knowing they were in trouble, the 2 men answered honestly, it was the punishment in prison, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get out. "Who fired the gun?" "Name it. I'm going to take some people to kill him right now." The yellow-haired instant noodle head had red eyes and stuffed the gun barrel directly into the other person's mouth. Snap. Lao Gio kicked the yellow-haired man away and calmly lit a cigarette. "Which side are you from, brother? Anyway, I'm not your enemy." Naturally, the 2 men could not reveal their boss name, so they stiffened their necks and spoke with a fearless attitude. Lao Gio saw that the little white tiger's wounds had been treated, and guessed that the other party had no ill intentions towards the little white tiger. "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Since they are not enemies, there is no need to shed blood. No one in this room is allowed to leave until my brother wakes up." Lao Gio looked at the black market doctor. "When will my brother wake up?" The black market doctor glanced at the clock on the wall and answered cautiously, "Tomorrow morning at the latest." "Okay." Lao Gio took out a stack of cash and threw it on the table. "My brother's medical expenses and our accommodation fees. If it's not enough, please point out a household in this building that has money and I'll go get some for you." Enough is enough. The black market doctor was sweating profusely, and fortunately the patient survived. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what these greenhorns could do. Hiss. There was a long, harsh sound of a door opening. A tall, thin figure stood at the door. The young men in the room pointed their guns at the person outside the door without any hesitation. "Don't shoot!" the men in black shouted urgently. The person outside the door was Mr. Li. Lao Gio looked at him curiously. Although Mr. Li looked gentle, he exuded a dangerous aura. "You are the men in the car at the door." Lao Gio seemed to be standing in front of the men with ease, but in fact the barrel of the gun had never left Mr. Li's position. Mr. Li was also surprised. Lao Gio and his group passed by him, and the light only flashed for a moment when he lit a cigarette. Did Lao Gio remember him? "This is Mr. Li. He saved your brother." the man in black explained in a deep voice. Lao Jiao slightly lowered the gun and nodded to the other party with a hint of gratitude. Thank you. Haha, it's just a deal. He helped me find what I wanted, so I saved his life. Mr. Li walked into the room. With the help of the light in the room, he saw 4 or 5 young men on guard lying in a disorderly manner in the corridor. In one confrontation, both sides were surprised by their strength. From the time Lao Jiao entered the room to the time Mr. Li opened the door, not a single sound came from outside the door. In other words, Mr. Li quietly dealt with the 5 armed teenagers. Help your brother in before he catches a cold. Mr. Li greeted Lao Jiao, then sat on the sofa, took out a cigarette and lit it. Are you Lao Jiao? Lao Jiao winked at his brothers behind him, signaling them to pull the person at the door into the house. Snap. Lao Jiao picked up Mr. Li's cigarette from the table, lit it and didn't answer. Mr. Li was not annoyed. Instead, he stared at Lao Jiao with admiration. Little White Tiger's sworn brother, how old are you? What's the big deal? I'm your long-lost biological son. Lao Jiao curled his lips in disdain. I know you are an awakened one, but that's not a reason for me to ignore you. You saved my brother, and I acknowledge this favor. If you have anything that's inconvenient to do on the ground in the future, I'll do it for you. I'll repay Tiger for your favor. Mr. Li laughed out loud. Lao Jiao behaves like a veteran, but he is still a teenager after all. There is something special about these words coming out of that slightly immature face. Your brother won't wake up until tomorrow, do you want a midnight snack? Mr. Li took out a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to brother Lao Jiao, go buy some barbecue. Lao Jiao's mouth curled up slightly. What did Mr. Li mean by giving the money to Lao Jiao's brother? He was afraid that Lao Jiao would misunderstand that he had poisoned the midnight snack. However, at this point in time, both sides have basically confirmed that the other side is not their enemy. I have money. The yellow-haired instant noodlehead pouted stubbornly. We are all just hanging around here, so if we have to use other people's money to buy a midnight snack, isn't that a slap in the face of our boss? This midnight snack is on me, bring a case of beer. Lao Jiao waved to Huang Mao. Huang Mao swiftly walked out of the room with a few brothers wearing thin clothes. Mr. Li did not expose Lao Jiao's behavior of pretending to be rich. After all, young people want face. But soon, a yellow-haired man roared downstairs, begging for food, give me some money, CNM, give me the money. Ahem. Mr. Li lowered his head and played with his mobile phone. Perhaps because the silence lasted too long and both sides were a little embarrassed, Mr. Li raised his head and asked with interest, are you still with Lao Xie? Once you're our big brother, you'll always be our big brother, so what? Mr. Li naturally didn't believe what Lao Jiao said. He heard clearly Lao Jiao directly firing at Lao Xie on the phone today. The reason I say this is simply because Lao Jiao can't figure out Mr. Li's pulse and is talking nonsense. Very cautious. No wonder you and Little White Tiger are the only ones who can stand out in the entire Red 3rd Street. The more Mr. Li looked at Lao Jiao, the more he liked him. Lao Jiao is different from Little White Tiger. Little White Tiger is cruel and straightforward. But Lao Jiao is the kind of person who has a bit of evil in him and is hard to see through. Although he was reckless, he was able to find out where the Little White Tiger was hidden in the first place. You say he has brains, but he dared to break into the lair of hundreds of Lao Xie's men with just a dozen guys. What are your plans next? I have a deal with Little White Tiger and I can help you kill Lao Xie, Mr. Li asked seriously. Just now, Mr. Li received instructions from his superiors on the phone to win over Little White Tiger. For someone like Xiao Baihu who values his brothers more than his life, the best way is to win over his brothers, especially Lao Jiao. Just ask him when he wakes up. I'm just a little brother, Lao Jiao shrugged. Seeing that Lao Jiao was not moved by any persuasion, Mr. Li had to give up temporarily. No matter what Mr. Li said, Lao Jiao refused to respond and just kept laughing. This clearly shows that one does not trust Mr. Li. For Lao Jiao and his gang of guys who have been picking food on the street since they were young, they only trust their own people, and it is extremely difficult for others to gain their trust. Watching Lao Jiao doing Lao Xie, he felt no psychological burden at all. Why? Lao Jiao never regarded Lao Xie as the boss at all. The next day, Lao Jiao opened his eyes staggeringly. Last night, Lao Jiao slept on the floor next to Little White Tiger's bed all night. I glanced at the still unconscious Little White Tiger. Its breathing was steady, but there was no sign of waking up. At this time, Mr. Li also brought the doctor into the room to change the medicine for the Little White Tiger. Several people stared at the Little White Tiger that seemed to be sleeping. Why isn't he awake yet? The doctor fiddled with the Little White Tiger for a while, looked at the wound, and then looked at the instrument, and was equally confused. He should be awake by now. The dose of anesthetic I used yesterday would not be that high. The doctor took out a stethoscope and placed it on the Little White Tiger's chest, then flipped his eyelids. What does it mean? You don't know either. Lao Jiao picked up the spray gun and pointed it at the black market doctor's head. If my brother can't wake up, you go down and accompany him. Brother, calm down. There is no absolute in medicine, the black market doctor explained as he moved the gun barrel away. Lao Jiao's cannibalistic appearance was really scary. The doctor said sadly, he may not wake up until noon. I don't want to listen to your medical advice now. My brother can't wake up, so you teach me theology. Kneel down and pray for my brother. When he opens his eyes, you can get up. Lao Jiao cursed at Huang Mao and shouted, "Hey dog, go and bring in that cross for him to worship." Mr. Li watched the farce in the operating room coldly and rubbed his bruised and painful temples. The doctor doesn't know, but Mr. Li has probably guessed it. The Little White Tiger absorbed the blood of the demon ancestor. How powerful is that? It was a blessing that the Little White Tiger was not blown up. Didn't the debris in his wound get cleaned up? Mr. Li asked in a pretentious manner. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The doctor shook his head like a wave drum and assured, I checked it again and again. Does the contents of the container have any effect on him? Mr. Li hesitated for a long time and asked without revealing the specific contents of the container. When the doctor heard this, his eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. It's possible. We don't know what's in the container. It's very likely that it was affected. I swear on my wife and children that the operation was definitely successful. Not only that. The doctor hurriedly undressed the Little White Tiger. The original bullet hole has disappeared, without even a scar left. What's even more exaggerated is that white hair began to grow on the Little White Tiger's body, and its nails grew several centimeters overnight. I have never encountered such a situation in my entire medical practice. He seems to have mutated. The doctor explained with a sad face, fearing that Lao Jiao's gun might go off accidentally. For a moment, everyone in the room was at a loss. It is unprecedented for an ordinary person to absorb the blood of the demon ancestor, and Mr. Li is not sure. Is there any way to wake him up? Mr. Li asked patiently in a low voice. You can try to stimulate him. His body is stronger than a normal person now. I think it's a brain problem. The doctor thought about it and came up with a solution that was not a solution. Mr. Li winked at Lao Jiao and walked out of the room. The situation has changed. I need to go out and ask an expert. You stay here. Mr. Li and Lao Jiao were standing in the corridor and talking in a low voice. If the Little White Tiger can't wake up, a bottle of demon ancestor's blood will be wasted. Mr. Li doesn't dare to imagine how the boss will react. At this moment, both of them were concerned about the Little White Tiger, and Lao Jiao relaxed his guard against Mr. Li a lot. Go early and come back early. Mr. Li took a windbreaker from the living room, put it on, and left quickly. Lao Jiao stood in the corridor depressedly, finished the remaining half of his cigarette, crushed it with his feet, and returned to the room. A young couple who were kissing downstairs took out their cell phones immediately after making sure there was no one around. Hey, boss, find Lao Jiao. Okay, keep an eye on him. I'm going to skin him alive today. I'll be there in half an hour. In the operating room. The Little White Tiger's breathing became more and more rapid, and from time to time a low growl like that of a wild beast came from its throat. His already strong body seemed to have grown a lot taller. The most obvious thing is the fur, which has become visibly denser. Brother Jiao, the doctor said stimulation can stimulate Brother Tiger. How about? Higu took out a big bill from his pocket, I'll find 2 ocean horses for brother tiger to stimulate him. Are you stimulating him or me? Lao Jio waved his hands angrily. Go on, get the fuck out of here. After everyone left the room, Lao Jio silently lit a cigarette and sat beside Xiao Baiyu's bed. The two grew up together, and their relationship is far better than that of biological brothers. Outsiders know that Lao Jio's ability is no worse than that of Little White Tiger, but he chooses to be the second in command of Little White Tiger. Why? It's not because of the brotherhood between Lao Jio and Xiao Baiyu. Tai Zi, you have to get through it, we can't do it without you. Lao Jio, who had always been known as crazy and evil in front of outsiders, had red eyes and showed his fragile side for the first time. I'm telling you, don't even think about leaving us brothers behind. If you really die, I'll tie myself to explosives and die with Lao Xie right now. We grew up together from a garbage dump and finally survived until now, and you don't care about us anymore. Xiao Xiao, Zhuang Zhuang, and the bastards were killed, and you don't want revenge. After finishing a cigarette, Lao Jio panted, rubbed his red eyes, picked up the spray gun from the table and walked out of the room. As soon as Lao Jio closed the door, Little White Tiger shed 2 lines of tears. The Little White Tiger heard what was said just now, but he couldn't wake up. Because the Little White Tiger's soul was sucked into an unknown space. I was in a cave, surrounded by deathly silence, with only the pitch-black darkness and the sound of water drops hitting the ground. The only exit is not far in front of the Little White Tiger. A 5-meter-long white tiger with a silver glow was lying on the path he had to pass. The man and the tiger had been staring at each other for the entire night. They began their confrontation ever since the Little White Tiger absorbed the blood of the silver-striped tiger. Although the Little White Tiger didn't know where he was, he could hear Lao Jio's voice. The more this happened, the more anxious he became. He knew Lao Jio's temper very well. If he didn't wake up, he would go find Lao Xie. CNM, let's die. You are a tiger and I am also a tiger. Let's see whose teeth are harder. The Little White Tiger made up his mind and walked straight towards the giant tiger. Roar. Seeing this, the giant tiger slowly stood up and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Although the Little White Tiger was only in a soul state, it seemed to have endless strength. It walked quickly forward and stopped 10 meters in front of the giant tiger. Snap. The Little White Tiger knelt down without any hesitation. Brother, I know you are the demon ancestor, can you move your butt and let me out? The Little White Tiger who grew up on the streets has taken his flexibility to the extreme. The giant tiger really understood human nature, with a hint of doubt in its eyes. If you agree, just take 2 steps to the side. The Little White Tiger advised reluctantly. The giant tiger stood still, its white fur moving without wind, looking very majestic. You don't want to eat me, you don't want to let me go, CNM, are you kidnapping me? Seeing that the demon ancestor was not moved by any threats, the Little White Tiger suddenly stood up and rammed its head into the giant tiger's jaw. Perhaps it was because of its soul state, or perhaps it was because it absorbed a drop of the demon ancestor's blood. The giant tiger was actually knocked back a step by the Little White Tiger. I'll beat you to death. The Little White Tiger teleported onto the giant tiger's back and attacked the tiger's head. Although the Little White Tiger's attacks could not cause any harm to the giant tiger, this style of riding on the tiger still made the giant tiger very annoyed. Bang! The giant tiger swung its body and threw the Little White Tiger more than 10 meters away. Juvenile. The Little White Tiger stood up and was surprised to find that he felt no pain. Just as he was about to continue his attack, the giant tiger spoke. I am the curtain. After the giant tiger finished speaking, the Little White Tiger was stunned. Can tigers really talk? Demon. Demon ancestor. The Little White Tiger took a defensive posture and took 2 steps back worriedly. Yes, I am the ancestor of demons, you can also call me Silver-Striped Tiger. You brought me to this lousy cave. The Little White Tiger never expected that he would be kidnapped by a tiger. This is my sea of consciousness. If you absorb my blood, you will be able to communicate with me. A look of resentment flashed in the Silver Tiger's eyes. My body has died in the battle. I can only summon you in this way. The Little White Tiger stared at the Silver-Striped Tiger vigilantly. After all, the demon ancestor was also a transformed beast. It would be embarrassing if it were to eat itself. The demon ancestor is an existence that can rival the first ancestor and the 9 awakenings of the human race. You want to talk to me about something? I need your body. The silver-striped tiger whispered, but his tone was extremely overbearing, and he was not discussing with the little white tiger at all. Stop. The little white tiger stiffened his neck and suppressed the fear in his heart. You can let me have sex with you, but forget about it if you want to occupy my body. I would rather die. The silver-striped tiger rolled his eyes at the other party with a look of disgust. If she hadn't asked Little White Tiger for a favor, Little White Tiger's words just now would have been enough to kill him 100 times. Young man, I advise you to speak properly. Bang. The demon ancestor took a step forward, and the earth shook instantly. Countless pieces of rubble fell from above the cave, and an invisible pressure directly pressed the Little White Tiger to the ground. My soul is about to disperse. Otherwise, how could such an opportunity fall on a mortal like you? Silver Tiger said, as long as you agree to my conditions, I will help you become a strong man in the world who is not weaker than the 9 awakeners. The 9 awakeners are the most powerful beings of the human race. Jiu-Jue, almost demigod. An awakener can awaken 9 times in his lifetime. The first awakening will gain superpowers, and each subsequent awakening will strengthen the previous superpowers. Therefore, the more times one awakens, the stronger the power. The condition for the first awakening is that you only need to participate in the human race's annual awakening ceremony before you reach adulthood to become an awakener. The probability of this happening is about 1%. This remnant of my soul has been waiting for decades to dissipate, but I am worried about my daughter. You have absorbed my blood, so I need to borrow your body to bear my daughter. If you let me give birth to a child, you'd better kill me as soon as possible. Come on, I will never resist. The little white tiger was immediately unhappy when he heard that he was asked to give birth to the daughter of the demon ancestor. Just choose to give up. If Lao Jiao knew that he gave birth to a little white tiger, he would laugh at himself for the rest of his life. The demon ancestor opened his huge mouth, but did not bite the little white tiger. As the demon ancestor's throat moved, a kitten crawled out of his mouth. The pitch-black eyes stared at the little white tiger on the ground with full curiosity. Go, kid. The tired voice of the silver tiger sounded. The little kitten rubbed its head against the demon ancestor's feet reluctantly, then staggered towards the little white tiger. Young man, your friend is about to be in danger. If you want to get out, you must accept that my daughter shares her body with you. When you reach the peak of the 9th awakening, my daughter will be able to use your power to reshape her body. The demon ancestor stared at the little white tiger, which was pinned to the ground by an invisible force and unable to move. The kitten walked up to the little white tiger and sniffed its face. After confirming that he was just an ordinary person, it raised its leg with a look of disgust and urinated on his face. Just wait, I'm going to stew you when I get out. Ouch! The kitten slapped the little white tiger on the face with its claws, and the latter flew several meters away. Before the little white tiger could continue to curse, the little kitten turned into a beam of white light and drilled into the little white tiger's body. Young men, protect it well. From now on, your lives are linked and your minds are connected. If it dies, you die too. The silver-striped tiger's figure slowly faded and turned into endless starlight. Be careful of the sword crane. After the demon ancestor left his last words, a suction force came from the cave entrance. The little white tiger was sucked out of the demon ancestor's sea of consciousness by the overbearing suction force. Boss, on the 5th floor, the number of people inside is unknown, but Old 9 is definitely there. At the foot of the residential building where the black market clinic was located, more than a dozen vans pulled up and the gangsters armed with knives and guns got out silently. The couple in charge of the surveillance quickly stepped forward and bowed to the men in one of the cars to explain the situation. The man had dark skin and looked like he was in his 60s even though he was in his 40s. Little wolf cubs, I raised them, and now they dare to shoot me. The man looked down at his bandaged left hand with a fierce look in his eyes. Yesterday, Lao Jiao and his men broke into his house and almost took him away. The most important thing is that it is really uncomfortable to be targeted by Lao Jiao. You can never be sure that he will come to attack you again after drinking some B-grade liquor. Brother Ren, take everyone up there, don't leave anyone behind. Lao Xie looked up at the residential building with fear. Good. Brother Ren pulled out a dagger from the car, held a pistol in one hand and a knife in the other, bowed to Lao Xie, and then led dozens of people to rush upstairs. These people are all Lao Xie's direct followers, and they have been doing all kinds of sneaky things under Lao Xie's command since they were young. Looking at his aggressive younger brother, Lao Xie confidently lit a cigarette. Relying on their large numbers, the group was not afraid of the dozen or so people led by Lao Jiao and rushed to the door of the Black Clinic. Brother Ren pushed the crowd away and kicked the door open. Lao Jiao, CNM, come out and die. As the chief thug under Lao Xie, Brother Ren claims that he is not afraid of Lao Jiao at all. Although he is not an awakened person, he is also within the limit of ordinary people. Old 9. Brother Ren led a large group of people and rushed into the room. The room of less than 100 square meters was packed with people. Brother Ren, no one is here. Brother Ren, I didn't find it. Brother Ren. The men moved quickly, rushing straight to the bedrooms as soon as they entered the room, but found nothing except the bloodstains in the operating room. Run away. How come you were following him? Brother Ren kicked the coffee table in the living room in frustration. Look for them for me, they must be nearby. After saying this, Brother Ren turned around and was about to leave, but he saw the kitchen door suddenly opened, and Hai Dog, the instant noodle boy, walked into the living room carrying a bowl of hot noodles. Lao Xie's younger brothers looked at each other in bewilderment. Dozens of people on our side rushed in to seek revenge, but Hai Dog still dared to come out. Hey, Brother Ren, have you eaten yet? Hai Dog remained calm in the face of dozens of people. He picked up the coffee table that had been kicked over and sat down on the sofa. Brother Ren's face turned pale. He hadn't found Lao Jiao and was ignored by Lao Jiao's younger brothers. Where's Lao Jiao? Brother Ren pointed the barrel of his gun at Hai Dog's forehead. The latter glanced at the old evil younger brother who was eyeing him hungrily, curled his lips in disdain, and used chopsticks to push away the muzzle of Brother Ren's gun. Do I really think I'm a big shot when I call you Brother Ren? Pointing a gun at me. Come on, shoot me if you dare. Higo clapped his chopsticks and took out a remote control from behind the sofa. Look up everyone. Hai Dog shouted loudly, and everyone looked up subconsciously. There were several square objects taped to the ceiling. Brother Ren could tell at a glance that this was dynamite. All the explosives were connected to the remote control with wires, and Hai Dog's thumb was already on the button. It's just 5 kilograms of explosives. It's a big deal. If you come out here to mess around, you would have died long ago, right, Brother Ren? Hai Dog held the remote control in one hand and picked up chopsticks in the other to calmly eat noodles. Brother Jiao said, if one of you walks out of this door today, I will detonate it. Hai Dog's voice was not loud, but no one present dared not to believe it. Those who wanted to sneak away were all stunned where they were, while those who didn't squeeze in through the door wished they could grow 2 more legs so they could run downstairs quickly. Lao Jiao is notoriously crazy, and his people are just like him. Hai Dog has another name, called TM Mad Dog. This guy really dares to do something that will result in mutual destruction. Where's Lao Jiao? Brother Ren's face turned pale and his palms were covered in sweat. The fierce ones are afraid of the violent ones, and the violent ones are afraid of the desperate ones. Lao Jiao and his gang are just not willing to die. We sent a young couple to keep watch downstairs, and Brother Nine recognized them immediately. Hai Dog mocked with a joking look on his face, it's more than 10 degrees below zero now, and they are kissing in the open space downstairs. Aren't they afraid that their tongues will freeze together? In such cold weather, what good person would stand in an open space and kiss in the cold wind? He is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything, Brother Ren cursed inwardly. Lao Jiao and his gang used to do stalking every day. They could tell who were human and who were ghosts at a glance. Hai Dog pointed to the kitchen and said, there's some noodles left. Do you want some? We've worked under Lao Xie before. Let's eat and then we can go together. Brother Ren stared at the Hai Dog remote control and saw that Hai Dog had already pressed the button. As long as he let go, the whole room would be blown up. Brother Ren, who originally wanted to snatch the remote control, had no choice but to give up. It's not worth it for so many people to be buried with Hai Dog. Hai Dog, however, went a step further and taunted, my brother Tiger said long ago that all you guys can do in your life is bully vendors. Are you risking your life with a gun? Can you hold a gun properly? Bang. High Dog slammed the table and yelled, "Stand at attention, everyone." A room full of grown men with tattoos and paintings on their faces were pointed at and scolded by a young man, but no one dared to refute him. Everyone used to work under Lao Xie, and they all knew who High Go was. Some people pretend to be fierce and cruel, while some people will really fight you to death if you glare at them. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the sound of High Dog eating noodles. You can escape the first day, but you can't escape the 15th. Although Brother Ren was afraid of High Dog and didn't dare to take action, he still refused to give in. We were tricked by Lao Jiao today, but Lao Xie can call up 100 or 200 people just by giving a simple call on Hong San Street. If we fight Lao Jiao head-on, a dozen or so people are not enough. The more Brother Ren thought about it, the angrier he got. He lit a cigarette and cursed angrily. If the stalkers hadn't made a mistake, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. What should we do? Another time. You don't have any resurrection coins. If you fail, you fail. Did Brother Nine go to kill you yesterday? Who of you tried to stop us? High Dog lowered his head to eat noodles, not even bothering to look at Brother Ren. Oh. The facts are in front of us, and it's useless for Brother Ren to refuse to accept them. After moving a stool, Brother Ren sat in front of High Dog and threatened, "Lao Xie has invited an awakened person this time. I wonder how long you can keep jumping around." Boss, we've been ambushed." The younger brother who failed to squeeze into the room upstairs rushed downstairs to report to Lao Xie. Lao Xie's face changed. When Brother Ren rushed into the room without opening fire, Lao Xie already began to feel strange. Lao Xie knows the child he raised best. An ominous feeling came over me. I should have listened to Ren and waited for the awakened ones to arrive before taking action. Lao Xie said this while looking back. It was as if Lao Jiao was hiding somewhere, ready to shoot from behind. Tap tap tap. The sound of subtle footsteps was heard. Lao Xie just happened to catch a glimpse in the rearview mirror and saw a man in a black raincoat walking quickly towards him. It's Lao Jiao. Lao Xie was shocked. The other brothers drew their weapons and aimed at the approaching men. Wow. The men lifted the hood of his raincoat, revealing the boy's signature 3:7 split hair. CNM, Lao Xie, stick your head out to catch the bullet. Bang. Facing a dozen younger brothers who came downstairs to report the news, Lao Jiao opened fire directly. The rear windshield of the van where Lao Xie was directly shattered. At the same time, Lao Xie's brothers also took out their pistols and fired at Lao Jiao. Bang, bang, bang. Tat tat. The two sides were shooting at each other from a distance of more than 30 meters. Bullets flew past Lao Jiao like raindrops, but he was too lazy to dodge. He trotted forward towards the enemy's firepower, fighting alone with the momentum of a mighty army. Stop him. Lao Xie was really scared by Lao Jiao. He knew best how cruel these kids were. Hey, when the hell are you arriving? While urging the driver to drive, Lao Xie took out his cell phone and made a call. What's wrong? Come to Bingfu tonight. A deep, smoky voice came from the other end of the line. Can you hurry up? I'm surrounded. Lao Xie had a sad face and was in a complicated mood. Dozens of people were being beaten around by Lao Jiao. If he had waited until the awakened ones arrived before taking action, he wouldn't be so passive. The man on the other end of the phone listened to the gunshots from Lao Xie's side and said calmly, "If you die, the deposit will not be refunded. Otherwise, you can pay the balance now. Then, if you die, I will kill that guy for you." Fuck you. Lao Xie hung up the phone angrily. Brother Tiger, come out and say hello to Lao Xie. Lao Jiao put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. The doors of several households on the first floor opened at the same time. 7 or 8 of Little White Tiger's brothers rushed out of the room, stood on the steps and opened fire at Lao Xie and his younger brothers. Half of Lao Xie's younger brothers, who were able to provoke a fight just now, fell down in one encounter. The rest didn't even care about Lao Xie and ran away with their heads in their hands. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lao Xie's car started and rushed towards the road amid the hail of bullets. Lao Jiao, carrying a shotgun, and 7 or 8 other guys chased Lao Xie for several hundred meters. They only stopped after they had smashed Lao Xie's van into pieces. Exclamation point. Lao Jiao spit out the cigarette butt. If I didn't know how to drive, I would have kept Lao Xie here today. After saying that, Lao Jiao took out his phone and dialed Lao Xie's cell phone directly. Hello. Lao Xie escaped and yelled angrily on the phone, just wait. You curse again. Believe it or not, I'll take a taxi over here and fuck you. You. Lao Xie is scared. He didn't believe what others said, but Lao Jiao said he had to believe it. Please reimburse me for my bullet expenses. I'll give you a card number and transfer 50,000 to me quickly. Lao Jiao was really poor. These guns had used up all the savings he and Xiao Baihu had accumulated over the years. After the battle, Lao Jiao didn't even have money to buy bullets. Lao Xie seemed to have heard a fairy tale, and said in disbelief, "You fucking did that to me and you want me to pay for the bullets? There are still 20 or 30 people locked up in my room. If you don't give me money, I will let Hai Dog take them all away." When it comes to being a rogue, people like Lao Jiao who have no bottom line will definitely beat Lao Xie. The 20 or 30 people in the Black Clinic are all Lao Xie's old friends. How can he lead his brothers in the future if he doesn't pay them? Lao Xie sat in the car, his face turning green as if he had eaten a pile of shit. Lao Xie gnashed his teeth and said, "Just wait. 10 minutes, hurry up, Brother Wu's place is closed at night." The 5th brother is a well-known arms dealer on Earth. Lao Xie couldn't bear it any longer and smashed the phone. After waiting for a long time, Lao Xie had to pick up the broken phone and arrange the transfer using the driver's phone. He was really afraid that Lao Jiao would blow everyone to death. This is in the city. Even if it is the end of the world, too many people have died and his backers can't protect him. A battle is resolved within 10 minutes. Back at the Black Clinic, Lao Jiao walked into the room exhausted. Wow. These thugs who had been hanging around Hongsan Street for years subconsciously retreated when they saw Lao Jiao. Although Lao Jiao is not very old, his reputation in Hongsan Street is not exaggerated. When Brother Ren saw Lao Jiao coming back safe and sound, he guessed that Lao Xie was in trouble. "Brother Ren, long time no see." Lao Jiao sat on the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth, pointing at the thugs in the room. "We are all brothers, stop standing here, get down on your knees and talk." 10 minutes later, Lao Xie transferred the money into Lao Jiao's card. The latter was also very trustworthy and smiled to his men, "Although Lao Xie is not loyal to me and Lao Hu, it does not affect our relationship. Leave the guns behind, and Hai Go will take everyone to see the brothers off." The thugs who were still worried that Lao Jiao would go on a killing spree all breathed a sigh of relief and threw their weapons to the ground without saying a word. Hai Dog changed his arrogant look and walked to the door with a smile on his face. "Brothers, I'm sorry. Let's drink together later. Come, I'll see you off." After everyone left, Brother Ren and Lao Jiao sat together alone. Brother Ren is the second in command under Lao Xie, and the third in command is Little White Tiger, but he has been kicked out of the gang by Lao Xie. The two of them were old acquaintances. Lao Jiao took out a cigarette and handed it to Brother Ren. The latter did not answer, "Ask whatever you want." Brother Ren knew that Lao Jiao must have had some reason why he stayed behind on purpose. "Old Xie, half of the street is full of tigers and I'm going to chop them down. I just can't understand why you don't have to be so hasty even if you want to kill all the birds and put away the bows, right? Hongsan Street is just an old street of a few hundred meters. Lao Xie is a big shot in Hongsan Street, but looking at the entire Bingfu, he is not even in the third echelon. With such a sphere of influence, Lao Xie can completely use the two of them to continue expanding it. Why is he in a hurry to take action against Little White Tiger?" Brother Ren silently lit a cigarette, feeling emotional. He is Lao Xie's man, and it would be wrong to sell out Lao Xie. But if he doesn't vomit today, Lao Jiao will probably let him go. People are all selfish, and Lao Xie's treatment of Little White Tiger has chilled the hearts of many people. Brother Ren let out a heavy breath. "You are just a token of surrender." Lao Xie has climbed up the ladder. The other party has put forward conditions, they also want both of your lives. Why? Lao Jiao was puzzled. Do you remember that 3 months ago, Lao Xie asked you and Little White Tiger to deliver a batch of goods out of the city? Brother Ren looked ashamed and said, 3 months ago, the goods you delivered belonged to those people, but you heard noises along the way and found out that they were a group of children, so you let them go. Lao Jiao slapped his head and realized that Lao Xie had indeed asked him and Xiao Baihu to send a batch of goods out of the city. Outside the city is a lawless place abandoned by law and modernization. There are no cops and no moral constraints. At the same time, outside the city, there are attacks from transformers, so there are all kinds of people there. After Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu discovered a group of children being transported, they guessed what was going on. What else can you do by selling your children out of town? Those shameful and insane activities. For Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao, who grew up in a garbage dump, these children are just shadows of their past selves. To transport them out of the city is to push them into the fire pit. So the two of them turned around and sent the person back to the city. You two are so damn arrogant. Who else can control you in Hongsan Street except Lao Xie? Little White Tiger dares to scold Lao Xie after drinking some bee wine. Now you have released the goods. Will the people behind you let you go? Brother Ren smoked silently. Those people are very powerful in the city. They don't lack lackeys like you. Since you are unwilling to go along with them, you must be eliminated. What they want is the warehouse on Hongsan Street to temporarily store the goods. Do you understand? If you don't obey, what if you expose the truth one day? Brother Ren stopped talking after he finished speaking. He also knew that those actions were unscrupulous. But how easy is it to survive in the end times? It is normal to spend 1,000 yuan to buy a wife and 800 yuan to buy a child. In an age where survival is difficult, conscience only exists in a minority of people. Brother Ren, what will happen if those children are transported out of the city? Lao Jiao let out a long sigh. God had no idea how difficult it was for him and the Little White Tiger to grow up. There are hundreds of people in a garbage dump, but only Lao Jiao and his group can survive to this age. Brother Ren didn't say anything, the latter already understood. The training of the thrilling thing is just like how Lao Jiao and his friends used to pick things up on the streets when they were little. The stupid ones were sent to beg with their hands and feet cut off. At worst. Have you ever come across this business? Lao Jiao lowered his head. His childhood misfortune was a lifelong nightmare for him, so Lao Jiao never hurt a child in his entire life. What will I eat if I don't touch it? You have a conscience but you are out. This is reality, brother. Brother Ren defended himself by saying, I have a big family to support. Just go to the roadside and see how many people die in a winter. I just want my wife and children to live well. Lao Jiao no longer had the heart to listen to him. Let's go, Brother Ren. Brother Ren was stunned as he heard continuous gunshots and painful wails coming from downstairs. Brother Ren's expression changed drastically. Lao Jiao had no intention of letting them go at all. This is a city. You killed so many people. Both the black and white worlds want to kill you. Brother Ren said this to save his own life. Tap tap tap. Outside the door, Hegu, covered in blood, walked in like a devil. 9 brothers. Is it done? Lao Jiao asked, pointing downstairs. Yes, I left the driver to take the body to a deserted place and bury it. After Hegu finished his work, he took off his blood-soaked clothes and went into the bathroom to clean up. The sound of Hai Dog's whistle came from the bathroom. Brother Ren was disheartened. Brother Ren, Lao Jiao handed him a cigarette. If your child was kidnapped out of town, what would you do? Brother Ren, who had been speaking righteously just now, was suddenly speechless. Yes, your own children are children, but what about other people's children? In the last days, someone has to have a conscience. Lao Jiao sighed, dog. The bathroom door was opened, and Hai Dog walked into the living room wearing a pair of underwear full of holes and emitting white smoke. Bang. Brother Ren's body shook and blood flowed down his forehead. Hai Dog put the gun in his underwear and went back to the bathroom. We were the unwanted kids who grew up in a garbage dump. Do you know how hard it was to survive? Lao Jiao sighed, I gave you a chance to live, but you couldn't grab it. After finishing their work, the brothers quickly walked into the operating room. The operating room was converted from a bedroom, so a window was left. There was a rope tied to the window and the little white tiger was hanging outside the window. Lao Jiao didn't take the little white tiger away at all. Tiger. Brother Tiger is awake. Several brothers surrounded the little white tiger, who had already opened his eyes. The body hair disappears and there are no other sequelae except that the body becomes slightly taller. Several brothers helped little white tiger sit on the bed, and Lao Jiao and little white tiger looked at each other. The two brothers who valued each other more than their own lives just stared at each other in silence. "Thank you for your hard work, my friend." The little white tiger grinned in a hoarse voice, pretending to be relaxed. He knew how difficult it was for Lao Jiao during his absence. He had to save himself, take revenge, and avoid being hunted by Lao Xie. Silly bird. Lao Jiao turned his head proudly, his eyes red. Hee, I can't repay you for what I owe you in this life. I'll pay you back in the next life. The little white tiger stared at Lao Jiao's back. The latter turned his back to the little white tiger and raised his middle finger. "I will stay away from you in the next life, stupid bird." "Haha, you silly dog, you can't hide. I will be your brother in the next life and the next life after that." The little white tiger jumped up and jumped onto Lao Jiao's back. "Silly bird, come down." "No, haha. Fuck you. Haha." The brothers huddled together, playing and fighting like they did when they were children. After a long time, the brothers sat on the ground panting, and the little white tiger looked at Lao Jiao seriously. "How many of us are missing?" After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Lao Jiao pointed at the people in the room with guilt and said, "There were more than 20 people, and now there are only 12 of us left." These 20 or Southwest people were close brothers who grew up with little white tiger from the garbage dump. Now there are only 12 of them left. Little white tiger felt a pain in his chest. "I will make Lao Xie repay you 100-fold for the injuries you have suffered. Believe in you." Hongsan Street, inside the logistics market. As Lao Xie's base camp, Hongsan Street is just like other streets in the apocalypse, with a muddy dirt road, dilapidated low houses on both sides, and the road is crowded with homeless people and beggars whose lives are unknown. Hongsan Street is a microcosm of the end of the world. Everyone was living in dire straits, but even so, they were still the envy of people outside the city. The reason why Lao Xie was able to climb to a higher position was because of the logistics market within Hongsan Street. The market is not big, but all freight in and out of the city passes through here, and some vehicles unload here. "Boss Ding, I'm sorry, this incident will definitely not affect your business, don't worry." Lao Xie stood in the office and explained humbly to the person on the phone. "Even my own henchman can't figure it out. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't figure it out, I'll let you find someone on Hongsan Street who can talk better." The person on the other end of the phone decided Lao Xie's life or death with just a few words. Looking at the huge market and the thugs gathered outside the window, Lao Xie held his phone tightly. Once a person gets used to wealth and honor, he doesn't want to lose it, so he won't allow anyone to take away everything that belongs to him. Xiao Kuei, urged the awakeners to keep a close eye on Lao Jiao. "We must take him down tomorrow." Lao Xie opened the office door and gave instructions to the men outside. "Yes, boss, which house shall we send you to today?" Xiao Kuei asked in a self-defeating way. Lao Xie's face changed, and he kicked the other person in the stomach angrily. "What time is it? You're going to sleep in the office today." Lao Xie has been frightened by Lao Jiao, and now he wants to gather everyone to the warehouse to protect himself. The 2 sharpest knives were now pointed at him, making Lao Xie extremely angry. "Send more people out on patrol." Lao Xie closed the door cursing, took out a bulletproof vest from the safe and put it on. Xiao Kuei stood at the door in dissatisfaction, spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, and walked to an empty corner alone. "Sister-in-law." Xiao Kuei called Lao Xie's home. "Brother won't be back today," the younger brother whispered, covering his phone. "Then come on, I'll wait for you at the old place." "Hey, wait for me, baby." Xiao Kuei put on a large black cotton jacket, started the car and drove out of the warehouse alone. When passing by the sentry post at the gate, Xiao Kuei yelled to the sentry with a gloomy face, "Be smart, I'm going to go out and give my sister-in-law some medicine, protect my brother. Got it, Brother Kuei. Clear. The car starts. Oh, it's so good to be the eldest brother. It would be even better if Lao Xie was gone. Xiao Kuei hummed a little tune and went to see his baby. Heavy snow was falling from the sky, and the strong wind blew the blizzard so hard that it hurt people's faces. Pedestrians on the street have already taken a rest. In such a cold day, except for some special workers, everyone else has already hidden in their beds. Outside the logistics market, there were only a few street lights flickering on the straight streets. Hey, baby, are you taking your medicine today or should I take it? Xiao Kuei held the steering wheel with one hand and a cell phone in the other with a lewd look on his face. What are you eating? Half of Lao Xie's cubs are your offspring. Come here quickly. Hey. Xiao Kuei stepped on the accelerator proudly. Sizzle. The car braked suddenly and Xiao Kuei looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. Ma, it can't be that small. Xiao Kuen's legs began to tremble, and the car stalled at this moment. The street light with poor contact flickered, and Xiao Kuei swallowed. Under the street light, 11 dark shadows, completely covered in raincoats, stood in a row. As the street lights flickered, each time they came on, the row of people got one step closer to the car. Ghost, ghost. Xiao Kuei finally ignited the car after several attempts. Just as I was about to reverse, I saw a cigarette butt flickering on the side of the road less than 5 meters away from me. The man huddled in the darkness, and half of his face could be vaguely seen through the lit cigarette butt. Ghost. Wow. The men in the shadows on the roadside leaped forward 4 or 5 meters and kicked Xiao Kuei's car without waiting for Xiao Kuei to react. Sizzle. The car slid 2 meters on the ice, hit the side of the road and overturned. Bang. Xiao Kuei looked up in confusion and saw a black shadow falling from the sky and hitting the car heavily. Xiao Kuei was hit with a bruised face and nose, and looked at the boy standing on the overturned car door in horror. Through the window, the resolute face of the little white tiger came closer. Tiger, tiger, tiger. Bang. The little white tiger smashed the glass with one punch, holding the money in one hand and the knife in the other. Pick one. Since Xiao Kuei could be Lao Xie's trusted younger brother, he must be very smart and he understood what Xiao Baihu meant in an instant. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief that the killer little white tiger did not intend to kill him for the time being. Brother Tiger, you are not dead. Xiao Kuei pretended to be happy and shouted, I was scared to death. I heard that you were executed. I was so sad. A shotgun was thrust in through the car window, interrupting Xiao Kuei's attempts to get close to him. Lao Jiu's cold and cruel face appeared. Xiao Kuei shuddered and didn't dare to continue talking nonsense. The 8th one is crazy, the 9th one is mad. It is better to offend the 8th than the 9th. As soon as Lao Jiu appeared, Xiao Kuei knew that he had to be careful with every word he said next. How uncomfortable is it? Lao Jiu's gloomy voice said, cry for a while and let me see. No, brother 9. If you don't cry, I'll shoot you. No, brother, dear brother, I was wrong. Xiao Kuei cried, he was so scared. The barrel of Lao Jiu's gun was pressing against his crotch. Lao Jiu put away his gun with satisfaction, and Xiao Baihu stood outside the car and waved to Xiao Kuei. The latter didn't dare to do anything tricky and obediently climbed out of the car and knelt on the ground with his hands on his head. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and the thick snow curtain blocked the view of the logistics market in the distance. 13 young men in raincoats surrounded Xiao Kuei. There are more than 100 people in the market, 20 at the front door, 30 at the back door, and more than 50 people lying in ambush in the warehouse. Xiao Kuei didn't wait for the little white tiger to speak and just said it. He even dared to seduce Lao Xie's wife, so how could he risk his life for Lao Xie? Lao Xie is afraid that you will raid his lair, so he has made sufficient preparations this time. No need to punish me, I don't believe what you say. Lao Jiu curled his lips and called a few of his younger brothers to beat him up first. I have a perfect reason to betray Lao Xie. Xiao Kuei raised 3 fingers to the sky and said, I killed my sister-in-law. What the hell? Little White Tiger and Old Nine's worldviews were shattered. Higu scratched his crotch and said, "My friend, you are still stronger. We are stabbing Lao Xie, but you are stabbing my sister-in-law." Ahem. Little White Tiger interrupted High Dog's gossiping soul and asked sternly, "Can you lead the person away?" "The person guarding the front gate is mine, I can take him away," Xiao Kuei assured, "but you must kill Lao Xie, otherwise I will be done for." Lao Jiu kicked the other men in the face and said, "Why weren't you afraid when you got into bed? Lead the way." "I was forced. I was ordered around by Lao Xie during the day and by his wife at night. I'm having a hard time, brother." Xiao Kuei shook his bangs. Xiao Kuei, CNM, where did you die?" The heavy snow blocked the surveillance camera's view. Lao Xie, who was alone in the office, felt inexplicably palpitating and quickly called for his younger brother. The younger brother at the door knocked on the office door and said, "Boss, Brother Kuei is out doing something." "It's already this hour, is there anything more important than my life?" Lao Xie looked at the white surveillance video and asked worriedly, "How are Sanner and the others preparing?" Sanner and Xiao Baihu are about the same age and were also raised by Lao Xie since childhood, but their team does not get along with Xiao Baihu's team. When the Little White Tiger was around, the two sides often fought with each other and neither would give in. It was only because Lao Jiu and Xiao Baihu were too murderous that San Er and his gang were suppressed. Now that the Little White Tiger has been driven away, Sanner and his group of little brothers have naturally taken over and become the third in command of Lao Xie's gang. "Third brother, they are all ready," the younger brother shouted through the door. "What are they doing now?" "Let's eat hot pot." Lao Xie was furious. On the eve of the war, the close brother was not there, and the newly promoted Sanner was actually eating hot pot, not taking his own life seriously. Thinking of this, Lao Xie couldn't help but miss the days when the Little White Tiger was still there. At that time, Lao Xie was at the peak of his career. Looking around the nearby blocks, who would not respectfully call him Brother Xie when seeing him? Although Little White Tiger and Old Nine are unruly, they have real abilities and are indeed good to their boss. Lao Xie cursed inwardly, but still stood up, put on a thick cotton coat, hunched his neck, opened the door, and walked towards the warehouse. There is no other way. Now that he has no reliable brothers around him, he can only go to crowded places to give himself a sense of security. "Come on, take me to the warehouse." Lao Xie exhaled a breath of white air and rubbed his frozen palms. The two of them walked on the thick snow and looked towards the main gate, their bodies suddenly shocked. There was no one at the sentry post where someone was supposed to be on duty. "It's over, Lao Jiu has come in." Lao Xie subconsciously took out his gun and ran towards the warehouse under the protection of several of his younger brothers. "Hurry up, you are a bunch of rubbish. You didn't even notice that Lao Jiu came in." In the middle of winter, Lao Xie was actually frightened to the point of sweating profusely. "The wolf cub that I raised is finally going to bite me back." Bang. The warehouse door was violently kicked open by Lao Xie. Sanner and his group were eating hot pot around the charcoal fire. Now that Little White Tiger is gone, Lao Xie can only fight against this group of people, so even though Lao Xie is furious he doesn't dare to show it. "Are you eating?" Lao Xie greeted Sanner with a wry smile. The latter hadn't realized the problem yet and stood up casually to greet Lao Xie. "Brother, please sit down. It's too cold for the brothers. Eat something. We'll be staying up all night today and we won't let Lao Jiu in." Lao Xie twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Lao Jiu has come in." While planning to find an opportunity to get rid of Sanner after the matter was over, he sat down and chatted with the other party. "Why are all the people at the door gone?" Lao Xie deliberately reminded Sanner to go and take a look. San Er was confused and said, "Those are Xiao Kuei's people, I don't know either. It's not sensible and has no tact." Lao Xie shook his head secretly. "Third brother, let's send some people out to take a look." Fortunately, another younger brother of Lao Xie spoke up to remind him. "On such a cold day, only ghosts would come to attack us. We are not wearing enough clothes." Sanner complained and shouted to his men, "Go and check what's going on." "Don't worry, boss. We are here. As long as Lao Jiu steps in, I guarantee they won't be able to get out." Sanner gave Lao Xie a cup of hot wine to comfort him. In Sanner's opinion, Lao Jiao is already at the end of his strength and is now just fighting a desperate battle. So I didn't take Lao Jiao seriously at all. Lao Xie had no words to express his suffering, and there was nothing he could do as he had to rely on this group of people for protection. Woo woo woo. The sound of a car roared outside the warehouse. Lao Xie and San Er looked at each other. Your people. In this cold winter, it is easy to freeze to death even if you sit in the cab with the air conditioner on. Once a car breaks down or has a problem, the driver is almost certain to freeze to death on the road. Who drives at night? Sanner called his two younger brothers to go out and see what was going on. Boom. As the two men walked to the door of the warehouse, the door was violently kicked open. Two heavy trucks rushed straight into the warehouse. The two unlucky Sanner brothers were knocked away more than 10 meters. Sizzle. The heavy truck rushed into the warehouse and stopped in front of Lao Xie accompanied by the biting cold wind. Lao Xie guessed that Lao Jiao would come, but he never guessed that Lao Jiao would enter in this way. Bang. The truck door opened, and Haigo half lay on the door and waved to Lao Xie, "Boss, third brother, long time no see. Traitor, how dare you come?" Sanner grabbed the thing on the table and pointed it at Haigu. "Come on, hit this way, CNM." Hai Dog jumped out of the car and pulled open his clothes around his waist, revealing explosives wrapped all over his body. "Let's shoot." Hai Dog stepped forward, grabbed the barrel of Sanner's gun and pressed it against his chest. "Do you know how to pull the trigger? Do you want me to teach you?" "Bebe. Here we come." Another teenager driving a heavy truck ran directly to Lao Xie from the passenger seat carrying 2 cans of liquefied gas. "You have more people and you are so awesome, but there are only 2 of us, just kill us and that's it." The boy named Bebe, with a big pigtail, aimed a spray gun at the liquefied gas pipe. Lao Xie and Sanner looked at each other and their faces twitched at the same time. Same recipe, same way of doing things. Only people from Lao Jiao would be so crazy. But it did scare dozens of Sanner's brothers. There were dozens of weapons behind Sanner, pointed at the 2 men, but no one dared to open fire. As the 2 sides were in a tense standoff, the sound of footsteps on the snow was heard outside the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 familiar figures walking out from the wind and snow. Clatter. Lao Jiao calmly lit the lighter, and Little White Tiger lowered his head and lit a cigarette. "Boss, long time no see." Little White Tiger and his 10 other brothers stood in a row at the door of the warehouse. The moment he saw the Little White Tiger, Lao Xie couldn't help but take a breath. Sanner's previous arrogance disappeared at this moment. This is the suppressive power of the Little White Tiger. As long as the Little White Tiger is there, his group of brothers have a backbone, and the destructive power they unleash is immeasurable. Tap, tap, tap. The 11 brothers moved in unison and strode into the warehouse. In front of dozens of people, Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu walked straight up to Lao Xie. Wow. A younger brother dragged 2 chairs in front of the table, and the Little White Tiger sat down and crossed his legs. "If you don't dare to shoot, don't point a gun at me." The 9th brother put his hands in his pockets and kicked the 3rd brother in the face without warning. "Get out of the way. We 2 brothers are here. You can only stand here." Sanner lost face in front of his brothers and put the muzzle of the gun directly to Lao Jiao's head. The Little White Tiger raised his eyelids slightly and calmly took out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks from the table. "My favorite tofu." Lao Jiao let Sanner point his gun at his head, then calmly picked up a piece of tofu with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. "Here, your favorite offal." After finishing, Lao Jiao did not forget to give the Little White Tiger a piece of meat. "Boss, I just got out of prison, and you're welcoming me like this." Little White Tiger opened the wine on the table and filled Lao Jiao's cup. Lao Xie knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully, but he did not want to lose face as the boss. He waved his hand, signaling his men to put down their guns. Lao Jiao didn't pull out his gun, and Xiao Baihu didn't pull out his gun either. His men pointed their guns at others but didn't dare to shoot. Doesn't this make them seem insecure? Xiao Hu, I. Lao Xie hesitated for a long time and picked up the wine glass. "Welcome back." "I can't go back." Lao Jiao lowered his head and ate the hot pot. "Boss, How do we two brothers treat you? Good. Lao Xie did not deny it. They took over half of the street. Apart from being a little arrogant sometimes, Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu have never done anything to let Lao Xie down. Okay. Seeing that Lao Xie did not deny him, Little White Tiger raised his glass and said, "This glass, I toast you. No matter what, you have raised us brothers for almost 10 years. Even though Lao Xie raised them to steal things on the streets, they would be punished if they failed to complete their tasks. But it is undeniable that without Lao Xie, they might have died long ago." Lao Xie seemed to remember the past when Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu were under his command, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. "Xiao Jiao, to be honest, I regret it." It is not known whether what Lao Xie said was true or not, but his eyes were red as he said with all his heart, "I don't want it to get to this point. How could I let the prophet blind me?" Lao Xie drank the wine in one gulp. "We both wholeheartedly assist you, why do you have to kill us?" Lao Jiao picked up a piece of meat and put it into Little White Tiger's bowl. "Every time there is a fight, we rush to the front and we get the least money." "Why?" Lao Xie lowered his eyes, pondered for a moment, picked up the wine bottle and took a big gulp. "I also want to make my brothers live a good life. What's the point of guarding this street? I want to go out, so I have to accept their recruitment. You are the ones they specifically want to get rid of." Lao Xie's eyes were red and there were faint tears flashing in his eyes as he spoke half-truthfully. Maybe he really didn't want to get rid of the two of them, but he was still the one who betrayed Little White Tiger. "If you want to get out, we can help you fight your way out. If you don't want to hurt me, then how did my brother die?" The Little White Tiger saw clearly the hypocrisy of his elder brother. The two sides have been together day and night for almost 10 years, and they know what kind of person Lao Xie is. A man who is short-sighted and willing to sell out his brothers for petty gains. Seeing that his words were exposed, Lao Xie sighed and stopped pretending. "Xiao, outsiders say that I, Lao Xie, would be a thief without you. Everyone respects you, so what should I do?" Lao Xie finally spoke his true thoughts. "I know you won't betray me, but have you ever thought about it? What I'm worried about is not whether you have the intention to rebel, but whether you have the ability to rebel. Your brothers only recognize you. When Lao Jiao shot me with a gun, did you care that I am your boss?" Lao Xie became more and more excited as he spoke, as if all the faults lay with Little White Tiger and Lao Jiao. Faced with Lao Xie's unreasonable arguments, the Little White Tiger did not care and drank without saying a word. "Xiao, go ahead and develop in another prefecture. Just think of me as your brother letting you down, okay?" Lao Xie said almost pleadingly, while constantly glancing out the door. A dark shadow flashed past the door. When Lao Xie saw the figure, he instantly felt confident. "Otherwise I'll just have to leave you behind." Little White Tiger exhaled heavily. "If you had only targeted me and didn't kill my brother, I could have tolerated this, but since my brother is gone, you have to pay with your life." Seeing that the situation was not right, Sanner pointed his gun directly at the Little White Tiger. "CNM, do you really think we are afraid of you?" "You can't leave today," I said. While everyone's attention was drawn to Sanner, Lao Xie suddenly picked up the knife on the table and stabbed the Little White Tiger in the chest. Clang! A metallic collision sound was heard. The knife in Lao Xie's hand hit the Little White Tiger but failed to penetrate at all. A gleam of light flashed in the Little White Tiger's eyes, and his pupils split into two. Awakened. Awakened. Lao Xie was confused. Before going to prison, Little White Tiger was an ordinary person. How did he suddenly become an awakened one? If it wasn't an awakened one, how could the knife not hurt the Little White Tiger? After stabbing twice more and confirming that the Little White Tiger was indeed an awakened one, Lao Xie shouted to the outside of the door, "Why don't you do it?" Bang! Saner opened fire. The bullet hit the Little White Tiger's chest, but failed to penetrate his body. Bite! The bullet fell to the ground and blood flowed out. Thermal weapons can cause damage to those who have awakened. Seeing that Saner was about to open fire, Lao Jiao moved. Lao Jiao grabbed the boiling hot pot and put it directly on Saner's head. Ah! Poured under the boiling hot pot, Saner covered his face and rolled over in pain. At the same time, the Little White Tiger grabbed Lao Xie's hair. You have to pay for my brother's life. As Lao Xie exclaimed, the little white tiger pressed his head directly into the charcoal fire. A smell of barbecue wafted over, and Lao Xie struggled in agony. Get started. Lao Xie frantically called for help. Call out. A 2-meter-long steel pipe passed through the heavy truck and went straight to the back of the little white tiger's head. Careful. Lao Jiao was one step faster and pushed the little white tiger away, but he himself was pierced by the steel pipe. There's someone at the door. Lao Jiao shouted loudly. Fire. Sanner also reacted, and both sides became furious. Don't fucking hit the guy with explosives. Sanner did not forget to remind his subordinates before he died. Once the explosives on High Dog explode, everyone in the warehouse may be killed. Sanner's men dragged Sanner back to the cover before they dared to open fire. Little White Tiger's brothers opened fire immediately, not afraid of the opponent's bullets at all. Tat-tat. 12 people against 50 people, Xiao Baihu's brothers, led by Hegu, stood in place and pressed the opponent. CNM, are you hiding from me? Come out and fight me. High Dog made a big jump and leaped onto the wooden box in the warehouse like a god descending from heaven, suppressing the opponent alone. Take Lao Jiao back to the car. The little white tiger was worried about Lao Jiao's injury, so he grabbed Lao Xie and lifted him up high. Lao Xie, we are even now. No, Xiaohu, I was wrong. Click. The little white tiger slammed Lao Xie down heavily and raised himself up on one knee at the same time. The big boss who dominated Red 3rd Street eventually died at the hands of the wolf cub he raised. Lao Xie's spine was broken in two and he was dying. The little white tiger carried Lao Jiao and hid behind a heavy truck. The two sides fired at each other from behind cover. There was a big hole in Lao Jiao's chest and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Hold on, Lao Jiao. The little white tiger's eyes were red and tears of anxiety were welling up in his eyes. Don't worry about me, there's someone outside, damn, kill him, leave the people in the warehouse to me. After saying this, Lao Jiao pushed little white tiger away, took out a shotgun from his waist and rushed out of the heavy truck. Bei. Lao Jiao roared. Bei understood what Lao Jiao meant and picked up the gas tank on the ground and threw it at the other party. Bang. Lao Jiao's accurate shot blew up the liquefied gas tank, and the violent explosion directly killed a dozen people behind their nearest shelter. Ah. The warehouse was filled with the painful cries of Sanner's men. When the smoke cleared, a sea of fire separated the two groups of people. Brother Jiao, there is one more. Bei excitedly raised another can of liquefied gas. Woo-woo. The sound of rapidly breaking through the air sounded again. Another steel pipe flew in from outside the warehouse, this time piercing directly through Bei. Clang. The liquefied gas tank rolled into the sea of fire. Bei knelt on one knee and touched her chest in confusion. CNM. After two of his brothers were injured in succession, little white tiger grabbed the meat-cutting knife on the ground and rushed out of the warehouse. There was no sign of each other in the vast snow. But after awakening, the little white tiger could sense the other party's faint breath. The other party is obviously also awakened. CNM, come out and fight me one-on-one. Little white tiger stood at the door of the warehouse, I will kill you today. In the warehouse, Lao Jiao dragged Bei into the bunker. Sanner and his gang took the opportunity to suppress Lao Jiao's group. Brother Jiao, it's cold. Bei huddled in Lao Jiao's arms, trembling all over, and covered his wound with his fingers, but found that his fingers could get into his body. Hit through. Bei breathed heavily, her face was pale. Brother Jiao, I feel so cold, as if I have returned to that day again. Lao Jiao stared at Bei with wide eyes but could do nothing but let the tears fall. When I was 8 years old, it was also this cold. You and brother who picked me up. It wasn't cold anymore that day. Brother, I was going to die. Bei couldn't bear to look at his brothers. They grew up together, accompanied and depended on each other, and his eyes were full of affection. You won't die, don't worry, I'll take you to the hospital. Lao Jiao hugged Bei tightly. My parents don't want me, Brother 9, if I die, can I reincarnate and come back to find you? You don't want me and don't recognize me. Bebe's mouth was full of blood and his eyes were blurry. Don't die. High Dog grabbed Bebe's hair and begged. I saw my brothers, they came to pick me up. Bebe grinned and said, it's so nice to be your brother. Cigarette, give me a cigarette. Bebe trembled and groped his body. A brother took out a cigarette from behind and put it into Bebe's mouth. Even though the brothers were used to seeing life and death, they still could not face the death of their brothers calmly. Fire, fire. Lao Jio struggled to turn on the lighter, as if God was deliberately making things difficult for these guys. The lighter wouldn't light it. Bebe laughed miserably. Brothers, wait for me, I'm going to borrow a light. Bebe, who was breathing in more than out, suddenly opened his eyes wide, pushed Lao Jio away, and jumped out from behind the cover. He rushed into the sea of fire amid the confused looks of Sanner's men and picked up the red-hot jar. Snap. Bebe jumped into a shelter holding a gas tank. Sanner and his group looked at Bebe, who jumped in confusion, and everyone looked at each other. Brother Jio, keep the brothers alive. Don't come to me too early. The brothers are gone. Bebe bit the cigarette in his mouth and gave Sanner a provocative smile, borrow a light. Run. Sanner and others reacted and rushed out of the shelter. Bang. Bebe shot and blew up the gas tank, and Sanner and his group were all engulfed in fire. In the snow. The little white tiger faced the awakened opponent alone. In a place where the light of the warehouse could not reach, a figure moved quickly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 steel pipes flew out from the darkness, and the little white tiger dodged them by rolling over. After absorbing the blood of the demon ancestor and becoming an awakened being, the little white tiger's abilities have undergone a qualitative leap. Woo woo woo. A gust of wind blew, bringing with it wind and snow, making it impossible for the little white tiger to open his eyes. The other party took this opportunity to rush out from the darkness. Die. The spear in the opponent's hand pierced through the little white tiger's shoulder. At this moment, the little white tiger finally saw who was coming. A middle-aged man with rough skin wearing a worn black cotton jacket and a small cotton hat. Don't expose yourself to the enemy, kid. The man said in a hoarse voice, with a proud smile of a winner, it's a pity that you don't have a chance to correct it. The little white tiger didn't feel any pain when his left shoulder was pierced, instead he smiled with a look of success. Snap. The sharp claws slapped the man's face, and the little white tiger spat out blood. CNM, do I need you to remind me to fight when I was 8 years old? The little white tiger pulled out the spear from his shoulder. The men looked at the lively little white tiger in disbelief. Impossible, an awakened one cannot possibly be able to fight back after being stabbed by me. The little white tiger took off his shirt and the blood on his shoulder had stopped. The blood of the demon ancestor is extremely overbearing. After absorbing the blood of the silver-striped tiger, the little white tiger's physical strength far exceeds that of the awakened ones of the same level. Your awakened ability is the enhancement type. The men looked at the little white tiger in panic. Generally, superpowers are divided into enhancement, summoning, elemental, spiritual, auxiliary, mythological, and unknown. The physical strength of the little white tiger should be the strengthening type. However, the strengthening system usually only strengthens a certain part, and I have never seen anyone strengthen their shoulders like little white tiger. What's the use of strengthening or not, CNM, come on, if you can't kill me today, I will definitely kill you. A country bumpkin like Xiao Baihu, who had never been to school and had never systematically studied knowledge about supernatural powers, had no idea what the man was talking about. He only knew that he had to kill the other person today. Boy, the fight between awakened ones is not a street fight. Today I will show you the difference between those who are awakened at the same time. The men grabbed at the air, and the spear on the ground flew back into his hand. Let's see if my summoning type natal spear is sharper or your reinforcement type is stronger. The men jumped up, the gun body shook, and several gun shadows appeared, making it impossible to tell where he wanted to attack. Seeing the little white tiger standing there in a daze, the men laughed and said, "You are indeed a rookie." Puff. The spear pierced through the little white tiger's abdomen again. I don't believe that you can even strengthen your abdomen. The men looked at the little white tiger proudly. The latter also smiled. I don't know how to fight an awakened one, but I know you are definitely not as strong as me. Without waiting for the other party to draw his gun, little white tiger rushed to the men with the gun at his fingertips. The opponent's actual combat ability far exceeded that of little white tiger, so little white tiger didn't even think about hiding and just exchanged injuries for injuries. Snap. The spear completely pierced through the little white tiger, but the little white tiger also rushed in front of the opponent. Without waiting for the men to make the next move, the little white tiger hugged the men. CNM, stab my brother. The little white tiger roared angrily, and the men subconsciously wanted to step back, but the little white tiger's arms were so powerful that the men couldn't break free for a while. Bang. The little white tiger's head hit the other's face. Let me show you how we fight on the ground. The little white tiger kept hitting the opponent's face until half of the opponent's face was covered in blood. During this time, the man's hands were not idle, and he beat the little white tiger hard. Gradually, the men became desperate. The physical strength of the little white tiger is simply not something that an awakened person can possess. The blows to his skin were like blows to steel. Aren't you going to teach me how to fight? The little white tiger grinned and bit the other's face. Ah! The men collapsed. In the life and death battle between awakened ones, this kid could actually bite people. The men finally broke free from the little white tiger until it tore off half of the man's face. But this time he didn't dare to attack rashly. Little white tiger's fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries is simply shameless. Seeing that the wound on the little white tiger's abdomen had miraculously stopped bleeding, the men could no longer hold back. This terrifying healing power. CNM, continue. The little white tiger hooked his finger at the other party. The men looked extremely hideous as half of his face was bitten off by the little white tiger. I underestimated you. We have a grudge now. If you succeed, you will definitely not let me go. In that case, I will send you off. The men put away his underestimation of the enemy and used his natal gun once again. This is the martial art I spent 200,000 on. Even though it only has one move, it's enough to deal with you. The man stood firmly on his horse's stance, and the spear in his hand began to spin rapidly. As the spear spun faster and faster, the snow and wind began to gather towards the spear. Dragon spear. The men shouted loudly and charged towards the little white tiger with the butt of the gun in his palm. The natal gun was wrapped in endless wind and snow, like a large electric drill. Crush you. The little white tiger took a breath of cold air. As a rookie who had just become an awakener, he had no idea how to resist such an attack. The little white tiger knows nothing about martial arts. The man was extremely fast and the large electric drill arrived in an instant. The little white tiger wanted to dodge to the side, but found that his legs were rooted. What's going on? The little white tiger and the men were both stunned. He didn't hide. At the critical moment, a childish voice came from the little white tiger's mind. Why are you hiding? You are a waste of your mother's blood. Roar. A beast roar that resounded through heaven and earth. Wow. The snow and wind that enveloped the natal spear was blown away. A translucent, 2-meter-long silver-striped tiger jumped out from the snow at the feet of the little white tiger. Paw paw paw. The spear continued to move forward and hit the silver-striped tiger's head. Under the man's horrified eyes, the natal spear broke into pieces. The silver-striped tiger's eyes were full of contempt, and it slapped the man away dozens of meters. Roar. The silver-striped tiger roared at the little white tiger arrogantly, then jumped up and slammed heavily on the man. No, you are a summoner, you lied to me. The man roared in resentment before he died. The silver-striped tiger bit the other's head to pieces with one bite. The little white tiger looked at the silver-striped tiger in front of him in confusion. Why did the other party look so familiar? Sure enough, the silver-striped tiger walked towards the little white tiger in the wind and snow. The further it walked, the smaller its body became, and finally it turned into a kitten the size of a palm. It is the daughter of the demon ancestor. The little kitten held its tail high, and walked arrogantly to the feet of the little white tiger like a victorious general. Lift your feet. Another pea, on the little white tiger's feet. You and I share a body, so you possess all the characteristics of the demon ancestor lineage. Practice well and don't let me take action every time. The little silver-striped tiger proudly turned into a burst of white light and drilled into the little white tiger's body. Target elimination. 1,000 meters away, Mr. Lee and a team of people watched the entire battle calmly. Did you take the picture? Mr. Lee asked the men operating the drone next to him. Photograph them all. The men nodded. Mr. Lee raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile. The blood of the demon ancestor is indeed powerful. Notify our people to enter the scene. Mr. Lee lit a cigarette and got into the car. The fight is almost over before you enter, the men asked doubtfully. With so many people dead, how can they stay in the city if we don't deal with them? Go in and take over the battle. Yes. Brother 9 is dying. The battle in the warehouse was basically over, and Lao Jiao was carried out of the warehouse by several people. The powerful attack from the awakened one just now is simply not something that an ordinary person can withstand. If an ordinary person gets hit by this blow, he will die on the spot like Bebe. Lao Jiao relied on his willpower to hold on until the end of the battle. Lao Jiao looked at the little white tiger weakly, with a relieved smile on his face. The awakened one is awesome, I feel relieved. Old 9. Having already lost Bebe, everyone almost collapsed when Lao Jiao fell down. Lao Jiao, like Xiao Baihu, is the belief of this group of people. Don't cry, it's normal for someone to die in this world. It's just that it's me who died this time. Anyway, it's painful to live in this chaotic world. Lao Jiao gasped for breath and was already showing signs of suffocation. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. I'll take you to the hospital, support you. The little white tiger hugged Lao Jiao with a broken heart. This is his most important brother, a brother who shares the same life with him. No. I won't go, my internal organs are all messed up. Lao Jiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Live well with everyone. It's not easy for us, the kids from the garbage dump. Lao Jiao's eyes gradually became unfocused. The rear headlights come on. More than a dozen cars simultaneously crashed through the railings at the entrance of the logistics market and sped towards them. Brother Tiger. Hai Dog begged with tears in his eyes, save Brother Jiao. The little white tiger looked at the big hole in Lao Jiao's chest and knew that even if he was sent to the hospital, there was no way he could be saved. But he couldn't face the death of Lao Jiao. That demon ancestor's blood can save him. The voice of the little silver-striped tiger suddenly sounded in my mind. The little white tiger cursed inwardly, I have such a pig brain. What's wrong? The other brothers looked at the little white tiger with sad faces. Now that he had found a way to save Lao Jiao, the little white tiger was in a good mood. But he didn't dare to stay here for long. Who knew whether the person who came was an enemy or a friend? This blood of the demon ancestor was hung on the teeth with a thread and fell into the body, so it did not fall into the stomach like the other three. Naturally, the doctor didn't find anything during the operation. Originally, the little white tiger was still hesitating whether to return it to Mr. Lee, but now it is just right to be used on Lao Jiao. After saying that, the little white tiger took out the blood of the demon ancestor and dripped it into Lao Jiao's mouth without saying a word. Withdraw. Just before the other party entered the market, the little white tiger took advantage of the heavy snow and disappeared in the logistics market. According to the Bingfu Morning News, a major fire broke out on Hongsan Street in Shipu district of our city at midnight yesterday. The fire has caused 80 deaths and the loss of goods is as high as hundreds of thousands. The person in charge of Babao Logistics Center also died in the fire. The mayor called on the general public to pay attention to fire prevention and launched a 1-month fire inspection. The TV broadcast the reason why Lao Xie's gang was destroyed yesterday, and Xiao Baihu and others were confused. After killing Lao Xie yesterday, Little White Tiger brought his men back to the Black Clinic and hid there. I was worried that the matter would become a big deal, but it turned out to be defined as a fire. Everyone looked at each other. No, brother, big brother, my ancestors, can you please not patronize me alone? There are hundreds of black clinics in the Bingfu, you don't have to come to me every time. The doctor who performed surgery on the little white tiger last time looked helpless. He had finally managed to get rid of these plague spirits, but they came back again in less than a day. What are you talking about? We trust your medical skills. Are you afraid that we won't pay you? The little white tiger touched his pocket, it was empty. High Dog glanced at the little white tiger and immediately understood what the other party meant. At that moment, he took 2 younger brothers and some guys and prepared to go out to borrow some money. Don't. Brother, please. The doctor at the black clinic said with a sad face, the person you robbed last time was my brother-in-law. Don't rob the people in this building again. I won't take your money, okay? The little white tiger touched his belly and patted the other person's shoulder with some shame. Hee, we will still pay you back. I'll write you an IOU. The little white tiger picked up the pen on the table, but was reluctant to write. The doctor had no intention of asking them to pay because he had already contacted Mr. Lee privately and the latter would pay the bill for them. Ahem, well, I can't write. You write it. I'll read it to you. The little white tiger handed the pen to the other party, and the doctor looked confused. Why do I feel like I owe you money? The doctor said in a shameless manner, forget it, I won't charge you. Really, I'm afraid that after I cure you, I will owe you $1 million. The little white tiger curled his lips and stopped talking. With the experience from last time, he was not worried that Lao Jio would fall into a coma this time. Just at this moment, Mr. Lee knocked on the door. It is not surprising that Mr. Lee was able to find the little white tiger. The doctor would definitely contact Mr. Lee. Maybe the doctor is his man. Mr. Lee was dusty and his hair was covered with snowflakes. When he saw the little white tiger, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Little White Tiger's performance yesterday was nothing short of impressive. He was able to defeat a peak awakener in his newly awakened state, which gave him a lot of say in front of the big boss. Gentlemen. In any case, Mr. Lee pulled him out of prison and made him an awakened person. This feeling must be acknowledged. The little white tiger stood up, hesitated for a moment, and bowed slightly to Mr. Lee. Seeing this, the other brothers around him also stood up quickly. I've put out a bonus of 500,000 yuan to buy your lives. You're becoming more and more valuable, Mr. Lee said half-jokingly. Killing Lao Xie was a day I expected would come. The reason why the little white tiger didn't foolishly take over Lao Xie's territory was because he was afraid of this. Once Lao Xie dies, the people behind him will definitely take action, otherwise who will dare to hang out with them in the future? Old 800,000. Mr. Lee hesitated for a moment and continued. Puff. The little white tiger choked on the tea and his face turned red. Don't run around during this period. Wait until the storm is over. Mr. Lee took off his gloves and touched the ring in his hand thoughtfully. Little White Tiger has been hanging around on the street since he was a child, and he's pretty good at reading people's expressions. Seeing Mr. Lee like this, I guessed that he must have something to talk to me about. After a while, Mr. Lee spoke first. What are your plans next? We can't stay in the city any longer. Let's leave. Those who can survive outside the city are all ruthless people. The naked guy on the street may pull out a gun and shoot you at any time. With this kind of lifestyle, the big bosses in the city have to think twice before going out of the city to seek revenge. They were a group of ruthless people who even dared to rob the police station, so people in the city and outside the city had a tacit understanding not to disturb each other. You are no longer a human being once you leave the city. Mr. Lee stared at the little white tiger with deep eyes. This is his only chance to tame the little white tiger. The little tiger has grown up now and no shackles can hold him back. If Mr. Lee fails to recruit little white tiger now that he is in trouble, once he runs out of the city, Mr. Lee will be out of reach. Are you interested in working with me? After a long silence, Mr. Lee finally put forward his own ideas. I still have a bonus of several 100,000, so I'm not afraid of getting myself into trouble. The little white tiger grinned. A bunch of scum who do dirty business, they are not qualified to touch me. Mr. Lee lit a cigarette confidently. Come to think of it, we have known each other for such a long time, but I haven't introduced myself to you yet, right? My name is Liu Xian. I am affiliated with Yuanqiao Group and I am temporarily in charge of Bingqing's grain business. How about following me and taking the upright path? Yuanxiao Group is a multinational enterprise, ranked among the top 50 in Longhua. Its industries cover almost all walks of life, making it a true giant. Compared with them, Laoxia is not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Xiaohu, I have high hopes for you guys. Choosing the right path can save you decades of hard work. Mr. Li smiled earnestly and said, my foundation in the Ice Palace is still not stable. If you are willing to come more, I won't say anything. In the future, you will have a place at the top of the Ice Palace. What if I say no? The little white tiger's face was uncertain. Laoxia had hurt him once, so he no longer believed in the so-called big brother. You have eaten the blood of the demon ancestor. If you disagree, the headquarters will send someone to take you back to the headquarters for research. Mr. Li's words were very subtle, but his meaning was very clear. If the little white tiger does not develop under their supervision, he will be captured and taken to the headquarters. Don't take your chances. It's easy for the big boss to catch you. Mr. Li persuaded seriously. Do you know what the big boss thinks of your actions yesterday? Mr. Li asked himself and answered, the big boss said that he hasn't seen a guy like you who is brave and capable in many years. I admire you, too. You have the bloodiness of a young man and a brain that is not empty. I saw your fight with Laoxia yesterday. You were quick from entering the battlefield to retreating. A dozen of you fought against hundreds of people and still managed to escape unscathed. You are the most sharp-minded person of your age that I have ever seen. I need you to help me. That's nice talk. Laoxia once said that for every bite he eats, we get a sip of soup, Hegu muttered with a pout. This group of younger brothers have completely lost confidence in their older brother. To them, they can only survive long enough by relying on themselves. Rely on the mountain and the mountain will fall, rely on the big brother. You don't even know how you will die. Snap. Mr. Li pulled out a pistol from his waist and slammed it on the table. The pure gold gun body is obviously worth a lot of money. I've had this gun for more than 10 years. If I sell it to you, you'll kill me. Mr. Li looked at Little White Tiger seriously. He really didn't want Little White Tiger to be captured and taken to the headquarters. He knew very well what it meant to enter the headquarters. The Little White Tiger stared at the golden gun. He was not afraid of being captured and taken to the headquarters, but he was afraid of implicating his brothers. You guys want to be gangsters for the rest of your lives? Can you escape from the pursuit of that group of people? Haven't enough brothers died? Follow me, and you will all be able to undergo the awakening ceremony. From now on, whoever touches you will be going to war with me. Mr. Li stood up slowly, his eyes determined. I know it's hard for you to trust others. Follow me for 3 years. After 3 years, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. After that, Mr. Li suddenly lowered his voice and said, you secretly hid a blood of the demon ancestor and gave it to Lao Jiu to eat. Only I know about this. You have to follow the rules when you get out there. If you are favored, you have to repay it. It will take 3 years. I have also reported to the higher-ups. Mr. Li used both kindness and force to control the little white tiger with Lao Jiu. It was an accident that the little white tiger took the blood of the demon ancestor, but he did steal the blood of the demon ancestor from Lao Jiu. No matter how generous the big boss is, he will not allow such a thing to happen. The result that awaits them can be imagined. The little white tiger sighed. You need opportunities to rise. With my support, you can save decades of time. After 3 years, it's up to you to decide whether to stay or leave. Boss. The other brothers didn't believe the well-dressed man in front of them. But the little white tiger owed him a favor, and now they really needed a big tree to support their rise. Only when you are strong enough do you have the right to choose. 3 years, I'll repay you a favor. The little white tiger nodded. Mr. Li showed a satisfied smile, picked up his coat and said, come with me. Where are you going? Solve your troubles. The trouble for Little White Tiger must be the people behind Laoxia. Hi Dog and others turned and entered the bedroom, and soon stood behind the Little White Tiger fully armed. It's just you and me going there, we're not going to fight. Mr. Li chuckled and waved his hand to signal others not to go. Give up your little hooligans thinking and use your brains. Today I will teach you the first lesson, take advantage of the situation. Little White Tiger wondered. Leverage. You borrow my power, and I borrow the power of the big boss. Mr. Li patted the Little White Tiger on the shoulder after adjusting his clothes. Everyone knows that a big tree is good for shade. You need to know why and how to use this big tree. After that, the two walked out of the room. High Dog curled his lips and said, "What do you mean by taking advantage of the situation? If they run into us, no matter what group they are from, if they mess with me, I will kill them." After the winter, Bingfu has become a veritable ice city. There were not many vehicles on the road to begin with, and now there are even fewer. Mr. Li's luxury car was speeding along with anti-skid chains. The Little White Tiger felt mixed emotions as he sat in the car with automatic heated seats. "What are you thinking about? It turns out there really are air-conditioned cars that won't freeze people," the Little White Tiger exclaimed as he looked at the envious eyes of people passing by. The cars he had driven before could freeze people to death even in the middle of winter with the air conditioner on. The envious looks from passers-by were something he had never seen before. At this moment, the Little White Tiger seemed to understand what Mr. Li said. "Xiao Hu, you have to remember that when you have seen the peak, you will no longer be a frog in the well. You and Lao Jiao are aggressive, murderous, and dare to fight and take risks. This is a good thing, but you must not solidify your thinking. Not everything can be accomplished by risking your life. The upper class kills people without a knife or blood." As they were talking, the two of them had already entered the most prosperous area of Shipu district. There are a few rare buildings with more than 10 floors here in Bingfu. Even the residents nearby dress more appropriately than those on Hongsan Street. Do you know why Lao Ding, a gangster, would set up his base in an office building? Mr. Li asked jokingly. "He is just a trafficker, why would he act so pretentious?" The Little White Tiger shook his head. "Because he wants to climb up the social ladder. Clothes make the men, and the same applies to power. No matter how big he is on Hongsan Street, he is still a rat. Only if he can establish himself here, he will be qualified to be someone else's glove." After Mr. Li asked and answered his own questions, he opened the car door by himself. He rents this building and pays millions of dollars in rent every year. Why? That's the protection fee he pays to the upper echelons. You can't see or understand these things. Follow me and I'll show you a different world. The two walked straight into the building. Compared to the homeless people who were almost freezing to death outside, the people in the building were wearing ties and suits, and they looked arrogant. Mr. Li. A man who looked like a secretary quickly stepped forward, bowed to Mr. Li and said with a smile, "Mr. Ding, you have been waiting for a long time. Please lead the way." Mr. Li nodded politely. "Go up to the top floor, the decoration inside is the Little White Tiger that I have never seen in my life." The most luxurious house he had ever seen was Lefurinjian, the largest KTV in Shipu district. This was also the first time he saw the biggest ground boss in Shipu district. Lao Ding, a fat white man with a big belly weighing at least 200 pounds. Seeing Mr. Li, Lao Ding's face was full of fat and he said, "Hey, Mr. Li, nice to meet you." Lao Ding stretched out his hands from afar. Mr. Li smiled slightly, and after shaking hands, Lao Ding asked the two to sit down. "Mr. Li is a very busy man. I have been friends with you for a long time, but I have never had time to meet you." Old Ding made tea while smiling. He looked so harmless that it was hard to imagine that he was the biggest human trafficker in Bingfu. "Haha, I'm here." Mr. Li pointed at the Little White Tiger and said, "This is my student, Xiaohu." Lao Ding's hand shook and the scalding hot tea spilled on his hand. Putting down the tea set, Lao Ding looked at the Little White Tiger with a smile. "It's true that heroes emerge young." "Thank you for the compliment, Boss Ding," the Little White Tiger said directly without any stage fright. Little White Tiger and Old Nine are both born to be unwilling to submit to anyone. In their eyes, if you can be the boss, I can take your position if I bring you down. So even when facing Lao Ding, the Little White Tiger was not at all restrained. Old Ding regained his smile, and patted Little White Tiger on the shoulder like a senior. "I don't like people calling me boss. Call me President Ding." "Haha, if it weren't for Mr. Li, you wouldn't be able to get out today." Lao Ding narrowed his eyes and threatened half-jokingly. The Little White Tiger raised his eyelids and reached out to touch the knife behind him in dissatisfaction. Mr. Li took the initiative to hold the little white tiger's hand. Snap. Mr. Li handed over a check. 200,000, Mr. Ding, can you do me a favor? Mr. Li stared at old Ding calmly. The latter stared at the check with a cold face for a long time, and suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Li, you are too polite. Your face is more valuable than a check. I, Lao Ding, like to make friends. Let's just forget about this matter. Lao Ding spoke nicely and put the check away without showing any emotion. After all, Lao Ding was still unwilling to fall out with Mr. Li for the sake of Lao Xie. This is strength. One more thing. Mr. Li had expected the other party to agree, and he calmly lit a cigarette and said, our company has a large logistics volume, so I think we should let him take over the Hongsan Street logistics market land. Lao Xie was killed by Xiao Baihu, and he was from Hongsan Street. According to the rules, he was qualified to take over this street. Lao Ding stopped what he was doing and his face no longer had the friendly look it had just shown. If I let him go and let the little white tiger go, at most I would lose some face. If he gave up Hongsan Street, it would mean that Mr. Li was openly seizing his interests, which would be a serious matter. I remember correctly that Mr. Li is in the grain business. Your goods can still be sold at the Hongsan Street logistics market. I don't have to charge you any money, but Hongsan Street is full of mixed people. As a businessman, it's better for you not to get involved in the bad things on the ground. Lao Ding's words were full of threats. In his opinion, Mr. Li was the head of the branch company, and such a person would not be able to handle matters on the ground. Both sides are determined to take control of Hongsan Street. Little White Tiger looked at Mr. Li in confusion, curious about why he was interested in Hongsan Street. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Mr. Li finished smoking a cigarette silently. I want to use this street. What's your price? Old Ding shook his head with a grim face. Mr. Li, we are all smart people, so don't pretend to be ignorant. The old city is going to renovate Hongsan Street, which will be the center of the future. That street will be a golden cake in the future. Do you also want to get a piece of the pie? Can we talk? Mr. Li asked in a deep voice. Old Ding rubbed his face in embarrassment. The higher-ups are determined to win this project. You are a newcomer. It's a bit inappropriate to ask for a share of the pie as soon as you come to the Bing mansion, isn't it? Nothing to talk about. Mr. Li was too lazy to joke with him and asked directly. Nothing to discuss. Lao Ding firmly refused. Mr. Li, I know you have a strong background, but don't forget that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The waters of Bingfu are deep, and many large groups have failed here. Thank you for the reminder. Let's rely on our own abilities. Mr. Li smiled and stood up to leave. I won't bother Mr. Ding anymore. Lao Ding shook hands with Mr. Li in a friendly manner but did not let go. Mr. Li's expression remained unchanged, and he jokingly asked, why? You want to keep me? Mr. Li is wealthy and powerful. We welcome you to come to Bingfu to develop your business. But if you come and destroy my job, the higher-ups will think I am incompetent. Old Ding grabbed Mr. Li with a forced smile. It seems that Lao Ding is threatening, but in fact he is also telling Mr. Li the truth. He also has people above him, and Mr. Li's background may not be able to suppress him in the Bing mansion. At the same time, he was also telling Mr. Li that he was just an office worker. Swish, swish, swish. There was a crowd of people outside the door. Lao Ding's younger brothers gathered silently at the door. The little white tiger glanced at Lao Ding, picked up the ashtray on the table and walked to the door. Outside the door, a man with dyed red hair and a group of thugs were about to break in. Little White Tiger didn't tolerate them and smashed the man's head with an ashtray. CNM. The brothers outside the door were immediately in a frenzy, and hit the little white tiger on the head with more than a dozen sticks. Stop. Old Ding in the door stopped his men and said with a hypocritical smile, Mr. Li is from a big city. We are used to the poor and remote place of Bingfu. I hope I didn't scare you. Mr. Li smiled back, looked at the little white tiger and asked, Boy, are you afraid? CNM, I've never been a coward in a fight, just take your time to talk it out, no one can come in while I'm here today. The little white tiger took out the dagger from his waist, revealing his ferocious look. The red-haired boy covered his head, which was smashed by the little white tiger, and wanted to attack again because he was not convinced. Lao Ding yelled, "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" The little white tiger sneered and threw away the half ashtray in his hand, took a deep puff of cigarette, and spit a mouthful of thick smoke onto the red-haired face. Old Ding saw the ferocity of the little white tiger. If it were anyone else, they would be so scared that their legs would go limp when surrounded by dozens of people in someone else's nest. The little white tiger was calm and composed, not pretending at all, and he really didn't take the other party seriously. "Mr. Lee has good vision." "Thank you." A red light flashed on Mr. Lee's hand, and Lao Ding, who had been holding him, suddenly let go. Sizzle. Lao Ding's palm made a sizzling sound like barbecue. Obviously it was burned badly. But Lao Ding was also a tough guy and didn't say a word. "Mr. Lee is the first one who dared to take action in this building." Old Ding sneered and put his hands behind his back. "This is not your big city. Mr. Lee, please be careful when walking on the road at night in the future. I have traveled thousands of miles for the company and have never encountered a place where I could not get out. The people behind you don't dare to force me to stay. If I can't get out today, there will be no one alive in this building tomorrow." Mr. Lee picked up the gloves on the table and put them back on, then walked out casually. Dozens of people were crowded at the door. Mr. Lee walked up with a calm expression and patted the sawdust off the little white tiger's hair. "Are you okay?" "You ask him." The little white tiger grinned and pointed at the red-haired man with his chin. Mr. Lee turned to Mr. Ding and said with a smile, "Mr. Ding, I'm sorry, the people below don't know the rules." After saying that, he took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and threw it directly at the red-haired man's face. The golden cash was scattered all over the floor, right next to his face. The red-haired man raised his fist and was about to swing, but the little white tiger took the lead and put the dagger at the man's neck. "Let them go." Old Ding roared impatiently. It is clear at this moment who is strong and who is weak. Mr. Lee dares to take action, but Lao Ding does not dare to stop him. Mr. Lee patted the little white tiger on the shoulder, and the latter understood and pushed the red-haired man away. "CNM, are you looking at chicken feathers? If you are not convinced, then use force to stop us." The little white tiger arrogantly spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, and forced his way through with the powerful strength of an awakened one. When they passed by Lao Ding and his younger brother, everyone glared at them. As long as Lao Ding gives the order, they will rush forward. But the little white tiger was extremely arrogant, pushing the crowd away and provoking them. After sending Mr. Lee to the elevator, the little white tiger turned around and walked towards Lao Ding's office again. "Where are you going?" Mr. Lee asked curiously when he saw the little white tiger re-enter the crowd. "Do something." Little white tiger lit a cigarette and squeezed into Lao Ding's office again. Mr. Lee looked at the little white tiger's back and suddenly gave a meaningful smile. "Wait for you." Mr. Lee shouted from behind the little white tiger. Old Ding was sitting on the sofa holding his cell phone, hesitating about how to make a phone call to report. The office door was pushed open. Old Ding looked back in confusion, and the little white tiger, holding a cigarette in his mouth and with his hands in his pockets, walked towards Old Ding in a gangster-like manner. Snap. The little white tiger sat down again and crossed his legs. "Don't want to leave." Old Ding had a cold face. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, but the little white tiger is too arrogant. That. The little white tiger spat the cigarette butt in his mouth accurately into Lao Ding's tea bowl. "If I hadn't been recruited, I would have destroyed your building today." "What the hell did you say?" Red Hair led his men into the office and shouted angrily at Lao Ding, "Boss, kill them." Old Ding stretched out his hand to interrupt the red-haired boy and sneered at the little white tiger. He didn't believe that little white tiger would dare to take action here. After all, Mr. Lee was still at the door, and this kind of businessman would not put himself in danger. The little white tiger slowly stood up and stretched out his hand to Lao Ding. Lao Ding was stunned as long black hair and sharp claws grew on his right arm. As long as the little white tiger makes any unusual movement, Lao Ding can smash his head with one palm. The little white tiger smiled contemptuously, and without stopping his hands, he took out the check from Lao Ding's arms. Snap. Little white tiger flicks the check with his finger. "I don't need to spend money to buy peace. Mr. Li is not from the ground. I am playing with you on his behalf. Boss Ding, don't let me down. Just use whatever tricks you have. Little White Tiger said and walked out of the office arrogantly. Lao Ding, I'll wait for you on Hongsan Street. On the way back. Why do you have to fight him for Red 3rd Street? The Little White Tiger looked at Mr. Li, who was driving in confusion. The latter smiled mysteriously and pushed up his glasses. It's been 100 years since the end of the world. Now the human race has basically acquired the ability to resist the Transformers. What will they do next? Mr. Li raised his lips and answered the Little White Tiger, rebuild our homeland and restore order. Now there is a lot of work to be done. Anyone with a little bit of brains will plan ahead. What does this have to do with Red 3rd Street? There is only a shabby logistics market on Hongsan Street and it has been burned down. Even if it has great value in the future, Mr. Li has not yet established a firm foothold and there is no need to conflict with the other party now. Red 3rd Street is not important, what is important is a wedge. We, the fierce dragon, will sooner or later take over the cake of the local snake. If it were you, what would you do? Mr. Li turned around and asked with a smile. Just kill them all. Little White Tiger shrugged. When we were in the garbage dump, people would die just to fight for a piece of moldy steamed bun. Only the living are worthy of enjoying the resources. Mr. Li's eyes sparkled with admiration. As expected of a child living in the apocalypse, Mr. Li likes his wildness very much. Yes, and no. I am ruthless enough, but I don't think enough. Mr. Li laughed and said, our goal is to share the cake, not to beat them to death. If you want to get a share of the cake, you must let others know that you have the ability to overturn the table. First, snatch a piece of meat from their mouths and let the local forces fight back. When they find that it is too costly to fight us, they will naturally let us sit on the table, and then we can make up for it by finding some profits from other places. They get the face and we get the substance, and then the ice mansion will be able to stand firm. Dividing the cake is a technical job. We need to take into account the interests of all parties. Don't think that you are strong enough to eat alone. Mr. Li parked the car on the side of the road and suddenly looked at the Little White Tiger seriously. Little brother, the next thing is the fight on the ground. I will fight with the people behind Lao Ding in a duel of internal strength. It's you who are risking your life. Are you afraid? To put it bluntly, the big bosses behind the scenes on both sides are playing their cards, and the outcome will be revealed on the ground. What matters on the ground is financial resources, official connections, and the strength of subordinates. The Little White Tiger frowned. Lao Ding is one of the top bosses in the entire Shipu district, and his strength far exceeds that of Little White Tiger. Lao Xie is just a henchman of Lao Ding's henchmen, not to mention Little White Tiger, who now has only a dozen brothers. Once someone calls out, half of the people in Shipu district will come out to help. How easy is it to kill Lao Ding? The Little White Tiger looked thoughtfully at the snow scene outside the window, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Mr. Li's mouth curled up in satisfaction. Have you thought of a solution? Mr. Li asked with a smile. Take advantage of the situation. The Little White Tiger grinned and put his learning into practice. Oh. Tell me about it. Old Ding has great power but has a natural disadvantage, which is that he has too many dark histories. He has people protecting him, so he is naturally safe, but these things cannot withstand investigation. Little White Tiger touched his stubble and sighed, borrowing the power of the police station. After the Little White Tiger finished speaking, his face darkened again. This is the end of the world, and the discipline of the police station is not as good as in prosperous times. Maybe Lao Ding's backers are people from the police station. Thinking of this, the Little White Tiger suddenly felt powerless. You are a teachable kid. Mr. Li took out a cigarette and handed it to Little White Tiger. So you should plan before you act. If the enemy takes one step, you should think 3 steps ahead. Before I came to Bing Mansion, I spent 1 million to bring down the chief detective from the neighboring mansion who hated evil. Mr. Li smiled proudly. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have been demoted to Bing Mansion now. Hiss. The Little White Tiger took a breath of cold air. While he was in prison, he heard that Mr. Li had been in prison for more than a year. This means that Mr. Li had been planning the Ice Mansion a year ago or even earlier. The little white tiger was convinced and bowed to Mr. Li, saying, "Awesome. You and Lao Jiao are both good talents. I want to train you to be my right-hand men. Don't let me down." Mr. Li patted little white tiger and said, "The rest is up to you. I will buy you half a month. In half a month, Lao Ding will not touch Hongsan Street. In half a month, you and Lao Jiao must stand firm." Little white tiger didn't say anything more and just stretched out his hand. "Give me some money. Anyway, we are helping Mr. Li, so there is nothing wrong with Mr. Li giving money." Mr. Li smiled brightly and readily took out a check for 1 million. "This is my private money and cannot be reimbursed. Don't let me waste it," Mr. Li said half-jokingly. "I started playing on the ground when I was 8 years old. Not to mention Lao Ding, I will never submit to anyone from the Bing mansion." Back to the Black Clinic. Mr. Li was going to the company to handle some business, and the little white tiger walked into the room carrying a large bag of money. The other brothers were sitting together playing landlord out of boredom, and the doctor was sighing as he looked at his dwindling money. "Elder brother. Brother Tiger." The little white tiger threw the canvas bag on the table. Hi Dog opened it and his eyes almost popped out. "When have these peasants ever seen so much money? This, brother who, did you rob a bank?" Hi Dog took out a stack and gave it a big kiss. "Mr. Li gave it to me. I am preparing to go to war with Lao Ding." The little white tiger explained calmly. The other brothers didn't show any emotion about this. "Just beat him up. If old Ding can be the boss of Shipu, so can we. We are all the same, why can he do it but we can't?" Yes, the younger generation is pushing the older generation out, and it's time for Lao Ding and his generation to retire. "Brother, when will we start? I'll go get ready now." These boys didn't even know how to write the word fear. When they heard that Lao Ding was going to be beaten, they acted like they had eaten contraband. The doctor at the Black Clinic said with a bitter face, "Gentlemen, that's old Ding. When he sneezes, the whole Shipu will shake." Snap. The little white tiger took out 2 stacks of money from his bag and threw them to the doctor. "I have paid off what I owe you. You don't need to worry about our affairs. Lao Ding is nothing. I am fighting against the boss of Shipu." Little white tiger took out a few more stacks of money and distributed them to his brothers. "Let's go out and have some fun. I'm giving you guys a long vacation. Hi Dog, come with me out of town." The Black Clinic is not in Shipu, so little white tiger is not worried that Lao Ding will dare to cross the line and cause trouble for them. There are many rules on the ground. When Lao Ding's people came to Dongpu district to find them, Xiao Baihu's people didn't even have to take action. The boss of Dongpu district would have a fight with Lao Ding. The brothers were all grinning from ear to ear when they got the money. "I'm going to lose my virginity of more than 10 years tonight. Is there anyone who wants to join me? Take me one. I'm going too." After the brothers made a fuss for a while, the little white tiger went to see Lao Jiao again. Lao Jiao is still in a coma for the time being. Although no one knows why he has been unconscious for so long, his wounds have healed. The doctor also said that Lao Jiao was not in danger of life, and the little white tiger was relieved. "Hey Dog, come with me. The rest of you can do whatever you want. I'll come back and fight Lao Ding on Red 3rd Street." "Yes." Lao Ding's office. Red-haired paced back and forth impatiently. "Boss, I don't understand why you don't go and take down little white tiger's gang of thugs now." Old Ding looked at the night view outside the window with a gloomy face. "The guy surnamed Li is playing dirty. Today he invited the Shipu District Council to come to his side and held a high-profile press conference to establish the Bingfu Winter Charity Foundation on Hongsan Street to distribute food for half a month. Mr. Li's move directly puts him on the moral high ground. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on Hongsan Street is going against those who don't have enough food to eat. Besides, there is also the District Council on the platform. Who dares to offend them? If Lao Ding sent people into Hongsan Street, he would offend the District Council and those who were hungry. Besides, Lao Ding already had a bad reputation, and smashing things at this time would only bring trouble to himself. Does Mr. Li have too much money to burn? He won't die from the loss of supplies for half a month. The red-haired man cursed in dissatisfaction. Old Ding cut off his cigar and angrily scolded, "You should have used your brain more. Who is behind Mr. Li? Are they short of money? His company hasn't even opened yet. How much advertising money can he save after running this wave of ads?" Red Hair was scolded badly, but he refused to accept it. The little white tiger gave him an ashtray, which made him feel uneasy. After rolling his eyes, Red Hair gave Lao Ding an idea, "Boss, but Xiao Baihu and the others are not in Hongsan Street. I sent people to check. Xiao Baihu has left the city, and Lao Jiu is hiding in Dongpu. Let's do this." Outside Bingfu City, it is a no man's land. Even though the little white tiger is yelling and shouting in the city, he has to keep his tail down when he leaves the city. People in the city still have some humanity, but outside the city it's a world of cannibalism. The little white tiger sat nervously in a small van. The driver was a teenage boy who looked about the same age as little white tiger. "Brother, why are we going out of town for?" Hi Dog asked in a low voice while holding a large canvas bag. "Looking for Lazy." The little white tiger looked at the increasingly desolate scenery outside the window, and felt inexplicably relieved. Lazy, a specialty of the end times. A bunch of desperate people who do things for money. As long as you pay enough money, these people can give you their lives. But there are also some fake lazy who take money but do not do their job, so little white tiger decides to go out of the city to look for them himself. After all, the quality of the thunder blasters in the city is not good, and the truly powerful thunder blasters all have dozens of lives on their shoulders. Such people dare not live in the city for long. The awakened one that Lao Xie invited to kill the little white tiger was the real Lazy, a ruthless character who would not give up until he achieved his goal. No conversation along the way. The van took the two to a fairly large residential town closest to Bingfu City. There are about 100 permanent residents in the town, and most of them are transport drivers, lazy, and fugitives doing business. Even though there are not many native residents in the town, those who can survive among the transformers and bandits are not ordinary people. "Thank you, $5,000. The driver took off his gloves and extended his hand to the little white tiger with a smile. "What the hell? Didn't we agree on 200 in the city?" Hi Dog looked at the driver in confusion. 5,000 yuan is almost half a year's salary in the city. The driver was tall and strong, with a short spiky hair that looked very arrogant. "If I tell you I'm going to pay you 5,000 in the city, will you take the seat?" "How can I rip you off if you don't take the seat?" The driver righteously retorted, "How can I make money if I don't cheat people? I don't eat. I don't fill up the gas tank." Just as he finished speaking, 4 or 5 middle-aged men came up from outside the car, 2 of them holding guns. Judging from the situation, it is obviously not the first time that the other party has overcharged customers. Bang, bang, bang. The middle-aged man outside the car knocked on the window. "What? Can't bear to leave. How dare you cheat me?" Hi Dog punched the driver in the face. The latter was not hurt after being punched by Hi Dog. He just spat casually and grinned, "Add 1,000 for medical expenses." 6,000, take the money. The car door was opened, and the middle-aged man's gun was pointed at the little white tiger's head. "Ha ha. You guys taught me a lesson." The little white tiger smiled bitterly. "I encountered this kind of thing just after leaving the city. It really proves the saying that there are no good people outside the city. 7,000, plus 1,000 for tuition." The driver jumped out of the car casually, unzipped his pants, turned around and started to relieve himself. The middle-aged man pointed his gun at the canvas bag on Hi Dog's body and said, "Take out the money." "Okay." Little white tiger shrugged, "You have more people, you are awesome." The two brothers looked at each other tacitly, and Hi Dog picked up the canvas bag and unzipped it. The little white tiger pretended to reach out for the money. "Hey, your brother got fucked." Higu pointed at the driver. "Ah." The middle-aged man holding a gun at the car door turned around subconsciously. "Wow." Little white tiger took out a shotgun from his canvas bag and threw it at the middle-aged man's face. "Don't move." Higu took the opportunity to pull the robber with a gun over from his side of the car window, and reached directly into the man's crotch with a hand grenade in one hand. If you move, there will be no bird. The situation changed instantly. The little white tiger held the middle-aged man's gun with one hand and pressed it against his chest. My dears, I will count to 3, and we will open fire together. Whoever is a coward is a grandson. The middle-aged man was stunned. He didn't expect the little white tiger to be so stunned. 1. The middle-aged man swallowed. 2. The middle-aged man subconsciously looked at the driver. 3. The little white tiger roared, and the middle-aged man was shocked. Okay, I admit defeat, you can go, I don't want any money. High Dog grinned, put on his canvas bag, and arrogantly got out of the car holding the belt of another middle-aged man holding a gun in one hand. Hey, if you had a gun, you should have told me earlier. The driver spread his hands and complained, give me 400. I should have known not to take you. The other party was not angry when the blackmail failed, nor did he intend to fight back. If you come out to cheat people, you will always meet tough guys. What kind of monsters and demons are there outside the city? The driver didn't intend to confront the little white tiger head-on, so he waved his hand and said, just give me the money and leave. It's unlucky. The little white tiger showed his big white teeth and smiled. High Dog took out a 10 yuan bill. The driver looked at the $10 on the hood of the car in confusion. Normally it costs 100 yuan per person to go out, so what does 10 yuan mean? This isn't even enough for gas. Before the driver could finish his complaints, High Dog looked up to find money. What the hell? The driver and several middle-aged men's facial muscles twitched. Blackmailer meets blackmailer. Little white tiger knocked the 10 yuan bill with a spray gun. Change, give me 5,000 yuan. The driver said coldly, my friend, please forgive us when you can. We don't want to kill you. I am charging you the normal price now. Several middle-aged men including the driver were dressed in rags and it was obvious that they were not rich. Little white tiger didn't make things difficult for the other party and said, I don't want the money. I'll drive the car away. The driver was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes and glared at the little white tiger. We are all native residents of Black Mountain Town. Do you believe what I say? You can't get out. Bang. Gunshot. A cloud of dust rose up at the driver's feet. The drivers looked at each other and ran away. Awesome. High Dog gave the little white tiger a thumbs up and sat down in the passenger seat. Having offended the native residents of Haishan Town, he could no longer stay in this living town and had to go to the next town to find Lei Zi. The little white tiger got into the car, and the two of them stared at the empty driver's seat. Drive. You drive. I won't. Neither do I. The two looked at each other in confusion. The little white tiger groped around for a while, and then heard urgent footsteps behind him. The two turned their heads and felt their scalps tingling. 200 or 300 people rushed out of the town with various weapons. The leader was the hedgehog-headed driver. Stirring up a hornet's nest. People outside the city are famous for sticking together. If they don't stick together, they will never be able to survive outside the city. Little White Tiger estimated that most of the residents in the town had come out, and there were even 7 or 8 snotty-nosed guys in the team. Bang. The rearview mirror was shattered by a bullet, and the driver quickly turned around and yelled, "Don't fucking hit my car. Drive fast." High Dog yelled nervously. "If they catch me, all the bones in my body will be broken." Little White Tiger didn't care too much and stepped on the accelerator, and the van rushed away. Fortunately, the road outside the town was a straight, repaired dirt road, so the Little White Tiger was forced to do something he was not prepared for. The people in the town chased the van for a kilometer or two but couldn't see any trace of it and had to give up. "The car is gone, Earthworm, forget it. I told you to go rob with your cousin. Your whole family is a bunch of bullies, but you're the only one driving a junky car. What? You want to be a good person? Notify the eyes in other towns to find each other." The people in the town were talking about it at once, and the driver snatched the automatic bicycle from the person next to him and put it on his back. "I have to get the car back today. You guys go back first, I will chase it myself." The driver gritted his teeth and ran forward along the dirt road. This child, Earthworm, is a stubborn person. Forget it, forget it. There are a few young men from the city who just happened to come to town. Let's go back and kill them. Their car can be modified to be used as a truck, which is just right for the earthworms. Go, go, go. Wilderness. Somewhere in a small cave. High Dog hung his head with a bruised face. The little white tiger handed the dry food in his hand to the other party with a guilty look on his face. The latter slapped little white tiger's hand away and angrily scolded, "I just don't understand, how could you drive into a tree on a straight road? Do you want to fly high? Whether you want to eat or not, the car tilted while I was lighting a cigarette, and you blame me for flying out without wearing a seat belt." Not long after the two escaped, the little white tiger crashed the car directly into a tree, and the car was scrapped on the spot. Hagu had blood all over his face and he kept cursing for a long time. Feeling bored, he pulled up his pants and went out to pee. Bang. The sound of gunfire in the wilderness can be heard far away. The two men became alert as soon as they heard the gunshots. If you are not careful outside the city, you may lose your life. What's going on? The little white tiger ran out of the cave, and High Dog was sticking his butt out, looking furtively at the people in the wilderness. Going out at night? Aren't you afraid of being transformed by the blood moon? Outside the city, no one goes out at night. Because anyone exposed to the blood moon may become a transformer, the city has a dome built to protect it from the blood moon, but there is no such thing outside the city. This guy looks so familiar. High Dog picked his nose and asked, "Does it look like that driver?" At this time, the driver was running wildly with a gun in his hand, looking back and shooting from time to time. A few dozen meters behind him, a terrifying humanoid monster over 2 meters tall with only half a head left was chasing him. Transformer. High Dog pointed at the giant beast excitedly. Transformers are people who have been infected and mutated by the blood moon. They are bloodthirsty, invulnerable to swords and guns, and extremely terrifying. Seeing the Transformers getting closer, the earthworm raised his hand and fired a volley of bullets. Countless blood flowers exploded on the Transformer's body, but they were not fatal. Instead, they aroused its anger. When his bullets were all used up, Earthworm drew out the dagger from his waist and prepared for a last-ditch fight. Faced with a Transformer who was a head taller than himself, the Earthworm did not choose to escape but to fight hard. I have to say this guy is quite fierce. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scared to death if he encountered this situation. CNM, I accidentally shit on your head and you chased me all night. Just wait for me to get back to town and get some people to fuck you. The Earthworm cursed breathlessly. In fact, he was very desperate in his heart. Ordinary people had no power to resist the Transformers at all. Even a 1-star converter. Star rating is the level of the Transformer, starting from 1 star and going up to 9 stars. Corresponding to the 1st to 9th awakenings of the awakened ones. Roar. The Transformer didn't understand what the Earthworm said, so it jumped up and pounced on it. The latter rolled over to the side and stabbed the opponent in the waist with the dagger in his hand. Clang. The force was too great and the dagger broke into 2 pieces. The last weapon was useless, and the Earthworm had no power to escape anymore. It could only look at the Transformer in despair. I capsized in a ditch. If anyone can save me, I will recognize him as my father. The Earthworm lay on the ground with its arms and legs spread out, resigned to its fate. The Transformer would not give up this delicious meal and pounced on the Earthworm, opening its bloody mouth. The sticky and disgusting saliva dripped onto the Earthworm's head, and the latter closed its eyes in despair. After a long time, the imagined huge mouth did not bite down. The Earthworm opened his eyes nervously, and the Transformer's head was being strangled by a young man. Still looking at me, you're killing me, let's go. High Dog dragged the Earthworm out from under the Transformer, and the little white tiger yelled, "Go." That's transformation. The Earthworm was worried and wanted to remind him, but he happened to see the little white tiger lifting the Transformer with one hand. The Awakener. The Earthworm's eyes widened. I chased the Awakener for a whole day. I'm so brave. High Dog grabbed Earthworm's collar and dragged him all the way to a huge rock, and only then did he recover from the shock. No, why are you Awakeners still running? When have the awakened ever been afraid of ordinary people? It was unbelievable that the little white tiger was scared away by a group of ordinary people like them. My eldest brother is going to become a monk soon and will not kill any living things. High Dog stared at the little white tiger and answered absent-mindedly. After all, little white tiger had just awakened, and High Dog was still worried about him when he was dealing with the transformer for the first time. Roar. Silver tiger hair grew on the little white tiger's arms, and its nails became extremely sharp and powerful. The transformer's physical strength was completely crushed by the little white tiger, and the two of them fought each other purely by savagery. However, although the little white tiger has terrifying physical strength, its attack method is limited. It can only punch the transformer hard, and it cannot completely kill the transformer in a short period of time. The little silver tiger couldn't bear to watch it anymore and reminded him, "You have the genes of the silver tiger in your body. You have the strongest attack and defense talents in the world, but you don't know how to use them. I appear in your supernatural form. You can summon me out, or merge with me for a short period of time. Please try. Although I don't like you, if you die I will die too, please stand up for yourself." The little silver-striped tiger kept chattering at the little white tiger. The little white tiger was so annoyed that he shouted, "Get out." Roar. The little white tiger was pinching the transformer's neck with both hands, and a silver light was shining on his chest. The silver-striped tiger poked its translucent body out from the little white tiger's chest and grabbed the transformer in half. "You are such a loser. I think my mother chose the wrong person for me to parasitize." The little silver-striped tiger did not forget to insult the other party before leaving. The little white tiger did not refute this time. He fought with the transformer for a long time but failed to kill it. The silver-striped tiger grabbed it and killed it with just one grab. "I have to take some time to learn the awakened fighting skills from it," the little white tiger thought to himself. The two earthworms walked out of the boulder and surrounded them excitedly. "Awesome, my friend." The earthworm patted the little white tiger's chest in a familiar manner, completely forgetting that it had wanted to chase and kill them just a moment ago. "Call me Daddy," the little white tiger joked. "Get lost. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have let you rescue me." The earthworm proudly picked up the gun and put it on his back. "You stole my car, but you also saved my life. This time we are even." "Okay." The little white tiger has a good impression of the earthworm. Maybe they are of the same age, and the earthworm dares to chase the little white tiger with only a gun. He is not afraid when facing the transformer. He is really a man. After High Dog and little white tiger returned to the cave, the earthworm followed them in a mean manner. "Didn't you say we're even? Why are you following us?" High Dog laughed. "What if I run into another transformer outside and get killed? Wouldn't it be a waste of your saving me?" Earthworm sat in front of the two of them with a specious argument, snatched High Dog's cigarette and started smoking it himself. Perhaps because he felt the atmosphere was a bit strange, the earthworm explained, "I'm not afraid of death, but you saved me, so I have to acknowledge this favor. Let me put it this way, I overheard your conversation in the car. Didn't you go out of town to look for Lazy? I know a bunch of awesome guys." "Oh." The little white tiger raised his eyes and showed disdain for the earthworm's words. How could a small-time hoodlum who makes a living by extortion have the ability to know Lazy? Seeing that the two of them obviously didn't believe him, Earthworm patted his chest and assured, "I live outside the city with integrity. Does Black Mud Mountain Xiaofei know? That's my cousin. He just robbed 8 trucks of supplies from the Bingfu police station 2 days ago." Black Mud Mountain is the largest old mountain outside Bingfu City, and is located right on the main road leading out of Bingfu City. This place can be said to be the ancestral home of the robbery industry in Bingfu. During its heyday, Bingfu City organized 5,000 people to go out of the city to fight against the robbers. However, they were robbed by hundreds of robbery gangs in Black Mud Mountain and were left with nothing. They ran back to the city in shame. The gangs that can take root in Black Mud Mountain are all ruthless. The robbers aren't lazy, so how can they take on this job? High Dog expressed doubt about what the earthworm said. The earthworm rolled his eyes at the two of them and said, "Outside the city, as long as you can afford the money, the robbers can be used as robbers. It's all about killing people anyway, so it doesn't matter who kills them. The next day. Black Mountain Town. 3 young men who were enemies yesterday walked into Haishan Town arm in arm. The earthworms pointed at Haishan Town and said proudly, "Brothers, I'm not exaggerating, but we have a very good reputation in this town." "How good? How dare a widow be so nice to me alone?" The earthworm grinned. "Let's go to my house first. My second uncle's birthday is in 2 days, and my cousin will definitely come back." The little white tiger was desperate at this time. He was unfamiliar with the environment outside the city and could only take things one step at a time. Firstly, Haishan Town is the most lively town within dozens of kilometers, so it is easier to find lazy. Secondly, it would be nice if Chio's cousin was willing to take on the job. "Hey, earthworm, you're back. I thought you were dead outside." Familiar people on the roadside greeted the earthworms in a familiar manner. Although it was not yet fully light, some small shops in the town had already started business. Although the town is small, it has everything. There are breakfast shops, KTVs, and casinos. However, the largest number of them are motels that serve passing truck drivers. "Good morning, Aunt Zhang." The earthworm casually greeted the owner of a breakfast shop and said, "Give me 3 bowls of food." The owner of the breakfast shop carried a bucket of water, washed away the blood at the door of the shop, then smiled and nodded at a few people. The water flowed to the little white tiger's feet, and there was a piece of finger in the blood that had not been cleaned up. Bonboing. Hi Dog kicked away someone's fingers on the ground, pulled out a chair from the roadside and sat down. "Hey, it's work, it's not shameful. People in the city work as social animals, and we outside the city can only do murder and robbery. But don't worry, no one dares to touch you when you are with me." Earthworm took out a cigarette and handed it to the 2 of them. "Let me ask you, what do you want lazy for?" "Lazy works without asking why." The little white tiger gave a warning vigilantly. The earthworm pouted and said, "I was thinking that if you guys are still short of people, I'll go too. I'll give you a commission if the job is done." While Xiao Baihu and his companions were chatting, 3 off-road vehicles drove into the town and passed by them, splashing mud and water on the ground all over them. "You lose money." The earthworm went up to extort money but was held down by the little white tiger. "What's wrong?" The 2 saw the little white tiger frowning and asked in confusion. "Less is worse than more." Little white tiger looked at the 3 cars with some concern. He didn't know the people in the cars, but he was an awakened one now, and his 5 senses were amazing. When he made eye contact with the person in the car just now, he clearly saw the other person's eyeballs dilated and a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. Although it was only a moment, it did not escape the little white tiger's eyes. 3 cars stopped not far from the group, but the people in the cars did not get out. "Don't worry, in Black Mountain Town, who dares to touch my earthworms?" The earthworm casually invited a few people to have breakfast. "Brother," the 3 people eating breakfast at the street corner seemed to be the target. Several people in the car communicated using the intercom. Brother Lang said that once this matter is settled, he will introduce us to Mr. Ding. The opportunity to climb up the social ladder is right in front of us. The man in jeans in the lead car used the intercom to make promises to the people in the other 2 cars. "We have been appreciated by President Ding. Sooner or later, we will have a place in Bing Mansion. Do your job well. Look for the one in black and take his head away. Would you like to say hello to the people in town? When doing things on someone else's territory, you should theoretically say hello to the person in charge in the town. This is the rule. Living towns that can exist in the wilderness are usually ruled by awakened people, and it is necessary to kill people under their noses and give them red envelopes." "No, I'll go back to the city when I'm done, just hurry up." The man in the denim jacket at the head of the car smiled confidently. "We are just 2 young boys. Save the red envelopes and go back to find the big guys." "Okay. Second brother, take Xiao Hui to check the situation and confirm the target." After Jeans gave their instructions, 2 people got off the last car, touched their stomachs and staggered towards the breakfast stand. The 2 walked to the table next to the little white tiger and sat down. They touched their stomachs and said, "Boss, give me 2 bowls of wide noodles. I'm so hungry. Come on, we have to keep going after we finish eating." The 2 men concealed their identity very well and it was obvious that they were veterans. He didn't look at Little White Tiger the whole time, trying to lower the vigilance of Little White Tiger and the others. The Little White Tiger dipped his finger in water and wrote the word kill on the table without making a sound. Earthworm and High Dog frowned, and High Dog pretended to take out money and put his hand into the canvas bag. At this moment, the men at the next table turned around and patted Little White Tiger. "Brother, can I borrow a light?" The man was wearing a black leather jacket, which looked very valuable. Almost no one outside the city wore such clothes. Most people wore durable clothes. The Little White Tiger smiled and handed over the lighter. "Thank you, brother. You look young but you dare to venture out of the city. That's awesome." The men stared at the Little White Tiger with a fake smile. "Thank you for the compliment. What's your name, brother?" The men took out 3 more cigarettes and gave them to Little White Tiger and the other 2. "Don't ask, I'm the one you're looking for." When Xiao Baihu took the cigarette, he took the other person's wrist and said, "Next time when you are testing someone's bottom line, don't subconsciously reach for the gun." While the leather jacket man was talking to Little White Tiger, his accomplice subconsciously reached for the gun, which did not escape the eyes of the 3 teenagers. Earthworm rushed to the door of the breakfast shop in 2 steps, picked up the meat cleaver on the chopping board, turned around and chopped off the leather jacket man's arm with 1 knife. Bang! The other man tried to draw his gun, and a big hole was blown in High Dog's canvas bag. The spray gun in the bag sprays out flames to send the opponent away directly. How did you know?" the leather jacket man asked in horror, covering his hands. "Silly bird, don't be so excited next time you see your target." When the leather jacket man looked at the Little White Tiger in the car, the obvious excitement in his eyes exposed him. "Son thief, is there anything else you want to say?" Earthworm picked up the boning knife and knocked on the leather jacket man's head. The man in leather jacket rolled his eyes, lifted the table and ran into the breakfast shop. At the same time, he took out the intercom hidden in his clothes and shouted, "It's leaked, this guy found it." Bang! Before he could finish his words, the man in leather jacket flew out from the back kitchen of the breakfast shop with a big hole exploded in his chest. A fat woman in her 40s strode to the door with a spray gun in her hand. "You grandma, come to Black Mountain Town to rob." The man in leather jacket rushed into the kitchen of the breakfast shop in a panic but was mistaken for a robber and was sent away by the proprietress. He probably never figured out until his death why the breakfast shop owner put a spray gun on the chopping board when cooking. They've leaked it. We'll attack them openly. 3 vehicles will go up to block their retreat, and 1 vehicle will come forward to suppress their fire. The man in the denim jacket pushed open the car door, pulled out an automatic rifle from under the seat, and fired 3 bursts at the Little White Tiger. Pa pa pa. Blood splattered on the Little White Tiger. If the Little White Tiger hadn't been awakened, he would have been taken away directly in this wave. Bang! At the same time, the 3 cars reversed to the intersection and did a beautiful drift to block the 3 people's retreat. The car window rolled down, and 2 gun barrels extended out of the car and fired at the 3 people. Enter the store. The fat female boss grabbed the earthworm with 1 hand and threw it into the breakfast shop, while with the other hand she held the gun and opened fire at the people in the 3 cars. Tat tat. The seats outside the breakfast shop were instantly in a mess, and the Little White Tiger protected High Dog and rushed into the breakfast shop. The proprietress, with a body weighing nearly 200 pounds, jumped up and pulled down the rolling shutter door. "Press it up." The killers were well trained and worked in groups of 2, one of them aimed suppressive fire at the rolling shutter door, while the other provided cover to prevent a sneak attack by others. After a few breaths, the men in jeans and the 2 teammates from the 3 cars met at the door of the breakfast shop. "Thunder!" the man in jeans greeted. Boom! The rolling door was violently blown open. Little White Tiger and his 2 companions and the proprietress were forced to hide in the kitchen. The Little White Tiger tore open his shirt, 3 bullets were stuck in his muscles, and blood was flowing. If the silver-striped tiger's body wasn't strong enough, an ordinary awakener would have suffered serious injuries. "I'm going to kill them, you guys hide." The 4 of them approached step by step, and the Little White Tiger was ready to fight to the death. "Don't rush." The earthworm grabbed the Little White Tiger who was about to fight for his life. "I brought you here. To do this to me is like slapping me in the face. The earthworm pushed open the small window in the back kitchen, and there were 3 snotty-nosed children playing with stones under the windowsill. Third uncle. The earthworm shouted to one of the boys, "Uncle San, I've been fucked, go get some help." A child of 7 or 8 years old looked up at the earthworm and saw that it was sweating profusely, and he immediately understood. "Go and call for help," urged the earthworm. Uncle Earthworm pouted and told his companion in a baby voice, "Go find my dad." After saying that, he reached out and grabbed the red rope around the little white tiger's neck in front of his surprised eyes. Normally, the red ropes that children wear have lucky charms such as jade pendants or longevity locks hanging on them, but Uncle Earthworm's red rope has a pistol hanging on it. High Dog looked at his uncle in amazement. These kids who grew up in the garbage dump always thought they were wild enough, but they were nothing compared to the kids outside the city. "Wait." Uncle Earthworm held the pistol in both hands and rushed to the front door of the breakfast shop. "The target is in the back room. We go in first, with 3 vehicles providing cover." The 4 men moved quietly towards the back kitchen. High Dog flashed out and fired a shot, but was suppressed by the firepower of the 4 men. Seeing that Xiao Baihu and his companions were hiding and not coming out, one of the killers in the 3 cars took out a grenade. Just about to throw it in. Bang. A gunshot was heard from behind the group. The killer who took Lei was shot in the hind leg. A few people turned around and saw a snotty-nosed child grinning at them and running away quickly. "CNM, you guys are here to cause trouble in Black Mountain Town, don't even think about leaving today." The earthworm roared across the wall. "Little white tiger, come out. I will kill you alone. Otherwise, I will kill all of you." The leading killer was sweating profusely. He never expected that people outside the city would be willing to help Little White Tiger just after he had been out of the city for one day. If the killers had known that there were people from Black Mountain Town protecting him, they would not have underestimated the enemy. Time waits for no one. The killer directed his teammates to pull the wounded out of the breakfast shop while picking up the mines on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 team members who had just walked out of the breakfast shop were covered in blood. Under the horrified gaze of the killer leader, the 2 teammates who were beaten to pieces fell down helplessly. "CNM, who is bullying our children in Heishan Town? Kill them. Don't smash the car, you can sell it for money." Dozens of townspeople wearing tattered clothes and armed with weapons rushed to the entrance of the breakfast shop from various narrow paths. "Ahem, hello, hello, can you all hear me? Someone is causing trouble in our Heishan Town. Come to the town entrance with your weapons." The voice of the Heishan Town coder was heard through the town's loudspeaker. I saw more and more people flocking to the breakfast shop. The killer leader panicked and a white shadow rushed out from the kitchen. Tat-tat. The killer leader subconsciously fired a volley of bullets, and the white shadow moved quickly like a wild beast, with its limbs stepping on the wall. The men walked on the straight wall as if it were flat ground, and finally hung upside down on the ceiling. "Reload, take over." The assassin leader turned and hid behind his deputy, reloading his bullets while keeping a close eye on the person rushing out. It was the little white tiger. He was clinging to the ceiling with his limbs, looking at the 2 of them with a grin. The awakened. The murderous leader felt his scalp tingling. Alang didn't say the target was the awakened one. "Guy, put down. Put down the gun." Kneeling on the ground. There were hundreds of people standing at the door, with dozens of guns pointed at the 2 men. As long as the other party moves a little, their fate will be the same as that of the 2 men in the 3 cars. "Earthworm, are you dead?" The resident at the door shouted loudly to the kitchen. Earthworm came out covered in dust and dirt, and without caring that the 2 men still had weapons in their hands, he walked forward and killed the killer leader's deputy with one knife. The knife was too blunt and the boning knife got stuck in the opponent's face. "CNM, shoot me. Let's see who of us has more bullet holes on our body." Earthworm was still not satisfied and slapped the killer leader in the face. The latter looked unwillingly at the little white tiger covered with tiger hair. Hopeless. The opponent is an awakened one, and it is impossible for this group of old warriors to take him down in a short time. But we can't blame Lao Ding. Who would have thought that the little white tiger could be awakened without even participating in the awakening ceremony? "Man, put down your gun, and I'll just chop off your hands." The door opened and an old man with a cane walked out of the crowd. Faced with dozens of guns, the leader of the assassins had no choice but to give in. It is unrealistic to kill the little white tiger now, and resistance is impossible. The only choice is to surrender and get a chance to survive. If I had said hello to the people in Haishan town in advance and been more cautious, I might not have been so passive. You have the guts to open fire in our Black Mountain town. I admire you. I won't make it difficult for you. Give me 100,000 yuan and a pair of claws, and you can leave. The old man said as he pointed his crutch at the killer in the air. Bang. The killer's palm was pierced by an invisible force and the gun fell to the ground. The Awakener. The little white tiger's eyes narrowed, and the old man in front of him was actually also an awakened person. Old man. The little white tiger jumped to the ground and bowed slightly to the old man. Grandpa, can I ask him a few questions? Grandpa, this is my savior. He came to discuss a big deal with my third cousin. The earthworm explained to the residents at the door. The old man glanced at the little white tiger, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Awakened, enhanced, young people are formidable. Xiaofei will be back soon. You are guests. In our Black Mountain town, the chief of police can't do anything to you without my approval. Thank you, old man. The little white tiger turned to look at the killer. Who sent you? The killer shook his head firmly and said, just kill me. It is our rule not to betray the boss after accepting the job. Rules are meant to be broken. The old man sneered, we don't have much else here, but we have a lot of ways to torture people. Even if you're a transformer, you'll be dismantled into parts and sold if you stay here for one night. Tell me who is behind this, and I will let you go. Little White Tiger knew that the killer was at the end of his rope, and if he continued to use force he would only die quickly. If you give him hope, he might speak up. After all, in the end times, everyone lives for themselves. Tell me what's going on and I'll let you go. These people are my seventh uncle, uncles and aunts, and my words are effective. The earthworm spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm and said in a cocky voice. Man, it's not shameful to say it out loud. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. Who doesn't live for money these days? The old man gave the killer enough excuses. The latter hesitated for a while and remained silent. Little White Tiger stopped talking nonsense, took out his cell phone and took a picture of the killer. You must know who's behind me if you come to kill me, right? If you don't ask me to do it, I'll have someone investigate your 8 generations of ancestors. You're tough on your words, but are your wife and children tough on your words? The little white tiger grabbed the killer's hair and threatened him harshly. There was a trace of fear in the killer's eyes, and he lost his arrogance. If you confess, your wife and children will be in trouble. If you don't confess, I will reunite your family. Click. High Dog pulled the bolt and hit the killer on the head. 2. 3. I said. At the last moment, the killer finally spoke, are you really going to let me go? Yes, the little white tiger nodded heavily. Okay, it's Lao Ding's men. Brother Lang asked us to come find you. The killer sat down on the ground, took out a cigarette and lit it with trembling hands. Little White Tiger was not surprised at all that Lao Ding sent people to kill him. Although Mr. Li said he could give him half a month, how many people working on the ground don't like to do dirty things? Who is Brother Lang? Red Stick, Lao Ding's subordinate, awakened at the peak of the second awakening. Since the killer had already vomited, there was no need to hide it. He said frankly, it's not just our team. He also sent another group to Dongpu to find Lao Jiu. The little white tiger's eyes widened with anger, and a chill rose from his back. Lao Jiu is still in a coma, and they are not as lucky as me to have help from the residents of Haishan town. When will they start? No, I don't know. The little white tiger was extremely anxious and could no longer stay outside the city, so he shouted to the earthworm, send me back to the city. Don't worry, young man. It's too late for you to go back now. I'll find you a satellite phone so you can contact your people. The old man analyzed calmly. This short and thin old man looks frail, but he gives people a feeling of being as steady as a rock. After hearing the old man's words, the little white tiger felt inexplicably calmer. Can I go now? The killer looked at the old man carefully, and the latter smiled slightly. Of course, I mean what I say. I will cut off your hands, but you have to crawl out of Black Mountain Town. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and the killer covered his knees in pain. In the wild, a person with disabled legs would not survive more than a day. His final fate was either to be eaten by the Transformers or to freeze to death on the road, or to have his clothes taken away from him when he met a living person. Black Market Clinic. Lao Jio was still in a deep coma, but the brothers were no longer panicking because of their experience. When you have money, you naturally spend it. For these teenagers who have suffered since childhood, the first thing they do after they have money is to engage in revenge spending. After they finished dressing up, they stood in front of the mirror and combed their hair. Piggy, you really don't want to go and have some fun? The brothers looked at the young man curled up on the sofa, who was holding a mobile phone and texting with his girlfriend. Zhu Zai's real name is Zhu Daiyong, and he is also a brother who grew up with Little White Tiger. No, my girlfriend won't let me hang out with you guys. Zhu Zai looked at the photo of his girlfriend on the phone and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. He is the only one among the brothers who has a girlfriend, thanks to his handsome looks. Although it's not very handsome, it's very clean. If you have a girlfriend, you should go out and have fun. This is called further study. Learn more moves, hee hee. Everyone touched their chins in an obscene manner. Don't be fooled by the flirtatious words of these teenagers, most of them are still virgins. When you are at an age where you just learn how to masturbate, naturally you have never touched a woman before. Brother 9 needs someone to look after him, you guys go. Piglet turned over lazily. The few of them didn't force it and took out 2 mines from their bags and placed them on the table. Stay tuned, we'll be back soon. How fast? If it doesn't take more than a minute for me to help you jerk off, just give me the money. It's good to keep it within the family, hee hee. Piggy picked up the thunder on the table and stuffed it into his pants. After everyone joked around, Zhu Zai started talking on the phone to his girlfriend in loneliness. Wife, do you miss me? Yeah, I do, but my mom won't let me go out at night. Hey, come here secretly and let's do some work. I seem to be sick and can't even stand up. Come and help me take a look. The piglet scratched his crotch in an obscene manner and walked into the toilet excitedly to flush. Honey, come here soon, I want to tell you that I dreamed about you yesterday. Tap tap tap. The sound of brisk footsteps was heard. Zhu Zai walked out of the toilet and subconsciously leaned over to the peephole to take a peek outside. Just one glance and the piglet's hair stood on end. Don't come yet, I have something to do. Zhu Zai hung up the phone in a hurry and rushed into Lao Jio's room, not caring that Lao Jio was still unconscious. He stuffed him under the bed and temporarily blocked him with luggage. After finishing the task, Zhu Zai sent a message to his other brothers urging them to come back quickly. The keyhole shook slightly, and Piggy could tell at a glance that the other party was trying to pick the lock. Just now he saw clearly through the peephole that there were 4 people outside the door, and the weapons in their hands were all equipped with silencers. If it was Mr. Lee's people, there would be no need to pick the lock. While the other party was still trying to pick the lock, Piglet pulled out a shotgun from under the coffee table and fired directly through the wooden door. Bang! A big hole was blown out of the wooden door. The man who was unlocking the door fell on his back. The remaining 3 people outside the door looked at each other and were shocked. Leaked. Never mind, just fight hard. Tat tat. The person outside the door had been exposed and had no time to hide. He started shooting at the room through the wooden door. The boat capsized in the gutter. The men at the door yelled angrily. 4 professional killers were actually tricked by this young boy. The piglet was suppressed by the firepower at the door and turned into the kitchen to prepare for another sneak attack. The leader of the professional killers winked at his men, who climbed over the corridor wall and entered the room. Hey, Tiger brother. The piglet was lying on the ground, and at the critical moment, Tiger called. Unfortunately it was too late, the killer had already arrived. Countless bullets passed along the piglet's scalp. Someone wants to kill Lao Jio, hurry up. Little White Tiger's voice suddenly stopped, he could already hear the gunshots. Are you okay? The Little White Tiger asked nervously. I'm fine. I've already informed Xiaofeng and the others to come back. I can hold on. Piglet said through gritting his teeth. He knew that if he couldn't hold on, Lao Jio would die. Now I can only pray that my brother will come back soon. I'll call Mr. Li and ask him to send someone to rescue you. The little white tiger hung up the phone in a hurry. The piglet looked at the wooden door full of holes and knew that today would be a bad day. The killer waited until everyone else had left before taking action. It was obvious that he had been following them for a long time with the intention of killing them. Wife, please don't come over here. Be good. I'll come find you when I'm done. Finally, the little pig sent a message to his girlfriend and was ready to stand up and fight the other party. However, he didn't notice that a man in a black hoodie had climbed into the room from the kitchen window. Don't move. The man pointed his pistol at the piglet's head and said, "You're a pretty cunning kid. Just because the piglet looks delicate doesn't mean he is soft. None of the people who can follow the little white tiger all the way out of the garbage dump are good people." The piglet was pointed at a gun, but he turned over fearlessly and aimed the shotgun at the person behind him. Bang. Blood was flowing. The piglet covered his right hand with a pale face. The man in the hoodie looked at the piglet with a wicked smile on his face. Just now he was one step ahead and shot through the piglet's arm, and the piglet's shotgun fell to the ground. Still struggling. We'll take action after your brothers are out. We'll have you beat today. The men yelled at the door, "Control." Bang. The already shaky wooden door was kicked away, and two men, also wearing hoodies, walked into the room aggressively. In the end times, those who can go on missions together are brothers in life and death. Piglet shot and killed one person, which directly angered the remaining three. The leading man among the three walked quickly into the room and shot the piglet in the legs without waiting for him to speak. Snap. The piglet knelt on the ground weakly, and the severe pain made him sweat coldly. My brother the Transformer and the Awakener failed to kill him, but he was killed by a little bastard like you. Don't expect a good day today. The killer leader grabbed the piglet by the hair and dragged him all the way to the living room, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. The two assassins who had just entered kicked Juzai fiercely first, and then, after venting their anger, they grabbed his hair and asked grimly, "Where's Lao Jiao?" The piglet's face was covered with shoe prints, its eyes were not eyes, its nose was not a nose, it was a horrible sight. "Ask your mom. Brother Jiao and your mom are sleeping." The piglet spat a mouthful of blood on the other's face. The killer who climbed in through the window searched the rooms roughly and shook his head at the leader. Snap. The leader of the assassins slapped Flying Piglet's 2 teeth. "Tell me, I'll make your death more comfortable." The assassin leader yelled in frustration. Not only did he not find Lao Jiao, but his brother also died. This job was a botched one. The piglet half opened his eyes and pointed at his head provocatively. "Fuck me, I blinked because you raised me." The piglet's thin body was pressed to the ground, but his unyielding expression was full of provocation. Who would have thought these guys were so tough? You don't want to say it, right? The assassin leader took out a dagger and put it on the piglet's ear. "Will you tell me? Say your mother." The leader of the killers raised his knife and chopped off half of the piglet's ear. Blood was all over the ground, but the piglet didn't make a sound. Under the shocked gazes of the killers, the piglet picked up the ear from the ground and put it into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. "There is one more. Keep going, If I say anything soft today, I will be blamed on you." Piggy turned his head fiercely, revealing his other ear. The killers were all stunned. It's not like they haven't encountered tough guys in their life, but there aren't many people like Juzai who are willing to die for their brothers. For a moment, no one could do anything about the piglet. Cruel and tough enough, he just wants to die. Bang. When the leader of the killers raised his knife again and was about to kill the piglet completely, a noise was heard in the room. Several people looked towards the room in unison. The 3 men walked over at the same time with guns in hand. The piglet's originally fearless eyes turned into one of fear. Ready to go. The 3 killers prepared for battle. Seeing that Lao Jiao was about to be discovered, Juzai made up his mind, took out a grenade from his pocket and pulled the safety pin. "No one can touch my 9th brother, let's go together." The piglet had one hand and both legs injured, but he managed to get up from the ground with one breath and hugged the killer leader's thigh tightly. "Brother Gio, run away." The piglet roared and let go of the thunder in his hand. Gudong gudong. The grenade slowly rolled to the door. The three killers were well trained and dived backwards at the same time to find cover. By the way, take the piglet away from the grenade on the ground. However, the room is so small, where can they escape to? Boom. After the explosion, the piglets' bodies were covered with shrapnel wounds. The three killers crawled out of the ruins with dust on their faces, but did not continue. These killers, who are used to seeing life and death, have to respect the piglet's behavior. For his brothers, he did his best. Nine, brother, run. Blood gushed out of the piglet's mouth, and he slowly crawled on the ground relying on only one hand that could still move. It was not until he reached Lao Jio's door that the piglet turned over with difficulty, leaned against the door and grinned. "Today, you can't get through. Brother, you are this." The killer leader gave the piglet a thumbs up. "What's the point of being in this mess? Most people do it for the money. For money, Lao Xie can sell out Little White Tiger. For money, Lao Xie would rather do some business that will result in giving birth to a son without an anus. Who can remain unmoved when encountering a man like Piglet who disregards life and death for the sake of brotherhood?" Mr. Li gave Xiao Baihu 1 million, and each of his brothers only got 10,000. The piglet is earning only 10,000 yuan to do the work that others are paying hundreds of thousands of yuan for. If it is for the money, who would be so determined to die? "Ninth brother, let's go. Ninth brother, let's go quickly." The piglet slowly lowered his head, mumbling unconsciously. Blood flowed into the room along with his body. Bang. There was more noise in the room. The three killers looked at each other, and the leader stepped forward and raised his gun quickly. "Brother, I obey you. I will give you a ride and help you get rid of it." You can say that a person like Zhu Zai is naive or stupid, as he is willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of brotherhood. But you can't laugh at him because he did something that most people couldn't do. The piglet raised his head slightly and grinned at the killer. Bang. Bang. Gunshot. The door is cracked. A sharp claw covered with scarlet scales broke out of the door and just protected the piglet's face. As the claws slowly opened, the bullet fell to the ground. At the last moment, the man that the piglet protected with his life appeared. The door was opened, and Lao Jio, with his upper body naked, waist-length hair and body covered with scales, stood in front of the three people. "Brother Jio. Brother Jio, run." Zhu Zai sensed Lao Jio's breath, and after saying his last sentence, his body finally fell down. Lao Jio's pupils were all red, and pure murderous intent was fixed on the three people. The three professional killers were so frightened by the sight of Lao Jio. "Old Ding's people." Lao Jio's dry throat made a hoarse sound. "Here comes someone to kill you." The three men pointed their guns at Lao Jio in a triangle. The latter didn't even look at the three people. He bent down, picked up the piglet, and walked back to the room. Crack! One of the killers pulled the bolt of his gun, but the leader reached out and interrupted him. The three of them looked at each other and stopped what they were doing tacitly. "Thanks." Lao Jio didn't look back. He took out adrenaline from the operating room and injected it into the piglet before he breathed a sigh of relief. "My dear, wait for me, don't die, otherwise your brother will never get over this hurdle in his life." Lao Jio rubbed the unconscious piglet with heartache. Walking out of the room, Lao Jio closed the door gently, as if afraid of disturbing the piglet's rest. Taking out his phone, Lao Jio calmly dialed the ambulance number. "Heijiao Road, Laodong Building, room 502, there is a person." Lao Jio said the address calmly. "Only those who are alive can go out today, but don't worry, even if you die we will send your brother to the ambulance, he deserves it." The assassin leader had a serious look on his face. When it comes to brotherhood, everyone talks about it, but few actually put it into practice. "Send a car right away." Lao Jio put down his phone and his muscles began to bulge. The red evil light in his eyes became stronger. They awakened. The three of them gasped. "Since you didn't take advantage of the situation and kill my brothers, one of you will survive today." Lao Jiao showed his fangs. Hands on. Bang, bang, bang. The three killers cooperated well and bullets rained down on Lao Jiao. After the gunshot, bullet casings were scattered all over the ground. Lao Jiao stood still. The thick scales completely blocked all bullets, and its defense was even better than that of a little white tiger. Second awakening. The killer leader never thought that his bullets could not hurt Lao Jiao at all. This is the helplessness of ordinary people facing the awakened ones. Even if you try your best, you can't do anything to the opponent. What I hate most in my life is someone hurting my brother. The floor tiles under Lao Jiao's feet cracked and hit one of them like a cannonball. Careful. The killer leader raised his gun and shot, knocking his companions away. Boss. The killer who was knocked away widened his eyes. Lao Jiao's sharp claws pierced through the killer boss' chest. The two bosses looked at each other. Lao Jiao showed an appreciative look. He also blocked a fatal blow for his brother. CNM. The other two killers opened fire on Lao Jiao with red eyes. The bullet created a shower of sparks on the scales. The killer boss swallowed the blood that was about to spurt out and hugged Lao Jiao. Run. Boss. Run. The information is wrong. This is a second awakening person. The killer leader was determined to die, so he picked up Lao Jiao, rushed out of the room and jumped down from the corridor. He was buying time for his brother to survive. The two men fell from the 5th floor and hit the ground heavily. Boss. The two killers stared at the two people underground with tearful eyes. The killer boss was half dead and stared at his brothers on the 5th floor. Take Xiao Shizi away, live on. The killer boss lowered his head, bit off the fuse on his collar, and detonated the explosives on his waist. Is it worth it? Lao Jiao easily broke free from the killer leader and turned around to go upstairs to continue killing. Unexpectedly, the killer boss made the same move as the piglet and grabbed Lao Jiao's legs with one leap. I am not inferior to your brother. If I can't kill you with the bomb, I will splatter your blood. Waiter, go quickly. The killer leader looked up in despair and said goodbye to his brother. You have your brothers, I have brothers too, our brotherhood is no worse than yours. We failed today, I admit it, but don't you dare touch my brothers. Boom. A violent explosion sounded. The killer leader raised half of his body high up, staring at Lao Jiao with his eyes wide open. Boss. The two killers who were supposed to escape ran downstairs, completely ignoring Lao Jiao and pounced in front of the killer boss who was only half of his body. Boss. Elder brother. Don't cry, you're making fun of yourself, run away, Lang will silence you, run. After the killer leader said this, he looked at Lao Jiao with hatred. As if to say, see. My brother is no worse than yours. You guys go. Lao Jiao hesitated for a long time and said, your lives were bought by your boss. Leave. What the hell are you doing? The two killers looked determined and drew daggers from their waists. When we four brothers became sworn brothers, we said that we would live and die together. Don't think that only you little hooligans have loyalty. Fuck him. The two men rushed towards Lao Jiao without hesitation. Roar. Lao Jiao roared like a dragon without any hesitation. Claws are as sharp as blades. Clang. The three of them passed each other, leaving only Lao Jiao's shadow on the ground. Snap. The two killers fell to their knees, holding their necks. Lao Jiao's sharp claws easily tore their necks. At the last moment, the two killers struggled to crawl to their boss. The three of them looked up at the sky and closed their eyes peacefully. Boss. Ninth brother. At the gate of the community, Lao Jiao's brothers and the ambulance entered at the same time. CNM. Lao Jiao's brother Xiaofeng aimed a shotgun at the killer on the ground but was stopped by Lao Jiao. People die and grudges are settled. Lao Jiao knew that the killers were just knives, and the real knife wielder was still hiding behind them. A cell phone was found on one of the killers, and there was only one call record in it. Obviously, it's the person behind the scenes. I called back and the other party picked up after 3 rings. Hello. Is it done? Who? Lao Jiu asked in a low voice. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, and he obviously guessed that the assassin he sent was killed. Do you dare to tell me your name? Lao Jiu tilted his head and asked, I can find it out even if you don't tell me. Is this the only trick Lao Ding's people have? The other side remained silent. Wait for me, you're done for, said Lao Jiu coldly. I'll start with Lao Ding, and it will be your turn eventually. Let's start the war, now. Hey, are they okay? The little white tiger was fidgeting in the room. Mr. Li on the other end of the phone sighed with a headache. Juzi has been sent to the hospital and is being rescued. Where's Lao Jiu? Mr. Li rubbed his temple with a distressed look on his face. Lao Jiu brought your 9 brothers into Shipu district and now disappeared. How dare he, with only 10 people, break into Lao Ding's territory with thousands of people? He is really crazy. The mastermind behind this assassination is Alung. Given Lao Jiu's temper, he will definitely go and settle the score with him. This is also what gives Mr. Li a headache. Lao Jiu was completely uncontrollable. He called Lao Jiu more than 10 times in a row, and Lao Jiu only replied with one sentence. Don't stop me, or I'll do the same to you. The little white tiger was so anxious that he was spinning around on the spot. He knew his brother's temper best. Xiaohu, I want to bring you to a higher level. Before you start fighting, you have to figure out your purpose. Our goal is to share the cake, not to fight for a moment. Mr. Li is a business tycoon, and he thinks the actions of Lao Jiu and others are just the immaturity of young people. Revenge without any beneficial purpose is a meaningless struggle. But he forgot that Lao Jiu and others were not cold machines, and the friendship between their brothers could not be measured by interests. Mr. Li wanted to persuade Little White Tiger to stop Lao Jiu, but unexpectedly Little White Tiger replied seriously, Mr. Li, you are a god in the business world, and we are ghosts on the ground. For you, profit is the most important, and for us, brothers are everything. We can survive until now only because of our brothers sticking together. Thank you for letting me see a different world. I am no longer a frog in a well, but I am still the little white tiger who puts brothers first. Little White Tiger put out his cigarette and said, from now on, we will take over the battlefield. Just wait for me to come to you with old Ding's head. What are you going to do? Mr. Li shouted, is it all in vain? I've heard everything you said, but, the moment the gunshots were fired, the war began. Mr. Li, I will definitely get your job done. You don't need to know the process. That's it. Little White Tiger hung up the phone and rushed out of the room. Earthworm, earthworm, the little white tiger shouted loudly while standing in the yard. Exist. The earthworm yawned and walked out of the other room. Take me to see the old man. It was the first time that the earthworm saw such a terrifying murderous look on the little white tiger's face. Looking into his eyes felt like being torn to pieces by him. Seeing the old man in Heishan town, Xiao Baihu took out a bank card from his pocket and said straight to the point, Old man, I want to borrow soldiers. Borrow troops. What do you want to do? The old man calmly picked up the tea bowl and asked with interest. My brother wants Neza to make trouble in the sea, so I have to give him the wind-fire wheels. Little White Tiger lit a cigarette and bowed respectfully to the old man. Old man, can I borrow soldiers and kill people? Watching the little white tiger suppressing his anger until his body began to tremble, the old man calmly put down the tea bowl. People, what can I give you? What can you bring to our Black Mountain town? Seeing that the little white tiger was so anxious that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, the old man slowly told him his purpose. He can help Little White Tiger, but the price Little White Tiger offers is not just money. The old and the young stared at each other. After a moment, the old man spoke first, I know there is someone behind you, and the conditions are proposed to him. It would be unacceptable for 2 teenagers to go out of the city to ask Lazy for help without an adult following them. So the old man saw through that there was a big boss behind the little white tiger. I want 100 city residence permits. The old man sighed and said, outside the city is not a place for people to live. I am old and want to change a better environment for the next generation of children. Okay, the little white tiger nodded without hesitation. Think it through before you answer. 100, the old man specifically reminded, if you can't do it, I will get angry. Residence permits in the city are extremely scarce, with only a few hundred issued every year. It's easy to get one or two, but getting hundreds is out of the question if you don't have some connections. The old man meant to let Little White Tiger make a phone call and ask Mr. Lee. However, calling Mr. Lee at this time would directly expose his identity. After much thought, Little White Tiger decided to act first and report later. Anyway, bragging is not against the law, just bring the person into the city first and then say, "The people behind me have all the power, if you can't do it, I will personally send your head to you." Mr. Lee taught the Little White Tiger how to take advantage of others' situation, and this time the Little White Tiger wants to take advantage of his situation. Very courageous, the old man nodded with satisfaction, but we still have to follow the rules. How much money you pay, how much effort we will put in. Snap. Little White Tiger slapped his bank card on the table. There's still 900,000 in it. If it's not enough, I can always mobilize several million. High Dog stood aside and swallowed silently. He knew that Little White Tiger only had so much money on him, and it was still unclear whether Mr. Lee would continue to give him money. Little White Tiger is bragging too much. If Mr. Lee doesn't help to clean up the mess when the time comes, the people in Haishan Town will turn around and beat Little White Tiger. However, if you want to bring about the end of Black Mountain Town, you must let them know that you have a strong foundation. If he showed his cowardice at this time, the people in Black Mountain Town would not be willing to take the risk with him. The old man narrowed his eyes, and seeing that the Little White Tiger was not afraid at all, he nodded half-believingly. In any case, the 900,000 is real money. He smiled and said, "Little friend, I, Haishan Town, will support you in this battle. The big men in the city can do whatever they want to you. If anything happens, come outside the city. As long as I am alive, no one dares to go out of the city to touch you." The old man took off the ring on his hand and handed it to the Little White Tiger. "Take it and go to Haney Mountain to find Xiaofei. I'll give you as many people as you want. As long as you can afford the price, I'll play with you even if you want to attack the city. This is our first cooperation, so we in Haishan Town will give you a small gift as a reward for saving the earthworm." The old man took out the satellite phone and dialed a number. "Put me in Red Ghost. Hello, sweep Lao Ding's base outside the city for me. Tell him that it was Black Mountain Town that touched him. From today on, his people are not allowed to step out of the city gate. I say it." The domineering Little White Tiger clasped his fists towards the old man. "I won't say any more, just fight with confidence. Money is bullets. If you are willing to spend money, we outsiders are willing to sacrifice our lives." "Okay." Little White Tiger stood up impatiently. "My brother is fighting hard in the city, old man. I will bring him to visit you another day." "Go ahead." The largest KTV in Shipu district. Snap. Alung slapped his younger brother on the head. "You guys keep yelling nonsense every day, and you can even deal with the mayor, but now you can't even deal with these two little bastards. I'll just recognize you as the boss, you are all big talkers." Alung glanced at the red-haired man sitting next to him and cursed at his subordinates. The two have almost identical facial features, the only difference being that red hair has red hair, while Alung has long, flowing black hair. "Brother, forget it. Let's think about how to deal with Little White Tiger and Old Nine first," Red Hair reminded. "The spy said that Old Nine brought some guys into Shipu. This guy is a complete psychopath. If he gets to Mr. Ding, we will both lose face." Lao Jiao led his men to attack Lao Ding's building. No matter whether he won or lost, Lao Ding would lose face. His base camp was attacked by a few young boys. What would happen if this got out? Little White Tiger has gathered hundreds of people outside the city. I heard that the guy surnamed Lee is also going to take action. Red Hair drank a sip of wine depressedly. Killing two guys is like stirring up a hornet's nest. Alung was also worried that Lao Jiao would get hot-headed and run to find Lao Ding, as this would affect Lao Ding's face. After thinking for a while, Alung called his subordinates, "Spread the news to me that I am the one who sent people to kill Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu." The red-haired man's eyes lit up. Alung is trying to attract fire for Lao Ding. These two young boys can still cause trouble. Black Mud Mountain. Led by the earthworm, the Little White Tiger rushed all the way at lightning speed and arrived before dark. On the rugged path, a man with 2 pigtails was squatting in the middle of the road slurping noodles. This cool image and strange behavior made Little White Tiger a little worried and asked, "Is your cousin reliable?" "He's not reliable at other times, but he's absolutely reliable in a fight." Earthworm kicked open the car door and waved to the man squatting on the road eating dinner, "Brother." The sound of rustling footsteps was heard. The man with pigtails slowly stood up, and behind him, dozens of bandits armed with weapons rushed out from the bushes on the roadside. These people have a completely different aura from the thugs in the city. Everyone has a dead look in their eyes, a bit like the Walking Dead. Little White Tiger had seen this kind of look in the eyes of wanted criminals on TV. It was the look of a man who had truly killed people to the point of being numb. The two sides looked at each other for a while, and the other party spoke first. "You are the only one who takes care of us." The Little White Tiger strode forward and glanced at the strong men behind the men. They were all wearing tattered cotton-padded jackets, but the weapons in their hands were polished to a shine. "The money has been given to the old men." The Little White Tiger stretched out his hand. The girl with pigtails threw the bowl on the road with satisfaction and reached out to shake hands with the Little White Tiger. "I don't care who you want to do, and I won't ask you for resettlement money, but let's make it clear first, is the 900,000 the full amount or the deposit?" "What do you mean?" The Little White Tiger thought that the other party was trying to cheat, and his face changed. "If it's a deposit, I'll arrange it for you at 3 million. Just make it 5 million. The Little White Tiger made a desperate bet. Now Laojio's phone can't be reached. Based on Little White Tiger's understanding of him, Laojio is most likely lying outside Laoding's house. Once a war breaks out, one side must be completely defeated. If they lose and don't have to worry about the balance, they will have a hard time surviving. If they win the fight, naturally someone will be willing to pay to clean up the mess for the Little White Tiger. Hearing this, Pigtails grinned. "The boss is very generous. Come and say hello to him." "Hello, boss." Hundreds of people shouted in unison. These bandits were poorly dressed, but their aura was far beyond the reach of the city thugs. "Can you get into town?" If you do not have a permanent residence permit in the city, people from outside the city who want to enter the city need to apply half a month in advance. Generally, people outside the city who want to enter the city have to take unconventional routes. For example, some city residents dug many tunnels at the base of the city wall for their entry and exit, but they charged a fee. Yes, the woman with pigtails calmly lit a cigarette. "The child of the Nanpu district councillor has been kidnapped by us. I will call him later and ask him to open the city gate for me personally." The Little White Tiger was even more worried now. The girl with pigtails waved her hand carelessly. "You go into the city first." Gan Lao Ding Ong, the Little White Tiger made a special mention to give these people a shot of prevention. After all, Lao Ding is a well-known figure in the city. "I don't give **CK who he is," Pigtail said with a sneer. "Ask Lao Ding if he dares to pass my road without paying the toll." "Okay." In the city, Mr. Li stood anxiously in front of his desk, his ashtray already filled with cigarette butts. After making countless calls, Mr. Li finally got through to Laojio. "Hello. You finally answered the phone. You can't be impatient in competing with Lao Ding. Can we wait for Xiaohu to come back and discuss it together?" Mr. Li could still reason with Xiaobehu, but he felt powerless when facing Laojio. The biggest difference between Laojio and Xiaobehu is that Laojio is a real mental patient, the kind with a medical record in the hospital. Therefore, ordinary people can't guess his thinking at all. "My brother is in the hospital, I can't bear this vengeance." Laojio hesitated for a while. "I cannot touch Lao Ding, but that Alung must die." Mr. Li picked his ears and suddenly realized that he could not understand Laojio's thoughts. "My dear, I called you because I was worried that you wouldn't be able to come out, not because I was worried that you would kill Lao Ding. Lao Ding is at the 4th awakening, Alung is at the 2nd awakening and at the peak of his powers. Who can Laojio, a rookie who just awakened, beat?" But in Laojio's mind, the only thing that mattered was whether he was willing to kill or not, and there was no concept of whether he could win or not. "Mr. Li, Little White Tiger trusted you and didn't fire for half a month. As a result, Zhu Zai was admitted to the hospital. He was also killed outside the city. People on the ground don't have so many rules. If you don't beat him into submission, no one will dare to show their teeth to you. Wait until I send this Alung's head to Lao Ding, and they will be obedient. Can you King come back? Mr. Li shouted angrily, both sides are still sorting their cards, and you're just flipping the table. Now Mr. Li and the people behind Lao Ding are not ready for war. Both sides were testing each other's cards, and Lao Jiao ended up throwing a royal bomb at the beginning. Alung is Lao Ding's second in command. If you touch him, the other party will have to fight even if they don't want to. It's too late. Lao Jiao said calmly, you continue to sort the cards. Alung must kneel down for me today. Mr. Li hung up the phone and told the men in black beside him, you must find the person before Lao Jiao takes action. The man in black held the tablet, his hands trembling slightly. It's too late, sir. After saying that, the man in black handed the tablet to Mr. Li. There is voice and video software on the tablet, and in the captured footage. Lao Jiao's people have already appeared at the entrance of the KTV. The world of UFO. As the largest KTV in Shipu district, it is also the most profitable project in Lao Ding's hands. This is also the place where Alung, the strongest fighter under Lao Ding, lives. As soon as it gets dark, there is already a lot of traffic in front of the KTV. Those who come here to spend money are either rich or noble. There are 7 or 8 guys responsible for parking alone, which shows that business here is booming. Because of this, no one noticed the teenager squatting and smoking at the door. 9 brothers. The boy on the roadside glanced at the van behind him. There are no special arrangements nearby. The other side probably thinks we dare not come. In fact, Alung really thought that Lao Jiao would not dare to come. Anyone with a bit of common sense would not dare to bring people to this place to cause trouble. As Alung's home ground, all the hooligans on the street can be gathered together in 5 minutes with just one phone call. Gutu, you move first, and then retreat according to the plan after you're done. The cigarette butts in the car flickered. Good. The 5 teenagers squatting outside the car looked at each other, stood up at the same time, lowered their heads and walked towards the KTV. Big sale for the 3rd anniversary, big sale for the 3rd anniversary, spend 5,000 and get a bottle of red wine for free. The guy handing out flyers at the door was desperately distributing flyers to passers-by, and no one noticed that 5 young boys had already reached the door. Why? When they walked into the lobby, several security guards reached out to stop a few ordinary dressed teenagers in front of them. What do you do? The security guards in UFO Rinjian all have eagle eyes and can judge that some people cannot afford to spend money there just by looking at their clothes. Consumption. The leading boy had dreadlocks, wore a white sweatshirt, and carried a large cloth bag on his back. The minimum consumption here is 10,000 a night, and the girls inside cost more than 3,000 to touch. Can you afford it? Go away, go home and play with your dick. What kind of girl wants more than 3,000? With diamonds, the boy with dreadlocks asked ignorantly. 300 yuan, give me the whole set. Another teenager took out 300 yuan and threw it on the ground. The security captain was confused and said, are you here to cause trouble? Get out of here now, or you won't be able to leave. Don't you see where you are, you little jerk, a young man passing by mocked. It's very high-end. Tisk tisk. Several young men looked at the magnificent lobby and said with longing, look at that lamp, it looks like it is made of gold. Captain Joe, don't let these random people in. How can they play in the same place as us? The young man in a gorgeous suit hugged a gorgeous girl and taunted her, poor bastard, I can buy your life with a glass of wine, don't embarrass yourself here, ha ha. After saying that, the young man walked towards the box in a leisurely manner, holding a cigarette in one hand and the waist of the girl next to him. Get out of here. Come on, some of you. The security captain got stuck in the middle of his words. A few guys opened the big canvas bag, and the long and short things inside made the security captain break out in a cold sweat. Wow. The boy with dreadlocks trotted over with a spray gun in his hand and called out to the young master. Why? What are you doing? The young man turned his head and met the barrel of the boy's gun. You have a lot of money, but you only have one life, right? Come on, tell me, what level are you and what level am I? Bang. The gun went off and the young man knelt on the ground in pain, covering his thigh. A lot of money. Can it be bulletproof? Huh? Speak. The young man never expected these young boys to be so fierce, and he waved his hands in fear. The man with dreadlocks raised the butt of his gun and hit the young man's face with it for more than 10 times, then turned to the girl next to him and asked, "Your diamond-studded clothes are so expensive. I'll come to you to buy things next time. If they are not worth 3,000, I'll kill you." Bang. Everyone, get down, we're closed today. The guests in the lobby seemed to be well dressed, but they fell down faster than anyone else when the gunshots rang out. A few security guards secretly tried to draw their guns, but were sent away by the teenagers with guns pointed at them. Gunshots were heard and hurried footsteps were heard upstairs. Dozens of thugs rushed out of the safety passage carrying weapons. Tat-tat. The man with dreadlocks snatched his companion's gun and fired a volley of shots, forcing the men back into the stairwell. The boy standing guard at the door looked at the time and saw that it was exactly 1 minute. He shouted to the men with dreadlocks, "Retreat. CNM, I'm Hong San Street Bone. I'll come again tomorrow and give you time to code people." Bone glanced at the lobby where no one dared to stand, arrogantly took out a detonator from his bag, lit it, and threw it directly onto the gorgeous chandelier in the lobby. "MLGB, I can't afford it, so I'll burn your store down." After finishing the job, the guys rushed out of the KTV. Hurry up, someone is messing up the place, don't let them get away." When Captain Joe saw the men running away, he took out his walkie-talkie and shouted for help. Bang. Before Captain Joe could call out a few times, gunshots rang out at the door again and the walkie-talkie in Captain Joe's hand shattered. Bone picked up his weapon and launched a surprise attack. "You." Bone grabbed the doorman from the ground and twisted him to the door. "CNM, why didn't you tell us that you are welcome to come next time? Do you look down on us?" Tat-tat. The other young man held a cigarette in his mouth and fired a volley of shots at the doorman's feet, scaring the other person so much that he spurted out yellow liquid. "Welcome, come back next time." The doorman cried, "I quit. It's too scary." The teenagers looked at each other, laughed and trotted away with satisfaction. Walking across the street, could have fired at the KTV sign, "CNM, tell Alung, if you don't accept it, come to Hong San Street to fuck me." The guys ran into the alley and disappeared without a trace. KTV top floor office. Alung climbed out of bed in a daze, and the knocking on the door was getting louder and louder. "Who is it?" The two girls beside Alung had just experienced a big battle and complained weakly, "It's killing me." Alung lit a cigarette and patted the girl next to him on the buttocks. "Be good, I'll go see what's going on." The door opened, and several of Alung's trusted brothers reported in sweat, "Boss, our place was smashed." "What the hell?" Alung's mind froze for a moment before he came to his senses. "Which place?" "It's this one," the younger brother reported with a sad face. "The crazy Lao Jiao really sent people to cause trouble. Master Duan's leg was broken, and we also lost 3 brothers." Alung looked confused. It was completely unexpected that Lao Jiao dared to come. In his mind, who in the entire Shipu district dared to touch him? Perhaps it was because he had lived in peace and stability for too long that he lost his sense of crisis. He knew clearly that Lao Jiao had an unstable temper, but he was not on guard at all. How do I explain this to President Ding?" Snap. Alang slapped his younger brother in the face, "Where's the person? Didn't you keep him?" They ran away. They beat people and ran away. They ran into the alley before our people could form a team. The whole process took less than 2 minutes, the younger brother explained, covering his face. Alang kicked the other person in frustration and said, "I don't want to listen to your story. Get everyone out of here. We must catch the person back. Go now." First, the assassination attempts failed twice, and now someone has directly destroyed his own place. Alung didn't dare to imagine what Lao Ding's expression would be when he found out. Back in the room, Alung stood at the window with his hands on his hips, staring breathlessly at the mess downstairs. "I'm very angry now, come here." Alung called to the girl on the bed. Half an hour later. Alung breathed a sigh of relief and lit a cigarette silently. Ding ding ding. The phone rang, and Alung saw who was calling and his face turned green. How dare you call? Alung roared. On the other end of the phone, Lao Jiao asked calmly, do you want to fuck me? What do you think? MLGB, I will kill you today. Alung held the girl's head and cursed. Look down. Lao Jiao sneered. Alung looked down and saw Lao Jiao on the street, with one hand in his pocket, looking at him with interest. The two looked at each other and Alung almost jumped down. He stepped on the windowsill with one foot and realized that he was naked. CNM, show your dick before the fight, are you seriously ill? Lao Jiao stretched out his thumb and index finger to Alung from a distance. Don't embarrass yourself with this length, I heard you are a strengthening department. Why don't you strengthen your little brother? Even if I'm not hard, I'm longer than you, little brother. I'm RNM, do you dare to come up? Alung gave up communicating over the phone and leaned against the window, cursing. Lao Jiao smiled evilly, hung up the phone, and walked straight to the KTV. An old woman at the door was leading a group of girls to clean the lobby and the decorations at the door that were broken by Bones and his men. The old woman, who didn't know what was going on, saw Lao Jiao trying to break in and quickly stopped him. Little brother, I'm sorry, we're closed today. Lao Jiao's face darkened. Do you think I look like someone who can afford it? The girls looked at each other. Why are you here if you don't want to consume? Lao Jiao looked around and curled his lips. Swindlers, 200 a night on our Hongsan street is too expensive for you guys. Auntie, please make way. Several younger brothers behind Lao Jiao took out their weapons. The woman's eyes twitched and a lot of powder on her face fell off. She had just been hit once when another group of people came. The other girls did the same and made way for him. When Lao Jiao passed by the girl, he deliberately reached out and touched her cheek. Touch it and it's over 3,000, put it on my brother Lang's account. Add 3,000. Add 3,000. The brothers followed suit. The group walked into the lobby in a swagger. All the thugs ran out to chase Bone and the others. There was no other security in the lobby except some guests waiting for the bus. Seeing another wave of young people rushing in, many old birds simply lay on the ground. Especially the young man who was injured in the bones, curled up on the sofa and almost cried. Lao Jiao glanced at everyone and shouted, CNM, we are closed today. Go back and have fun by yourselves. If you don't come out, I will charge you. Wow. Everyone in the hall rushed out with their heads in their hands. Each of these guests is wealthy, so who would want to mess with these desperados? I'm going to go up and touch this brother Lang. You guys stay down there. No one is allowed to come in before I come down, even if the mayor comes. If anyone dares to come in, I'll get you fired. Lao Jiao pressed the elevator button. Got it, bro. The teenagers nodded and huddled behind the lobby reception desk with their guns ready. The elevator slowly rises. Alung, standing at the elevator door, holding a machete in his hand and wearing shorts, was waiting for Lao Jiao to appear with the machete across his chest. The elevator door slowly opened, and Alung tightened the knife in his hand. CNM, I want to see how many lives you have today. The elevator door was half open. Alung shouted and rushed into the elevator. Where are the people? Alung was stunned when he saw the burning detonator in the elevator. You looking for me? Lao Jiao's figure appeared from the end of the corridor. I am a peasant and don't like taking the elevator. I am RNM. Boom. The huge impact blew Alung away. Old 9, get out of here. When Alung got up from the ground, his only remaining shorts were also burned. Looking at the end of the corridor, there was no trace of Lao Jiao. Ding ding ding. The cell phone rang in the room. After walking around for a while and failing to find Lao Jiao, Alung anxiously picked up the phone. Brother Lang, I have run out of detonators. I will retreat first. I will find you next time. Lao Jiao's calm voice sounded. I am RNM, Alung broke through the defense. I quickly ran to the window and looked down, but there was no trace of Lao Jiao. Where the hell are you? Come out and fight me if you dare. Alung, a powerful second-level awakening warrior, was actually fooled by Lao Jiao and his mentality collapsed. I can't think anymore and just want to tear Lao Jiao to pieces. Left. Lao Jiao's voice sounded again. On the air conditioner outside the KTV wall, Lao Jiao spoke calmly while holding a spray gun. Alung turned around and was met with Lao Jiao's spray. Bang. The shotgun hit Alung's eyes accurately. At this distance and with this power, even a second awakening player would be blinded if hit in the eye. One of Alung's eyeballs was smashed, leaving a bloody hole, which looked extremely scary. Underestimating the enemy, Lao Jiao curled his lips and said, "Fortunately you are 1 round older than me, otherwise you wouldn't be able to last a round in my hands." Alung indeed suffered a great loss due to underestimating his enemy. In his mind, Lao Jiao was just an ordinary person, and even hot weapons could not cause any harm to him. Coupled with Lao Jiao's various taunts and bones smashing the scene, there was an explosion in the elevator. Each and every step is designed to mess with Alung's mentality. When it comes to killing, Lao Jiao's experience can be written into a book. Old 9. Alung roared angrily, his voice echoing throughout the street. Everyone looked up involuntarily. Lao Jiao went into the next room. Alung took out toilet paper to cover his eyes, held a knife in one hand, broke open the wall, and rushed to the next room. Lao Jiao's figure disappeared again, and a piece of detonator that was almost burned out was placed on the bed. Boom. Alung was blown away again. In the ruins, Alung was lying face down on the ground, blood all over the floor, and he was about to die. Tap tap tap. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Alung, who was pretending to be dead, gritted his teeth. At this moment, his hatred for Lao Jiao had reached its peak. A minute passed and the footsteps still didn't approach the room. Alung couldn't hold on any longer and raised his head slightly. Lao Jiao sat on the long bench outside the door, smoking calmly and playing with his phone. Pretending to be dead? Lao Jiao spread his hands. "You continue, I'll pretend I didn't see it." "Childish," Lao Jiao muttered. Alung jumped up and pounced on Lao Jiao like a tiger pouncing on its prey. In midair, Alung's strengthening ability unfolded, and his arms turned silver gray and emitted a metallic luster. "I'll show you the difference between ordinary people and awakened ones." Alung grabbed Lao Jiao's neck with one hand and said with a fierce smile, "You are worthy of killing me." But what happened next made Alung's face change drastically. Red scales grew all over Lao Jiao's body. Compared to Alung who only strengthened his arms, Lao Jiao's entire body was covered in scales. "You are also an awakened one." Alung looked at Lao Jiao in disbelief. "When did I say I'm not an awakener?" Lao Jiao looked innocent. Alung continued to squeeze Lao Jiao's neck with his hands, trying to strangle him to death. "Whether you are awakened or not, you must die today." The scales on Lao Jiao's neck began to crack under the full force of the second awakening. Seeing this, Alung laughed excitedly, "CNM, you are not dead yet." Lao Jiao grinned. "Why do you think I let you catch me?" Alung was stunned. Lao Jiao was extremely fast. The finger like a sharp blade pierced into Alung's remaining eyeball. The blind Alung grabbed Lao Jiao and knocked down several walls, then knocked him away with one punch. Ahem. Lao Jiao coughed up blood and slowly stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. The second awakening is very strong. Alung took a defensive stance. Even though he was blind, he could still determine Lao Jiao's location by hearing. "I don't want to play with you anymore." Lao Jiao jumped down from the top floor. There was no way Alung would let Lao Jiao leave, so he jumped off the building following Lao Jiao without even thinking. Beep. Wow, he's not wearing pants. Isn't this Brother Lang? Beep, beep, make way. There was a lot of traffic on the road, and as soon as Alung jumped onto the street, he panicked. All kinds of noisy sounds made it impossible for him to lock on Lao Jiao's position. In the middle of the road, Alung listened carefully to all the sounds around him with bloodshot eyes. 10 meters away from him, Lao Jiao was also standing in the traffic, smoking calmly. "I've fallen into a trap." Alung felt his scalp tingling. Lao Jiao never thought about leaving. He knew that Yue and Erju would suffer a loss if they confronted each other head-on, so he had no intention of confronting Alung head-on from the beginning. This is the fighting talent. Lao Jio's talent is at the monstrous level. From the time when Bones started causing trouble until now, every step Alung took was within Lao Jio's calculations. Brother Lang, in heaven. Many merchants at the door who were familiar with Alung shouted reminders. Alung did several somersaults in succession, and then he heard a bang in front of him. Brother Lang, if you can't see any more, you can become a juggler. Your somersaults are really standard. Just as Alung stood firm, he heard Lao Jio's mocking voice from behind him. Death coil. Lao Jio's body was as soft as if it had no bones. His arms were like a giant python, grabbing Alung's neck from behind, and his legs also locked Alung so that he could not move. Do you know how pythons eat people? They break your bones 1 inch at a time. Take a deep breath, and it will be over soon. Lao Jio completely locked Alung, and the two of them lay in the middle of the road in an extremely indecent posture. Alung's old face turned red, but Lao Jio's arms were getting tighter and tighter. It was like a giant python wrapping around him, squeezing all his bones. As time passed, Alung's struggle became weaker and weaker. Alung, bow your head. A familiar roadside shop owner couldn't stand it anymore, so he pulled out a weapon from his shop and fired several shots at Lao Jio. Alung took this opportunity to break free from Lao Jio. Stand still like a mountain. Alung stood still and clasped his hands together. The silver-gray metallic color quickly spread throughout the body. Old Nine, come again. Evil dragon's cracked teeth. Lao Jio opened his 5 claws, and his index and middle fingers were like 2 fangs piercing Alung's forehead, and his big hands tightly pinched Alung's face. The dragon's biting force was so terrifying that the silver skin on Alung's head began to crack at the first sight. Breaking through the power. Alung seized the opportunity and knocked Lao Jio away with a punch. Lao Jio was about to attack again, but suddenly hundreds of people jumped out from the roadside and fired at him. Alung's men are back. CNM, he came to our territory to cause trouble, brothers, leave him alone. Faced with endless bullets, Lao Jio did not dare to be careless and hid behind a car on the other side of the street. Alung finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his brother's voice. A feeling of joy at surviving the disaster surged in my heart. This kid Lao Jio is too evil. With only 1 awakening, he could fight with a player at the peak of the 2nd awakening in a 30-70 tie. Lao Jio, you can't go out today, I will definitely kill you today. Alung roared excitedly while being supported by his men. We must keep this kid, otherwise he will become a big problem. Everyone, surround him and beat him to a pulp. Alung loudly ordered his men, we must keep him even if we have to fight a large number of people. Kill. Kill Lao Jio. Buried him. Let the people of Red 3rd Street see what real strength is. More people. We'll each spit at you and drown you. More and more returning thugs flocked to Lao Jio, and many merchants also took the opportunity to shoot secretly. The situation took a turn for the worse. Lao Jio was trapped behind the car. He had been injured in the fight with Alung and could not keep his body covered with scales for too long. There are too many people on the opposite side, and Lao Jio can be killed by exhaustion. Haha, Lao Jio, today is the day you die. CNM, aren't you awesome? Don't you want to fight me one-on-one? Come out and fight me and my brothers one-on-one. Alung laughed wildly. The crowd of onlookers all sighed and said that if they had been given another 90 minutes, Alung would have really been defeated. It's the times and the fate. Woo woo woo. The moment Alung's men pounced on them, the roar of a motorcycle was heard from the end of the road. 3 motorcyclists sped along, riding on the roofs of the long line of vehicles. The leader was furious. Who the hell is bullying my old men for not having any brothers? Brother Jio, Hi Dog is here. Brother Jio, we are here. CNM, who said my 9th brother has no brothers? Brother Jio, come out and show Alung what pomp and circumstance is all about. Tat tat. At the end of the street, Bones, who had already gone far away, came back with his men. Xiaofeng, who was in the KTV, also broke out with his men. A dozen teenagers with guns in hand rushed towards Lao Jio like crazy. Even when facing enemies that are dozens of times more numerous than them, even when knowing that one will die if one goes back. The young man's sense of loyalty was undoubtedly demonstrated at this moment. Everyone was running towards the same goal under the hail of bullets. I am Little White Tiger, who the hell wants to touch my old nine? The Little White Tiger jumped down, picked up the motorcycle and smashed it towards the crowd approaching Lao Jiao. High Dog swayed its tail handsomely and stopped on a car. Tat tat. Earthworm picked up the two guns hanging around his neck and fired at the same time. Have you asked us before touching my ninth brother? RNM, I'm not dead, who the hell dares to touch my ninth brother? Gutu, Xiaofeng, and others all protected Lao Jiao. Although there were only a dozen of them, they managed to force Alung's men back across the street. The Little White Tiger and Lao Jiao looked at each other and smiled at each other with tacit understanding. My friend, can you hold on? Little White Tiger threw out his cigarette. Lao Jiao grinned and said, I will kill him today. Yes. Little White Tiger raised his head and announced loudly, my brother said that Alung must be killed today. Whoever stops him will die. With just your small number of people. Alung mocked, you can't get out. Although the Little White Tiger has arrived, the difference in numbers is still obvious. More than people. Little White Tiger took out his intercom, pointed at Alung and shouted arrogantly, enter the venue. Woo woo woo. Bang, bang, bang. On the street, a heavy snowplow was running rampant. Vehicles on the road tried to evade, and those that didn't have time to evade were overturned on both sides of the road. Under the glaring high beam, the snowplow was getting closer and closer. The two sides confronted each other across the street, and a snowplow rushed through the middle of them. Only then did they see clearly that behind the snowplow were 3 freight trucks covered with thick green canvas. Click. The snowplow stopped in the middle of the road. Xiaofei, who had 2 pigtails, kicked open the door and climbed onto the roof. CNM, I'm from outside the city, where is the gunshot? Let the boss see if this is worth the money. Gunshots rang out. The earthworm lifted the canvas off the car. The men in the truck stood up in unison. Hundreds of guns spewed out flames at the same time. Due to the sudden fire suppression and the fact that the truck was taller than a person, Alung's men were beaten and fled for their lives. For a while, the sound of gunfire continued. Xiaofei narrowed his eyes and calmly lit a cigarette. In less than 3 minutes, no one on Alung's side dared to stand. Most of them were knocked down in the first round, and the rest could only hide under the cars on the roadside and tremble. The people from outside the city are so fucking fierce. When the two sides were shooting at each other, no one tried to dodge at all. Alung's face turned from red to green. Alung, CNM, do you have any other tricks? Lao Jiao jumped onto the roof of the car. 10 brothers stood beside the 9th brother. This was the bond among the young men. Living and dying together was never an empty promise. The onlookers, passers-by, owners of surrounding businesses and Lao Jiao and others were so overwhelmed by their aura that they squatted on the ground and dared not look up. At this moment, Little White Tiger and Old Nine completely defeated them. At this moment, a group of young men will become famous in Bingfu. At this moment, no one dared to look down on these young people. On the other side, Mr. Li saw all of this through the video. From Lao Jiao overpowering Alung one-on-one to Xiaobehu saving the situation at the critical moment, both of them demonstrated their courage and strength. Lao Jiao lured the tiger away from the mountain and attacked Huang Long directly, advancing and retreating in moderation. The Little White Tiger traveled 100 miles to borrow soldiers and rushed to help overnight, showing brotherhood. The tacit understanding between the two is simply terrifying. It's really a dragon and a tiger. Mr. Li stared at the video intently and sighed, if I can get one person, I can settle down in Bingfu. Mr. Li put out the cigarette in his hand, patted the secretary beside him, and smiled, just wait and see, as long as they don't die, the next 100 years will belong to them. The secretary looked at the two people in the video with doubt. Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu overwhelmed Alung and stood out from the crowd with the support of their brothers. All the onlookers on the street were lying on the ground. Everyone must bow their heads when they see me, the secretary murmured. I'm very lucky, Mr. Li stared at the two people in the video and smiled, I have a rough diamond in my hands, ha 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 ha. Call and pick the person up. Mr. Li nodded with satisfaction. The big boss will like this video very much. Is this the most vicious knife on Red 3rd Street? I'm afraid Hongsan Street can no longer hold them. Too domineering. At my age, I can only masturbate. The first person who has made Lao Ding lose face in more than a decade. The onlookers stared in amazement at the young men standing shoulder to shoulder. Lao Jiao took a deep puff of his cigarette and passed it to Xiao Baiyu, then to Hai Go, Gutu, and Xiao Feng. One cigarette, a dozen people, each taking a puff. Brother, Little White Tiger turned to look at Old Nine and said with a smile, "How's the show?" "CNM, call someone," the earthworm shouted loudly to Lazy outside the city. "Boss. Boss. Boss." The Lazy outside the city climbed out of the truck and bowed to Lao Jiao. This is recognition from the Lazis. Hundreds of people were scattered on the roof of the car. The one with the pigtailed hair biting a cigarette and yelled, "CNM, starting today, my boss has the final say in Shipu. Tell Lao Ding, if you don't accept it, come over with a knife." No one dared to respond on the quiet street. These people outside the city are too fierce. Together with Lao Jiao and Little White Tiger, even if Lao Ding comes in person, he won't get anything good. "Alung, you must die today." Lao Jiao tore off his shirt, "Avenge the piglet." Revenge. Revenge. A dozen brothers walked towards Alung. Alung, who was blind, knew that there was no possibility of escape, so he decided to fight to the death. Jumping onto the roof of the car on the road, Alung shouted to Lao Jiao, "Do you dare to let me make a phone call?" Lao Jiao sneered and threw the phone to Alung. The latter fumbled and dialed a number. "Boss. CNM, wait for me, I will definitely protect you today." Lao Ding's roar came from the phone. In the cold wind, Alung's body trembled slightly. The shrewd Lao Ding also went crazy for his brother. Alung shed 2 lines of tears, feeling that all these years were not in vain. "Boss, don't come. I'm screwed today." Alung didn't know if Little White Tiger had another ambush, and he didn't want Lao Ding to take risks for him. "I'm leaving. I'll still be with you in the next life. Although others say that we are in the business of giving birth to sons without anus, but you are good to me. Take good care of my brother, boss." Alung hung up the phone tremblingly. "I'm CNM, Alung, don't be impulsive, wait for me, Lao Ding's voice roared on the phone. After throwing the phone to Lao Jiao, Alung yelled, and his whole body was covered with gray steel. "Come and fight. CNM, revenge." Lao Jiao and Little White Tiger jumped up at the same time. "The awakened one has an extra dick. Kill him." Hai Dog took out his dog-leg knife and followed closely. Death coil. White Tiger silver claw. Breaking sky explosion. The skills of the three are intertwined. The Little White Tiger Lao Jiao took Alung's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the two of them also hugged Alung's arms. Lao Jiao's body wrapped around Alung's left arm like a giant python, and the Little White Tiger also locked Alung's right arm tightly. He can control Alung, but the other brother's swords and guns can never hurt him. Alung relied on his terrifying defense to render the group of young men helpless. Lao Ding was already on his way, watching the time passing by. If we delay any further, I'm afraid Alung might really turn the tables. Alang laughed wantonly, "You will all be buried with me." Fart. Xiao Fei took out a saw from the car and threw it to Hai Go, saw him. CNM. Alung was pinned to the ground like a prisoner being executed. Hegu jumped onto Alung's back, picked up a saw and started sawing. The harsh sound of metal friction reached the ears of every onlooker, making their hair stand on end. 5 minutes later. Boss. Alung, who could no longer hold on, yelled out his last words hysterically, and Hai Dog's saw just cut off Alung's neck. Blood spurted several meters high. The elder brother on the ground died. That's how it is in the industry, there will always be new people emerging. Today it's Little White Tiger and Old Nine, and there may be more people tomorrow. Amid everyone's horrified gaze, Lao Jiao lifted Alung's head. Returned. The Little White Tiger waved his hand. The cars on the road gave way in an orderly manner. After this battle, Lao Jiao became famous in Bing Mansion. In this battle, Lao Ding lost his beloved general. After this battle, the name of Little White Tiger became known to everyone in Shipu. 10 minutes later. Old Ding, who arrived late, stood on the road, looked at his headless brother and howled to the sky. Bingfu, the third private hospital. In the last days, hospitals are for the rich. The nurse on duty dozed off at the desk with her chin in her hand, and the door was blown open by the wind. The nurse rubbed her hazy eyes, muttered something, and was about to close the door, but saw more than a dozen bloody figures standing at the door. Ghost, ghost. The nurse screamed and ran away. Covered in blood, Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu walked into the hospital with their brothers in a daze, not realizing how scary they looked now. Is this hospital haunted? Hai Dog rubbed his nose. Lao Jiao held the plastic bag, put one hand in his pocket, and found Juzi's ward according to the address sent by Mr. Li. The piglet who had just undergone surgery lay quietly in the ward. Through the glass on the door, the brothers couldn't help but clench their fists. The brothers who were drinking and playing together the day before are now lying like this. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Hello, family members are not allowed to visit here. The doctor on duty swallowed his words hard. The group of young men in front of me not only look scary, but their eyes look murderous. The earthworm leaned sideways and raised his gun. Say that again. You continue. The doctor ran away in shame. Xiao Fei brought Lei Zi from outside the city to guard the door. The little white tiger silently pushed open the ward. The pungent smell of disinfectant made Lao Jiao frown. The handsome boy was wrapped in bandages and had instruments inserted into his body, and his life or death was unknown. The brothers gathered around the bed silently, and Lao Jiao took out Alung's head in his hand. Little pig, I brought you the head of my enemy. Don't be stupid, you just got a girlfriend and you haven't even had sex yet. Brother, we've just risen to prominence and you're leaving. That's really not nice of you. The brothers talked to each other and whispered softly in the piglet's ears. A tear rolled down the unconscious piglet's cheek. Lao Jiao put Alang's head on the bed and patted Juzai's face. Brother, get up. Do you want me to feel guilty for the rest of my life? Juzai suffered such a serious injury for Lao Jiao. If he were to die, Lao Jiao would never be able to get over it for the rest of his life. Bones' eyes turned red, and he slapped himself hard a few times. It's all my fault. If I hadn't gone out to have fun, Piglet wouldn't have. Piggy. Xiao Fei leaned against the wall, listening to the sobbing in the room, and pouted. Damn, they are as fierce as little tigers on the street, but they cry like women in the ward. The earthworms were lying outside the ward, and everyone exclaimed with envy, they have such a deep affection for each other. Little White Tiger and Old Nine were decisive and even a little cruel when they killed outside. But he is like a child in front of his brothers. This contrast just proves the bond between them. Late at night, the brothers were sleeping soundly on the floor beside the piglet's bed. The next day, Mr. Li deliberately sent the piglet out of Bingfu, fearing that Lao Ding would rush to the hospital. In fact, what I'm more afraid of is that Lao Jiao will go crazy again. After a great battle, no one dared to use common sense to speculate on Lao Jiao's behavior. Everyone knows that Lao Jiao only has a dozen brothers, but he dares to bring people to destroy Lao Ding's place. Dongpu District, inside the largest hotel. Mr. Li stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of the hotel, looking at the heavy snow falling outside the window, shaking the wine glass in his hand with great interest. You did a good job yesterday. After this battle, no one in Bing Mansion will dare to look down on you two anymore. But this has completely irritated Lao Ding. Lao Jiao yawned and asked, what should we do next? Lao Ding has gone crazy now. His core subordinate had his head sawed off. If he doesn't get revenge, who will obey him in the future? Just hide. Mr. Li shrugged and patiently explained to the others, in terms of strength, the Lei Zi you hired alone will definitely not be able to defeat Lao Ding's people, so stay away from them first. Although we won yesterday, it was a surprise victory. Lao Ding didn't even play, so for a real head-on confrontation, Little White Tiger still didn't have enough people. If you want to destroy someone, you must first make him crazy. Lao Ding is a madman now. The more he does, the more mistakes he makes. Why not just kill him directly? Xiao Fei curled his lips with disdain. Outside the city, there is no such thing as hiding once the war starts. If you can't defeat the enemy head-on, assassinate him. No matter what, you will never let your opponent have an easy time. Mr. Li smiled and said, killing is not the goal. We should wait until the people behind Lao Ding give up on him before we can do it. This way, we won't hurt the relationship. Several people were stunned when they heard this. Do we need the approval of the people behind Lao Ding to kill him? Our goal is to gain a firm foothold in Bingfu, not to go to all-out war with the local bosses in Bingfu. The angrier old Ding gets, the more out of control his actions will become. As long as he is targeted by some righteous people, the big guys behind the scenes will have no choice but to abandon their plans to save their own. After Mr. Li finished explaining, he took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Fei. I don't know how much money Xiaohu promised you, but a few $100,000 is definitely not enough to hire the famous smoker outside the city. When Mr. Li read out the smoker's name, Xiao Fei frowned. Don't be surprised. I need to know who is working for me. Mr. Li explained with a smile why he was investigating him. This is the end of the world, and people's hearts are dirty. Who knows if the person you invited will turn against you? There is nothing wrong with Mr. Li's behavior. Only Lao Jiao and Xia Beihu can trust their employees. Xiao Fei was not grateful. Don't give me that. They are my bosses. If he asks me to kill you now, I won't hesitate. Mr. Li smiled and nodded disapprovingly, not even doubting that Xiao Fei could really kill him. On the other hand, Little White Tiger and Old Nine looked shocked. Are you a smoker? Mr. Li rolled his eyes at the two of them and said, I thought you were brave enough to invite him, but it turns out that those who are ignorant are not afraid. The name of the smoker is a taboo in the Bing mansion. The two only know that he is called Xiao Fei. If they knew that he was a smoker, Little White Tiger might not have the courage to use him. If Lao Jiao is crazy, then the smoker is simply seriously ill. If the Bingfu police station knew that this kid had entered the city, it would be disrespectful to him if they didn't impose martial law throughout the city. One is crazy, one is mad, and one is just sick. Our team has become a group of problem children. Mr. Li said half-jokingly, the 5 tyrants of Bingfu, Ming Wang, Hua Lao, Nailin, Shorty, and Luan. You almost killed the Nailin family, and you dared to enter the city. The 5 overlords of the Ice Palace represent the 5 strongest people or 5 forces in the Ice Palace. This is the person who truly reached the top of the Ice Mansion. Even someone as strong as Lao Ding is just a glove to them. What Mr. Li is really afraid of are these 5 people. They have people both inside the system and on the ground. Xiao Fei slaughtered hundreds of Nailin people in one breath. You buried the chiefs of police from 2 districts outside the city in District 6 of Bingfu. What on earth were you thinking? Everyone else has reasons for killing people, but Xiao Fei is the only one who is hard to understand. Neither the Nailin family nor the director had much interest conflict with the outside world, but Xiao Fei dared to massacre them without any reason. Seeing the puzzled looks from Little White Tiger and Old Nine, Xiao Fei calmly lit a cigarette. 3 years ago, a girl came to Heishan town and asked me to kill someone, and I accepted the job. That girl only has 1 kidney, 1 arm, and 1 leg left. Those were chopped off alive. The animals outside the city would kill children, but the young master of the Nailin family crippled her. Xiao Fei's eyes turned red and he took 2 puffs. That girl handed me $5 while spitting blood. If it was you, would you take it? $5 bought hundreds of lives of the Nailin family, haha. Mr. Li smiled without comment. We live on the ground and rob people because we have no way to make a living and no food to eat. It doesn't mean we are inhumane. It just so happened that about 100 people from the Nailin family went out of the city to capture her, so I buried those people outside the city. Xiao Fei smiled lightly. Although Xiao Fei said it simply, he had offended the Nailin family. One can imagine how much pressure Xiao Fei was under when he went to the city this time. If Nailin knew that Xiao Fei had entered the city, he would really not be able to leave. Did the Nailin family leave the city to cause trouble for you? Little White Tiger handed Xiao Fei a cigarette and expressed his understanding of his actions. There are big men in the city, and there are fierce men outside the city. Both sides have an agreement that they cannot easily enter each other's territory. Nayland doesn't dare to leave the city easily without the support of the other 4 people. Mr. Li explained for Xiaofei, but once you enter the city, the people outside the city can't protect you. I will avenge my grudges and repay my kindness. Little White Tiger saved my cousin, and I will fight to the end. Xiaofei nodded to Little White Tiger. The latter gave a thumbs up and said, "Man." Shipu District, Lao Ding's office. Master Hua, please give me 3 more days. Old Ding pleaded on the phone with sweat all over his forehead. Along is my brother who has been with me all the way. His head was cut off. It's none of my business if your head is chopped off. The new director of Shipu has already set his sights on you. Stop the dirty work in your hands immediately and don't show up. An old man with a loud voice shouted on the other end of the phone. After Along died, Lao Ding's men went crazy looking for him in Shipu. The entire Shipu was in chaos. Such a high-profile action naturally attracted the attention of some righteous people. Don't I need to remind you how dirty your own ass is? The new superintendent won't accept our gifts at all. We've already created a file for you. So be quiet. Huayi threatened coldly, you can die, but don't implicate us, understand? Yes. Lao Ding felt aggrieved, but he had to admit defeat in front of Huayi. Huayi, the legendary Hua Lao. He is also the real boss behind Lao Ding. The chairman of the Shipu Public Security Management Committee, the real local tyrant of Shipu District. After hanging up the phone, before Lao Ding had time to call his men back, a large group of uniformed police officers rushed into the office. The man in the lead was not good looking. He was in his 30s or 40s and already had a head full of white hair. The police badge on his shoulder made Lao Ding frown. Hello, Mr. Ding. I am the newly appointed Chief Superintendent of Police of Shipu District. I am in charge of public security in Shipu District. My last name is Zhang. You can call me Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's expression was like a pool of stagnant water, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear, old Ding sneered in his heart. The two shook hands calmly, and Lao Ding made a gesture of invitation. Director Zhang, please take a seat. No, I won't sit down. You are the big boss, and my identity is sensitive. If I get too close, it will easily attract gossip. Zhang Yang refused expressionlessly and took out a photo from his pocket. We are here to investigate the large-scale gunfight that occurred in the KTV under your company last night. The person in the photo was Alung's headless corpse. Lao Ding's mouth twitched slightly. Director Zhang, what do you mean? What's your relationship with the deceased? Zhang Yang stared into Lao Ding's eyes. He's my brother. According to my investigation, the deceased was a local in Shipu District. The police have dozens of cases against him. I'm very curious, how did Mr. Ding deal with so many charges for him? Bang. Old Ding was already full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. Zhang Yang kept talking about Alang's background, which made him very unhappy. Director Zhang, my brother is dead now. Shouldn't you investigate the murderer first? It was clearly Alung who died, but Zhang Yang only stared at Alung, obviously targeting Lao Ding. At the same time, Lao Ding was also wondering why Zhang Yang targeted him as soon as he took office. Without knowing the deceased's background, how can I confirm the murderer's motive? Are you fighting for interests or a vendetta? Zhang Yang tapped the table with his slender fingers. If Mr. Ding doesn't cooperate, I should have the right to ask you to return to the company for questioning. Old Ding shouted sharply, he is guilty, can you still resurrect him and sentence him? The murderer is in Dongpu District, Dongxing Hotel. Don't you want to catch the murderer? Go and catch him. Their leader is called Li Youxian, and the ones who are in charge are Xiao Baihu, Lao Jiao, and a group of lazy outside the city, Lao Ding blurted out. Zhang Yang was obviously coming for him, so at this time he could only expose Mr. Li's past to divert his attention. As expected, when Zhang Yang heard Li Youxian's name, he was stunned at first, then his brows furrowed, and finally he showed a meaningful smile. Dongpu District. Dongxing Hotel. Mr. Li was holding his mobile phone and reading the Bingfu News Flash, while Lao Jiao and a few others were lying leisurely on the bed playing mobile games. A day had passed, and they hid in Dongpu District, leaving Lao Ding to search for people in Shipu. In fact, both sides knew where the other was. The ice palace was so small, where could they hide? Lao Ding just didn't dare to cross the line, but he didn't make any movement. Outsiders would think that Lao Ding was afraid of Mr. Li. So the commotion outside was just for show. If Lao Ding really wanted to kill Lao Jiao, he would only send a small team to assassinate him. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 gentle knocks, the door opened. Zhang Yang walked into the room with a cold face and a neat uniform. When Mr. Li saw Zhang Yang, he greeted him warmly as if he were an old friend. "Director Zhang, long time no see. Thanks to you, I almost got the upper hand." Zhang Yang glanced at Mr. Li with disdain and walked straight to the sofa and sat down. "Haha, what do you mean?" Mr. Li pretended to be surprised and sat down opposite Zhang Yang. "Is there any misunderstanding between us?" "Misunderstanding?" Zhang Yang shouted, "Didn't you transfer the 1 million yuan from my mother-in-law's bank card? I won't take your money, but you're dragging my family into this." Zhang Yang had a cold face and was extremely disgusted with Mr. Li. If Zhang Yang was still basically polite to Lao Ding, he was completely abusive towards Mr. Li. "I despise you hypocritical fellows the most. You are all parasites of society, sucking the blood of ordinary people. Without you, the world would have less people starving to death. Businessmen pursue profits. We are here to make money, not to provide welfare." Mr. Li did not argue, but reached out to pour a cup of tea for Zhang Yang. "You are not here to cause trouble for me today, are you?" "I just came here to cause trouble for you." Zhang Yang didn't say anything more, staring at Lao Jiao and the others beside him. "You 3 are the ones who killed Lang, right?" The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point, and Zhang Yang's terrifying aura had locked onto the 3 of them. Sizzle. The door of the room opened again, and Hai Dog and his friends walked in with their hands in their pockets. Several of them had bulging shirts, obviously hiding weapons. Zhang Yang drank the tea in the cup with disdain. "What? You want to touch me? Ask him. If I ask him to stand, does he dare to sit? Touch me? What a bunch of little devils." Mr. Li smiled awkwardly and winked at Hai Dog and his friends, signaling them not to move. The other party is the director, and touching him would be going against the system. Any force or individual will be ruthlessly crushed in the face of the state apparatus. Unless someone is just a seriously ill person like Xiao Fei, no one will take action against the high-ranking officials in the system. People at Zhang Yang's level can only be demoted but not killed. Especially for Mr. Li, he is a businessman with a large family and a big business, he would not run away. Snap. Zhang Yang stretched out his hand and threw out 3 pairs of special handcuffs. These handcuffs can suppress the abilities of the awakened and are specifically designed for awakened criminals. "Bring them all with you, come back to the police station with me, and don't force me to do anything." Lao Jiao and the little white tiger looked at each other, and sharp claws grew on their fingers at the same time. Xiao Fei whistled at the earthworm, who took out the sawed-off gun from his clothes without hesitation. "CNM, you come to our place to ask for someone, why don't you go up to the sky?" Earthworm took 2 steps forward and put the barrel of the gun against Zhang Yang's temple. Mr. Li is afraid of him, but Xiao Fei and his group of outsiders are not afraid of him. Outside the city is a lawless place, and the police's men will be robbed as soon as they leave the city. Zhang Yang sneered and glanced at the gun barrel. Sizzle. The barrel of the gun was visibly frozen. A thick layer of white frost extended all the way to the earthworm's hands. Snap. The earthworm couldn't stand the cold and the sprayer fell to the ground and broke into pieces. "I dare to come here alone to ask for someone, so I'm not afraid of you guys taking action." Wow. Zhang Yang's aura was fully unleashed, and the invisible pressure was like a big hand pressing on everyone's shoulders. Hai Dog and his companions were forced to half-kneel on the ground, while Lao Jiao and Little White Tiger had red faces and were unable to move. Compared with Zhang Yang, Alung's ability is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Xiao Fei and Mr. Li were the only ones in the room who looked calm and unaware. Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows provocatively, full of fighting spirit. "For awakenings, not bad. Shall we play?" Smoker. Zhang Yang recognized Xiao Fei's identity and raised his lips. This trip was not in vain. Xiao Fei stepped forward quickly, and Zhang Yang stood up at the same time. Boom. Two terrifying energies, one cold and one hot, collided, and the room was torn to pieces by the air waves. Sizzle. The temperature in the room dropped below zero, and the walls and floors were covered with a layer of ice crystals. Xiao Fei stamped his feet slightly, the ice crystals exploded, and the temperature rose. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Mr. Li slowly stood up and interrupted them. Are you going to demolish the building? Mr. Li walked between the two men unhappily, took out his cell phone and showed it to Zhang Yang. When the latter saw the content in Mr. Li's mobile phone, he was stunned at first, then his eyes turned red and his hair stood up. Anger. Real anger. Zhang Yang clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That was the scene in Lao Ding's warehouse, where people were locked in cages and picked like animals. Each close-up shot of the frightened children's faces was like 1,000 needles piercing Zhang Yang's heart. Is it true? Zhang Yang asked through gritted teeth. We have known each other for quite some time. You should know that every penny I earn can at least withstand scrutiny. I admit that I took shortcuts by buying low and selling high, but I will never make this kind of bloody money. Mr. Li smiled calmly and said, I still say the same thing. If you want to arrest me, as long as you have evidence, you are welcome to do so at any time. Zhang Yang hesitated, because the content in Mr. Li's hand was too explosive. Mr. Li walks between black and white, while old Ding is simply insane. But he was unwilling to let Lao Jiao and others go. Why kill Alung? Zhang Yang asked the little white tiger grimly. Mr. Li coughed lightly, and the little white tiger understood what he meant. You'll know after you've been in Shipu district for a few months. Lao Jiao and I once delivered a batch of goods for them. They were all children. We are orphans too, so we felt compassion for them. If it weren't for Mr. Li, we would have been killed by Lao Ding's men. Killing Alung is revenge, for ourselves and for those children. Little White Tiger's words were half true and half false, but Zhang Yang believed them. Because he could feel the change in the Little White Tiger's aura when he said these words. Lao Xie did kill many of Little White Tiger's brothers, and this was his Achilles heel. Old Zhang, a pure person has no friends, and a strong person is easily broken. You have suffered a loss, but you still haven't realized it. Mr. Li shook his head regretfully. He admired people like Zhang Yang. In this doomsday, there are not many people who can abide by the bottom line and serve the people wholeheartedly like Zhang Yang. Why were you immediately suspended and investigated just because your mother-in-law accepted $1 million? Everyone knows you were wronged, but who is willing to speak up for you? Your superiors could have protected you with just one word, so why were you still fired? The people below are afraid of you investigating, the people above are afraid of you rebelling, and your colleagues are afraid of you because you are an outlier among them. Who would dare to employ you? It's the end of the fucking world now. Humanity is almost gone. If you want to accomplish great things, you must first climb to a high enough position and gain absolute power. Only then will you be qualified to talk about absolute justice. Otherwise, you will only be suppressed endlessly. I can buy your future for 1 million, and others can buy your life for 5 million. We are hateful, but can you guarantee that the world would be better without us? At least we will never cross the bottom line, Mr. Li said seriously and stepped aside. Catch them if you want. Without them on the ground to hold old Ding back, you can't defeat those big tigers. For the justice in your heart, cooperate once and bring down the person who is really sucking blood from the ice palace. After Mr. Li's earnest persuasion, Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao took the initiative to put on the handcuffs. They are all gambling. It depends on whether Zhang Yang can tolerate their existence in order to bring down the big tiger behind the scenes. I wonder if Zhang Yang has seen this world clearly. Let's bet on whether Zhang Yang can choose to compromise with the current unhappiness for the sake of the perfect world in his mind. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became extremely depressing. Report. After a long time, the voice of Zhang Yang's men came from outside the door. Director, our people have gathered. Do you need support? Pucci, Mr. Li laughed. Lao Jiao breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Xiao Fei gave a thumbs up to the people outside through the door. Great team member. Zhang Yang's face looked extremely ugly. Zhang Yang came to Dongpu alone. How did his men find his location? Why are those subordinates who usually hide when there is danger and rush when there is benefit so active in wanting to wipe out Mr. Li and his gang this time? It goes without saying that Zhang Yang's men have all been bribed. This is the sadness of the times and also the reality. How easy is it for Zhang Yang to change the entire system and fight against the entire era? Team up. Zhang Yang roared through the door, then uncuffed Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao. Taking action against Lao Jiao and his men now is just like using them as knives for Lao Ding and the people behind him. How could a man as proud as Zhang Yang let the other party succeed? Compared with Mr. Li and others, he hated what Lao Ding did even more. You'll be given 10 days to find where the people are hiding in Lao Ding City. Zhang Yang compromised. At the same time, he also made his own request to the little white tiger, prove to me your value. No problem. Happy cooperation. The little white tiger stretched out his hand to shake hands but was slapped away by Zhang Yang. You are bandits, I am a soldier, stop trying to build relationships. If I find out that you are harming the people and committing crimes, I will arrest you anyway. Zhang Yang straightened his clothes and left in big strides. This person is trustworthy. After Zhang Yang left, Xiao Fei sighed, if this world is full of people like this, I'll go sell sesame cakes and become a good person right now. Haha, Wu Dalong. The little white tiger grinned. It is undeniable that the little white tiger group admires people who can stick to their original intentions from the bottom of their hearts. Such people are needed in the apocalypse, but such people cannot be tolerated in the apocalypse. Mr. Li wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally, the most important link has been opened. In Mr. Li's plan, Zhang Yang is the most crucial link. The plan was started 2 years ago, and Zhang Yang was gradually brought down step by step. Then he spent money to get connections to transfer him to the Bing mansion. Everything went according to Mr. Li's plan. He needed a sharp sword that dared to stand up. If Little White Tiger and Old Nine were unexpected gains, then Zhang Yang was Mr. Li's first choice from the very beginning. As an ambitious man, Mr. Li is well aware of Zhang Yang's destructive power, and soon there will be an earthquake in the upper echelons of the Bing mansion. Everything today is in your plan, right? Lao Jiao looked at Mr. Li meaningfully. Little White Tiger and Xiao Fei looked at each other and shuddered. If this kind of person is an enemy, if you want to rebel against him in the future, don't play tricks on him. Just call me and I will send people into the city to kill him. Xiao Fei patted Little White Tiger's shoulder earnestly. You are trying to sow discord, buddy. You are afraid that both of us will not die, right? Lao Jiao rolled his eyes at Xiao Fei. It's done. Mr. Li stretched lazily and said, I will leave the Bing mansion for a few days to ask a god to suppress the people behind Lao Ding. During this time, you can do whatever you want. Remember, the bigger the incident, the better, so that Lao Ding will be completely exposed to the public. Become. 5 days later. In the office, Lao Ding rubbed his head dejectedly. It seemed as if the whole world was against him. Originally, he wanted to use Zhang Yang to deal with Lao Jiao, but Zhang Yang went to the hotel and came back to start reorganizing the internal situation. In just 5 days, 2 squadron leaders of the Shipu Police Department were investigated and 1 deputy director was dismissed. Almost all of Lao Ding's informants in the police department were eliminated. Although Zhang Yang did not bother him again, Lao Ding always had an ominous premonition. Uncle Ding. A young man in colorful clothes walked into the room and waved to Lao Ding proudly. Flower Little. Old Ding quickly stood up, put on a smiling face and went to greet him. Hua Xiao is the child of Hua Lao's family, and is also a well-known rich second generation in the Bing mansion. His many years of evil deeds in Shipu also earned him the title of one of the 5 beasts of the Ice Palace. Hua Xiao sat leisurely on the sofa, and Lao Ding lit a cigarette for him personally. Uncle Ding, I need your help. If you need anything, just give me a call. Why do you have to come here in person? Old Ding smiled bitterly in his heart, but had to pretend to be honored on his face. Over the years, Lao Ding has helped Hua Xiao clean up his mess a lot. When he saw him coming to find him, he guessed that he must have some dirty and tiring work to do again. Hua Xiao patted Lao Ding's shoulder earnestly and said, I know you've been feeling miserable lately, so I came to see you. I'll call Ming Wang in Dongpu later and ask him to kick the men out of Dongpu. Hua Xiao exhaled a puff of smoke in a proud manner, and Lao Ding suppressed his depression and nodded in agreement. Prince Ming is as famous as the old man of Hua Xiao's family. How can a junior like him order the other person around? Maybe Hua Xiao doesn't even have the other party's phone number. However, if Hua Xiao wants to pretend to be cool, Lao Ding can only deal with it. Ahem, this is what happened. The old man negotiated a deal with Sanyang. He wanted to exchange a batch of top-quality goods and 2 boxes of gold for a piece of junk. Arhats are a specialty of this era. When the blood moon comes, not only do humans and animals mutate, but also some rare treasures and magical weapons. These mutated magical weapons are called wild tools, and each of them has magical powers. Because they can only rely on mutation, the number of waste tools is extremely limited. Even as powerful as the 5 hegemons of the Ice Palace, only 3 of them have wild tools. It's inconvenient for the old man to leave the city, so this job was originally assigned to my third brother, but I had nothing to do so I took it over. As soon as the shrewd Lao Ding heard this, he knew that Hua Xiao, a fool, would never dare to leave the city, so he was just asking himself to step on a landmine. You know, I don't have anyone, and the police have been keeping a close eye on our family recently, so I can only ask Uncle Ding for help. Old Ding was overwhelmed. Hua Xiao pretends to be cool, but he is the one taking the blame. This kind of work usually doesn't belong to Lao Ding. Hua Lao is wary of Lao Ding and won't let him participate in important transactions. In order to win favor from his father, Hua Xiao not only took over the job but also dragged Lao Ding into it. But his identity is here. Lao Ding is Hua Ye's subordinate, and he is the young master of the Hua family. How could old Ding not listen to him? Uncle Ding, Hua Xiao put out his cigarette, I'll help you with Alung's matter. I'll deal with those little scoundrels myself, how about that? Seeing that Lao Ding was unwilling, Hua Xiao put forward some conditions. As expected, old Ding fell into the trap. He was still upset about Alung's death, but Hua Yi would not let him act rashly. If Hua Xiao kills someone, Hua Yi can't blame him. The two hit it off immediately. Jun, give me a few dozen people. After leaving Lao Ding's office, Hua Xiao swaggered into a luxury car on the roadside. Yeah, that's right. Go and pick up some thugs. If they dare to bring bad luck to the Hua family, we'll take out all their belongings and sell them off. Hua Xiao proudly hugged the beautiful woman in the car and put his hand into her clothes as if no one was around. The bodyguards looked at each other and turned their heads away tacitly. The car had not been driving for more than 10 minutes when Hua Xiao suddenly had an idea and asked the driver to stop. Baby, have you ever tried shaking it in the street? Hua Xiao turned his head obscenely, looked at the homeless people on the street and shouted excitedly, this is it. The beauty in Hua Xiao's arms blushed and ran her fingers across her chest. Hua Xiao, you are so bad. Haha, you goblin, you can be even worse. Hua Xiao pushed the other person down and shouted to the driver, you guys find a place to eat something. After saying that, Hua Xiao threw out a stack of money. The bodyguards looked at each other. Do we have to do it on the street? Can't go to the hotel. So thirsty. Master, we have to protect your safety, the bodyguard said in embarrassment. Hua Xiao was immediately unhappy. Riding on the beautiful girl, he angrily said, looking at Shipu district, who dares to touch me, Hua Yogui, get out of here, CNM, if you want to watch, come and watch, I will perform a small movie for you for free. A few bodyguards glanced at the spring scene in the car, walked awkwardly across the street to find a restaurant. 10 minutes later. The driver and the bodyguard squatted on the roadside across the street to eat, feeling very unhappy. The boss makes bubbles and we watch. It's true what fate brings. It's good that I didn't ask you to push your butt. A few people were chatting with each other, and a truck stopped in front of them. A man who looked like a driver jumped out of the car and shouted carelessly, "Boss, give me a bowl of noodles." The truck just happened to block the sight of several people, and one of the bodyguards wanted to go around to see the person they were protecting. Another bodyguard grabbed the other person and said, "That's enough. We're just across the street. What can happen? We can handle it." Several people are dissatisfied with Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao is arrogant and domineering, and never treats his bodyguards as human beings. And the other side. Hua Xiao was struggling in the car when the door was suddenly opened. A young man stuck his head in and asked with a smirk, "Are you tired? Do you want me to push your butt?" The cold wind blew into the car and Hua Xiao shivered. Wow. The other 3 doors opened simultaneously. The 3 teenagers quickly got into the car. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" Hua Xiao stopped talking. The dagger in the young man's hand was already pressed against his buttocks. "Keep scolding me. Do you believe I'll pick your anus? Sit tight." The young man shouted coldly. Hua Xiao swallowed his saliva and climbed up from the beautiful woman obediently. He glanced at his bodyguard, who was completely blocked by the truck. The bodyguards had no idea what was going on in the luxury car. The boy with a 3:7 split hair sitting on the other side glanced at Hua Xiao and said, "Don't move." Hua Xiao pulled up his pants and was extremely anxious when he saw himself being sandwiched between 2 men. He is also an awakened one. Although he has just slept for 1 night, he just needs to hold on until his bodyguards arrive. Hua Xiao took a deep breath secretly, and prepared to call for help while the hedgehog-haired boy in the front seat was pinching 2 wires to light a fire. As soon as his mouth opened, the young man stabbed Hua Xiao's face with a knife. The decisive and ruthless action completely eliminated his thoughts of resistance. Hua Xiao covered his face in fear, blood flowing, but he didn't have the courage to pull out the dagger. "I inherited the kidnapping skills from my ancestors. How could I not know your tricks?" The young man slapped Hua Xiao on the head. "If you dare to make any noise again, I will kill you immediately. We know you are an awakener. What a coincidence. We are all awakeners. We will definitely kill you before your bodyguards come." Hua Xiao covered his face and nodded repeatedly, knowing that he had met a tough guy. In Shipu, normal people don't dare to touch him, but those who dare to touch him will not be afraid of the power of the Hua family. Although Hua Xiao is arrogant and domineering, he is not stupid. He knows that if he resists the kidnappers now, they will probably kill him in desperation. In comparison, it would be better to just follow them obediently. In his mind, these kidnappers were only after money, and the Hua family was not short of money, so there was no need to take risks. Buzz. The car started. The spiky-haired guy in the driver's seat turned around and made an okay gesture, but his eyes were fixed on the woman in the back seat. "Let's go." The young man slapped the hedgehog head's face. "Damn, is this possible? Is there a gear shifter growing in your crotch?" The young man smiled at the young lady with great interest and said, "Beautiful lady, how much does it cost to accompany me for a day?" 5,000. The beautiful woman huddled in her seat, shivering, her chest all white. As the boy started the car, he took out 300 yuan from his pocket and said, "I'll buy you an hour to try Hua Xiao's taste." The young man slapped the boy in the face with disdain and took out 600. "I'll buy 2 hours. We can talk slowly when we get back." The beauties cried. "Brother, this is not how you buy." Outside the city. Black Mountain Town. Hua Xiao was tied up and thrown into the pigsty. "I was cold and sleepy, but I didn't dare to sleep. Pigs are omnivores, and if he falls asleep, they will gnaw on him." The culprit who kidnapped him was sitting in the house warming himself by the fire. Little White Tiger, Old Nine, and Xiao Fei were sitting around the brazier, on which 2 steamed buns were being roasted with tongs. How did the talk go? The earthworm walked out of the bedroom with his pants lifted up, and said with a smug smile, "Great value for money." "Yes." The 3 of them raised their middle fingers at the same time. "Have you figured out how to deal with him?" The earthworm smiled disapprovingly. "Why don't we just ask Hua Lao for a few million? At worst, we can just move to another place." If it weren't for Mr. Li, the little white tiger might have really agreed to the earthworm's proposal. The world is so big, there is development wherever you go. But now they are openly Mr. Li's people, and if they run away, Hua Lao will definitely take action against Mr. Li. After all, Mr. Li is the benefactor of Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao, so it is immoral to do this. Before they finished talking, Hua Xiao outside the door couldn't stand the stench anymore and yelled into the room, "Let me in, CNM, just make up your mind if you have any conditions." The little white tiger raised his eyebrows, and the earthworm shrank his neck and walked quickly into the snow. After a while, he dragged Hua Xiao, who was frozen like a dog, into the room. Hua Xiao's current disheveled appearance is completely different from what it was during the day. The wound on his mouth was treated simply, and since he was an awakened one, it was not a big deal, but disfigurement was inevitable. You kidnapped me for money or something. If you want a ransom, you have to let me call home, right? Hua Xiao moved his body on the ground towards the charcoal fire and shouted in dissatisfaction, "This is too unruly." Hua Xiao thought they were kidnappers and didn't think of anything else at all. Lao Jiao exhaled a puff of smoke and asked in a dignified manner, "I kidnapped you not for money, but to find out where Lao Ding hid the goods." Hua Xiao was confused. He looked at Lao Jiao in disbelief and said, "You want to touch Lao Ding? Why don't you kidnap his son? Why do you kidnap me?" In Hua Xiao's opinion, the fight on the ground was about the qualification to be his glove. If you touch him, you will completely fall out with the Hua family. Who makes you so awesome? You're the only one on the whole street with a bodyguard, and Lao Ding personally sent you to the car. We thought you were his father, the little white tiger sneered. You are, little white tiger. Although Hua Xiao is arrogant, he is not stupid. He went through the people who have grudges against Hua Lao in his mind and quickly determined the identity of the person in front of him. The young man is fierce and lawless. Based on the rumors outside, Hua Xiao is already certain that one of the people in front of him is the little white tiger. You're not stupid, little white tiger patted Hua Xiao's head and said, "I thought you only knew how to have sex." The latter dodged the little white tiger's palm and said, "I'm not stupid. You guys attacked old Ding to help Li carry the sedan chair and show off your muscles in the Bing mansion. But if you attack me directly, have you thought about how to explain it?" Snap. Without waiting for Hua Xiao to show off, Lao Jiao slapped him in the face. Hua Xiao, who was already injured, grimaced in pain. "Teasy, we are different from Lao Ding. He is willing to be a dog. We are not Mr. Li's pawns. If I kill you, I will hold your finger and ask your old man for millions to run away. Do you want to gamble?" Earthworm smiled and took out the iron saw that had cut off Alung's head from his bag and threw it on the ground. Lao Jiao stared at Hua Xiao expressionlessly. The latter felt uneasy when being stared at, as Lao Jiao didn't look like he was joking. If Lao Jiao had a family, property, and assets, he would not be afraid of the other party. But Little White Tiger and Old Nine are both people who can feed the whole family with one person's food. To put it bluntly, there is no handle at all. If such a person is forced into a corner, he would really dare to kill him. After hesitating for a long time, Hua Xiao decided not to take the risk. After all, Lao Ding's life was worthless in the eyes of the Hua family. The goods are not in the city. Hua Xiao sat up and said seriously, "Will you let me go if I tell you?" "No," several people answered in unison. Bang. The little white tiger bit a cigarette and threw a shovel in front of Hua Xiao. "If you don't want to talk, go out and dig a hole and jump in. I'll build a tombstone for you later." Hua Xiao shrank his neck and made a final request. "Then I don't want to go into the pigsty again. Find me a better room. And I'm hungry." The young master of the Hua family, who has lived a life of luxury all his life, has never encountered such a thing before. He is dejected and hopes to improve his life. Seeing that no one objected, Hua Xiao asked for another cigarette. "The goods will leave the city tonight." After smoking half a cigarette, Hua Xiao hung up. "A group of mysterious people wanted to exchange a piece of junk for our goods. My old man takes this very seriously. Old Ding's people should be bringing the goods over to trade by now." Hua Xiao finished speaking and shrugged helplessly, "That's all I know." Several people's eyes lit up. Isn't the opportunity here? Now that the goods are in hand, are you still worried that Lao Ding won't take action? If you're lucky, you can even throw the dirty water on the Hua family. Work. Xiao Fei stood up and clapped his hands. "Old Black, Codeman." The gate of Bingfu City. Lao Ding directed 5 trucks to slowly pass through the checkpoint. The city gates would close at 6 o'clock, but Lao Ding's goods were too sensitive, so he always left at night. The captain in charge of guarding the city gate counted the money in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you, Boss Ding." We are all brothers, so excuse me for being polite. When I'm done with this busy period, let's follow our old routine and go for a walk in heaven and earth. Lao Ding patted the team leader familiarly, and the two sides smiled at each other. A cold wind blew, lifting the windshield on the truck. Steel bars were welded to the cargo box of the truck, and a group of skinny children were lying between the bars, looking at the people outside the truck in fear. Brother, I'll go this time. Red Hair came over with 30 or 40 other people in a dozen off-road vehicles. In the past, Alung was the one who did this kind of work, and he also made all the connections outside the city. Now that Alung is gone, Lao Ding plans to escort him personally. Red Hair patted the guy in the backpack and said, "Brother, you'd better not go out. It's too dangerous outside. These are troubled times, I'll go there myself." Old Ding shook his head, missing Alung even more. "Boss, Brother Lang took me along this road. We have dealt with several gangs of bandits along the way. It's okay," Red Hair comforted considerately. After Alung's death, Hong Mao's position was in jeopardy, so he had no choice but to take over the job. He knew very well that it was dangerous outside the city. Lao Ding could only manage some fixed groups. Those gangs that fired shots on demand didn't charge any money at all, and there were also bandits like Xiao Fei who were stubborn and unyielding. So there is a lot of uncertainty outside the city. Old Ding, you'd better not leave the city. I heard that you had a big fight with a smoker outside the city. That guy has some influence outside the city. Don't take any risks, the captain of the city gate team also kindly advised. Lao Ding glanced at the brothers in front of him, and seeing that everyone was in high spirits, he hesitated for a moment. Okay, go ahead and bring the stuff back. At this time, Old Ding didn't know that he had been sold out by his young master. Don't worry, boss. We will definitely get it done. Two Ghosts Mountain. Gomya Temple. Red Hair carried the goods nervously and finally arrived at the transaction location trembling with fear. From a distance, I could see a dozen men in down jackets and dogskin hats standing at the abandoned temple gate. Down jackets are rare these days, and ordinary people only wear thin cotton coats. This temple is a relic from before the Great Disaster, and now only an empty shell remains. Please bless me, I hope I can return to the city safely. Red Hair, who was delivering goods alone for the first time, sat in the lead truck with his hands folded and prayed towards the temple. Brother, we're here. The driver stopped the car, and the red-haired man stuck his head out with a gun in his hand. Who are you? 3 golden crows in the sky, 5 yellow evils on the ground. The other party responded with a light cough. This is a secret code and also an introduction of one's identity. Hong Mao picked up a thick cotton jacket and put it on, shrank his neck, crossed his hands in his sleeves and jumped out of the car. Lao Ding's other brothers stared at Red Hair intently, and they would open fire immediately if the other party made any unusual movement. After all, outside the city, it is common for gangs to rob each other. Fortunately, the other party was sincere in the transaction, and the leading man handed Red Hair a cigarette. Thanks for your hard work, brother. You're welcome. It's my duty. Redhead was careful not to smoke the other's cigarette, and quietly put the cigarette into his pocket. Where's the stuff? The leader of the other party patted the box in his hand and opened it slightly. The dark night suddenly became as bright as day. Golden light shone from the cracks in the box. Through the golden light, I could vaguely see a longbow lying quietly in the box. Look at the goods. The leader of the Sanyang Society glanced at the truck in the distance. The handover between the two sides went smoothly, and the 5 awakened members of the Sanyang Society were not worried at all about the red-haired man playing tricks. The truck driver who was transporting the goods jumped onto the SUV and directly delivered the truck to the other party. The latter lifted the windshield and saw that the truck was filled with children, all blue with cold. Several people from the Sanyang Society nodded in satisfaction, without any mercy. Brother, come back to our Bingfu city and we'll treat you to a dragon. The red-haired man waved excitedly at the other party after receiving the weapon. Good. The other party nodded perfunctorily and quickly got into the car. Each heading in a different direction. Boss, got it. Red Hair reported to Lao Ding proudly. I was thinking that after this trip, all future shipping business would be handed over to him. Maybe you can even climb up a high branch with fewer flowers. Okay, come back early, I'll wait for you in the office. Lao Ding replied in a low voice, and he didn't sound very happy. This job was originally done for Hua Xiao. There would be no reward if it was done successfully, but he would be fully responsible if anything went wrong. Brothers, work harder and don't use high beams. I'll make arrangements for you when we get back to the city. Red Hair excitedly encouraged the men in other cars using the walkie-talkie. Thank you, Brother Hai. Brother Hai is mighty. Flattery from the younger brothers followed one after another. It turns out that running outside the city is not dangerous. Who would go out to rob people in the middle of the night in the winter? Click. The red-haired boy got carried away and bumped his head into the windshield. How the hell do you drive? The red-haired man slapped the driver twice in anger. The latter did not dodge when being hit, but pointed forward while trembling all over. The road was pitch black and the headlights could only illuminate a few meters in the strong wind. With the help of the car lights, I could vaguely see someone moving in front. No, we weren't hit by a robbery, were we? The driver swallowed. Grab your weapons. Red Hair hurriedly took out a gun from the back seat and held it in his hand. Turn on the high beams, let me see who is blind. Snap. When the high beam was turned on, Red Hair felt his scalp tingling. Snow was floating in the sky, and on the desolate road, a row of men in raincoats stood neatly. More than a dozen people were lined up on a road that could barely accommodate 3 cars driving side by side. In the dark night, this group of people were like evil spirits from hell, standing blankly in the cold wind without making any sound. Brother, which gang are you from? The red-haired man tremblingly took out a roll of cash from his pocket and threw it on the ground. Please have some tea, brother. The leading man on the opposite side moved his feet and kicked the cash aside. Slowly raise your head. In the hood of a raincoat, a man was holding a cigarette, and Red Hair could only see the lower half of his face. They are few in number, so we can take action. The red-haired man took a deep breath and gripped the gun tightly, so that he could immediately fight back as soon as the other party moved. Prepare for a strong attack. Seeing that the other party was slow to move, Red Hair began to give orders through the walkie-talkie. Red Hair's men jumped out of the car one after another, picked up their weapons and pointed them at the other party. Brother, move aside, I'll give you 50,000. Red Hair finally persuaded, not wanting to conflict with people outside the city. The leading man took off his rain hat and his red-haired eyes widened. The teenager who caused trouble in Alung KTV was Bone. The brothers around Guda took off their rain hats one by one. They were all Lao Jio's little brothers. CNM, it's you. Red Hair roared. In response, Bones raised his RPG. This is an antique from before the disaster, but it is well maintained. Although I don't know if it will explode, it's obvious that the red-haired man was scared. Brother Gio said that everything should be left behind and everyone should take off all their clothes and run back to the city. Bones blew the smoke out of his mouth. Who the hell are you trying to scare? 10 of you dare to stop dozens of us? Don't you know how to write the word death? Red Hair jumped out of the car, pointed at his head and said, if you have the guts, go here. Bang. The shell flew past the red-haired head, luckily its accuracy was a little off. RPG shells hit the crowd behind him. In an instant, there were casualties everywhere. Red-haired man was stunned, his legs shaking uncontrollably. An inch off and his head would have been shattered. Damn, these guys are really crazy. Red-haired man muttered to himself, even forgetting to fight back. Where is the gunshot? Xiaofeng turned around and shouted. People of Black Mud Mountain, show up and support our allies. Gunshots rang out simultaneously on both sides of the road, and dozens of big men stood up from the snow on the side of the road. In a day with the temperature down to -10 degrees Celsius, they hid in the snow, which shows how strong the will of these robbers was. Red-haired and his group were caught off guard and frantically looked for cover. Just as Red Hair was about to get into the car, Bone took a running start and jumped onto the hood, smashing the windshield with an axe. 10 guys holding axes squeezed into the car and even attacked Red Hair through the window. The driver was immediately dragged out of the car by Xiaofeng and said, "You are not worthy of being chopped by me, kneel down." CNM, bang bang. Red Hair wanted to hide in the back seat of the car, but all 4 doors were opened and Bone and the others squeezed into the car. In the narrow space, Red-Haired Man had just fired 2 shots when his palm was chopped off by an axe. CNM, you were the one who asked someone to do this to the piglet, right? Are you still pretending to be cool? In just over 10 seconds, Red Hair had been chopped dozens of times, and blood was splattered all over the car. CNM, is this the level of city people? Get down on your knees, and throw your stuff on the ground. Xiao Fei's men rushed onto the road. In one round, most of the people brought by Red Hair were killed or injured. In order to ambush them, Xiao Fei directly sent over 100 people over without any hesitation. The war subsided, and in the empty wilderness, only Red Hair's painful pleas for mercy could be heard. In the end, it was a small leader under Xiao Fei who pulled the red-eyed teenagers apart. Don't chop it to pieces, the boss said it's useful to keep it. Come here, some people, use a stapler to sew it up, don't pick up the severed hand, and put the eyeball back into it, okay. The little leader was directing his men while guarding against Bone and his men who continued to attack. The dying Red Hair was dragged out of the car. The little leader kicked Red Hair and asked, "Where's the stuff?" "No. I don't know." The red-haired man still wanted to be stubborn. The little leader turned around and shouted to Bone, "That kid, you guys keep on beating him. Don't." The red-haired man, whose courage had been broken by the bones, raised his voice and said, "In the car, keep them away from me." Meanwhile, on the other side, 5 large trucks sped along. The awakened member of Sanyang society was taking a nap in the truck. They heard nothing of the gunfight on the other side. The road in Bingfu is more difficult to travel than ours. Don't talk too much, go back and report back as soon as possible. The 2 awakened ones in the lead car curled up in their seats, covered with a small blanket. Bang. The truck shook and the driver held onto the steering wheel tightly to prevent the truck from running off the road. After barely stopping the car, the awakened person sitting in the passenger seat reached out to stop the driver who wanted to get out. "If something happens, don't get off the car." The awakened one saw through the rearview mirror that the ground was covered with spikes. There is only one type of person who stops vehicles outside the city. Robbery. There are people there. Another awakened one pointed into the distance. 3 people walked slowly in the darkness. Awakened. Be careful. The awakened person in the lead car communicated with his companions using a walkie-talkie. The 3 people in the dark walked under the car lights, and everyone could see their appearance clearly. A tall and strong young man with bulging muscles all over his body. The other boy had his hair parted in a 3:7 style and was looking sloppy with his hands in his pockets. The last young man had 2 pigtails. The dangerous aura flowing from the 3 people told the people in the car that they were also awakened. "Brother, we came in a hurry and didn't know if this road had an owner. How much do you think it would cost to settle it?" The awakened leader of the Sanyang society took off his dogskin hat and shouted to the little white tiger. "Gold, goods, and life, leave them all behind." The little white tiger raised the corner of his mouth and pointed at the other party's car. The awakened one of Sanyang society frowned. The fact that the other party could accurately state the goods and gold proved that they had been eyeing him for a long time. "Brother, can you bear to make enemies with us?" The awakened person of Sanyang society introduced himself. 3 golden crows in the sky, on the ground. Lao Jiao interrupted the other party and said, "If you are a bird, fly away. If you can't fly away, stop talking nonsense." Seeing that his reputation could not scare the other party, the awakened person of Sanyang society exhaled heavily and prepared for battle. The 5 awakened ones got out of the car and walked in front of the 3 people. The 2 sides stood face to face with swords drawn. "Brother, can't you give in?" The other party glanced at the roadside, fearing that there might be an ambush. Lao Jiao yelled, "I hate you guys who buy and sell dolls all my life, CNM. This is a human life. Without this batch of goods, how would Zhang Yang get the evidence to arrest Lao Ding?" Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao are both orphans, and seeing these children is like seeing their former selves. So for both public and private reasons, they all had to rob the goods. "I'm sorry, you must die today." The three of them stretched their muscles seriously. Seeing that the negotiations could not be successful, Brother Lu slowly drew out his sword, revealing the aura of the third awakening. The other four also have the second awakening. Xiao Fei curled his lips in disdain and said, "Just watch aside while I stew these little golden crows to make soup." Xiao Fei's strength can be seen from the fact that he can fight Zhang Yang head-on. He is definitely at the fourth awakening level. At the very least, it's the peak of the third awakening. Old 4, Old 5, take the gold and go first to find Master Hua. Xiao Fei gave several people a strong sense of pressure, so Brother Lu arranged for his brothers to mobilize people to hold the opponent back. Maybe there was still a glimmer of hope. Lu go. Walk. Brother Lu shouted loudly, and his sword emitted a strange red light and flew straight towards Xiao Fei's face. The other two awakened ones also attacked at the same time. The three knew that Xiao Fei was the main force, so they chose to attack Xiao Fei directly. One summoner awakener and two reinforcement awakeners. The three of them cooperated well. Lu Ji's red light made Xiao Fei and others unable to open their eyes, while the other two attacked Xiao Fei's lower body directly. Bang! The attacks of the three people directly pierced Xiao Fei. Wow! Xiao Fei's shaky body turned into a puff of white smoke and dissipated. Heavy smoker. Little White Tiger and Old Nine's eyes fixed at the same time. This is how the name, the Chain Smoker, came about. Elemental. Having failed in his sneak attack, Brother Lu was stunned as he watched Xiao Fei turn into white smoke. It's not an elemental element, it's a rare elemental element, smoke. Xiao Fei's voice came from behind them. Several people looked in the direction of the voice and saw Xiao Fei appearing behind them at some point, looking at them with a smile. Go chase those two. Xiao Fei put one hand in his pocket and smiled at Xiao Baihu, don't let yourself be killed. The two men, who had been ready to fight for a long time, nodded in tacit understanding and ran away without saying a word. Leave them behind. Lu Ji's sword flew out of his hand, turned into a ray of red light and flew rapidly towards Xiao Fei along the ground. The other two followed closely and pounced on Little White Tiger and Lao Jiu. Just as they were about to be caught up, the two enhancement awakeners paused at the same time and covered their chests in pain. Without waiting for the other party to react, Xiao Fei jumped off the top of the truck and broke one of them's neck with one foot. When you inhaled my cigarettes, did you feel your lungs burning? Xiao Fei smiled cruelly, are my cigarettes good to smoke? Xiao Fei slowly opened his palms, and white smoke emerged from his pores and condensed in his palms. As Xiao Fei gathered his luck, the white smoke turned into black smoke. Toxic smoke. Lu Ge held his breath quickly and dared not breathe. Xiao Fei's ability was too strange. The pervasive black smoke had spread and quickly covered the area where the few people were. Hold your breath and fight me. Xiao Fei stroked his chin and looked at the two with sympathy. Sometimes I also feel that my ability is a bit of a cheat. You suffocate while fighting, and suffocate yourself to death. I can't experience the fun of fighting. On the white snow. The four started a life-and-death chase. Two awakened members of the Sanyang Society were running wildly in front, each carrying a box of gold bricks. The two people behind were closing the distance. Damn it, how come two guys who have just slept together are faster than us? Roar. Lao Jiu roared like a dragon and ran towards the Little White Tiger. Tiger. The two men looked at each other, and as brothers of many years, there was no need for further words. Little White Tiger reaches out his hand and says, fuck him. Walk. Lao Jiu grabbed the Little White Tiger's arm, spun 360 degrees, and threw the Little White Tiger out like a flying pancake. The two people in front felt a fierce murderous aura coming, and one of them turned around suddenly and quickly formed seals with his hands. Flash Wolf. Clang. A mysterious magic circle lights up in front of the awakener. In the huge magic circle, a 3-meter-tall giant wolf with black hair jumped out and pounced on the Little White Tiger. Eat him. The summoner-type awakener laughed grimly. The two were only 10 meters apart. The shadow wolf was extremely fast and pounced in front of the Little White Tiger in an instant, baring its fangs and biting into the opponent's neck. Roar. A tiger roars. The silver-striped tiger rushed out of the Little White Tiger's body and bit the shining wolf's head. The two giant beasts immediately wrestled with each other. He is also a summoner. The Sanyang Society summoning awakeners were shocked. Fire wave. Another awakened member of the Sanyang Society steadied his body, put his hands together, and pushed hard. A raging wave of fire surged towards the back of the little white tiger. The latter felt the heat behind him and the corners of his mouth curled up. Out of trust in Lao Jiao, the little white tiger didn't even bother to look back. Old 9. The little white tiger howled towards the sky. Exist. At the moment when the sea of fire was about to pounce on the little white tiger, Lao Jiao flashed behind the elemental awakener, picked him up by the waist and threw him to the ground. CNM, burn my brother. Lao Jiao's eyes flashed red and he smiled weirdly. On the empty snowy ground. Lao Jiao versus elemental awakener, little white tiger versus summoner. At first, the two awakened members of the Sanyang Society were able to suppress each other by relying on their second awakening cultivation, but they soon discovered the problem. These two guys become stronger and stronger as the fight goes on. The summoning awakeners are all very weak. Lao Wu, kill this guy first, the summoning awakener called to his companions. After a long time, there was still no sign of the elemental awakener coming to help. The fourth brother turned around and was surprised to find that the ninth brother was pinning the other person down and beating him up. Fire burst. Lao Wu was lying on the ground, his hands held tightly by Lao Jiao, and his mouth wide open. A ball of fire gushed out of Lao Wu's throat, and like the evil dragon in the movie, it spewed flames from its mouth and rushed towards Lao Jiao. Old 9. The little white tiger was shocked. He's fine. The voice of the silver-striped tiger came from the little white tiger's mind. The four great demon ancestors, the silver-striped tiger focuses on attack and defense, the old bird focuses on speed, the turtle focuses on vitality, and the two-headed snake focuses on elements and mutation. Dragon scales can absorb all elements and make them their own. Everyone looked at Lao Jiao in shock as green smoke came out of his scales and his scales became increasingly red. Boom. Flames were coming out of Lao Jiao's body, like a demon from hell. You still have this skill? The little white tiger was shocked. Lao Jiao turned around blankly and said, I just found out too. Both of them have just awakened and have only a vague understanding of their abilities. Besides, the soul of the demon ancestor is not yet in Lao Jiao's body. Have you sprayed enough? Lao Jiao grinned grimly and thrust his hand into Lao Wu's mouth. The flames suddenly stopped. Under the horrified eyes of Lao Wu, Lao Jiao pulled the other person's tongue out. Blood splattered. The elemental awakener covered his mouth in pain. Old 5. The fourth one, who was fighting with the little white tiger, screamed loudly. Old 5 can't speak anymore. Do you want me to convey it for you? Old 9 raised the half-tongue in his hand and smiled. The little white tiger took the opportunity to knock the fourth one away with a punch. Seeing that the fourth of Urju was almost unharmed, the little white tiger asked unhappily, what is my characteristic? Why do I feel that my attack power is not enough? Where are the offense and defense we agreed on? Waste. The silver-striped tiger cursed and turned into a white light that poured into the little white tiger's brow. Relax your body, I'll come. There was a golden light shining in the little white tiger's eyes. The shadow wolf lost the entanglement with the silver tiger and pounced on the little white tiger from behind with its bloody mouth wide open. Watch out, tiger bone silver skin. Little white tiger shouted. The clothes on his upper body were torn apart instantly, and all the hair on his body shrank into his skin. Lines similar to those on a silver-striped tiger appeared on his skin. Clang. The shadow wolf's sharp claws tore through the little white tiger's skin, making a metallic friction sound. What does it feel like? Asked the silver-striped tiger. Steel. Bullshit, feel the opponent's attack. The silver tiger becomes stronger as we fight because we can absorb the opponent's physical attack, convert it into our own energy and then fight back. The little white tiger turned around suddenly and punched the flash wolf. The latter was pierced directly through the chest and fell heavily to the ground. The fourth one stared at the ninth one and the little white tiger in disbelief. What department are you from? The abilities displayed by the two were completely beyond the other's understanding. The little white tiger looks like a summoner, but summoners generally don't have enough physical strength. The physical strength of the little white tiger is even beyond that of the enhanced system. Lao Jiao seems to be a strengthening type, but he is immune to elements. The fourth brother just felt that his worldview had collapsed. Watch carefully, this move is the secret of the Silver Tiger clan. The silver-striped tiger controlled the little white tiger's body, bending both claws at the same time. A space fluctuation. The space around the claws began to distort. Empty, space, impossible, impossible, the fourth brother's eyes were about to pop out. Spatial abilities belong to the unknown category and are extremely rare. Humans have not studied them thoroughly for hundreds of years. The silver tiger's sharp claws can tear through space and ignore defense. The silver tiger groaned, charge. Bang. The little white tiger's body crashed into the fourth one like a cannonball. Little wolf. In desperation, the fourth brother called for the shadow wolf to help. A black shadow flashed in front of the fourth brother, and the shadow wolf bared its teeth at the little white tiger. Splitting the sky. The little white tiger yelled. The sharp claws drew 5 silver scratches in the air, and the space was torn apart wherever the claws passed. Without feeling any resistance, the flash wolf's body was torn into 2 by the space. The sharp claws pierced through the body of the flash wolf and left 5 bloody marks on the chest of the fourth brother. Bang. The little white tiger collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion. 5 silver claw marks in the air lingered for a long time. The fourth brother knelt on the ground in disbelief. On the other side, Lao Wu also went completely crazy. He held Lao Jiao's body with both arms, burning his life and transforming all his energy into flames and pouring them into Lao Jiao's body. Not good, he wants to burst Lao Jiao, silver-striped tiger reminded. The 2-headed dragon scales can only absorb a limited amount of elements. Lao Jiao can't absorb too much in one sleep, otherwise he will explode and die. As expected, Lao Jiao's face was distorted and full of pain. Bite. A scale cracked. Ding ding ding. The sound of scales breaking could be heard. The little white tiger roared weakly, "Let go, you'll burst." He wanted to go forward to help, but having his body occupied by the silver-striped tiger would quickly drain his energy, and at this moment the little white tiger even had difficulty standing up. Lao Jiao blushed and shook his head stubbornly, "I just want to see who dies first today." The little white tiger wanted to cry but had no tears, as Lao Jiao's madness came back. Whenever he has an attack, no one can persuade him, he is just a stubborn bastard. Lao Wu's body was visibly getting thinner, but he was holding on. As time passed, the scales on Lao Jiao's body cracked and blood oozed from under his skin. The 5th one laughed, and the 9th one finally couldn't hold on any longer. Old 9. The little white tiger struggled to crawl towards the other party. Lao Jiao turned his head blankly and grinned, "It's okay, I will definitely kill him today." Roar. The 5th brother chose to self-destruct at the last moment of his life. The intense flames instantly illuminated the night sky and engulfed the 9th brother. Old 9. The little white tiger collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down his face. In the ball of scorching fire, a dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. Boom boom boom. The sky and earth changed color. Dark clouds covered the blood moon, and lightning and thunder flashed in the sky. No. No, impossible. The 4th brother, who was only breathing his last, murmured, "Why did the awakening, the second awakening, cause strange phenomena, in the sky and on the earth?" Every awakening of an awakener is a strengthening or mutation of his supernatural powers, but there is only one kind of awakening that will bring about strange phenomena in heaven and earth. That is the 9th awakening, which will only occur when the human race steps into the demigod realm. A powerful person with the 9th awakening, at the level of demigod. A being who has become God in the flesh. Lao Jiao's second awakening brought about strange phenomena in heaven and earth, which was simply unheard of. Roar. A red snake, as thick as a thigh and more than 10 meters long, flew into the air to be baptized by thunder and lightning. Is that a dragon? The little white tiger was stunned by the snake that kept tumbling in the sky. Looks like a dragon but is not a dragon, looks like a snake but is not a snake. The snake's head has no horns and its abdomen has 4 bulges. Boom. A huge bolt of lightning struck the snake. Wow! The scales on the snake's body began to fall off, especially on the head. Boom! When the second thunder struck, the snake let out a painful howl. Golden scales actually began to grow on the snake's head. Boom! The third bolt of lightning gathered in the air. But Lao Jiao's snake had already fallen down powerlessly, and turned into a red light and drilled into Lao Jiao's body. It's over. Lao Jiao's body can't withstand the thunder. The silver-striped tiger was shocked. When this thunder falls, Lao Jiao will definitely die. Lao Jiao looked up at the sky helplessly, knowing that he was doomed. He said to himself, "Kill me if you dare." After saying that, Lao Jiao slowly raised his middle finger to the sky. Boom! The white and purple thunder roared towards Lao Jiao. "My friend, let's go." Knowing that he was powerless to change the situation, Lao Jiao turned around and gave a sad smile. The little white tiger lay on the ground, took his last breath, suddenly stood up, and pounced on Lao Jiao. "Are you crazy?" Silver-striped tiger said angrily. "That's my brother, let's die together." The little white tiger roared, "Old Nine, don't even think about leaving me behind." Snap! The two brothers collided. Lao Jiao panted and said, "You are looking for death." "I'll die with you," the little white tiger grinned. The two brothers looked at each other. Yes, at this time, neither of them would give up on the other. "CNM, I don't care about the thunder and lightning, okay? Hey!" They both raised their middle fingers to the sky at the same time. The two staggering men helped each other up and let out long shouts to the sky. Roar! The dragon roars and the tiger roars. "Brother, let's go." On the road. The sky lit up and the thunder slowly fell. The ground has already turned into scorched earth before the thunder arrives. The first 3 chapters have been slightly modified, you can jump back and take a look. Roar! Time and space seemed to stand still, and the whole world was filled with the brothers' lofty passion. With brothers by my side, why should I fear the thunder? Brother Tiger. 9th brother. In the distance, High Dog and his brothers rushed over recklessly. "Don't come over here." Lao Jiao and Little White Tiger were horrified. But how could these brothers who grew up together be allowed to face danger alone? "CNM, if you dare, kill us together." "CNM, come on." High Dog pulled the trigger towards the sky. Tat tat. The brothers protected the 2 men in the middle, and bullets poured out. Dense bullets were fired into the sky, they were declaring war on the sky. Even though it was all in vain and even though they were doomed to die, everyone was laughing up to the sky. Life and death are not worth mentioning. Live and die together. Ha ha ha, let's be brothers in the next life. Cool. The little white tiger's eyes were filled with tears. With such a brother as his, what did it matter how difficult the world was? In this cold apocalypse, these brothers are his only warmth. But he was unwilling. He couldn't let his brother die in such a miserable way. Unconsciously, an incomparable desire to survive arose in my heart. The same is true for Lao Jiao. "Silver-striped tiger, do you want to watch me die?" The little white tiger roared, "I beg you, come on. What's the point of hiding in my body? If there's anything wrong, let's deal with it together. Come out now." Lao Jiao thrust his hand into his chest and pulled the snake out of his body. "Go. Go ahead." Boom. Roar. The moment the little red snake was thrown out, its body continued to grow larger, and a giant dragon as thick as a bucket crashed into the thunder. On the other side, the silver-striped tiger roared and rushed out of the little white tiger's body. A tiger and a dragon rushed towards the thunder. "Protect Tiger Brother. Protect Brother 9. High Dog knocked Little White Tiger and Old 9 to the ground. The brothers piled on top of the 2 men, trying to help them escape the disaster in this way. Boom. The thunder from the sky collided with a tiger and a dragon. The sky lights up. The dazzling white light blinded everyone. All I could hear was the roar of thunder. The evil dragon and the silver-striped tiger's skin were torn inch by inch as they roared in pain. The scales on the evil dragon's body were shattered, and the silver-striped tiger's body was engulfed in flames. Finally, the thunder became smaller. Penetrate the tiger and the dragon bit by bit. Most of the power of the heavenly thunder was offset by the two beasts, but that little bit of thunder was enough to be fatal. At the critical moment, the box containing the tools was opened. With a flash of golden light, a bough fell next to the little white tiger. The nearly 2-meter-long bough has, "Crying Blood Bough," engraved in red letters on the bough. Using blood as the medium, destroy the heaven and the earth. It's really frustrating. If you dare to chop me, I can kill you too. Lao Jiao pushed everyone away and picked up the blood-weeping bough on the ground. The little white tiger was aroused by Lao Jiao's madness and was eager to fight. "CNM, I'm going to fight you. Come." Everyone held their bows together and aimed at the thunder in the sky. "Even if you are the sky, I will not submit to you." "I don't agree." Everyone tried their best to pull the bowstring little by little. Feeling everyone's anger, the golden bough began to frantically absorb everyone's blood. The absorbed blood slowly condensed into a blood-red arrow. Boom. The thunder from the sky passed through the two beasts. Bang. Brothers are more important than anything else. The two roared and shot the last arrow. This is their struggle against fate. It was their last bit of tenacity. It is the last bond between brothers. The red arrow turned into a ray of red light and shot straight into the sky. Two rays of light, one red and one white, collided, causing the earth to shake. The ground was torn apart, and a huge air wave blew everyone away. The thunderbolt, which had run out of energy, hit the ground and everyone lost consciousness instantly. Ice City. Flower House. Master Hua, something bad has happened. Master Hua, something big happened. The housekeeper rushed into the greenhouse in a hurry. Hua Lao glanced displeasedly at the old man who had followed him for decades and said, "I've told you many times not to panic when something happens." The butler was panting and shouting intermittently, "The young master was kidnapped, the goods were robbed, and everyone was dead." "What?" Hua Lao scratched his ear in disbelief. "Say it again." "The members of the Sanyang Society were kidnapped and no one was left alive. The Sanyang Society suspected that we were the culprit." After the butler finished his trembling report, Hua Lao flew into a rage. Playing dirty. It goes without saying that it was done by Xiao Baihu and others. There weren't many people outside the city who were capable of robbing him and the Sanyang Society. Only Xiaofei and his group had the motive to rob the goods. "Master Hua, the Sanyang Society has many experts. Do you want to look for King Ming and the others?" Sanyang Society, a gang that was born with the end of the world. After the blood moon arrives, people long for sunlight. Thus the Sanyang Society was born, designed to fight against the converters. As the transformers were gradually expelled, the purpose of the Sanyang Society also changed. They began to fight for power and plunder wealth. Now it has developed into a huge force. If the 5 hegemons of the Ice Palace can unite against a common enemy, why would we have to hide in the city? Hua Lao shook his head helplessly. "Back then, more than 100 people from the Nayland family died, and we refused to help. Do you think they will care about me now? What's going on with Yogue being kidnapped?" Hua Lao quickly discovered the problem. Actually, the young master was kidnapped yesterday. The housekeeper blushed. The driver and bodyguards ran away because they were afraid of taking responsibility. We only found out about it today. Hua Lao stared at the housekeeper in disbelief. It was outrageous that they only discovered that their son was missing for a whole day. Young master often stays out all night. I didn't think much of it yesterday. It wasn't until the goods were robbed that we realized he was missing. The butler gritted his teeth and lowered his head, not daring to look at Hua Lao. The young master of my family slept in the nightclub almost every night, so it was difficult to discover his disappearance in time. After pondering for a while in the flower room, Hua Lao let out a long sigh. That makes sense. Little White Tiger kidnapped Yogue, got information about the transaction, and then robbed the goods. But Yogue was kidnapped, so who went to trade? Hua Lao knows his son too well. He is a typical spineless man who can't keep any secrets. But the person in charge of the transaction has been kidnapped. Who will deliver the goods? Old Ding, he delivered the goods for the young master, the butler replied in a low voice. Hua Laohu's eyes widened. How dare he? In theory, Lao Ding would definitely not be involved in such an important transaction because he is always an outsider. Besides, the wild tools are so precious. If Old Ding had evil intentions and took them for himself, the Hua family would suffer a great loss. This Old Ding has become arrogant in recent years. Now Shipu only knows Mr. Ding and doesn't recognize the Hua family. The housekeeper added sourly. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Maybe Lao Ding has no intention of rebelling, but what about his group of followers? The gloves have been used for a long time and it's time to replace them with new ones. Hua Lao said nonchalantly, you dare to interfere in everything. Do you think I, Hua Lao, can only grow flowers and forget to kill people? Then. The housekeeper understood what Hua Lao meant, I'll make the arrangements. No. Hua Lao shook his head. Old Ding has been targeted by Zhang Yang. It is inevitable to give up on him. Call the smoker and tell him to release my son. I will personally send Old Ding to the police station. Hua Lao is not worried that Xiao Fei will kill his son, because Lao Ding is different from Hua Xiao. The death of Lao Ding will only mean the loss of a dog for the Hua family. But now that his own son is dead, there is no room for negotiation. Mr. Li would not allow Lao Jiao and others to kill Hua Xiao. It's just. The housekeeper glanced at Hua Lao slyly, Lao Ding is the boss of the place. If he leaves, who will take over? Hua Lao waved his hand without even turning his head. As long as he listens, I can make him the boss even if he's a dog. By the way, I heard from my wife that your brother-in-law just came back from the army, and he's an awakened one. Send him to Lao Ding to familiarize himself with the procedures first. Hua Lao was distracted by the affairs of the Sanyang society and did not notice that the butler could not help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Black Mountain Town. In the only clinic in town. Little White Tiger, Lao Jiao, High Dog, Xiaofeng, Bone, and Earthworm were lying neatly on the bed. Everyone's clothes were torn and they were all covered in black. The strange thing is that everyone's life breath is growing rapidly, far exceeding the level of normal people. Xiao Fei leaned against the bed and cursed in annoyance, we shouldn't have let them go after the awakened. No one knows what happened to Xiao Baihu and the others. After Xiao Fei dealt with the awakened people of Sanyang society, the sky suddenly changed. When Xiao Fei arrived, he just saw the thunder tribulation. What's going on? The real boss of Black Mountain Town, the old man, walked quickly into the room with a cane. Thunder tempering body. Xiao Fei answered with gritted teeth. The thunder was so violent that it was fortunate that it did not turn Little White Tiger and others into ashes. The old man stared at the earthworm's dark face and his heart trembled. Xiao Fei, can you see if they have any energy? Qi is a unique energy body of the awakened ones. The use of martial arts and the activation of superpowers require Qi as support. It can be understood that the internal force of ancient knights belongs to a unique type of energy. The two awakened ones, one old and one young, stared at the earthworm, and after confirming it again and again, they couldn't help but gasp. Its Qi, the earthworm, has awakened. Really? The annual awakening ceremony hasn't started yet. The two looked at each other, and the young men in front of them all had energy surrounding their bodies. Even the two veterans couldn't understand this incredible scene. What's going on? Xiao Fei pulled the earthworm's head. How did he awaken without the awakening ceremony? The old man hesitated for a long time and then proposed a possibility. Awakening is actually about stimulating the potential within the human body. The awakening ritual gathers energy from the sky to polish the body and stimulate potential. The thunder from the sky hit them, maybe their potential was discovered by accident. The two looked at each other, unable to think of any other possibilities. The energy gathered in the sky is as violent as the thunder in the sky. No, the energy of the thunder in the sky is far greater than that of the sky. The sky dome was created by humans, firstly to protect against the blood moon, and secondly to absorb sunlight and gather it into energy to develop human potential. This is a sign of good fortune. The old man sighed, if it were an ordinary person, 100 lives wouldn't be enough to kill him. Sizzle, sizzle. As the two were talking, more than a dozen blue energy bodies floated out of the earthworm's body. The translucent energy body slowly rose like a balloon. Boom. The moment the ceiling hit the energy body, a violent explosion blew off the entire roof. Xiao Fei quickly ordered people to move Xiao Baihu and others out of the room. As soon as the subordinate touched the High Dog, he let out a strange cry and his palm felt abnormally hot. High Dog's entire body was covered in strange flames. Elemental, fire. But his flames were blue, which looked very strange. These little devils. Xiao Fei struggled to throw everyone into the snow at the door, feeling mixed emotions. These young men all became awakened at once. You have to know that the chance of awakening is 1%, and collective awakening is unheard of. What the hell? Look, a younger brother pointed at the boy on the ground in horror. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the boys faded. In a few breaths, the boys disappeared from the spot. No, it's gone. What the hell? Xiao Fei and the old man looked solemn. It is normal that ordinary people cannot see it. However, Xiao Fei and his companions, who are awakened ones, clearly saw a strange energy emanating from Lao Jio's body and spreading throughout the entire courtyard. There was a layer of grayish-white mist on everyone's eyes. Illusion. Xiao Fei's mouth twitched. Even when the little brat was unconscious, he could still subconsciously control the illusion to protect his brothers. Damn, what a monster, the old man complained dissatisfiedly. This is Lao Jio's self-protection mechanism, but what surprised Xiao Fei and others was that Lao Jio was originally an awakened one. Moreover, Lao Jio should belong to the strengthening system or the summoning system, but illusion is a means of the spiritual system. The two thought about it and came to a conclusion that was not a result. Lao Jio has awakened a new superpower again. Double awakening. A genius that the human race rarely sees in a century. Recall all those outside. The whole town is under martial law. From now on, Black Mountain Town will not receive outsiders. The old man decisively gave orders to his opponent. Once the double awakening is exposed, the people in the city will probably use any means necessary to wipe it out. Looking at the history of the human race, dual awakenings are very rare, and those who can survive and grow up are without exception the pinnacle of the human race. It seems that our Black Mountain Town has reached the crest of the wave, the old man said with an excited laugh, tightly gripping his cane. Lao Jio and Xiao Baihu value friendship. Heishan Town is now a semi-ally of theirs. When they rise in the future, if one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. There was laughter and joy in Black Mountain Town. From time to time, someone would use a gun as a firecracker, and Xiao Fei's men would gather in the yard of the mayor's house. Hua Lao called and offered to exchange Lao Ding for his son, and this stage of the struggle was basically over. All Mr. Li needs to do next is to negotiate with the 5 tyrants in the city, and the matter will basically be settled. I'm hungry, get me something to eat. In the backyard, Hua Xiao learned that Hua Lao had reached a deal with Xiao Fei, and he began to feel proud again. Xiao Fei was in a good mood and walked into the small firewood shed in the backyard personally carrying a bowl of dog food. It's good to have a good father. Without your father, you would hardly be able to return to the city. Xiao Fei sighed, some people are born rich, while others have never had enough to eat since birth. If it were in the past, Xiao Fei would definitely not let Hua Xiao go, but for Xiao Baihu and Lao Jio, Xiao Fei could only compromise. Since the two of them will definitely develop in the city in the future, Hua Lao's willingness to compromise for his son is already the best outcome. If they kill Hua Xiao, they will fight to the death with Hua Lao, which is not worth it for the little white tiger who has not yet grown up. Hua Xiao raised his head proudly and said, "This matter is not over yet, just wait." Don't want to go back to the city. Xiao Fei's face turned cold, and he kicked the bowl in Hua Xiao's hand. Even your father doesn't dare to say this to me, who do you think you are? Hee hee, Hua Xiao said with a sly smile, I'm talking about the Sanyang society. If they find out that you stole the goods, you'll be in trouble. Then you don't need to worry about it. Xiao Fei put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the woodshed leisurely. Hua Xiao lay proudly on the firewood pile, fantasizing that he would find some beautiful girls to get rid of his bad luck when he returned to the city tomorrow. The door was opened again and a cold wind blew in. Hua Xiao shrank his neck, closed his eyes and laughed arrogantly. How about you beg me, maybe I can say a good word for you in front of the Sanyang Club. A figure blocked the light above Hua Xiao's head. Seeing no one answered, Hua Xiao slowly opened his eyes. A middle-aged man with a side-parted hairstyle and one eye completely covered by his hair looked at him gloomily. Nah, Naylan Xiao, second Uncle Naylan. Hua Xiao swallowed and shrank back subconsciously. You come to save me. Hua Xiao forced a smile. The Naylan family and the Hua family had a very bad relationship because Hua Lao refused to go out of the city to avenge the Naylan family last time. Hua Xiao didn't believe that the other party came to save him. Naylan Xiao stared at Hua Xiao with a half-smile in his eyes and said with resentment, "Why should my nephew die outside the city, but you can go back?" No, uncle. Hua Xiao opened his mouth in fear towards the door, "Save me." The next morning, a head was thrown into the Hua family. A roar resounded throughout the ice palace. Late at night. Black Mountain Town. The little white tiger woke up slowly, and Lao Jiao and others sat on the bed happily. It is definitely a great joy that all the brothers have awakened. Becoming an awakened person in the end times can allow you to cross classes, and you can live a good life even if you no longer live on the surface. Before the little white tiger could ask, the whole town flashed red. Ding ding ding. The bells rang loudly, and the town suddenly became noisy. What's going on? Lao Jiao pushed the door open curiously and bumped into Xiao Fei who was running towards him. Everyone get up, hurry up and prepare to evacuate. Xiao Fei was sweating profusely and looked nervous. Lao Jiao asked in confusion, "What's going on? Are the transformers attacking the town?" It was the first time that they saw Xiao Fei with such an expression, as if a great terror had come over them. This kind of town-wide mobilization is by no means unusual. Xiao Fei pulled the earthworm up from the bed and said, "Hua Yogui died in the woodshed yesterday, and his head is missing. Hua Lao went out of town to seek revenge on us, and brought Ming Wang Naylan with him. Heishan town can't hold on, run to the mountains, quickly." Lao Jiao and Little White Tiger looked at each other. It is a rule that big guys in the city don't leave the city, so how dare Hua Lao leave the city? How could Hua Xiao die outside the city for no reason? "Aren't you afraid of revenge?" asked the earthworm, rubbing his sleepy eyes. If the powerful men outside the city knew about this, a war between inside and outside the city would be inevitable. The fierce man outside the city is capable of suppressing the 5 hegemons of the Ice Palace. Things are different now, Xiao Fei cursed in frustration. "I heard that the 5 old guys in the city voted, and the Naylan family, the Hua family, and the Ming King all agreed to leave the city. When Naylan wanted to leave the city to seek revenge, the one who opposed it most strongly was Hua Lao. The situation is different now. Hua Lao and Naylan are taking revenge together and have also brought in Ming Wang. The opposition from the other 2 companies was of no avail. Get moving." Lao Jiao realized the seriousness of the situation, and while putting on his clothes he directed his brothers to prepare to escape. Xiao Fei handed the box of the bloodthirsty bow to the little white tiger and said, "Take care of it and follow me." A group of people rushed out of the yard, and the indigenous people in the town had already begun to retreat in an orderly manner. Judging from the situation, this was not the first large-scale evacuation, and the townspeople were not overly panicked. The young people helped the elderly walk into the mountains. Boom boom boom. As they were talking, the enemy arrived. The winding road outside the town was full of vehicles. The huge team stretched for hundreds of meters. "If we run like this, we will be caught sooner or later," Xiao Fei cursed inwardly. "You go first, I will lead people to stop them. There are not many awakened people in the town, and it is impossible to intercept the large army in the city. If you stay, you will die." The little white tiger glanced at the townspeople who were walking away and said, "I'll go with you." Lao Jiao also nodded. They couldn't bear to abandon Xiao Fei and live in disgrace. "They are coming towards you, run." Xiao Fei pointed to the mountain and said, "I have already notified Ba Wang, my friend, please take good care of my family. The residents of Heishan town are all from the same clan, and all those who escaped are Xiao Fei's relatives. This blood-thicker-than-water clan solidarity is their capital to survive outside the city. You're just looking for death if you go alone. I'll accompany you. Don't be afraid of a bird. get your weapons. The little white tiger was unwilling to abandon his brother. If he left the little flying mantis to act as a chariot at this time, there would be no chance of survival for him. Nalan and Xiaofei have a blood feud. Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao were about to arrange an ambush for their brothers, but Xiaofei took quick action. He knocked them both out with 2 quick strikes. Earthworm, take the people away. The sweat on Xiaofei's forehead dripped down, and he shouted impatiently, don't ****king die. We are the lazy you hired. If something goes wrong, don't let the boss get involved. This is the rule. Let's go. Brother, the earthworm said in a crying voice, I'll accompany you. Snap. Xiaofei slapped the men on the face and said, go away, Nalan is coming for me. He and Nalan have a deep hatred for each other. If Nalan can't find Xiaofei, he will definitely take it out on the residents of Heishan town. After beating the earthworm, Xiaofei grabbed the earthworm's hair and said distressedly, brother, you must protect our relatives. The town cannot be without awakened people. Uncle is old, and I have to rely on you in the future. Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu can make friends. Follow them well. Don't worry, there are tunnels under the town. I will definitely be able to get out. Let's go. Come here from Black Mud Mountain, bring your weapons and show those from the city what it means when you say poor mountains and bad waters produce bad people. Bury them all here. Xiaofei shouted, and dozens of men with guns rushed out from various alleys. Damn it, those from the city are nothing, kill them. Xiaofei, just tell me how to fight. Yes, we will distinguish the males from the females in the town today. The bandits in Haney Mountain have been living on the edge of a knife for years and are not afraid of such a scene at all. Everyone looked as if they had taken medicine, staring excitedly at the approaching convoy. Roll. Xiaofei kicked the earthworm away and said, live well and live like a human being. The earthworm boy burst into tears, hugged Xiaofei's thighs tightly and said, brother, I won't leave, I want to stay with you. Gutu, take them away. Xiaofei kicked several times and then looked at Gutu. Tell little white tiger that Lazy will do his best to finish the job and won't take the balance. I will take care of the work for him. Please, take care of my family in the future. Xiaofei's move was like entrusting his son to the care of others, and everyone knew that there was an 80% chance that Xiaofei would not survive. If 3-5 senses leave the city, even if strong men from outside the city come, they may not be able to withstand them. Xiaofei chose to stay for the little white tiger and for Heishan town. For a lazy to be able to do this, he has already done his utmost. Snap. Bone knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiaofei several times without saying a word. Brother Fei, I will definitely convey your message. Thank you. Wow. The brothers knelt down in front of the lazy. Brothers, we accept your kindness today. I would like to thank you all on behalf of my boss. If you are still alive tomorrow, I will treat you to a drink. If you are gone, I will definitely avenge you. Bone and the others were also reluctant to leave, but if they didn't leave, Lao Jiao and Little White Tiger would surely die. Xiaofeng took out a dagger. Brother Jiao said that people should not be disloyal. If we run away today, we will be treacherous. But in order to protect Brother Hu and Brother Jiao, please forgive us for our injustice. We can die, but Brother Hu and Brother Jiao cannot die. I'm sorry. Snap. Xiaofeng raised his knife and cut off a finger. According to the rules of the martial arts world, betrayal will result in 3 cuts and 6 holes. Today, I will cut off 1 finger first. We will remember your kindness and we will avenge your hatred. If you don't cut off the heads of Hua Lao and Na Lan within 3 years, I will come down and kowtow to you and apologize. Snap. The brothers gritted their teeth and chopped off their little fingers and threw them on the ground. The assistant beside Xiaofei grinned and said, Xiao Ci is pretty tough. Another deputy reached out and rubbed Bone's head. Damn, we are lazy. We get paid to do things. Life and death are decided by fate. This is the rule. Boy, lazy from Heishan town will never betray his boss, remember that. Xiaofei turned around and stopped looking at Bones. Walk. Bone gritted his teeth, picked up the earthworm, and ran into the mountains. Everyone left, and Xiaofei and his group were the only ones left in the empty town. Snap. Xiao Fei lit up a cigarette and calmly turned to look at his brother. Are you scared? Scared of nothing. If the world is not going as planned, the sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. Haha, there's a big scar on my head, what's the point of being afraid of a chicken feather? Xiao Fei bowed to everyone guiltily and said, I'm sorry. I wanted to lead you to a good life, but I broke my promise. Without you, we would have starved to death. Xiao Fei grinned and said, what else can we do? Let's go on the road together today. It's in Heishan Town. Let the people in the city know that Heishan Town is not that easy to break into. Xiao Fei waved his hand and his men went into the houses on both sides of the road to prepare for battle. 3 7-seater cars slowly drove to the entrance of the town. People dressed in neat security company uniforms stood neatly on both sides of the road. Lao Ding quickly stepped forward to help Hua Lao open the car door. 3 of the 5 big bosses from the Bing mansion came. Hua Lao's feet, wearing expensive leather boots, stretched out from the car. Boss. Hundreds of people gathered at the town entrance shouted in unison. Hua Lao, Nailan, and Ming Wang got out of the car one after another. In terms of pomp and circumstance, the big guys in the city still play the grandest. Each of these men was of high bearing, and they looked very imposing as they stood there. Ming Wang looked at Hua Lao's men and sighed, what a strong army and powerful horses. Hua Lao raised his head with a hint of pride and slowly looked towards the town. On the road at the entrance of the town, a figure stood in front of everyone. Xiao Fei sat on the bench calmly, with his legs crossed and the cigarette in his mouth flickering. Facing a dozen awakened people and hundreds of strong men who were eyeing him covetously, Xiao Fei locked his eyes on Ming Wang. You're getting involved in this. That's not your style. Hua Lao was able to pull Na Lan in because they had the same enemy. But Ming Wang has been in seclusion, so logically he is the last person to leave the city. The biggest reason why Hua Lao and Nailan dared to leave the city was Ming Wang. As the leader of the 5 hegemons of Ice City, his departure from the city proves that the city is ready to go to war with those outside the city. Ming Wang pushed Hua Lao away and walked forward slowly with a calm expression. I'm not here for you, where are the 2 children? King Ming said his purpose in a deep voice, Ice City is not big enough to accommodate the 6 forces. I want to maintain the balance in the city. Li Youxian must be eliminated. If Mr. Li wants to get to the table, he must kill Lao Ding to prove his strength. On the other hand, if Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao, the 2 people pushed to the stage by Mr. Li, die, Mr. Li will be out. There are 5 districts in the Ice Palace, and each of the 5 hegemons is in one district. When Li Youxian enters the scene, how will the territory be divided? By then, there will inevitably be open and secret struggles in the city, and it may even lead to a bloody storm. The people below will fight, and if you go in person, you have already lost. Xiao Fei sneered and threw down his cigarette butt. You will definitely not be able to find him. I also want to experience the golden body of King Yixiaming. Letting the people below fight each other was a tacit understanding between Mr. Li and the 5 hegemons of the Ice Mansion. No matter how fierce the battle is, they will not hurt each other and at the same time prove their strength. But if King Ming personally went out to kill Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu, it would be tantamount to breaking off relations with Mr. Li, and he was determined not to let him enter the scene. I can lose, but Bingfu cannot be in chaos. If one more person is added, Bingfu will be in chaos. Li Youxian will not be satisfied with just one district. Ming Wang sighed, life is not easy for the people in the city either. I must ensure peace in the city. Seeing that King Ming was determined to do so, Xiao Fei said no more. King Ming has always regarded himself as the guardian of the city, so Xiao Fei is not surprised that he did this. Hua Lao pointed at Xiao Fei and shouted indignantly, I already agreed to change people, but you still want to kill my Jia Yogui. Are you sick? Faced with Hua Lao's accusations, Xiao Fei was speechless. Hua Yogui's death was unclear. The problem was that he died in Heishan Town outside the city. Even if Xiao Fei had 10 mouths, he couldn't explain it clearly. Xiao Fei simply shrugged and grinned, yeah, you guys are doing the same thing as giving birth to a son without an asshole right under my nose. I can't get over it if I don't kill you. This is Xiao Fei, he doesn't avoid things. Even if he was wronged, he could accept it calmly. Then come at me, how did my son offend you? Hua Lao has 8 children, 5 of whom are dead, and the rest are all gold nuggets. Now there is no one left, and the pain of losing a child is indescribable. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fei's face changed and he yelled, "Did he spend the money you earned? Since his last name is Hua, he has to bear the karma of your Hua family. You feel sad when your child died, but what about other people's children?" Hua Lao's mouth twitched slightly and he was speechless. Nalan stood behind Hua Lao and Ming Wang, giving a strange smile. The man standing side by side with Nalan was the real murderer who killed Hua Xiao, Nalan Xiao. The two brothers' eyes were full of pride, killing someone with a borrowed knife. "Get started, don't waste time." Xiao Fei stood up slowly, determined to die, and was not afraid of the 3 senses at all. Ming Wang glanced around and said, "Smoker, tell me where those 2 guys are, and we can negotiate terms." "Talk. Can you let me go? Ask the sissy behind you whether he will let me go." Xiao Fei sneered. When Nalan heard Xiao Fei calling him a sissy, his face changed drastically. The entire Bing mansion knew that Nalan had been injured and was not good in that aspect, but few people dared to say it out loud. "You are looking for death. I will avenge my child today." Nalan's face was grim and his voice sounded a bit like that of an ancient eunuch. "Your child deserved to die, and it is retribution for you to have no descendants." Xiao Fei was already prepared to die, and didn't care at all that a few 5 senses wanted to kill him. King Ming wanted to persuade Xiao Fei to hand over Lao Jiao and Little White Tiger, but he didn't know where to start. Just like Xiao Fei said, this group of people came here today just to kill people. He wants to kill Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu, Nalan wants revenge, and Hua Lao wants to kill Xiao Fei to give an explanation to his son and Sanyang society. This is a dead end, there is no solution. I'll give you a quick death. Ming Wang sighed, looked at Xiao Fei and said, "I respect you as a man." Xiao Fei had already reached the 4th awakening when he was in his 20s, so his talent for cultivation was quite strong. Being surrounded by hundreds of people without changing your expression, that is courage. After being in the business for many years, he did so many extraordinary things in front of the 5 bullies without being caught. This is a trick. If they were not worried that Hua Lao and others would attack the townspeople of Heishan town, they would not be able to catch Xiao Fei at all. This is righteousness. King Ming couldn't help but admire such a person. You don't treat other people's children as human beings. Have you ever thought that your own son will have such a day? Xiao Fei grinned, "Today I am doing justice for the heavens." There was no need to say more at this point. Nalan rushed forward 1 step faster, the faint silver threads on his fingertips concealing murderous intent. "Debao, Bao, watch out, Daddy will avenge you." Nalan used his 5 fingers as claws and swung silver threads to cut towards Xiao Fei. The silver threads were extremely sharp and could easily crush a person into pieces. Xiao Fei backed away, spewing green smoke from his mouth. The moment the smoke touched the silver wire, the extremely thin silver wire was corroded completely. "I don't want to play with you anymore." Xiao Fei pretended to be defeated and ran to the end of the street. Seeing Xiao Fei about to leave, Nalan said sternly, "If you dare to run, I will go after the others in Black Mountain Town." Chase. Hua Lao's eyes were red, and he waved his hand. Hundreds of people rushed into the street like crazy. Xiao Fei saw that the enemy's large army had already entered Heishan town, so he stopped and looked towards the town entrance with squinted eyes. "Hua Lao, Nalan, today I'll teach you a lesson. Don't go out of town for no reason in the future." Xiao Fei put 2 fingers in his mouth and a sharp whistle sounded. Bang, bang, bang. The glass of the houses on both sides was broken, and people from Heishan leaned out of the windows. "CNM, once you're here, don't even think about leaving. Teach Hua Lao a lesson." Tat tat. At the end of the street, Xiao Fei spewed out a large amount of green smoke, covering the area within a 10-meter radius centered on himself. The green smoke is thick and does not dissipate, and it remains motionless even when strong winds blow. Nalan, Hua Lao, and Ming Wang stood outside the smoke and did not dare to act rashly. Xiao Fei's smoke belongs to the rare element system and is extremely strange. If you don't understand his methods, you will suffer a great loss if you rush in rashly. Hua Lao stood outside the smoke with his hands clasped together in a seal. A giant magic circle lit up. Wow. A 5-meter-high scarlet flower branch emerged from the magic circle. The flower is completely red, the rhizome is 4 or 5 meters long, and has only 2 leaves. The flower bud slowly opened, like a giant beast opening its mouth. The petals were covered with tooth-like barbs, and sticky fluid was constantly dripping onto the ground, which smelled extremely foul. Summoning, piranha plant. Corrosive liquid. Hua Lao shouted. The piranha plant sprayed a yellow, smelly liquid into the smoke. Sizzle. The frozen ground was corroded by it, leaving small holes. Smoke beast. In the smoke, Xiaofei began to fight back. The green smoke quickly gathered towards Xiaofei, condensing into 3 ferocious beasts, and pounced on the 3 people. Don't touch them. Hua Lao is also a drug addict and knows the horror of green smoke. This thing has the ability to kill people beyond their level. 1,000 punches, 3 bangs. Ming Wang stood firmly in horse stance. The air in the entire street was instantly sucked dry as Ming Wang punched out. 3 loud bangs shook the entire street. The Ming Wang fist is extremely domineering. When the fist hits the air, it makes a terrifying sound. At the same time, it condenses the air around it into a cannonball and smashes towards the giant beast. While he dispersed the green smoke beast with 1 punch, he also destroyed a low building behind Xiaofei with the same force. Nalan also seized the opportunity, and with his quick steps, he bypassed the giant beast and grabbed Xiaofei's arm with his open palm. 5 silver threads wrapped around Xiaofei's left arm like snakes. Crack! Nalan let out a strange cry and blood splattered everywhere. Xiaofei's entire arm was cut into countless pieces of meat. Seeing the blood, Nalan was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Ha ha ha, I will cut you into pieces. You. Before Nalan could be happy, a large amount of green smoke condensed on Xiaofei's left arm and turned into a giant hand as thick as a thigh. Boom. The giant hand condensed from green smoke punched Nalan away dozens of meters. Xiaofei's strategy of trading injuries for injuries caused Nalan to suffer a great loss. After rolling on the ground for several times, Nalan stood up with a dark face and a cruel grin on his face. Fortunately, if I had come alone today, I might not have been able to take you down. The 4th sense hurts the 5th sense, and the reputation of being a smoker is well deserved. King Ming nodded solemnly. His smoke is so weird, it actually has physical attack capabilities. Hua Lao also deeply agreed that if any one of them came alone to take down Xiaofei, they could only win miserably. No one can get anything good from Xiaofei before understanding his methods. Xiaofei calmly lit up a cigarette and said, "Give me another 10 years, and you won't have any business in Bingfu anymore. Be thankful. However, there are 2 guys who are even more crazy than me who will come to kill you soon. Call." Xiaofei slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and the smoke expanded again to protect Xiaofei. Faced with Xiaofei's smoke field, none of them had a good solution for a while. Ming Wang punched a few times in the air, creating a few holes in the smoke, but they were quickly filled up. He's stalling for time. Hua Lao saw Xiaofei's plan and said, he is waiting for reinforcements. Reinforcements outside the city. He's waiting for the overlord. Hua Lao and Nalan showed fear on their faces. Xiaofei hid in the smoke and sneered, the 5 senses are just like this. Delaying time is just to buy a glimmer of hope for the people of Black Mountain Town. But soon a scene that made Xiaofei collapse appeared. Nalan Xiao walked forward carrying a little kid of about 7 or 8 years old. Brother, the people are here. Nalan Xiao threw the doll to the ground in a low voice. Third uncle. Xiaofei yelled. The person who was caught was Qirdi's third uncle, so Xiaofei had to call him third uncle according to seniority. The third uncle sat on the ground, dusted himself off, and waved his hand. Nephew, beat them up and kill them. Little bastard. Nalan shouted harshly and twisted the silver thread in his hand towards his uncle. Bang. Ming Wang took the initiative to throw a punch, and the wind from his fist blew away the silver threads. What are you doing? Nalan's shrill voice sounded like that of an ancient eunuch. Ming Wang was dissatisfied and said, you can kill the smoker, but you can't kill the child. Nalan was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He roared with a ferocious look on his face, All my children have died, why can't I kill his children? Smoker, if you don't come out, I will crush him to pieces right away. Nayland lifted his uncle almost madly. I said, put him down. King Ming was also angry, and his resolute face was full of murderous intent. The burly figure turned towards Nayland, with a strong murderous aura locked onto Nayland. The scene was at a standstill for a while, and the King of Ming glared at the other party with anger. I can pretend not to see you committing crimes behind my back, but if I see it, I have to intervene. This is the helplessness of the end of the world. King Ming knew that humanity would be lost in the last days, but he did not have as great ideals as Zhang Yang. Saving the weak in front of me is just to make myself feel at peace with myself. At the critical moment, Hua Lao stepped forward to stop Ming Wang. Our son is also a human being. The smoker must die today. Do you have to wait until the Overlord arrives? Overlord, the real master outside the city. Although the outside of the city seems to be a mess, with people killing each other and gangs robbing each other. But everyone respected him as king. In order to make fun of the so-called 5 overlords of the Ice Palace, he deliberately named himself Overlord. Nayland, take action. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to the smoker for a while, Hua Yi roared. Nayland raised his hand and was about to chop at his uncle. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Uncle Sen held the small pistol hanging around his neck and accurately shot Nayland in the head. The bullet fell to the ground, and Nayland was unharmed. This is the body of the 5 senses. Wolf cub, I can't let you go. Nayland lifted his third uncle high up in anger. Nephew, don't come out. My father said there are no cowards in Black Mountain Town. Uncle Sen looked at the green mist worriedly. This is the bond between family members, how could Xiao Fei bear it? The green smoke dissipated and Xiao Fei jumped out. Mean. Xiao Fei pushed Nayland back with his head and grabbed his uncle to protect him in his arms. Nayland and Hua Lao showed ecstasy at the same time. While Xiao Fei was protecting his uncle, the two of them attacked at the same time. Nayland's silver threads wrapped around Xiao Fei's legs. Venom spurted out of Hua Lao's mouth, instantly corroding Xiao Fei's back until white bones could be seen. Nayland exerted force with his fingers, and the silver thread cut off Xiao Fei's legs. Where are you running? Nayland took back the silver thread and licked it in his hand with his scarlet tongue. Puff. The seriously injured Xiao Fei lay on the ground, vomiting blood. Uncle. Xiao Fei was relieved to see that his uncle was safe and sound. I am CNM. Uncle Sen climbed out of Xiao Fei's arms, not caring whether he could hurt the other person or not. He pounced on Nayland and bit his leg. Looking for death. Nayland wrapped the silver thread around his hand, making it into a knife shape. King Ming attacked again, taking a quick step forward and protecting his uncle in his arms. This time, Nayland did not stop him because Xiao Fei was already dying. Nayland quickly stepped forward and picked up Xiao Fei's mutilated body. Go down and apologize to my son. Xiao Fei, who was half dead, smiled contemptuously, his eyes full of disdain. The only remaining hand was placed on Nayland's shoulder. Ask your son if he dares to see me. I will scare them to death if they go down. Nayland's ecstatic face suddenly changed, and Nayland Xiao, who was following behind him, took the initiative to stop Nayland. Brother, let me talk to him. Brother Nayland poked his head out with a sly smile and whispered in Xiao Fei's ear, I killed Hua Yogui and framed you. I will also kill everyone in your Black Mountain Town, hee hee. Ha ha ha. The two brothers of the Nayland family covered their faces and laughed wildly with tears streaming down their faces. Do you hate us? The younger brother of the Nayland family smiled proudly. However, the two of them soon stopped laughing, and Xiao Fei looked at them expressionlessly. I imagined that Xiao Fei should be angry, roaring, and unwilling. But Xiao Fei said calmly, thank you. I also have a secret to tell you. Xiao Fei grinned. The two Nayland brothers came closer curiously to hear Xiao Fei's last words. The moment Xiao Fei approached the two people, black smoke came out of his mouth. The black smoke is much thicker than the green smoke, and it is like a maggot attached to the bones, and it cannot be dispelled. Ah! The two brothers of the Nayland family covered their faces in pain. Within a few breaths, Nalan Xiao of the Nalan family's entire face was corroded and he fainted from the pain. Nalan himself was not in much better condition, half of his face was just white bones. Ha 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 ha, you ballless thing, now you have no face at all, right? Xiaofei laughed heartily, with a determination to die. You're looking for death. Nalan slapped Xiaofei away with one palm. I'll give you a ride. King Ming knew Nalan's methods very well and did not want Xiaofei to be humiliated, so he took a step forward and punched Xiaofei through the chest. On a cold winter night, a ball of fire burned away the hard work of several generations of people in Heishan town. In the flames rising to the sky, two thin figures snuggled together. The era of smokers is over. But another legend also began. When Little White Tiger and Old Nine woke up, they rushed to the outside of Black Mountain Town. Uncle Sen held Xiaofei's head and looked at everyone with a numb expression. Until the earthworm whispered, "Third uncle." Wow. Seeing his relatives, the third uncle could no longer control himself and burst into tears. Lao Jiu almost crawled to Xiaofei, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and passed away peacefully with a smile on his face. "Fei, brother Fei." The little white tiger gently shook Xiaofei. "Where are the hands? Where are the legs?" Lao Jiu asked while touching Xiaofei's broken limbs and roaring. Wow. Everyone knelt in front of Xiaofei, tears streaming down their cheeks. He could have survived and not even have to get involved in the conflict in the city. For the sake of the earthworms, he was willing to accept the little white tiger's task. He was willing to die for his family. Such people are purely evil and live purely. Uncle Sen took out a bloody cell phone from his pocket and played Xiaofei's last words. In the picture, Xiaofei was snuggling in his uncle's arms and spurting blood. "My dear friends. I may not be able to wait for you to come back. I won't say goodbye to you face to face. Seeing you guys. I can't bear to die. Don't rush to take revenge. I didn't kill the Hua family kid. Nalan was behind it. Don't go into the city. You are too straightforward, and the people in the city are too cunning, you can't beat them. Wait. Wait until you are strong enough, then you can take revenge. Don't be impulsive, don't be sad, just stay alive, I don't want to see you guys down there too soon. Bury me with my brother. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Don't cry. I still wanted to have a big fight with you. I failed. I admit it. I'm leaving. Take good care of my family." Looking at Xiaofei's head slowly lowering, Lao Jiu could no longer hold back and howled to the sky. "Grab your weapons and return to the city." The little white tiger roared, "Revenge. Revenge. Revenge. If you have to endure the tragic death of your brother, what's the point of living?" Xiaofei is not only their Gulazi, but also their brother. A group of people stood up, with murderous intent in their eyes, and walked towards the city without hesitation. A figure stood in front of them. Uncle Sen opened his small body with his arms and stopped the little white tiger with tears in his eyes. Xiaofei said that you are not allowed to enter the city to seek revenge. If you want to enter the city, you have to step over my dead body. In the darkness of night, the old man from Black Mountain Town walked slowly towards us, leaning on a cane. Behind him were hundreds of residents of Black Mountain Town, all with tears on their faces. Xiaofei is the hope of Heishan Town and also their relative. Their hatred for the people in the city is no less than that of the little white tiger. There was forbearance and determination in everyone's eyes. Hold the funeral first. Xiaofei's death was his fate. You can't blame anyone else. Kid, weakness is the original sin. Remember how you felt today. Be ashamed and then be brave. You still have a long way to go in the future. The old man stretched out his trembling hand sadly and pressed it on the little white tiger's shoulder. You are Xiaofei's brothers, and from now on you are the children of Black Mountain Town. This is your home, go home first. Snap. Little White Tiger and his group knelt on the ground facing the residents of Black Mountain Town. Today, I, Little White Tiger, swear that I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this. Heishan Town has been destroyed, and the old man led his people to build a simple mourning hall on the open space outside the town. The townspeople were all covered in white cloth, heavy snow was falling from the sky, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Soon the news of the murder of the smoker outside the city spread outside the city, and prominent lazy or town officials all sent people over. The name of the smoker was known to everyone outside the city, and people came to pay their respects in an endless stream. Within a few hours, the mourning hall was packed with people inside and outside. Almost everyone who came to mourn looked at Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu curiously. Suddenly, the originally noisy mourning hall fell silent. Everyone looked into the distance expectantly. "Mr. Bai is here." The messenger at the door shouted loudly. The unruly men from outside the city stood up one after another and faced the outside of the mourning hall respectfully. A tall and thin figure lifted the curtain of the mourning hall. "Master Bai. Master Bai. Master Bai." All the men in the room bowed respectfully to the newcomer. It was hard to imagine that these evil men could be so respectful to a man holding a paper fan. Mr. Bai nodded solemnly to everyone and looked at the few people who were kneeling on the ground burning paper. "Are they the ones?" Mr. Bai asked the old man. "Yes, now they are the children of Black Mountain Town," the old man nodded respectfully. "Xiaohu, Xiaojiao, come here and meet Master Bai." The old man called out twice, but little Baihu and old Jiao didn't move at all. Mr. Bai's mouth curled up slightly. "This kid is so arrogant." The aunt from the breakfast shop in town quickly stepped forward and pulled the two of them up, and whispered in their ears, "This is Master Bai, the military advisor under the overlord. Don't be petty. The overlord is the master outside the city. An existence that overpowers the 5 hegemons of the Ice Palace. Although the major gangs outside the city often rob each other, they all follow the lead of overlord. The overlord's power spans across 3 prefectures. To people outside the city, the overlord is their belief." The eldest and half-pulled and half-dragged the two of them to Master Bai, and said with a smile, "Master Bai, these 2 children are as close to Xiaofei as brothers, so." Mr. Bai nodded with a smile, showing no dissatisfaction. Instead, he looked at the two of them with great curiosity. The 2 men had dull expressions, with murderous intent gleaming in their eyes. "Call for help." The old man hit the little white tiger's leg hard with his cane like an elder. The 2 of them reluctantly called out, "Master Bai. We who live outside the city all respect Overlord as the king. Mr. Bai is Overlord's first military advisor, so you must abide by the rules." The old man flattered him silently and reminded the 2 of them at the same time. The little white tiger's eyes regained clarity and he looked at the other party with the same curiosity. The tall and thin man, wearing a white robe and holding a folding fan in his hand, looked like an ancient scholar in a TV drama. The 2 of them were being stared at by Mr. Bai, and they felt uneasy. His eyes seemed to see through everything. "Can you avenge Xiaofei?" Lao Jiao asked first. "The rules in the city have been broken. What is your attitude?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces changed. Although what Lao Jiao said made sense, it was extremely disrespectful to question Mr. Bai in person. However, some people agreed with Lao Jiao's words. Some people who were on good terms with Xiaofei took the opportunity to shout, "City people, come out and fight back. We can't swallow this anger if we don't fight back. Master Bai, you give the order, I will be the first to rush into the city. Master Bai, please ask the overlord to come out of the mountain." We didn't take any action this time, and the people in the city thought we were afraid of him. Everyone started talking, and Mr. Bai smiled and raised his hand to signal everyone to shut up. The overlord is not in the Ice Palace. He has entered the no man's land. He will be back within a month. By then, we will definitely get back at him. Although the lives of people outside the city are worthless, we can't just kill them if we want to. Good. Just wait a month. When Mr. Bai opened his mouth to fight back, everyone was naturally happy. Although everyone had their own ulterior motives, some wanted to enter the place to rob, and some wanted to enter the city to seek revenge, but once Mr. Bai spoke, the matter was set in stone. "I'm sorry for putting you through this period of time," Mr. Bai patted the old man earnestly. "Life outside the city is not easy, you can ask for anything you want. In the end times, we outsiders must unite to survive. The old man glanced at the little white tiger and asked awkwardly, Master Bai, I am shameless today. I just want to ask you one question. Is any request okay? Mr. Bai was slightly stunned. His previous words were just polite remarks. Of course, if the old man wants to rebuild Black Mountain Town, he can naturally provide supplies and necessary assistance. But the old man looked like he had other plans. But he had already said it. The old man threw away his crutches, knelt on the ground, and pulled little white tiger and old Nine to the ground as well. Xiao Fei is unlucky. The overlord wanted to take him in as his disciple, but he refused without knowing what was good for him. I hope the overlord will open his mouth again and accept these two young men. Wah! The crowd gasped. The old man's words were a bit offensive and might even embarrass Mr. Bai. If the other party gets angry and embarrassed, the entire Black Mountain Town may suffer. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lao Jiao and Little White Tiger. What virtue and ability do these two kids have that makes Overlord accept them as his disciples? What do you think? Mr. Bai looked at the two of them without comment. Others cast envious glances. Become a disciple of the Overlord and you will reach success overnight. With the title of Overlord, people have to give him some face wherever he goes. If Xiao Fei had accepted Overlord's invitation, King Ming would not have dared to kill him even if he had 10 times the courage. Now the same opportunity is in front of them. Without waiting for the two to react, the breakfast shop owner standing nearby knelt down and said first, they are willing. Please accept these two children, Ba Wang. The old man pointed at Xiao Fei's photo and trembled. For my Xiao Fei's sake. Please accept these two children, Overlord. The townspeople of Black Mountain Town knelt down one after another, just to ask for a chance for the two to ascend to heaven. Mr. Bai asked in confusion, they are not from your Black Mountain Town, right? If the old man asks for a chance for the earthworm, Mr. Bai can understand. But it is really puzzling that Heishan Town is willing to risk angering Mr. Bai in order to fight for opportunities for outsiders. They are the children of my Black Mountain Town, the old man replied firmly. Master Bai put his hands on their shoulders, and a powerful force surged into their bodies. Lao Jiao subconsciously raised his hand to fight back, but the little white tiger grabbed Lao Jiao's wrist. The two men only felt the blood and energy in their bodies churning, and the terrifying force rampaged through their bodies, as if it was going to tear them apart. After a long time, Master Bai slowly withdrew his hand and nodded at the old man with a smile, you are still so cunning and treacherous. Mr. Bai didn't explain it clearly, but the two of them understood it tacitly. Why did the old man want to fight for this opportunity for Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu? Ultimately, it was all for Black Mountain Town, because it was too dangerous outside the city, because he knew that Lao Jiao was doubly awakened, and because he knew the potential of both of them. So he bet on them. Without new awakeners, it won't be long before Black Mountain Town is swallowed up by other forces. The Overlord can manage the conflicts between the city and outside the city, but he will not care about the gangs fighting each other outside the city. So the old man placed his bets on Little White Tiger and Old Nine. When they rise in the future, they will naturally not forget the kindness of Black Mountain Town. The facts were just as the old man had expected. The little white tiger propped himself up, looked up and shouted loudly, we are the children of Heishan Town. Compromise. The little white tiger suppressed the grievance in his heart and compromised. He knew that the fastest way to get revenge was to climb up to the tyrant's high branch. If you want revenge, you must have someone to back you up, otherwise you don't know when you will be able to kill Hua Lao by yourself. Isn't this a sign of growth? The two unruly people chose to bow their heads. Master Bai smiled with satisfaction, good seedlings, no wonder the old man thinks so highly of you. But the Overlord is not in the Ice Palace. In a month, you can come to the mountain gate and I will introduce you. Whether you can impress the Overlord depends on you. Mr. Bai's words were neither a breach of promise nor a decision on behalf of Overlord. Handled just right. The opportunity is given to you, whether you can grasp it depends on yourself. Don't feel wronged. Although you have great potential, remember that there are countless geniuses in the world, but less than 10% can survive and grow up. You need an umbrella, and at the same time. Mr. Bai said bluntly, you have supernatural powers but don't know how to use them. Without martial arts support and famous teachers to guide you, you will take decades of detours. The disciples under the Overlord are all talented people. Now is your chance. Figure it out for yourselves. Mr. Bai turned and left. After Master Bai walked away, the old man sighed earnestly and said, "Kids, remember, face is not important. I know you don't want to be the Overlord's disciple, but this is your fastest chance to accumulate strength." "I see." The little white tiger nodded. Mr. Li is a businessman and he will not fight to the death with the 5 people in the city just for himself. So they had to find another way. Just after seeing Mr. Bai off, Earthworm trotted into the morning hall and whispered in their ears, "Zhang Yang is here." The two looked at each other and exhaled heavily. They didn't expect that Zhang Yang would dare to leave the city. His identity is sensitive. If these people outside the city knew his identity, they might bury him. But this also shows that Zhang Yang can't wait to take action against the 5 overlords of the Ice Mansion. A few hundred meters outside the morning hall, Zhang Yang was sitting in a car in casual clothes. Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu got into the car, while Chiodi, Hegu and a few others stood guard outside. Zhang Yang opened a pack of cigarettes and threw them to the two of them. "Are you frustrated?" The two remained silent. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly as if he had expected this. The 5 tyrants of the Ice Palace are deeply rooted in the city. Now you know their strength, right? How dare you make a fuss when you are used as a knife by Lao Li? There's no need to sow discord. Little White Tiger lit a cigarette and asked impatiently, "What are you doing here?" "2 things. First, I'm going to take action against Lao Ding. Give me the goods and the detained people. Second, I want to remind you that Lao Li's goal is only to divide the cake. My goal is to completely drag the 5 tyrants into hell. What is your goal?" Zhang Yang spoke seemingly casually, but he was actually considering the two of them. If they follow Mr. Li wholeheartedly, they are destined to be on a different path from Zhang Yang. Because if the 5 tyrants are killed, Mr. Li will be the only evil dragon in the city. Then Lao Jiao and Little White Tiger are enemies. This time the two did not hesitate. "Before the 5 tyrants die, you can trust us." "Okay." Zhang Yang nodded and said, "Sometimes you lazy are more trustworthy than the hypocrites in the city. What are you going to do next?" Zhang Yang tapped the car window rhythmically with his fingers. "If you want Lao Ding to give up the Hua family, you have to let him know that he has been abandoned by the Hua family. At the same time, you have to prevent the Hua family from killing people to silence them." Lao Jiao was silent for a moment and said his concerns. The batch of goods was robbed. As long as Hua Lao has a clear mind, he will quickly start to clean up the mess. Lao Ding was targeted by Zhang Yang, so Hua Lao's decision to sacrifice the pawn to save the king was the wisest choice. Of course, he might also protect Lao Ding to the death. But it doesn't matter. What's important is to make Lao Ding believe that he has been abandoned by Hua Lao. People only sell out when they have nowhere else to go. "Do you have a plan?" Zhang Yang asked with a wry smile. Little White Tiger took off the white cloth on his head and said, "Let's go back to the city. The outsiders are about to attack the city. By then, the attention of the 5 hegemons will be attracted to the outside of the city, and we can take advantage of the opportunity to attack." Sizzle. Lao Jiao slowly rolled down the car window and shouted to Hai Dog outside the car, "Notify the brothers to go into the city." "Didn't the old man tell us not to be anxious?" Hai Dog asked worriedly. Now they don't even have Xiao Fei's men, so they are not qualified to fight Hua Lao in the city. Lao Jiao glared at him, and Hai Go shrank his neck and ran obediently to the morning hall to inform others. "Li Youxian and Yan Gui are not here when we enter the city this time. Aren't you afraid?" Zhang Yang said deliberately. "We can't let others do the revenge for our brothers. Let's go into the city first and take our time. We won't fail again this time." The Little White Tiger replied with a cold face. Boom. 3 off-road vehicles sped away. The old man and his men stood outside the morning hall, watching Little White Tiger and his group walking away. "Master, shall I bring some people to stop them?" A townsman from Black Mountain Town spoke up. "No." The old man smiled with satisfaction. Decisive and good at seizing opportunities. I didn't make a mistake in choosing him. What's the meaning? Master Bai has agreed to introduce them. Before the overlord formally rejected them, the two children were wearing bulletproof vests. Killing them would be a slap in the face of the overlord, especially on the eve of the upcoming war inside and outside the city. Killing them will only anger the overlord. These two little guys saw this and dared to enter the city. In the city. According to Bingfu News, recently, Bingfu Shipu police chief uncovered a major human smuggling case outside the city. The smuggling leader confessed that the mastermind behind the case was our city's famous entrepreneur, Ding Changgan, chairman of Ding's enterprise. Shipu police chief has begun an investigation, and this station will follow up on the report. Bang. Fatty Ding, who was having breakfast, dropped the bowl in his hand to the ground. Cold sweat ran down his fat face. Being able to sit in this position, it goes without saying that Lao Ding has an excellent sense of smell. He has taken care of almost everyone in Shipu district, and it was exposed at this time. There is only one possibility. Zhang Yang has already obtained evidence that can definitely bring him down. The other party was very smart. He exposed the case directly without waiting for Hua Lao to suppress it. Now even if the Hua family wants to use public relations to suppress the case, they can't do it. Some things cannot be washed clean once they are exposed to the light. Husband. Fatty Ding's wife, a local celebrity in Bingfu, pointed at the TV and said, they seem to be reporting about our group. I know. Fatty Ding threw down his bowl and chopsticks, took out his cell phone and called his relative. Hello, Director Zhang. Before Fatty Ding finished speaking, a woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, the director is in a meeting. Also, this is the director's private phone number. If you have any official business, please follow the normal procedures. The fat on Fatty Ding's face twitched and he made another call. Hello, Chief Li. Hello, the director has asked for leave, who are you? Lao Ding couldn't hold it in any longer and yelled, I called your landline. Did he ask for leave and run away from home? Beep, beep, beep. A blinding sound came. Old Ding slumped weakly in the chair. It was obvious that he had been abandoned. Those who once called him brothers now avoid him. They are hiding from us. The young wife hugged her child and whispered, Old Ding, stop fighting. We should be careful of them now. Old Ding's fat body trembled. Fear slowly emerged in his eyes. Yes, if something happens to him, how many people will be implicated? There was no way those people would let him go to court alive. His former friend will be the first to kill him. Old Ding lit the cigar in his mouth with trembling hands and dialed the last life-saving call tremblingly. Hello. Master Hua, Old Ding listened to Hua Ye's tone carefully. Don't worry about anything. Just get ready to run away. We've been together for so many years and I can't watch you spend the rest of your life in prison. I'll arrange for someone to take you out of the city and hide in another mansion. Hua Ye's tone was calm, and Lao Ding breathed a sigh of relief. After hanging up the phone with many thanks, Lao Ding let out a long breath. However, his young wife's words made Lao Ding's blood run cold. Hubby, Mr. Hua can't be trusted. Don't you always say that he is a cannibal? Have you forgotten what happened to the last person who worked for them? Hua Lao's previous glove was abandoned by Hua Lao and his entire family committed suicide by burning charcoal at home. How could a person who has awakened to the fourth awakening possibly burn charcoal? You won't necessarily die from breathing carbon dioxide for half a day, right? Old Ding collapsed in the chair in despair. He looked so glorious in front of outsiders, but in fact he was just a dog who had no control over his own destiny. You take the child and go first. Lao Ding was reminded by his young wife. After a moment of silence, he took out a key from his pocket and said, take some cash with you. Don't use your card for now. Go hide in your hometown. If I don't come to find you, you must not contact me, and you can't trust anyone. Oh, and take the account book with you. Remember, unless I call you, you can't hand over the account book to anyone who comes to find you, otherwise I will definitely die. Old Ding knew his fate, so he reluctantly picked up his daughter and gave her a big kiss on the face. Dad, the little girl said in a baby voice, reaching out to hug Lao Ding's neck. The latter handed the child to his wife and said, go quickly. Let's go together. The little wife advised with tears in her eyes, don't you know the captain of the city defense? Ask him to help, give him money, 100,000, 200,000, 1 million. Lao Ding smiled bitterly. Don't you understand yet? We didn't receive any information from the time the incident happened to the time the news broke. They were well prepared. Maybe I'm being monitored now. Neither you nor I can get out. Let's go through the secret passage. I'll lure them out from home. When a man is about to die, his words are good. Old Ding touched his daughter's head and said with a reluctant smile, I have done evil all my life, I deserve to die, I just hope I won't bring trouble to you, let's go. Old Ding. Let's go. After all, I've been working for the Hua family for so many years. He shouldn't. Old Ding forced a smile to comfort his wife. Watching his wife and daughter enter the secret passage, Lao Ding breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the magnificent villa with deep emotion, which was the result of his lifelong hard work. Maybe he regretted it at this moment, but there is no medicine for regret in the world. Half an hour later, the door was pushed open. Old Ding narrowed his eyes and saw that all the security guards at the door were lying on the ground, with blood all over the floor. 5 masked men walked into the living room. Lazy. Old Ding chuckled. The men were wearing cheap canvas clothes, and 2 of them even had big holes in their shoes, looking very poor. Generally, people dressed like this are from outside the city. Boss Hua said, I'll take you there, go ahead and rest assured. Haha, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dogs are cooked. Okay, you can do it. The last glimmer of hope in Lao Ding's heart was completely shattered. Hua Lao finally attacked him. Old Ding was disheartened. He lazy grinned, we are not interested in knowing your business, the boss gives us money, we kill people, brother, you are a decent man, don't worry, 1 knife will kill you, it won't hurt your face and won't affect your appearance. After saying that, 5 people pounced on Lao Ding at the same time. Even Lao Ding can't handle 3 awakening thunder suns. Old Ding, who seemed deflated, suddenly stood up at the last moment. A 3-meter-tall giant bear pounced out from behind. How could the big boss on the ground, who was living on the edge of a knife, surrender? If Hua Lao is unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Old Ding glanced at the secret passage, and after making sure that his wife and daughter had left safely, he broke the window and jumped out. Lazy chased after him and slashed at Lao Ding's shoulder with a knife, but Lao Ding had thick skin and was able to withstand the blow and rush out of the house. Chase. The 5 of them looked at each other and chased out together. Lao Ding rushed out of the yard, and along the way he saw the bodies of his own guards. The moment he climbed over the wall, an off-road vehicle without a license plate just stopped at the gate of Lao Ding's house. Old Ding. Get in the car. The butler Hua Lao in the SUV waved to Lao Ding for no apparent reason and said, Master Hua asked me to take you there. Send it to your mother. Old Ding cursed loudly and ran away without looking back. The housekeeper looked at Lao Ding in confusion as he ran further and further away and took out his cell phone. Master Hua, Lao Ding ran away. Run away. Hua Lao, who was sitting in the funeral hall of Hua Xiao, scratched his head in confusion. I sent him out of the city, and he ran away. Will he think we want to silence him? The housekeeper asked aggrievedly. Hua Lao looked at his son's portrait blankly. It's rare for me to be soft-hearted, but he doesn't believe me. The death of his son made Hua Lao begin to believe in karma, otherwise he would have killed Lao Ding long ago. On the other side. The door was opened. 5 lazy swaggered out of the door with bloody knives in their hands. The butler happened to meet their eyes. You are, the old Ding you did this to. The housekeeper realized why Lao Ding ran away when he saw him. It turned out that someone frightened him. 5 lazy blatantly walked up to the butler's luxury car and stuck their heads in to look inside the car. In order to dispel Lao Ding's doubts, the housekeeper came alone. After confirming that there was only one housekeeper, Lazy took out his cell phone and stared at the housekeeper flipping through the pages. Whose people are you? The butler asked sternly. Shoo. Lazy raised his index finger to signal for silence. Yes, Wafu housekeeper. Lazy took the photo in his mobile phone and compared it with the housekeeper. You are not worth much. I don't even want to fuck you for 50,000 yuan. Beads of sweat appeared on the butler's forehead. He had heard a little about Lazy's working style. Once the target is determined, the fight will continue until death. Brother, let me give you 100,000 yuan. How about you tell me who you are? You guys can make money by coming out. The butler saw that several people had gathered around and spoke quickly. We earn money with conscience. Who would dare to hire us after we betray our boss? So, when you are reborn in your next life, contact us if you want to do something for someone. We will give you 20% off. Remember our names, the 5 Wolves of Pale Mountain. On a rainy night, a staggering, fat figure stumbled into the city gate duty room. The captain, who was acquainted with Lao Ding, looked at Lao Ding covered in blood in horror. Brother, let me out of the city, 1 million, how about it? Old Ding was forced into a corner and knelt on the ground as soon as he entered the door. He would surely die in the city, but he might have a chance of survival if he left the city. The captain looked at Lao Ding furtively, then walked forward and closed the door. Lao Ding, what's going on? The team leader asked knowingly. Let me out. Lao Ding took out a bank card and slapped it on the table. Is it okay? If not, just pretend I wasn't here today. The team leader looked at the bank card greedily, rubbed his hands and put the card into his pocket. Lao Ding breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party had accepted the money. The team leader laughed slyly and said, Old Ding, we are brothers, I can't watch you die. To tell you the truth, there are more than 100 people waiting for you to get out of the city. After that, the team leader turned on the camera outside the city gate. In the rain, hundreds of densely packed umbrellas covered the crowd. However, you can still clearly see that the people outside are holding weapons in their hands. More than 100 people stood in a neat line at the door waiting for Lao Ding to come out. If they don't beat the shit out of you when you leave the city, it's considered clean. The captain said with a smile, I'll show you a clear way. After saying that, the team leader pointed outside the duty room. In the night, 2 cars drove slowly. Snap. A young man with a ramen-like hairstyle walked to the door of the front car and opened an umbrella. Lao Jiao, dressed in black with a white cloth tied around his left arm, stepped out of the car. Higu held an umbrella for Lao Jiao and stood behind him majestically. Lao Ding knew he was being sold out, and angrily looked at the team leader, you sold me out. Brother, I'm short of money. If you were sold by others, you would lose your life. If you were sold by me, you would be able to keep your life. Don't worry, if you die, I will definitely take good care of you and your sister-in-law. Your mother. Old Ding was disheartened and his last hope of leaving the city was shattered. Bang, bang, bang. The earthworm walked up with an umbrella and knocked on the door of the duty room. Brother Jiao is looking for you. The earthworm stared at Lao Ding coldly, as if he were a dead person. You can try to escape for a while. Wah 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 wah. Footsteps were heard outside the door again, and dozens of the team leader's teammates rushed into the rain and surrounded the duty room tightly. Old Ding looked at the team leader in confusion, and the latter rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, Brother, business follows the rules. They won't pay you if you run away. Please forgive me. Wow. The city defense personnel outside the door automatically made way. Lao Jiao walked over slowly with a cold face, one hand in his pocket, a cigarette between his teeth. Old Ding felt chilled when he saw the murderous look in Old Nine's eyes. He was well aware of the opponent's methods. He was well known for his madness and cruelty on Hongsan Street. Being cut into pieces would be the least of his worries. Snap. Lao Jiao waved his hand, and Hai Dog threw a bag of cash into the duty room. Put it on and leave. Lao Jiao shook the special handcuffs in his hand again. These are special handcuffs that are only provided in police stations. When the awakened ones wear them, they look no different from ordinary people. Lao Ding was so angry at Lao Jiao that he started to curse, CNM, I am a tiger in a low position and being bullied by a dog. You guys can't kill me if you want to. With no other options left, Old Ding decided to give it a try. If he fell into Hua Lao's hands, he might be killed with one knife, but if he fell into Lao Jio's hands, Lao Ding couldn't imagine how these guys would torture him. The big shot who was able to call the shots the day before now ended up being deserted by everyone. Lao Jio raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Don't act cool. I didn't come to the city to fuck you. Want to chat? Don't be shameless. Brother who has invited your wife and children to have tea. If you don't cooperate, I will bury you two separately," Hai Dog added. Lao Ding felt his blood run cold. He committed evil all his life, and as a result, his wife and daughter would also suffer a miserable end. He knew he was going to die, but he couldn't accept that his family would be implicated by him. A feeling of powerlessness arose, and Lao Ding looked at the team leader in despair. The latter scolded righteously, "Old Ding, what's with that look in your eyes? I didn't sell my sister-in-law and niece. Don't you have a little trust in them?" Old Ding was like a broken jar, cursing, "If you have any tricks, come at me, don't fucking touch my family. You are sensible, I won't touch your family members." Lao Jio threw away the handcuffs, turned around and walked into the rain. Looking at the handcuffs on the ground, Lao Ding fell silent. There were many skilled fighters in the crowd in the rain. In order to deal with Lao Ding, a weakling, the team leader spent a lot of money. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Lao Ding collapsed to the ground trembling. The duty room was unusually quiet, the only sounds that could be heard were the sound of rain and Lao Ding's breathing. In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, under the watchful eyes of dozens of people, Lao Ding was handcuffed and got into Lao Jio's car. "You want to deal with Hua Lao?" Lao Ding got into the car and said straight to the point, "I can help you, but the people behind you have to ensure the safety of our family." Old Ding still thinks that all this was arranged by Mr. Li, and said with hope. Lao Jio calmly handed over a cigarette and said, "If the information you revealed can't kill Hua Lao, I will bury you in the east of the city and bury your wife in the west of the city." Old Ding smiled bitterly. He had no choice at this moment. If Hua Lao doesn't die, it's unlikely that he can survive. However, Lao Jio was not at ease, so he did something that shocked the whole city. Flower house. White lanterns were hung in the quaint courtyard, giving it a lifeless look. Although the weather is cold, it cannot stop people from coming to worship. All the important people in the city were crowded in Hua Mansion, and the luxury cars parked at the door stretched for hundreds of meters. Hua Lao sat tiredly in the morning hall, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. The sun died, Lao Ding ran away, and it seemed as if all the bad things happened one after another. Guests have arrived. CNM, you still dare to come? Security guard. Come here. The noise at the door broke the depressing atmosphere of the morning hall. Hua Lao and his two sons looked around with frowns on their faces. Dozens of Hua family members wearing mourning clothes surrounded a dozen young men in black. The Hua family's henchmen were facing a formidable enemy, and as the newcomer slowly walked into the morning hall, everyone gasped. They actually dared to come. Madman. I knew they were pretty good. Even Hua Lao himself went out of town and still couldn't kill these peasants. The guests attending the funeral stood up one after another and excitedly joined the crowd. The people who came were all wearing black suits, with white cloth strips tied around their arms and holding umbrellas. The umbrella was held low, and suddenly a flash of lightning fell from the sky, illuminating the person who was coming. The leaders were Little White Tiger and Old Nine. The young men behind the two men were carrying two coffins. Bang. The coffin was smashed heavily to the ground. Lao Jio calmly lit a cigarette and said, "Where is Hua Lao? The family members don't come out to return the greeting. Do you know the rules?" "No manners, no wonder your son is so stupid," the Little White Tiger snorted. Bang. A figure rushed out from the morning hall and landed heavily in front of several people. Hua Lao glared at the Little White Tiger with a murderous look on his face. "Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." Lao Jio pursed his lips indifferently, squatted down, took out the half-burned paper money from the roadside brazier and lit a cigarette. "You, as my boss, don't even know your own son. I am the fastest shooter in Hua Xiaobing Mansion. You should burn a few big horses to accompany him. Don't you want to hug your grandson?" The Little White Tiger also said with a playful smile, "You look so ugly that someone who doesn't know would think it's you lying inside." It's as if you are the protagonist today. Hua Lao's face was uncertain and he was not sure about the purpose of these two boys. Xiaofei was just killed yesterday. I thought these two guys should be hiding in the mountains, but I didn't expect them to come into the city so soon. Come, Lao Jio waved his hand. Earthworm hugged Lao Ding and walked arrogantly outside the morning hall. The two also carried two huge wreaths with 8 large characters inscribed on them: eliminate harm for the people, celebrate throughout the world. I came here in a hurry today and didn't bring any gifts. These 2 coffins are for you. I heard you have 2 sons. Lao Jio sneered, your house is spacious, you can even set up 2 mourning halls. At this moment, Lao Ding wanted to die. Hua Lao's murderous eyes seemed to want to eat him alive. At this moment, he finally understood the purpose of Lao Jio's trip. Before he came here, he was only thinking about how to survive, but now he has no choice but to kill Hua Lao. Because Hua Lao hated him to death. Uncle Hua, my condolences. Old Ding's face was covered in sweat and his voice was trembling. The earthworm patted Lao Ding on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Go up and slap him twice. You are the boss on the ground. Let him know who has the final say in Shipu. Lao Ding gave the earthworm a cold look. Even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to be rude to Hua Yi. Even though he has fallen out with Hua Lao now, he doesn't dare to challenge Hua Lao openly. I see you really don't want to go out, Hua Lao yelled. Wow. Hundreds of thugs rushed in from all directions from behind the morning hall and the main gate. Dozens of awakened ones surrounded Lao Jio and his group. Since you are here, stay and be buried with my son. Hua Lao didn't want to waste any more time talking, he just raised his hand and his men took out their weapons. Get out of the way. Spread. CNM, what are you doing? Just as Hua Lao's men were about to take action, the crowd at the door was violently dispersed. Zhang Yang, wearing a uniform, walked in with a group of people in his arms. The thug who was originally planning to take action saw the person coming and subconsciously put the weapon in his hand behind his back. Hua Lao's face was extremely dark. At this time, Zhang Yang appeared at the right time, and his purpose was obvious. But because of his identity, no matter how powerful Hua Lao is, he cannot attack him in public. Hua Lao said with a wry smile, Director Zhang, you came at the right time. There's nothing we can do. We have to get rid of harm for the people. Zhang Yang pointed at Lao Ding. We came here to arrest a suspect. Did we not disturb Hua Xiao's sleep? The skin on Hua Lao's face trembled. How could he not hear the thorn in Zhang Yang's words? I surrender myself, and strive for leniency. Old Ding was afraid that Hua Lao would force him to stay, so he quickly shouted to Zhang Yang. A flash of murderous intent flashed across Hua Lao's turbid eyes. This time, Lao Ding completely turned against us. Zhang Yang pushed Lao Ding aside and pointed at the coffin that Lao Jio and his group had brought. Someone died in your family again. Snap. No matter how good Hua Lao's temper is, he can't stand such provocation from Zhang Yang. The marble floor beneath my feet shattered. Hua Lao's 2 sons stepped forward and were about to take action, but were stopped by Hua Lao. Director Zhang, if you didn't wear this outfit, you wouldn't be able to go out today, Hua Lao threatened coldly. The roads in Bingfu are slippery, so be careful when you walk at night next time. It's not that the road in Bingfu is slippery, it's that the sky is too dark. Zhang Yang refused to give in and retorted, I will poke a hole in the sky so that the people of Bingfu can see the light again. Hua Lao clenched his knuckles so hard that they made a banging sound, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Zhang Yang's arrival meant that Xiao Baihu and the others couldn't stay here today. Seeing that the two had almost finished their quarrel, Zhang Yang slowly said to the little white tiger, why don't you leave? No one welcomes you. The person lying there is not him, why shouldn't he welcome me? Lao Jio deliberately made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted at the photo of Hua Xiao, have a safe journey. When you come back, tell your father in a dream how you died. Little white tiger came up to Hua Lao and sneered, we didn't kill your son. Think about who did it. Do you think I will let you go if you say that? Hua Lao obviously didn't believe what little white tiger said. Hua Xiao died outside the city. If they didn't kill him, then who else could it be? Would we be afraid of you? If I dare to kidnap your son, I'm not afraid of your revenge. Little White Tiger stretched out his finger and poked Hua Lao's chest, saying word by word, use your pig brain and think about it, what good will it do me to kill your son? Originally, both parties had reached an agreement, and Xiao Baihu and his group had no reason to kill Hua Xiao. Not only is it not in Mr. Li's interest, it will also bring about revenge from the Hua family. Hua Lao actually had some doubts, but the anger of seeing an old person sending off a young person clouded his heart. We are fighting to the death, what's the point in lying to you? Little White Tiger rolled his eyes at Hua Lao and patted the coffin behind him, this is a gift for you. Find out who left the city on the night your son died, and who will benefit if we fight. Lao Jiao shook his head and said disdainfully, use your brain more often. If you don't use it, you will get Alzheimer's disease in a few years. Hua Xiao, it's time to go. I'll send your father down to accompany you later. After saying this, Lao Jiao waved at Hua Xiao's portrait. Don't leave. Hua Lao's two sons shouted to stop him, you want to leave after you killed my brother. Director Zhang, someone wants to illegally detain us. Lao Jiao smiled without turning his head. Hua Lao reached out and interrupted his two sons. Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu dared to come in because they calculated that Zhang Yang would come to the rescue. They also expected that Hua Lao would not dare to force them to stay in front of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang is a police superintendent after all. If you take action in front of him, wouldn't that be giving others an excuse to arrest people? I reported him. He killed my brother. Will you arrest him? Seeing that force was not working, Hua Lao's son shouted loudly, if you don't arrest them, you are in cahoots with them. Lao Jiao sighed with amusement, the Hua family is finished. They only gave birth to players like this. If it weren't for Hua Lao's protection, I could have wiped out the Hua family in one round. Hua Lao remained silent. Even a fool can see that Zhang Yang is here to support Lao Jiao and his gang. What's the point of your reporting him? It just makes people feel that this behavior is brainless. Not to mention that they have no evidence, even if there is evidence to prove that Little White Tiger killed Hua Xiao, wouldn't it be easy for Zhang Yang to protect them? The case is at the Shipu police station, and Zhang Yang has 100 ways to help them get out of trouble. Thank you for the report from this enthusiastic citizen. I will take them back for a thorough investigation. Zhang Yang led Lao Jiao and his group out of Hua Mansion with a smile on his face. It was not until Zhang Yang and others drove away that Hua Lao angrily smashed the coffin in front of him with a palm. Snap. The butler's body rolled out from the shattered coffin. The butler's thin body was stabbed dozens of times, and there was a look of fear on his face when he died. Back to Shipu Police Superintendent. Lao Ding tactfully walked into the interrogation room and waited for questioning. Do you want to beat him up first or just confess? While Zhang Yang was away, Lao Jiao took the tiger finger that Chiodi handed to him and put it on his hand. Give him a beating. I can't talk to him properly because I'm so angry. The Little White Tiger went up and kicked Lao Ding in the fat face. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yang walked into the interrogation room carrying a bowl of instant noodles. Old Ding was lying on the ground with a bruised face and nose. What happened? You fell like this, be careful when you walk. Zhang Yang muttered something and helped Lao Ding up. The latter glared at the Little White Tiger fiercely, his heart filled with anger. Even though he had already defected, he was still pinned to the ground and beaten by Lao Jiao and his gang. Don't look at it. It's your brother Alung's blessing that they didn't saw your head off with a saw. Zhang Yang said while eating instant noodles. Spit out everything you know, and I will make sure you spend the rest of your life in prison. Hua Lao is very cautious in his work. He never gets involved in those dirty jobs. I can't get involved in the Hua family's own business. Old Ding, who was sitting in the interrogation room, asked Zhang Yang for a cigarette and told the story slowly. You don't have to pay him money every month. Hai Dog thought that Lao Ding was deliberately refusing to speak, so he took out a hammer and prepared to use the great memory recovery technique. Zhang Yang waved his hands at Hai Dog in disdain. These guys are so careless. It would be a lot of fun if they really killed Lao Ding. Lao Ding also explained awkwardly, it's true that I hand over money to him every month, but how do you prove that it's the money from the dirty work? They can say it's rent, but you can still sentence him for disrupting the house price. Little White Tiger and Zhang Yang looked at each other, obviously not believing what Lao Ding said. Lao Ding is a big boss, it is impossible for him to have contact with Hua Lao without leaving any evidence. We are all veteran actors, stop pretending and tell us what you want. Zhang Yang knocked on the table. If you really don't want to vomit, then it's useless for me to want you. I will let you go now and you can leave. Old Ding was stunned. Walk. If he walks out of the police station now, someone will come and kill him within 100 meters. Zhang Yang said this deliberately because he saw this point clearly. As long as Hua Lao doesn't fall, you will have a hard time surviving. Your family will all die if they run to the ends of the earth. The little white tiger pursed his lips. Now Old Ding is at the end of his rope, so he doesn't pretend anymore. Old Ding was confused. Aren't my wife and children in your hands? I'm not here. I was just trying to scare you. The little white tiger shrugged with an innocent look. They had only been in the city for 1 day, and they had to hire Lei Zi and discuss countermeasures with Zhang Yang, so how could they have time to look for his wife and children? Old Ding's face turned pale. At least my wife and children are safe in the hands of the little white tiger, but it would be really dangerous outside. I believed your lies. Old Ding couldn't bear it any longer and rushed forward to beat the little white tiger. Lao Jiao quickly moved and lifted up Lao Ding's huge body from behind. You need to understand the situation. You are no longer qualified to mess with us. At worst, I will kill you and find other ways to mess with Hua Lao. Bang. Lao Jiao knocked Lao Ding into the corner. At this moment he finally understood why Lao Jiao insisted on taking him to Hua Xiao's funeral. Because he had no leverage over Lao Ding, he was afraid that Lao Ding would not surrender. So we used the most direct method to cut off all of Lao Ding's escape routes. Tell me the location of your wife and children, and I will send someone to pick them up, provided you are willing to cooperate. Zhang Yang said. Lao Ding didn't dare to play tricks anymore, and almost pleaded, the account book is with my wife, you must find her, otherwise you will never be able to bring down Hua Lao. After saying that, Lao Ding picked up his phone and called his wife. Wife, where are you? I'm at Mimi's house. The city gate is full of people from the Hua family. I can't get out. Lao Ding's wife sobbed and asked, Husband, I'm so scared. Lao Ding comforted her distressedly, wait for me, I'll send someone to pick you up. After getting his wife's address, Lao Jiao took his men and set off without saying a word. Flower House. Hua Lao's phone rang. Master Hua, Little White Tiger took some people out. It seems like they were going to pick someone up. I heard them mention the account book. On the other end of the phone, the company spy reported secretly. Wow. Hua Lao suddenly stood up, murderous intent in his eyes. If Lao Ding's account book falls into Zhang Yang's hands, the Hua family will have no chance of survival in the city. Dad. What's wrong? Hua Lao's 2 remaining sons came up and asked. Little White Tiger is looking for death, then you can't blame me, I will kill them tonight. Hua Lao called out, Coder, follow me out. A few minutes later, Hua Lao led dozens of awakened people out of the Hua family. Nanpu District. As the district with the best economy in the entire Bingfu, the cityscape here far surpasses those of the other districts. At the same time, this is also the territory of Yuan, one of the 5 hegemons of the Ice Palace. Compared with the others, Yuan rarely gets involved in ground affairs, and she is also the only woman among the 5 hegemons. In a small high-rise building full of prostitutes, the corridors on each floor were crowded with guests coming and going. The little white tiger was wearing sunglasses and a mask as he moved among the guests. The room had poor sound insulation and unspeakable moans could be heard one after another in the corridor. Brother, do you want to play? 300 per time, my brother will give you 20% discount. Handsome boy, want to have some? A woman without any customers stood at the stairs and solicited customers openly. Although Little White Tiger is not as handsome and cool as Old Nine, he is full of hormones, making these prostitutes salivate over him. Following the address, they came to the 7th floor where Lao Ding's wife was hiding. Lao Jiao gently bumped Little White Tiger with his hand and reminded him, there is a problem. The Little White Tiger glanced at the guests in the corridor, and they were not prostitutes. Although they disguised themselves well, the floor where Lao Ding's wife was lacked the kind of breathtaking breathing sounds that made people fantasize. I missed it. The little white tiger pretended to pass by and went straight to the 8th floor. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and quickly sent a message to Lei Zi in his hand, doing business. What should we do? Lao Jiu asked anxiously. Once Lao Ding's wife falls into the hands of others, Zhang Yang's plan will be ruined. Little White Tiger stopped and leaned against the stairwell on the 8th floor and quietly lit a cigarette. Why did it leak? There's a ghost in the office. This is not surprising. Hua Lao has been in Shipu for so many years, and his network of connections among the police chiefs is not something that Zhang Yang can clean up in a short period of time. As the two of them were talking, they didn't notice that this floor was not as busy as the other floors. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of high heels stepping on the ground came from the corridor on the 8th floor. A charming woman wearing a white fluffy shawl and a cheongsam with a slit to the thigh walked into the stairwell, apparently going downstairs. The little white tiger subconsciously made eye contact with the woman, whose pupils slightly widened and then smiled coquettishly. What a handsome young man, do you want to do it? I'll charge you 1,000. The woman looked to be in her 20s, with a beautiful face and seductive eyes. Her red lips were irresistible, and her surging breasts made people imagine more. Women of this beauty are rare in the last days. Lao Jiu grinned and said, "You give me the money." The woman rolled her eyes at Lao Jiu, tossed her hair and smiled at Little White Tiger. "Little brother, I haven't opened my shop yet today, are you interested in taking care of my business? Here's 10,000. Little White Tiger didn't refuse, and took out a stack of cash and handed it to the woman. "Help me do something, and I'll give you the money. Go to the end of the corridor on the 7th floor and knock on the door to see who's inside, okay?" Little White Tiger was not sure whether Lao Ding's wife had been abducted, so he asked the woman to scout the way first. The woman narrowed her eyes, looked the little white tiger up and down, then took the money and stuffed it into her bottomless ditch. Wait for news. The woman walked down the stairs seductively, twisting her slender waist. After a while, the woman led the young woman holding the child to the 8th floor. Nailed it. The woman approached the little white tiger as if to seek credit, and her majestic chest pressed against the little white tiger's strong chest. The latter subconsciously wanted to step back, but found that there was a wall behind him. Seeing this, the woman smiled sweetly and moved her face close to the little white tiger, breathing her sweet fragrance on the little white tiger's face. "You are cute." The woman pinched the little white tiger's cheek with her fingers and teased. Lao Jiu patted little white tiger earnestly and said, "My friend, she definitely wants to fuck you, stay away from her, she is a human juicer." After that, Lao Jiu took out Lao Ding's ring and said to Lao Ding's wife, "Lao Ding asked us to pick you up. Thank you for your help." The woman hugged the child tightly in shock and glanced at the charming woman with fear. "Withdraw." The little white tiger was made red-faced by the woman. He pushed her away and ran away with the woman. When passing by the 7th floor, the men on the entire floor stared fiercely at the few people who were walking quickly downstairs. One of the awakened ones shook his sleeves, and a short knife slipped into his hand. "Don't move." Another awakener reached out and grabbed his companion in fear. "Are you crazy? You dare to do something in Sister Xiao Yuan's building? Don't you want to leave?" Outside the building, dozens of awakened people surrounded the building tightly. Hua Lao was wearing a coat and biting a cigar, like a hunter waiting for his prey. Hai Dog and his companions were forced into the lobby of the small building and looked at the people outside vigilantly. "Brother Tiger, Brother 9. Little White Tiger led Lao Ding's wife downstairs, and the earthworm quickly came up to them and said, "We can't get out. Hua Lao is outside." At this moment, Hua Lao was standing outside the building with murderous intent. A terrifying pressure surged out from Hua Lao and locked onto Xiao Baihu and the others. The feud between the two sides was so intense that even the Buddha was too embarrassed to mediate reconciliation, and Hua Lao made no effort to conceal his murderous intent. "Strange," Little White Tiger took out his dagger. "Why don't they come in and kill us?" The opponent's dozens of awakened ones are in a crushing position and can easily rush in and kill a few of them directly. It was obvious that Hua Lao's eyes were about to spit fire, but he didn't go into the building. It was really puzzling. "Master Hua, shall we take action?" A third awakener standing next to Hua Lao whispered, I can take them down by myself. Hua Lao took a long puff of his cigar and shook his head helplessly, we can't do it in Xiao Yuan's building. Wait until they come out. I don't believe they can hide in there forever. Tap tap tap. The sound of Hentiango's footsteps on the ground rang out again. The woman walked into the hall with a seductive step and glanced at Hua Lao. The two looked at each other, and Hua Lao nodded slightly at the other. The latter didn't buy it. When passing by the little white tiger, she raised her eyebrows charmingly and said, Stinky brother, sister has something to do and has to leave first. Let's play a friendly match when we have time. Maya, who doesn't like your style, I apply to fight for him. Lao Jiao still looked nonchalant even when facing a powerful enemy. Humph, I don't like skinny ones. They look like little earthworms. The woman glanced at Lao Jiao with disdain and walked straight out of the building. The earthworm was confused. She knows me. Unexpectedly, the awakened people surrounding the building retreated several meters like a tide, as if they had seen a ghost. Hua Lao walked out of the sight of the people in the building without making a sound. The two walked several dozen meters one after the other. Hua Lao called out softly with a gloomy face, Xiao Yuan, what do you mean? Do you want to protect them? Xiao Yuan stretched out her hand and held up a strand of black hair that was blown by the wind. I am not interested in your business. My rule is that you cannot fight in my building. I will beat anyone who breaks the rules. The two were both members of the 5 hegemons of the Ice Palace, but Hua Lao went out of the city to seek revenge and Yuan did not come. This has indirectly shown that the relationship between the two sides is not harmonious. Do you know who they are? My son died in their hands. Hua Lao growled in a low voice, give me some face and let me go in and deal with him. I know he is little white tiger. Xiao Yuan looked towards her building with a mysterious smile on her face. He is a little guy who made you guys so anxious, but the rules cannot be broken. Hua Lao stared at Xiao Yuan in confusion, but both of them had the fifth sense. Although Xiao Yuan's strength ranks last among the 5 hegemons, she has 2 flower-guarding messengers whose strength is unknown. This is what Hua Lao is afraid of. A luxury car drove slowly over, and a man with a pale face, unsteady steps and a sickly look got out of the car. Let's go. The man put a long windbreaker on Xiao Yuan and completely ignored Hua Lao. How much self-confidence does one have to turn a blind eye to one of the 5 senses? Xiao Yuan poked her head out of the car and said to Hua Lao with a smile, Uncle, a friendly reminder, don't cause trouble in my building, or I will beat you to death. Watching the car driving away, Hua Lao walked back out of the building angrily. In the car, the sickly man handed Xiao Yuan a cup of hot coffee and said, You seem to be very interested in the boy in the building. Hey, Xiao Yuan held the coffee in her hand, a trace of helplessness on her beautiful face, he can die, but he can't die in my building, otherwise the overlord will definitely vent his anger on me, and I don't want to face that lunatic. Go back inside the building. The empty lobby only contained little white tiger and his group. The discerning client had already run away. Hua Lao stood outside the door and paced back and forth. Finally, he lost his patience and yelled, Little white tiger, if you have the guts, come out. Little white tiger and old Nine looked at each other. Although the reason is unknown, it has been confirmed that Hua Lao cannot enter the building. This is Nanpu, Zhang Yang can't get here, you will definitely die today, no one can save you. Hua Lao put out the cigar on his luxury car. Hand over that woman, I will give you a quick death. CNM, come out and die. I'll kill you, do you dare to come out? Hua Lao's men responded by waving the weapons in their hands, as if they were ready to eat the man alive. Little white tiger's expression was equally solemn. Zhang Yang was unable to handle the case across regions, which meant that no one could protect them now. Hua Lao is becoming more and more impatient and may rush in at any time. At this critical moment, the little white tiger turned around and dialed the phone. How's it going? We're here, boss, don't worry, we brothers have never failed in our work. On the other end of the phone, the sound of funeral music became louder and louder. Time passes by every second. The crowd outside the building began to riot. Master Hua, I'll go in and kill them. I'll bear the consequences. At worst, I can just run away. A third awakened person said to Hua Lao flatteringly, "If we delay any longer, I'm afraid something will happen." Hua Lao looked at the awakened one with emotion and said, "Your name is Song Ming, right? I will remember you. After you are done with this matter, go out and play for 2 years. When you come back, you will take over Lao Ding's position." Song Ming was overjoyed. Isn't the purpose of following Hua Lao to get ahead? Now the opportunity came and he seized it. As long as you kill the little white tiger, you will be at the peak of your life in no time. At that moment, Song Ming no longer hesitated and shouted to the brothers behind him, "Brothers, how does Hua Shao treat us normally?" "Good." "Nothing to say." Everyone roared in unison. "Master Hua respects Sister Xiao Yuan and doesn't want to kill people on her territory, but Master Hua's revenge must be avenged. Master Hua and I are like brothers, and I will avenge him. Now I declare that I will officially withdraw from the Hua family. Sister Xiao Yuan can vent her anger on me." Song Ming bowed deeply to Master Hua in a serious manner. "Master Hua, I'm sorry. Master Hua has been so kind to me, and I must avenge him." "Don't be impulsive, everyone, don't be impulsive." Hua Lao pretended to shout to everyone, "I understand how you feel. Now we just need to wait for them to come out. Don't act rashly. Give Xiao Yuan some face. I don't care about Yuan or not. I am no longer a member of the Hua family. Today I am only here for revenge." Song Ming shouted, "Brothers, is there anyone willing to go with me for revenge?" "We do. Revenge for Hua Shao. Kill them. Rush." With someone taking the lead, the rest of the people came to show themselves in front of Hua Lao. Everyone knew that this was a play directed and acted by Hua Lao himself, but as long as Hua Lao did not enter the small building, Xiao Yuan would at most blame him for not being able to control his subordinates. The little white tiger pushed away old Ding's wife behind him and shouted to the earthworm, "Bring someone upstairs." The old nine demon's eyes flashed and scales covered his entire body. The last thunderbolt struck the dragon's head and produced golden scales, so the scales on Lao Jio's arms also mutated and became golden. In a group fight, I've never been afraid of anyone. The little white tiger summoned up its tiger bones and silver skin, its body grew larger, and it walked side by side with Lao Jio to the center of a lobby. "Kill them." Song Ming rushed in first. Dozens of awakened ones followed closely behind him. Little White Tiger and Old Nine looked at each other with fighting intent, and they raised their fists and bumped them together. "We have to fight side by side again, my friend. Fuck them." 1,000 layers of snow. Song Ming pushed his arms horizontally, and a biting cold current brought with it all kinds of wind and snow and rushed towards the two of them. The little white tiger dodged and hid behind Lao Jio. The narrow lobby was swept by the wind and snow, and the figures of the two people quickly disappeared in the wind and snow. The temperature of the wind, snow, and cold current controlled by Song Ming of the elemental system is extremely low. Even the awakened ones cannot last long before being frozen into ice. The next moment, something surprising happened. All the wind and snow quickly rushed into Lao Jio's body. 1,000 layers of snow. Lao Jio followed Song Ming's example and returned all the wind and snow he had absorbed. The awakened person who just rushed into the lobby felt his body stiffen, and the snowflakes cut into his body like blades. More than a dozen people who had awakened in the first sleep were directly knocked out of the lobby by the violent snowstorm. "Tiger!" Lao Jio shouted and turned back behind the tiger. The little white tiger roared and pounced on the other awakened ones who were unable to open their eyes due to the wind and snow. Flower House. 5 men with ragged clothes, tangled hair, and rough skin appeared outside the morning hall. The guard at the door saw the appearance of the few people and arrogantly shouted, "What are you doing? Are you begging at Hua Mansion?" The man leading the 5 rubbed his artificial eye, which only had the white of the eye left, took out his cell phone and flipped through the photo album in front of the security guard. "What am I asking you for?" The guard stepped forward and lifted up the fake eye's collar. "You are worthless, brother, just a minion." Fake Eyes put away his phone and took a step back. Another lazy behind him suddenly attacked and hit the guard in the face with an axe. Most of the awakened people in the Hua Mansion rushed to encircle and suppress the little white tiger, and now is the time when the Hua family's defense is empty. Hearing the noise, Hua Lao's son rushed to the door with a large group of guards and met the fake eye. "You come to the Hua family to cause trouble, do you want to die?" Seeing the miserable appearance of the men, Hua Lao's son was so angry that he said, "Chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs." CNM, Lei Zi is doing the job. Fake Eyes roared, "The boss said that Hua Lao has to have another son die. The coffin has been sent, and I will pretend to be you tonight." The 5 men pulled out weapons from behind their backs. Hua Lao's son subconsciously hid behind the bodyguards and shouted, "Just the 5 of you who have awakened 3 times. Because of Hua Yogui's death, Mr. Hua began to pay attention to his son's safety. Although he took most of the awakeners away this time, he still left a 4th-level awakener for his son. With more than a dozen low-level awakeners, 5 Lei Zi were indeed not enough. "Hee, the boss pays us, we work hard, if we were afraid of death we wouldn't come. I don't know if the 5 of us can survive today, but you will definitely die. We brothers are so tough in doing things, let's kill him." The 5 men leaped up and rushed towards the crowd. In Xiaoyuan Tower, Little White Tiger Lao Jiao is fighting fiercely with Hua Lao's men. One of them is immune to elements, and the other has maximum defense. Not afraid at all of the awakened ones rushing into the small building. Hua Lao was standing at the door and was calm at first, but gradually he began to get anxious. More than 30 awakened ones can't take down a young boy. It's off the mark. Little White Tiger and Old Nine squeezed on the stairs, using the narrow staircase as a barrier to block the passage of 10,000 men. The awakened ones at the 1st and 2nd awakening levels could hardly cause any significant damage to the 2. Moreover, the elemental awakeners can only watch the battle from the sidelines. The more fierce their attacks are, the more powerful Lao Jiao will be able to use their force to counterattack. CNM, charge forward and wear them down. Song Ming stood at the back, his forehead covered with sweat. Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao are at the same level and are unharmed. Awakeners below the 2nd awakening cannot break through their defense, but Hua Lao is watching from behind, so he can't be scared. More than people. CNM, brother. Arrive. After Higu and his friend settled Lao Ding's wife, they appeared on the stairs. The brothers were glaring at the awakened one in the hall, ready to fight, waiting for the order from Little White Tiger. Let Hua Lao see what a gang fight is and what brothers are. Even if you send 1,000 of us, we brothers can handle it. The Little White Tiger reached out and pulled out the silver tiger from his body. Erniu, come on. Erniu is the name given to the silver-striped tiger by the Little White Tiger. The latter glared at the Little White Tiger with displeasure and rushed into the crowd. Boo's mine explosion. The earthworm stood behind Lao Jiao and waved his hand to throw out a dozen blue light balls. Boom boom boom. As the earthworm's superpowers exploded, the lobby became a mess, and at the same time, the clarion call for Little White Tiger and others to counterattack was sounded. CNM, do you remember how we fought before? Brothers, unite and beat them. The Little White Tiger turned from defense to offense, picked up an awakened person by the waist and rushed into the crowd. Brother Jiao, use mine. The earthworm controlled the light ball and drilled into Lao Jiao's body. The latter kneed an awakened one in the crotch. Boom. The awakened one flew several meters away, his crotch covered in blood. The other Hua Lao's men clenched their buttocks when they saw this. Although Lao Jiao and others have not learned martial arts systematically, they have been fighting in the streets since childhood and are proficient in using dirty tricks. Groping the crotch, digging out the eyes, and stabbing the throat. Every move of Xiao Baihu, Lao Jiao, and others was aimed at the opponent's weakest part, making it difficult to defend against. Hua Lao's face turned green when he saw this from outside. A group of newly awakened teenagers actually drove dozens of their subordinates down the stairs. The strength of both sides was completely unequal. Xiao Baihu and his group relied entirely on Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu to absorb the damage in front of them, while the other brothers picked up heads on the side. Seeing that the 2 men had been unable to defeat the enemy after a long attack, Song Ming and others began to consider retreating. Hua Lao shook his head when he saw this. Song Ming stood in the crowd, feeling embarrassed, and the elements in his hands slowly condensed. Go. Song Ming suddenly pushed several of his younger brothers in front of him, and 7 or 8 of them stumbled towards the Little White Tiger. While the little white tiger was dealing with the others, Song Ming flashed forward and stabbed the other party's eyes with the ice cone in his hand. Puff! At the critical moment, the little white tiger was pushed away and the ice pick stabbed into Hai Dog's body. Hai Dog! The sudden change threw the little white tiger into a state of panic. Several brothers quickly dragged Hai Dog to the stairs. Hua Lao shouted at little white tiger in great joy, "I will kill all your brothers one by one in front of you today. Go ahead, try harder, they can't do it anymore." After Song Ming succeeded in his attack, he quickly retreated to the back of the team. "Old Nine, don't you claim to be the most loyal? How does it feel to watch your brothers die in front of you?" Song Ming stood behind the crowd and tried to disturb Xiao Baihu and Lao Jio's minds. The facts were just as he expected. The two men's attention was completely focused on Hai Dog, and they were beaten and retreated again and again. Lao Jio's scales fell all over the ground. Hai Dog was lying on the stairs, knowing that Lao Jio and Little White Tiger would not be able to hold on if they continued, so he quickly stood up and shouted, "What are brothers?" The brothers were stunned for a moment, then they understood what Hai Dog meant. This is the slogan they have been shouting since they were young. Hai Dog stood up and shouted loudly, "What is brother?" Brothers are swords. I am the scabbard and you are the sword. You strike with me and I strike with you. Together we kill our enemies with the fire of karma. Lao Jio punched an awakened person away and turned around to respond. The brothers, who were originally panicked, suddenly looked at each other and laughed heartily. Why panic when your brothers are around? What is a brother? Bones yelled. Brothers are mountains. You are the mountain and I am the tree. Our roots are deep and inseparable. We will never let down our brotherhood. The little white tiger seemed to be possessed by the god of death, swinging its sharp claws continuously, and broken limbs and arms flew everywhere. Allow the opponent's attack to exceed the limit that you can bear. Let the blood flow from being chopped. The little white tiger beat his chest like a war drum, and the sound echoed throughout the small building, shocking everyone. Hai Dog encouraged his brothers in his own way, and Little White Tiger responded by beating the drum. What is brotherhood? The scales on Lao Jio's arms were all broken, and he stood at the stairs fighting to the death. Hai Dog leaned against the wall and responded loudly, "Brothers are like wine, we take a sip each, we walk together without fear of life or death, and we will take our enemies' heads in the next life." He knew that he couldn't fall down. If he fell down, Little White Tiger and Lao Jio's mentality would collapse. Xiaofeng wiped the tears from his eyes and looked at Gutu. A hint of determination flashed in their knowing eyes. The two men jumped down, bent down, and stretched out their arms. Grab the enemy in front of you by the waist and push him out forcefully. The brothers cooperated well, and others understood their thoughts instantly. 9 brothers. Xiaofeng had 7 or 8 holes stabbed on his back, and he pushed the enemy out while spitting blood. Little White Tiger and Old Nine nodded and followed closely. Song Ming stood at the door and suddenly felt something was wrong. The murderous eyes of Lao Jio and his brothers were all fixed on him. Come at me." Even though he knew that the other party was just a group of little ghosts who had only just woken up, Song Ming was so scared that he quickly ran towards Hua Lao. Brother Tiger. The earthworm and his other brother bent down at the same time. The little white tiger Lao Jio stepped on the backs of the two men, crossed the crowd and rushed towards Song Ming. The latter was shocked. Hua Yi. Court death. Hua Lao swung the vine in his hand and hit Little White Tiger and Lao Jio on the chest. Snap. Even Tiger Bone's silver skin couldn't defend against the attack of the 5 senses. The little white tiger spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Old Nine, fuck him. The little white tiger picked up Lao Jio in the air and threw him towards Song Ming. Lao Jio's eyes were bloodshot, and under the stimulation of the murderous intent, his hair quickly grew to waist level. Snap. A hungry tiger pounces on its prey. Lao Jio, like a devil from hell, hugged Song Ming from behind and bit his throat. Flower Master. Bang. When Hua Lao saw Lao Jio rushing out of the small building, he was overjoyed. He stepped forward and kicked Lao Jio with great force. The scales all over the body were broken. Lao Jio, whose chest was half dented, was kicked more than 10 meters away and crashed into the vehicle behind him. Flowers, flowers. Song Ming covered his throat, his face full of despair. The dignified third awakening master was forced into a desperate situation by the ninth one who had only 2 awakenings. Lao Jiao spat out the minced meat in his mouth with an evil smile. Bang. Lao Jiao held on with his last breath and his feet exploded. He continued to rush towards Song Ming, ignoring Hua Lao who was watching him covetously. At this moment, the desire to avenge Hai Dog had driven Lao Jiao completely crazy. What is a brother? Lao Jiao roared and rushed towards Song Ming. Go to hell. Hua Lao was so angry that he said, I can't keep you here. An ordinary second awakening cannot withstand a move from a fifth awakening. The fact that Lao Jiao was able to fight Song Ming in this situation shows how ferocious he is. Brother 9, be careful. The brothers were shocked. Bang. Hua Lao swung his fist down with great dominance. The fist wind, accompanied by a whistling sound, took Lao Jiao's life. A figure appeared in front of Lao Jiao at the critical moment. Brotherhood is destiny, we live and die together. The little white tiger protected his chest with both hands, his eyes wide open as he took the fatal blow for Lao Jiao. Bang. The little white tiger flew sideways and crashed into the small building. At the same time, Lao Jiao grabbed Song Ming's head. Die. Lao Jiao put his feet on Song Ming's shoulders, hugged his head, and used up his last bit of strength. Hiss. Blood splattered several meters away. Song Ming's head was pulled off by Lao Jiao. CNM, if you hurt my brother, I will kill you wherever you are. You're looking for death. Hua Lao could no longer contain the anger in his heart. Killing Song Ming in front of him was a complete slap in Hua Lao's face. Lao Jiao lay weakly on the ground, sneering and raising his middle finger to Hua Lao. Die. Hua Lao raised his foot and stepped on Lao Jiao's head. If Wu Ju kicks him, Lao Jiao will surely die. Chiodi and others pushed the crowd aside, ignoring the swords and guns from others, and went straight to Lao Jiao. 9 brothers. Higu was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees on the ground. Everyone knew that they would die if they rushed out, but no one hesitated. Hai Dog lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and crawled towards Lao Jiao. Boom. Just as Hua Lao was about to step down, a heavy truck crashed into him. He knocked Hua Lao back several meters. The door of the heavy truck was pushed open, and Zhang Yang jumped out of the car with murderous intent. Zhang Yang pointed at Hua Lao and cursed, I am not the director now, and the people I brought with me are not superintendents. CNM, I will protect you today. Come down, everyone. Zhang Yang slammed the truck. The windproof cloths on 5 heavy trucks were opened at the same time, and hundreds of thugs jumped out of the trucks. Hua Lao looked at the crowd in front of him in disbelief. It's not because of Zhang Yang's arrival, but because the people he brought were all his subordinates. To be precise, it was Lao Ding's men. Red Hair limped out of the car, pointed at Hua Lao and yelled, CNM, Hua Lao, how has my boss wronged you? Are you going to rebel? Hua Lao questioned angrily. These people were the low-level thugs he once looked down upon. Now these people whom he looked down upon were standing against him. Red Hair took the shotgun handed over by his men and said, fuck you. Tell Hua Lao who you belong to. Boss Ding. Boss Ding. Hundreds of people were holding weapons and shouting in unison. I only recognize my boss, CNM. Hua Lao wants to kill the boss and my sister-in-law. What should I do? Redhead turned around and yelled at his brother. Fuck him. Kill him. The crowd made way for a path, and Lao Ding's fat body stepped in front of the crowd. The Hua family's most loyal dog now showed its fangs. Lao Ding bowed slightly to Hua Lao and shouted, Master Hua, although I have done many bad things, I think I am much better to my brothers than you, the Hua family. You make friends with your money, but I make friends with my heart. Lao Ding pointed proudly at the henchman behind him and said, tell the Hua family who you listen to. Boss Ding. Mr. Ding. Hua Lao clenched his fists. He never expected that Zhang Yang would dare to enter Nanpu in defiance of the world. What he didn't expect was that at the critical moment it was Lao Ding who took the lead in fighting against him. Hiss. Zhang Yang took off his police badge and said arrogantly, "Didn't you say that I would die if I didn't wear this outfit? Now I am speaking to you as Little White Tiger's elder, CNM, if you want to touch him, you have to ask me if I agree." Old Ding let out a long breath, even though he was unwilling to do so. For the sake of his wife and children, he had no choice. "Xiao Hai, take someone to pick up your sister-in-law." Lao Ding patted Hong Mao's shoulder heavily. "After today, I will no longer be your boss." "Boss, I am a rough man. You brought me and my brother up. I brought you food when you went to prison. I accompanied you no matter what you did." The red-haired man's eyes were red, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. "Boss, once you are the boss, you are the boss for life. Go ahead." Lao Ding looked at Hua Lao proudly. "Brothers, take my sister-in-law home and kill the Hua family members." Red Hair shouted, and hundreds of ordinary people rushed towards the awakened person of the Hua family like a tide. Knowing that they would die and that there was no way back, Red Hair and his men did not retreat. When passing by Lao Jiao, Hong Mao kicked him in the face and said, "CNM, we'll settle our grudge later. Take Jiao away first." Zhang Yang waved to the earthworm. "Leave them here, don't worry about that woman, kill Little White Tiger Lao Jiao first," Hua Lao shouted to his men hurriedly. At this moment, he was really scared. He was afraid of the talents of Little White Tiger and Old Nine. I am even more afraid of their vengeful nature. If they were allowed to escape, if they were allowed to grow up, the entire Hua family would be massacred. At this moment, he also understood the meaning of what Xiaofei said before he died. Boom. Before the awakened person of the Hua family could rush forward, there was a loud bang. In the lobby, all of Lao Ding's men and the awakened ones of the Hua family flew out. The huge air wave blew away everything in the lobby. In the dust, a person holding an umbrella and covering his mouth with a silk scarf walked slowly to the door. "Sick ghost." Hua Lao frowned, thinking something was not good. The person who came was the sickly man who came to pick up Xiao Yuan. "Have you forgotten our rules? You're fighting here, don't you want to leave?" The sick ghost stamped his feet suddenly. Wow. There were rustling sounds of footsteps and noise coming from the low buildings on both sides of the street. A large group of people rushed out of the houses on both sides of the street. For a moment, Zhang Yang, Lao Ding's troops, Hua Lao's troops, and Xiao Yuan's troops were in a triangular confrontation. However, Lao Jiao and his companions who were at the center of the three parties were all confused. "Why do more people appear the more we fight?" the earthworm asked stupidly. "Who should we fight first?" "You can only be fucked," said a pleasant female voice. Xiao Yuan's men automatically made way for each other and bowed respectfully. "Sister Yuan. Sister Yuan." A graceful figure blocked the Little White Tiger's view. The latter was stunned at first, and then his brain went into a state of panic. "Isn't the woman in front of me the streetwalker from upstairs? Tisk, TSK, TSK, my little wolf dog got hurt so badly." Xiao Yuan stretched out her hand and pinched the Little White Tiger's face jokingly. "I was thinking of inviting you to play a friendly match, but it looks like it will have to be postponed. I can do it for you." Lao Jiao lay in the Little White Tiger's arms in a servile manner. Xiao Yuan raised her foot unhappily, and stepped on Lao Jiao's mouth with her sharp high heels. "Believe it or not, I will sew your mouth shut." Snap. The Little White Tiger pushed Xiao Yuan away with disdain and held Lao Jiao in his arms. "Don't touch my brother, believe it or not, I will kill you." "Okay, now. I'll go get a room." Xiao Yuan teased and leaned down, taking in the entire valley between the two peaks. Little White Tiger's face turned red, and he turned his head away. "I'm not talking about that kind of thing." Humph. Xiao Yuan's fingers slid across the Little White Tiger's strong chest. "Then how do you want to do me?" Ahem. Hua Lao and Zhang Yang couldn't bear to watch it anymore and warned them. The originally tense atmosphere was messed up by Xiao Yuan. "If you don't know, you might think she is here to pick up rich men." "What? You are old and you don't allow us young people to pursue true love." Xiao Yuan glanced at the two of them with a cold face. The latter looked at each other, neither knowing Xiao Yuan's intention. Would one of the 5 hegemons of the Ice Palace be in love? Who would believe it if I told them? Who among those who can be the king of the Ice Palace is not a shrewd person? Both of them were alert. Zhang Yang thought Xiao Yuan was Hua Lao's helper, and Hua Lao thought Xiao Yuan was here to protect the little white tiger. After the three parties were silent for a while, Xiao Yuan finally spoke up. You started this on my territory, do you think I don't dare to kill anyone? Snap. The sick ghost pointed his finger casually, and the awakened person closest to him died instantly. There was a big bloody hole on the forehead. No one who started the fight in the building today is allowed to leave this street. Xiao Yuan's aura changed instantly, her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked like a decisive and ruthless queen. Master Hua, I've given you enough face. These people must bleed to death on this street. Xiao Yuan glanced coldly at the awakened people of the Hua family. Forgot, they have all voluntarily withdrawn from the Hua family. Xiao Bing, why don't you do anything? Clean up the mess for Hua Lao. The sick ghost attacked again, folding his umbrella and using it as a sword. His figure quickly shuttled through the crowd like a ghost. In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, all the awakened members of the Hua family died. Hua Lao stood there with a livid face. He came here with great momentum, but now he was alone. You will not die well. The last awakened person of the Hua family fell down. Before he died, he grabbed Xiao Yuan's ankle and cursed unwillingly. Snap. The sharp heel of Xiao Yuan's high heels pierced the other person's head, and blood splattered several meters and landed on her face. Master Hua, you're welcome. Keeping them here will only cause you trouble. Xiao Yuan used the blood on her face with her slender fingers and smeared it on her red lips as lipstick. Haha, fine. They broke the rules, I admit it. What about them? Hua Yi pointed at Lao Jiao on the ground and said with a smile, I am outside the building avenging my son. You won't stop me, right? Hua Lao was determined to kill Little White Tiger and Lao Jiao. A trace of anxiety flashed in Xiao Yuan's eyes. In order to protect the Little White Tiger, he had a falling out with Hua Lao and even several other overlords. If I fail to protect the two of them, I will not be able to explain to the overlord. Seeing the other party in a dilemma, Hua Lao sneered, I have followed your rules. Now I want to kill someone. If you stop me, then I can only wrestle with you. After a long time, Xiao Yuan seemed to have made a great decision and moved away. As long as you're not in the building, I don't care. Xiao Yuan swept her cold eyes over the Little White Tiger, and a trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. The Little White Tiger nodded slightly, thank you. Although Little White Tiger didn't believe that Xiao Yuan had any special feelings for him, it was true that she helped him openly and secretly. She could have waited until the fight was over before reappearing, but she interrupted Hua Lao at this moment. He also cleared away Hua Lao's helpers for Little White Tiger, and he had done his best. Zhang Yang took a step forward and stood in front of Hua Lao. The sick ghost waved his hand and said, clear the place. Wow. All irrelevant people should leave this street. Zhang Yang and Lao Ding were left to face Hua Lao. 5 awakenings beat 4 awakenings. Hua Lao's aura was fully unleashed, and a terrifying sense of oppression hung over everyone. No one can save you now. Zhang Yang can't stop me. You are the first teenagers who make me feel a sense of danger. I will trample you and your brothers to death one by one. After saying that, Hua Lao suddenly waved his hand. With a palm strike, the earthworm flew several meters away. Ha ha ha, I will crush your brotherhood in front of you. Anything else to say? Old Ding sneered. Now no one can stop him from taking revenge. It is a fact that Lao Ding and Zhang Yang cannot protect Little White Tiger and Lao Jiao. Unless Xiao Yuan makes another move, the other party has already gotten into his car, looking like he is watching a fight between 2 tigers from a mountainside. Clatter. Lao Jiao lit the lighter tremblingly. The few brothers who were still able to move gathered together and lit cigarettes. Tiger, is this okay? Lao Jiao asked, covering his wound. Is it reliable? Lazy never stops until he achieves his goal. The Little White Tiger panted and glanced at his phone. As long as they are alive, they will definitely get things done. Hua Lao rolled up his sleeves and sneered, you don't have much time left, go down and keep my son company. Zhang Yang and Lao Ding felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Although Zhang Yang and Lao Ding sounded arrogant, they were actually unsure. If Hua Lao hadn't used tough tactics to become one of the 5 overlords of the Ice Palace, he would have been driven out of office long ago. Looking at the entire Bingfu city, there are only a few other overlords who can fight with Hua Lao. Beep beep. 2 horn blasts sounded. A black car without doors and with broken windows swayed from side to side and came into view of everyone. Bang. The car crashed into the roadside about 10 meters away from the crowd, and the driver pushed open the door covered in blood. 3 bruised men tied up a well-dressed man and climbed out of the car. Yes, they climbed out of the car. All 3 were seriously injured. The driver covered his neck with one hand and dragged his heavy body to sit on the ground. One hand and one leg were chopped off, with only skin and flesh still connected. The other 2 were not much better off. Fake Eye had a bowl-sized wound on his abdomen, with half of his intestines leaking out. Despite this, the Fake Eye's hands were still handcuffed to the captured men. Come here. Fake Eyes lay on the steps, grabbing the man's hair next to him with one hand and shining it on Hua Lao. Father. The men let out a heart-wrenching cry. Hua Lao felt his breathing pause and he almost couldn't catch his breath. Fake Eyes was none other than Lei Zi, hired by Little White Tiger. He broke into Hua's house and kidnapped Hua Lao's beloved son. God knows what kind of battle they went through. 5 went and only 3 returned. The 2 brothers with artificial eyes had blurry eyes and their pupils had begun to blur. Despite this, they still kidnapped the person. When the old boss finishes the work, we brothers take over the work and never fail. It doesn't matter whether we are particular or not. The driver panted and grinned at the Little White Tiger. Exquisite and worthwhile money. The Little White Tiger gave the other party a thumbs up. The driver proudly raised his head and leaned against the side of the car, slowly taking out a cigarette. This job is too exhausting. Dozens of people surrounded and hacked us. The 3rd and 4th brothers are dead. We are tired. Let's take a nap. Take a nap, and next time there is work, please think of us brothers. The driver finished speaking incoherently, then his head dropped and he stopped breathing. The artificial eye was separated from the driver by the car, and tears were streaming down its face. He knew his brother was gone, but the mission had to be completed. Fake Eyes trembled as he took out the explosives from his pocket and said, Don't move. The boss has said that we must hand the person over to him. If you want to rob him, I will take your son with me. Hua Lao was about to take action but was stopped by Fake Eyes. No one doubted what the Fake Eye said. A ruthless man who would rush into the Hua family and kidnap people for the sake of the mission, and then bring the people out under the siege of hundreds of people would not give Hua Lao a chance to save his son. Dad, save me. Hua Lao's son was not an awakened person, and was frightened by the explosives in the Fake Eye, so he burst into tears. CNM, you kidnapped my son again, can't you find another way? Hua Lao put his hands on his hips and cursed at the Little White Tiger. Hua Xiao was kidnapped out of the city by Xiao Baihu, and now another of his sons has been kidnapped. You still have a child. I won't feel sad if you die. Lao Jiao grimaced in pain but did not forget to tease Hua Lao. No. No more. Fake Eyes shook his head. My brother died, someone has to pay with his life. I kept one son for the mission, and killed one for my brother. Boss, this is not against the rules, right? Hua Lao's breath was choked, and he barely supported himself by leaning against the car behind him. Of the only 2 seedlings left, one was dead and the other was tied up. Hua Lao felt like the sky was falling. I know you want to fuck me, but don't do it first, Lao Jiao grinned and said, or you kneel down and kowtow to my brother Xiao Fei, and I will let your son go. Sizzle. The car door was deformed by the angry Hua Lao. But his son was in the Little White Tiger's hands, so he had no choice but to save his son first. Let my son go, and you go. From now on, I will do nothing but kill you. Hua Lao roared through gritted teeth. Lao Jiao had a look of disdain on his face and was about to retort, but Lao Ding covered his mouth with his hand. Young man, I'm impressed by your mouth. Don't provoke him. If he gets mad, we'll all be killed. Zhang Yang knew how difficult it was to force Hua Lao to give in, so he shouted to Lao Ding, take them away. Lao Ding's men stepped forward to help up Little White Tiger's brothers, and walked toward the street in a mighty manner. Passing by the fake eye, the little white tiger shouted to Lao Ding, "Take them away. These brothers are all ruthless people, and little white tiger doesn't want them to die on the streets." "Don't." The brother with fake eyes waved his hands weakly and said, "We brothers do things, we don't leave any tails for the boss. Take my brother away, and I will stay and wait for you to leave before letting him go. Brother, remember to send the money to my mother so that she can find a wife for my brother." Brother Fake Eyes knew he was going to die and warned Fake Eyes, "Brother, let's go together. The artificial eye lost 3 brothers in one night, and the only remaining good eye was full of red bloodshot, and he cried heartbreakingly. However, when the other party lifted up his clothes, a knife wound that almost cut him in half was clearly visible. "I can't leave, brother, you go, I'm tired." The brother with the fake eye snatched the other's explosives and pushed the fake eye to leave. "Boss, Lazy did things, not to implicate the boss. Please, for the sake of the 4 of us who have died, save my brother's life." At the moment of life and death, Lazy made his request. The little white tiger naturally would not refuse, and winked at Bone. The latter stepped forward and picked up the artificial eye. "Brother, the second oldest, the second son." The most ferocious old Lazy lay on the back of the Bone and cried bitterly. Because of the mission and the rules, he lost 4 brothers. The second son leaned on the steps, his eyes full of reluctance, and waved his hand at the fake eye, "Brother, stay alive, don't tell my mother." Hua Lao stood there with a grim face until the little white tiger was out of his sight, then he quickly came to his son. The second son uncuffed the other party while spitting blood. Seeing that there was no hope of revenge today, Hua Lao could only vent his anger on Lazy. "How do you want to die?" Hua Lao asked in a cold voice, his fists clenched. Ertzi took out a cigarette and lit it, taking a deep puff. "No need for you to do anything, I can walk by myself." After saying that, Ertzi pulled the fuse of the explosives in his hand. "I wanted to wait until the boss left, and take your son with me, but I can't break the rules, I can't tarnish the boss's reputation. Go away, I'm going to sleep." Ertzi waved to Hua Lao and closed his eyes. Boom. The next day. Inside the Ming Palace. A middle-aged man who left the Bing mansion sat in front of the Ming king. The 2 of them sat on the tatami like old friends, chatting happily. During this period, King Ming looked a little more haggard, and he was worried about the overlord's siege on the city. A big war is coming. This tea is airlifted from the Jiangnan region. Please enjoy it. The other party calmly poured tea for King Ming. Ming Wang took a sip and said calmly, "This tea is good, but it's too expensive. I want to exchange this cake of tea for a piece of cake from Bingfu. Mr. Li is really a businessman." The person who came was Mr. Li Yoxian, who left Bing Mansion to seek help. He heard about the fight between Lao Jiao, Little White Tiger and Hua Lao, so Mr. Li returned to Bing Mansion early. "You didn't let me sit at the table because you were worried that it would be hard to divide the cake. There are 5 districts, and if there is one more person, one district will have to be split in 2, right?" Mr. Li smiled confidently and said, "It's very simple. One person goes in, one person goes out, and the overall situation in the city remains unchanged." Ming Wang's hand holding the tea froze in midair. He understood Mr. Li's intention. The dispute between Hua Lao and Little White Tiger Lao Jiao has reached an irreconcilable point. If Mr. Li wants to enter the game, Hua Lao must be eliminated. Just because Hua Lao has lost his 2 sons, it is impossible for him to let Mr. Li develop in the city with peace of mind. Hua Lao and I have known each other for decades. Now that his son has died, he is being forced out. Isn't that too much? Mr. Li, please leave some room for improvement so that we can meet again in the future. King Ming knew very well about the shameful things Hua Lao was doing, but this was the end of the world where people would eat each other. If you let someone else come up, can you guarantee that he will do better than Hua Lao? At least now Hua Lao has grown bigger and started to pay attention to face. Many things are done in private, and on the surface everyone can still live in peace. If you let those 2 kids come up, in less than 3 months, everyone in Bing Mansion will probably be in trouble except you, Li. Ming Wang praised, "I admit that the 2 guys you found are tough guys, but they are too aggressive. Young men lack steadiness in their work. Mr. Li is thinking about how to drive away Hua Lao, while King Ming is concerned about the stability of Bing Mansion. If Hua Lao is replaced by Mr. Li, it will inevitably cause a shock to the situation, especially when the overlord is about to attack the city. The two sides failed to reach an agreement, but Mr. Li was not in a hurry to leave and patiently accompanied King Ming to drink tea. Compared to Little White Tiger and his friends who would always use weapons, Mr. Li always acts in a low-key and gentle manner. Longhua Legal News reported that a major human smuggling case occurred in Bingfu today. The former chairman of Bingfu Dingshi Group, Ding Changgan, the general manager, Li Hai, and several other suspects voluntarily surrendered to the Shipu police and confessed to their crimes. According to insiders, the mastermind behind this major human smuggling case is Hua Qingfu, the chairman of the Bingfu Shipu Public Security Management Committee. Snap. The teacup in Ming Wang's hand shattered. He stared at the TV with a grim face. The last time he dealt with Lao Ding, Hua Lao immediately brought down a senior executive of Bingfu TV station. I didn't expect the same thing to happen again so soon, but this time the one who took action was Longhua Legal News, which has its headquarters in Beijing. Bingfu TV is just a local TV station, but what level is it in terms of legal news? This is the difference between the five hegemons and the Yuanqiao group. One is a big boss in the government, and the other is a person with real connections. It is reported that the Ministry of State Security has organized a special investigation team to go to Bingfu, and will definitely eradicate the crime. After the TV show ended, Ming Wang was already sweating profusely. If Zhang Yang was a trouble, then the arrival of the investigation team from Beijing would be the beginning of trouble. This move by Yuanqiao Group is a direct dimensionality reduction attack. The five hegemons of the Ice Mansion have no way of contacting the people who come from the capital. Even if they can, the chances of them being bribed are very small. After all, who can compare with the Yuanqiao Group in terms of wealth? Since Mr. Li has already taken action, why bother making a special trip? King Ming asked with a smile. Mr. Li's move caught him off guard. First courtesy, then force. After all, we will build the Ice Palace together in the future, haha. Mr. Li bowed slightly to King Ming. Listen to my advice. The rule of law will become more and more perfect in the future. People like Hua Lao will be eliminated sooner or later. At least I won't involve you when I take action. My entry will at least improve the economy of Bingfu. Can you help Hua Lao cover up his mess for the rest of his life? You should know who to choose. After saying that, Mr. Li turned and left. Ming Wang stared at his cell phone and wanted to call Hua Lao to discuss the matter several times, but he held back. No one knows the intensity and scope of the strike in the capital this time. It would be not worth it if it brings trouble upon oneself. Inside the hospital. The Little White Tiger woke up slowly. When I opened my eyes, Mr. Li was sitting by his window, quietly peeling fruit. Where is this? Hospital. Exclamation point. Little White Tiger's hair stood up. Run. Hua Lao will definitely come to take revenge. After saying that, the Little White Tiger was about to get up and run away. If the crazy Hua Lao came to the hospital to kill him, Mr. Li might not be able to save him. Peace of mind. Mr. Li stretched out his hand to hold down the Little White Tiger. It's almost over. You can rest and recover. Dealing with the Hua family is not like fighting on the ground. Leave it to me. In less than half a month, there will be no Hua family in Bingfu. Seeing that the Little White Tiger was a little unconvinced, Mr. Li smiled slightly. In the eyes of the locals in Bingfu, Hua Lao is the local emperor of Bingfu. How can such a person be so easily overthrown? Remember when I told you that big trees provide shade? It's not me who is touching the Hua family this time, it's the big boss. I can't shake the Hua family by myself, but, to the big boss, the Hua family is just a dish on the chopping board, he can touch it whenever he wants. At first, Mr. Li just wanted to develop in Bingfu together with the five hegemons of Bingfu. Now that things have turned out like this, it is actually beyond his ability. There's nothing for you to do next, take a good rest. Mr. Li was really happy for the Little White Tiger. The boss is very satisfied with your performance this time and has arranged a good place for you. Where? How old are you? 17. Haha, do you know how many 9 awakenings the human race has had? Mr. Li suddenly changed his tone. Have no idea. Too little, Mr. Li sighed. Someone has discovered the unique skills left behind by the only 9 awakenings expert in the 3 northeastern prefectures of Dragon Country. After you finish this busy period, you can go on a business trip to Chun Mansion. The boss said that no matter what method you use, whether it is stealing or robbing, you must get the special skill. Mr. Li narrowed his eyes, stared at the little white tiger, and spoke in a firm tone that did not allow him to refuse. No way, how many of us are there? The little white tiger is not stupid. He is able to hold the unique skills left by the powerful 9 awakenings and has not had them snatched away by anyone. He must be not someone to be trifled with. You are the only ones who can go, because the person who discovered the stunt is in the top private high school in Chuanfu. He has privately contacted the Ma family and is planning to sell it. The information was bought by the big boss at a high price, so it must be reliable. Go find him and snatch it away. The northeastern Ma family is one of the 4 most powerful families in the world. Zijin in the capital, Gu family in Guangdong, Ji family in Shanghai, and Ma family in the northeast. All the family forces in Long Kingdom look up to these 4 families. They are such a presence that the whole world can be shaken if they stamp their feet. It's done. I've repaid the favor of demon ancestors' blood. Let me be lazy for once. Mr. Li patted the little white tiger on the shoulder. Being a lazy once means that if you fail, you cannot betray your boss. You are responsible for all consequences. When do you leave? Little white tiger was reluctant to go, as they were transferred away just as the ice mansion was about to rise. The sooner the better, Mr. Li said in a deep voice. I will leave after I have avenged Xiao Fei. A week later. Flower House. Hua Lao sat alone in his son's room. The familiar scene has changed. The Hua mansion used to be so bustling, but now only one of the 8 sons is left. Even though Hua Lao is a local tyrant, he can't help but feel sad about this. In just a few days, Hua Lao seemed to have aged 10 years and his body began to become hunched. Father. Hua Lao's only remaining son rushed into the room and said, the investigation team has entered Bing Mansion. Should we prepare? Father. Hua Lao's son called out to him several times before Hua Lao came to his senses from his grief. But his first words were, have you found those 2 guys? No, I didn't find it. Hua Lao's son shook his head and said, Li Youxian hid them very well. I guess they were all sent out of the city. Now should we deal with the investigation team first? Snap. Before his son could finish speaking, Hua Lao slapped him in the face. Your brother's body is still warm and alive. Now the most important thing to do is to avenge him. Hua Lao has gone crazy. When he closes his eyes, all he can see is the lively scene at home in the past. He was once the envy of everyone in the Bing Mansion. Who among his 8 sons would not say that he was awesome? Hua Yotsuan covered his face and defended himself. I also want to avenge my brother, but I want to protect my father more. They are coming for you, and I don't want you to go in. Silly child, life is full of ups and downs. Your father has seen all kinds of storms. You are not an awakener, so you cannot keep this family business. It is wise to retreat at the height of your career. Hua Lao sighed and looked at his only son lovingly. He knew that in this doomsday, strength is the most important thing. If you are not strong enough, the people below you will not obey you, and others will covet you. If you encounter a few characters like Little White Tiger, how long can Hua Yotsuan survive? 100 years after Hua Lao passes away, Hua Yotsuan will not only be unable to control the Hua family, but will also bring disaster upon himself. Let the investigation team look into it. The Hua family has made too many enemies in the Bing Mansion. Dad is old and can't protect you for much longer. Let's take this opportunity to let the Hua family leave the Bing Mansion in a dignified manner. Hua Lao slowly stood up and patted his son solemnly. My child, the property I left for you is enough for the Hua family to be rich for several lifetimes. Go, leave the Bing Mansion, be an idle rich kid, lie dormant for a generation, and wait for you to give birth to an awakened one before taking back everything in my Hua family. During this period of time, I have figured it out. I have worked hard for half my life, isn't it all for my children? I can afford to lose my family business, but I can't afford to lose you brothers. Hua Lao may be an unforgivable villain, but to his family, he is a good father, a good head of the family, and even a great overlord, a strongman who made his fortune from scratch. Looking at his old father with gray hair, Hua Yotsuan had tears in his eyes. He wanted to persuade him but didn't know where to start. How's the investigation going on? We found out. On the night my brother got into trouble, someone bribed the city guards and left the city in the middle of the night, Nailin Xiao from the Nailin family. A murderous look flashed across Hua Lao's eyes. Compared to Little White Tiger, he hated Nailin more. It was Nailin who planned step by step and pushed Hua Lao to the edge of the cliff. After a long time, Hua Lao let out a long breath. Go and invite your uncle Nailin to be our guest, and also invite Prince Ming, Li Youxian, and the people from the investigation team to come to our house. Hua Lao walked to the window, his back was infinitely desolate. After everything is done, you will leave the Bing mansion and go to the capital. I will set up a family business for you there. Child, if Nailin and Little White Tiger are still alive, you must change your name and live in anonymity. If I die, you cannot come to worship me. If I am imprisoned, you cannot come to visit me, understand? Father. That night. Bingfu Private Hospital, high-end ward. Half of Nailin Zhao's face was corroded into bones. If he hadn't been strong enough, he would have been taken away by Xiaofei. Even so, he was not having an easy time. Xiaofei's poisonous smoke penetrated his skin and completely destroyed his internal organs. Although he was alive, his strength was greatly reduced and he suffered from the toxic smoke every day. Nailin Xiao lay weakly on the bed and looked at his brother. Brother, be careful of Hua Lao, I always feel that there is no good banquet. Don't worry. Nailin smiled in his signature eunuch voice. Hua Lao must have been frightened by the investigation team, so he asked me and King Ming to fight against the investigation team together. I'll be back soon, you take a good rest. After Nailin left, Nailin Xiao covered his chest with his hands and felt a sudden palpitation. Among the 5 tyrants of the Ice Palace, the Nailin family is actually the most miserable. Except Yuan, all the other families had sons and daughters, except the Nailin family, the next generation was killed by the smoker. Boom. There was a sudden thunder in the sky, lighting up the night sky. Winter is about to pass, and heavy rain begins to fall from the sky, washing over the Ice Palace. No one noticed that in the dark alley opposite the hospital, a dozen teenagers were squatting together, smoking quietly. Bite. The phone rings. The boy huddled in his raincoat and answered the phone. Nailin is gone. The voice coming from the other end of the phone turned out to be Hua Lao's. The boy was silent for a moment and then asked, "Why help me?" "I am helping Yogue. After I am done, our feud will continue." Hua Lao hung up the phone. Even if Nailin tried his best, he would never have guessed that Hua Lao would contact Little White Tiger to kill Nailin Xiao. The 5 hegemons have spies on each other. Hua Lao wants to take revenge and hide it from Nailin, so he can only use this group of little lazy that no one can guess. Nailin couldn't guess it, King Ming couldn't guess it, and even Mr. Li couldn't guess it. Hua Lao calculated that Little White Tiger would definitely not refuse. There is no way these high-spirited young men would refuse the opportunity to avenge their brothers, even if they know Hua Lao is using them, even if there are hundreds of people lying in ambush in the hospital. Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiu will take action. If he refuses, he won't be Little White Tiger. Snap. High Dog opens the umbrella. Elder brother. The young men looked at the Little White Tiger in silence. The latter put out the cigarette butt with his fingers, lifted the wide hood of his raincoat, and looked at Lao Jiu at the end of the alley. Lao Jiu made an okay gesture and said, "Don't worry, buddy, I'll support you no matter what you want to do. Move." The Little White Tiger stood up suddenly, and the teenagers took off their raincoats at the same time, pulled out their weapons from their waists and walked towards the hospital. Walking out of the alley, Earthworm put 2 fingers to his mouth and whistled. More than a dozen vans parked on the roadside opened their doors at the same time. Dozens of shabby men jumped out of the car, looked at the Little White Tiger, and nodded slightly. Cover up. The leading men in the car threw a mask to the Little White Tiger, who then casually threw it on the ground. To avenge your brother, there is no need to hide or conceal it. On a rainy night, dozens of people stood in the middle of the road, blocking the traffic, but they chose to wait tacitly. No one dared to honk the horn in front of this group of ferocious lazy. Wah 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 wah. The rain is getting heavier. Little White Tiger and Old Nine stood side by side, facing dozens of residents from Haishan town who came from outside the city. There was a flicker of fire in everyone's eyes, which was murderous intent. Everyone. Xiaofei is watching from heaven. He died for us. His death was miserable. Let Brother Xiaofei rest in peace with the blood of his enemies. Revenge. The townspeople of Black Mountain Town raised the weapons in their hands. A dark and windy night is a good time to kill someone. Lao Jiu threw away the umbrella in his hand and the rain wet his hair. Under everyone's gaze, Lao Jiu tied up his hair and took the knife handed to him by Hegu. I won't say more. I won't put down my sword until all my enemies are dead tonight. After I kill Nailin Shao, I will head straight to Nailin Mansion. No one who has set foot in Black Mountain Town will survive. Good boy. The old man from Black Mountain Town nodded with satisfaction, leaning on his cane. Work. The Little White Tiger took the lead and walked towards the hospital. In the hospital security looked at the men rushing towards the door in horror. Densely packed figures walked quickly in the rain. The hospital was so quiet late at night that only the sound of rain and people's footsteps could be heard. Boom. A loud thunderclap struck, lighting up the night sky. At this time, the security guard saw who was coming. The Little White Tiger walked in the front with murderous intent, and the knife in his hand was entangled by a white cloth. The people behind him all looked ferocious, like evil spirits from hell. Hello, hello, hello. The security guard quickly called the superintendent. Hello. The pleasant voice of the operator came from the other end of the line. Here it is. Bang. The phone shattered. The security guard was stunned. High Dog quickly stepped forward and pointed the gun at the man's head. It's none of your business. Just a few $100 a month. Why are you playing with your life? Okay, brother, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. It's time to get off work, you guys are busy, you guys are busy. The security guard quickly took off his uniform and rushed out of the hospital. In the lobby on the first floor of the hospital, the nurses at the front desk, the doctors on duty, and some patients waiting to be seen all looked at the group of ferocious lazy. Time seemed to stand still and it was eerily quiet. Lao Jiu raised his head and said, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy? Get down on your knees." Bang. High Dog pulled the trigger again. Wow. Everyone in the hall moved in unison, all lying on the ground in fear. Work. The Little White Tiger silently held the knife and pressed the elevator button. In the ward. Nailin Shao looked at the rain outside the window anxiously. The corridor outside the door was filled with Nailin family's thugs. Don't worry, second brother. No one in Bingfu City dares to touch Nailin. 2/3 awakened people sat beside Nailin Shao to comfort him. Nailin Shao had his upper body wrapped in gauze and was shaking his head weakly. Is it hurting again? An awakened person asked with concern. I'll give you a pain pump. Bite. The elevator sounded. In the narrow corridor, the thugs all looked towards the elevator. The top floor of the hospital has been booked by Nailin, so there can be no visitors at this time. The thugs stood up one after another. The elevator door opened. A boy with ramen hair walked into the corridor carrying a basket and said with a smile, "The takeaway is here." The thug closest to the elevator turned around with a puzzled look and asked, "Who ordered the takeout?" Everyone shook their heads at each other. However, these thugs did not care. After all, the other party was just a teenager and they thought he had taken the wrong path. No one is ordering takeout here, let's go. The thug waved his hands urgingly. The instant Noodlehead grinned and said, "Since you are here, if the takeaway is not delivered, Brother Tiger will say that I am not doing my job well. Come, eat and drink well." The boy opened the basket and found it was filled with explosives. Wow. Instant Noodlehead pulled the fuse and smashed the basket into the corridor. CNM, remember to give me a 5-star rating. After saying that, High Dog turned around and rushed into the emergency passage with a laugh. Boom. The hospital building shook violently. The entire building lost power and the top floor became a ruin. Most of the thugs arranged by Nayland were awakened ones of the first or second level. In such a narrow place, such a violent explosion would not be fatal, but injuries were inevitable. CNM, chase. The thugs were dazed by the explosion and had no time to think. They stumbled and rushed into the safety passage behind him. In the ward, Nayland Shao suddenly opened his eyes wide. The two-third awakened ones were also startled by the violent explosion. They ran out of the room and found 7 or 8 large holes in the corridor, filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. "Brother, someone attacked. I'll go check it out." A third awakened person hesitated for a moment and decided to go out to take a look. At the same time, he told another awakened person to take good care of the second brother. After the 3 awakenings left, Nayland Shao forced himself to stand up and said in a hoarse voice, "Quick, leave here, you are coming for me." At this moment, he was afraid. He has been feeling uneasy ever since Nayland left. This moment finally came true. This was when he was at his weakest, and an unprecedented sense of crisis made him restless. Tap tap tap. There were slow and unhurried footsteps coming from outside the door. Amid the anxiety of the 2 people in the room, the door was pushed open. 7 or 8 teenagers squeezed into the room in an orderly manner. Clatter. The leading boy lit a cigarette, lighting up the room at the same time. Little white tiger. Nayland smiled with his eyes wide open. He thought that Hua Lao would take revenge after the incident. But what he never expected was that the person who came was actually the little white tiger. At this time, the little white tiger should be fighting with Hua Lao, so why did he suddenly pounce on him? "You're called Nayland Xiaoang." Lao Jiao fanned the dust in front of his nose and said, "I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. What's the meaning?" Nayland Shao stared at Lao Jiao warily. If it was Hua Lao or someone else who came, Nayland Shao could still deal with it, but the person who came was Lao Jiao, the craziest person in Bing Mansion. Lao Jiao would not talk to him about benefits, nor did he care about the consequences. He just came to take his life. Nayland Shao suddenly felt like a scholar meeting a soldier. "You are not a supernatural being, how dare you touch my brother Fei? You must have eaten a dinosaur whip." Lao Jiao rubbed his nose. "You broke my brother Fei's hands and feet, so I should return the favor." Lao Jiao walked out of the room, and a few seconds later, the roar of a chainsaw was heard outside the door. Boom boom boom. Lao Jiao returned to the room, holding up the chainsaw and grinning, "CNM, it's a diesel, with a lot of horsepower. Don't worry, it won't hurt at all. How about you take another painkiller?" Madman. Nayland Shao and the Sanju cursed in their hearts at the same time. There are a lot of BTs in Bingfu, but it is rare to find someone as crazy and BT as Lao Jiao. Seeing that the other party was about to attack, Nayland Shao suddenly turned over, got out of bed, and kicked the bed away. "Stop them." Nayland Shao was unwilling to risk his life with them. Who could be more reckless than these little boys? Bang. Nayland Shao forced himself to jump down from the top floor. Another awakened one also moved, swinging a long knife in his hand and slashing at Lao Jiao. With a flash of silver light, a crutch rushed out to stop the opponent's long sword. The old man walked into the room and said, "I'm old, and my legs and feet are not very flexible. You guys go chase them, I'll take care of this." Lao Jiao excitedly leaned on the windowsill and shouted to Nayland, who was staggering in the rain, "Run, the big bad wolf is coming, ha ha." The little white tiger jumped down, and Lao Jiao turned around and told the other brothers to get him a beating. Dry. In the small room, 7 or 8 young awakeners cooperated with the old man and pounced on the other awakener. On a rainy night, Nayland Zhao's eyes were dazed as he staggered out of the hospital and onto the street. The severe pain in his internal organs almost made him faint several times. "Help, help." Nayland Zhao grabbed a pedestrian and said, "I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Call the police. Someone wants to kill me." "Ah, you." On the way, he looked behind Nayland Zhao in horror. Boom boom boom. The sound of a chainsaw was heard, and a young man stepped forward quickly and chopped Nayland's hand, which was holding that of a passerby, with a chainsaw. Blood splattered everywhere. Nailan Xiao felt pain, pushed Lao Jiu away, and ran forward desperately. Lao Jiu held up the chainsaw, biting his cigarette, and said in annoyance, "Damn, the fourth awakening is just too strong. Hey, why do I feel like the horsepower is not enough? Do you know how to shift gears? Help me adjust it to the maximum horsepower." Lao Jiu's face was covered with Nailan Xiao's blood. He smiled foolishly and handed the chainsaw to a passerby girl. Ah, a ghost. The passerby girl had never seen such a bloody scene before, and her eyes rolled back and she fainted on the ground. Murder. That's too arrogant. The hospital entrance is right in front of a busy city with a huge flow of people coming and going. Passers-by were attracted by the violent sound of Lao Jiu's chainsaw and looked in the direction of the sound. Two young men chased a mummy and hacked it all the way, with blood flowing all over the ground. Although Nailan Xiao was seriously injured and unable to exert the strength of an awakened person, he still had the foundation. His physical strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person, so even when the little white tiger sword broke, the opponent was still alive and kicking. The three of them ran all the way, and the two people behind them stabbed Nailan from time to time. It's really fierce. Are these two guys too stupid? Passers-by were all amazed, but no one dared to step forward to stop it. After chasing for thousands of meters, Nailan Xiao finally ran out of energy and was kicked down by the little white tiger. Lao Jiu rushed into a roadside restaurant and threw a large bill to buy a knife. 1 minute later, Lao Jiu ran to the little white tiger with a dozen boning and chopping knives. "RNM, are you tough? I'm going to chop you up today." Little white tiger grabbed Nailan Xiao's hair and faced outside the city. "Kowtow to my brother Xiaofei." Don't discuss it. Can we discuss it?" Nailan felt aggrieved. If it weren't for Xiaofei's poisonous smoke, how could he be chased and hacked by two young boys? The mighty Siju were defeated by two young men. The cruelty of little white tiger and the madness of old Nine shocked him greatly. No need to discuss it. Tell Brother Fei a message for me. I will send all his enemies away one by one to accompany him. Tell him not to worry. Lao Jiu stepped on Nailan's back and the chainsaw began to tear the other's body apart. Ah! A generation of strong men from Bingfu City died at the hands of two teenagers, but there will never be a shortage of successors in the world. Flower House. All the big guys who have reached the top of the ice mansion have gathered together. Hua Lao, dressed in a comfortable tang suit, stood at the door to welcome the guests. The Hua family's yard was still filled with a sad atmosphere, but Hua Lao was in high spirits and chatting and laughing with everyone. Needless to say, Ming Wang and Nailan are in the same group as Hua Lao. But for the first time ever, Hua Lao greeted Mr. Li with a smile. Although Mr. Li was knowledgeable, he couldn't help feeling a chill when he saw Hua Lao's kind and amiable face. What good man can smile after his two sons just died? This cunningness is a bit scary. Hongmen Banquet. Mr. Li stood at the door and looked at the two sons of the Hua family shining with golden light. Suddenly, he had an illusion that he might not be able to get out. Don't go in yet. A shabby car stopped and a white-haired middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit got out of the car. The man walked steadily, had broad shoulders and a big body, and looked very calm. Team Leader Yao. Mr. Li raised his eyebrows, and the stone in his heart fell. The person who came was the leader of the investigation team who had just entered Bing Mansion. Hua Lao invited him, which proved that no action would be taken today. The two men seemed to be old acquaintances. Team Leader Yao, with his hands behind his back, led two team members to Mr. Li and sighed, "How cruel." "What?" Mr. Li was stunned. Team Leader Yao smiled as if he understood me and said, "You are still so cautious. Don't worry, we came to Bingfu to investigate human smuggling. We don't care about the grudge between you and Nailan." Mr. Li was even more confused after hearing this. An inexplicable chill rose from the bottom of my heart. Why is Nailan still involved? Mr. Li was halfway through his words when he suddenly took a breath and said, "Did those two guys do something out of line again?" Team Leader Yao patted Mr. Li's hand and said with a sly smile, "It seems that you don't just want the Bingfu area, you want to swallow up the entire Bingfu." Really? Mr. Li instantly understood what the other party meant. Those two guys must be up to something again. In the entire Bing mansion, the only ones who dared to challenge Hua Lao and Naylan at the same time were the two young fools. Are they? Mr. Li swallowed. The latter smiled mysteriously, as if he had seen through Mr. Li's plan. I understand. I understand everything. Let's go. Your acting skills are getting better and better. When will you enter the entertainment industry? You are very suitable for playing a beast in human clothing. Mr. Li has no way of expressing his pain. Now, even if the two of them poked a hole in the sky, he could only endure it. In the eyes of outsiders, they are Mr. Li's knives. Now they are slashing at Naylan. Who would believe them if they say it was not Mr. Li who ordered them to do so? The team member following team leader Yao laughed as he passed by Mr. Li. Mr. Li's knife is really sharp. He hacked at Naylan Xiao for more than 1,000 meters on the pedestrian street. I heard that he was so exhausted that Lao Jiao cut off both of his arms. As he spoke, the team member took out his mobile phone and showed it to Mr. Li. The video of Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao hacking people had already spread on bingfu.com. Hundreds of videos from different angles went viral. The image of Lao Jiao holding a chainsaw in one hand and a knife in the other as he chased after Naylan Xiao was clearly captured. Mr. Li covered his face and said, I wonder why that old man Hua Lao looked at me so kindly today. Kill with a borrowed knife. Which big boss who can sit on the top of the ice mansion is not a shrewd man? Their control over human nature is far beyond that of ordinary people. This time, Hua Lao clearly wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife, and Little White Tiger has to take the bait. Really, it wasn't your order? Seeing Mr. Li's unfriendly expression, team leader Yao asked curiously, I heard that these two guys are very unruly. Who else can command them except you? Mr. Li smiled bitterly and shook his head, motioning the other party to go in first, then walked aside and called Little White Tiger. Hello. Where are you? Mr. Li said in a deep voice. In front of Naylan's house. The Little White Tiger answered honestly, Aren't you going to send me to Chun Mansion? I'll finish what I need to do first. Little White Tiger was worried that he would never have the chance to take revenge if he went to Chun Mansion. Hua Lao, Naylan, and Ming Wang are all targets of the Little White Tiger. Even if he can't kill them, he has to leave something for them. Mr. Li broke down and yelled, Are you related to Naylan? Why are you going to his house? They're not relatives, they're just good friends. Lao Jiao's lazy voice came. Looking at the brightly lit Hua mansion, Mr. Li felt a chill in his heart. Hua Lao has made a move, and the once powerful boss is back. At the same time, Mr. Li also guessed Hua Lao's plan. The Little White Tiger killed Naylan Xiao and became a mortal enemy of Naylan. If Mr. Li helps to protect the two, he will first join forces with Mr. Li to kill Naylan. If Mr. Li doesn't take action, he will join forces with Naylan to kill the Little White Tiger. Even if the plan fails, Little White Tiger and Naylan will inevitably fight to the death. No solution. Now, stop immediately and wait for me at the Hua family's door. Mr. Li warned seriously for the first time, If you still think I am your boss, you must listen to me this time. Do you know how passive I am now? Mr. Li, I know Hua Lao is using me, Little White Tiger said calmly. Hua Lao knows that he will die in a few days, so he wants revenge and wants to intensify the conflict between us and Naylan. This matter can definitely be resolved tonight. Don't express your opinion, and don't interfere in Hua Lao and Naylan's affairs. Leave it to me. Little White Tiger pleaded sincerely, Trust me. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Li felt mixed emotions. Little White Tiger and Old Nine are the young men he values the most, but both of them are wild and difficult to tame. How easy is it to guide two people? Enter the Flower Mansion. Hua Lao has already arranged the banquet. On the round table in the restaurant, the simple and hearty home-cooked meals look very delicious. However, the people attending the banquet tacitly did not pick up their chopsticks. No one knew what kind of medicine was sold in Hua Lao's jar. As the host of this banquet, Hua Lao sat in the main seat and enthusiastically poured wine for several people. Team leader Yao, I was really surprised that you came. Thank you for your presence. Hua Lao stood up and poured team leader Yao some fine wine with a rich aroma. You're welcome. Before we verify the evidence, you're just a suspect. There's no need to make things so awkward for us. Team leader Yao spoke in official language and laughed. All the old foxes at the table knew that team leader Yao came here today to test Hua Lao's strength in order to arrest him more quickly. Hua Lao poured another glass of wine and said to Ming Wang with a smile, "We have known each other for so many years. This glass of wine is for you." Ming Wang frowned. Hua Lao's state today was weird and carefree, as if the end of his life was approaching, which made him worried. "Haha, Lao Hua, it's all in the wine. Don't worry, as long as you didn't do it, no one can do anything to you in Bing Mansion." After Ming Wang finished speaking, he deliberately looked at team leader Yao. These words were spoken to team leader Yao, and also made his position clear. As the leader of the 5 hegemons, if he doesn't express his stance now, how can he convince the people in the future? At the same time, he was also worried that Hua Lao might be forced into something out of line. Judging from Hua Lao's performance today, his worries are not unfounded. After the 3rd glass of wine, Hua Lao looked at Mr. Li and said, "Mr. Li, I have contacted one of the directors of Yuanqiao Group to discuss the acquisition of Huasher Group." Hua Lao said something ambiguous, "We are now in the same boat." After 3 glasses of wine, Hua Lao sat down. Nailin looked at Hua Lao in confusion. Everyone toasted except him, who was clearly being ignored. Coupled with what Hua Lao said to Mr. Li just now, his words were conveying a message to everyone. Hua Lao has reached an agreement with Yuanqiao Group. Did he reconcile with Mr. Li? The seemingly harmonious dinner turned out to be strange. Mr. Li had a dark face throughout the whole process. Hua Lao clearly wanted to drag him into this. More importantly, if Hua Lao really swallowed his pride and offered the entire Hua family in exchange for his own life, Yuanqiao Group might really agree. What capital values is profit? By swallowing up the Hua family, Yuanqiao Group can complete its layout in Bing for more than 10 years in advance. After all, the Hua family has industries across all walks of life in Bingfu and is a leading enterprise in Bingfu. It is impossible for Yuanqiao Group to not be interested. Mr. Li frowned, but didn't know how to speak. First, he cannot represent Yuanqiao Group. Second, no one would believe his explanation, especially Nailin. Third, Little White Tiger told him not to express his opinion tonight. Team leader Yao came to Mr. Li's rescue and said, "The Hua family needs to be fully investigated now. Mr. Hua, please don't add to our workload." It seemed like an unintentional remark, but in fact he was telling everyone that if Hua wanted to be acquired, it was not up to him and Yuanqiao Group to decide. However, Nailin's dark face did not ease. Hua Lao nonchalantly picked up the dish in front of him and put it into his mouth, chewing it slowly and saying, "Team leader Yao, the Hua family is very wealthy, and the legitimate business is managed by my son. You will have to return it to him after the inspection. I have a deal to discuss with you now. Are you interested?" Hua Lao said with a kind smile. At this moment, he was like a cunning businessman. Team leader Yao was stunned. He originally thought he could watch a good show, but he didn't expect that he would have a role in it. Seeing that the other party did not reply, Hua Lao smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to investigate me. In 10 days, I will surrender myself and confess everything. You can sentence me to death or to life, I will accept it. There is only one thing. For the next 10 days, your investigation team should not interfere in the internal affairs of the Bing Mansion, and should not disturb me." After Hua Lao finished speaking, team leader Yao fell silent. "I originally thought that it would be a protracted battle to bring down this big tiger, and it would be difficult to defeat him in at least a year or 2. I didn't expect Hua Lao to decide to give up so quickly. What do you want by joining the game?" Team leader Yao tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers. "If Hua Lao wants to run away, or spend money to operate, the investigation team will not be able to catch Hua Lao in a short period of time. What on earth was the reason that made Hua Lao give up resistance and even sacrifice the entire Hua family? What does he want? I want justice, a great justice. Although my 2 sons are naughty, they still have some sense. They should not have offended anyone here, right? They died unjustly." After saying this, Nailin looked at Mr. Li with ill intention. Mr. Li also looked at Nailin. King Ming sighed heavily. The thing he least wanted to see was finally happening. Internal strife. Infighting among the big guys in the city. Ming Wang silently held Hua Lao's arm, and Hua Lao gently pushed Ming Wang away and smiled. Ming Wang, you are a good man, don't get involved in this matter. The eerie atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Everyone knew that Hua Lao held this banquet today to seek revenge, and that making a deal with the investigation team was nothing more than buying himself time for revenge. Hua Lao leisurely poured himself a glass of wine and looked at Mr. Li. Yoxian, Yuan Qiao Group acquired Hua's, and I hope you can say a few good words about it. One of Team Leader Yao's team members turned on his cell phone under the table and showed it to the two men. The phone says, Huafu's signal is blocked. Here it comes. Mr. Li thought to himself that this was not good. Hua Lao began to force him to take sides. If he refuses, Hua Lao will remove the signal jammer and let Nailin know that his own brother died at the hands of Little White Tiger. At that time, he and Nailin will work together to hunt down the Little White Tiger. If Mr. Li wants to protect him, he will have to fight against both forces at the same time. Mr. Li, who is used to many storms, also had beads of sweat on his forehead. Hua Lao's methods are ruthless, one after another. Give up the Little White Tiger and let Hua Lao join forces with Nailin to kill the Little White Tiger for revenge. Or cooperate with Hua Lao and kill Nailin to let Hua Lao complete his revenge. Choose one. As the main victim, Nailin was watching the confrontation between Hua Lao and Mr. Li with great interest. The bosses at the table were silent. Outside the door, there was a faint shadow moving. Hongmen Banquet. Several people tacitly chose to turn a blind eye. As for who the Hongmen Banquet was held for, it depends on Mr. Li's subsequent response. Just give me multiple choice questions. Mr. Li wiped the sweat from his palms on his trouser legs and lit a cigarette to calm himself down. Hua Lao stared at Mr. Li with a look of confidence that he had won. Seeing that Mr. Li was reluctant to express his opinion, Hua Lao turned to Nailin and said, Brother Nailin, you should be able to understand the pain in my heart, right? Of course. Nailin laughed sinisterly. However, my revenge has been taken. Brother Hua, sometimes you have to be more open-minded. The three foxes started to smooth things over. Hua Lao intends to get close to Nailin in order to put pressure on Mr. Li. Nailin refused to accept the challenge. Hua Lao was now desperate, but the Nailin family was still as stable as a rock, so he didn't want to offend Mr. Li for no reason. Mr. Li refused to give in. I have no say in the affairs of the group. Even though I am the branch manager, I don't even know where the door to the boardroom is. Really? Hua Lao narrowed his eyes. Mr. Li is indeed a businessman, and he keeps his words to himself. But sometimes you can't just stay out of trouble just because you want to be an outsider, don't you think? Yotsuan, go and urge the food to be served. Hua Lao winked at his son, who understood and left. After a moment the light flickered. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Hua Lao's eyes. Bite. At the same time, Nailin's cell phone rang. Looking at the nearly 100 missed calls on his phone, Nailin was confused. As soon as he entered the door, Hua Lao pulled him over to chat, but he never expected that he received more than 100 missed calls in just 1 hour. Hello. Nailin knew that he was in big trouble. Hua Lao's amiable smile concealed murderous intent as he looked at Mr. Li provocatively. It seems to be saying, let's see how you break the impasse. Master Xiao is gone. Nailin was stunned. The sudden bad news was like a bolt from the blue. Since the younger generation died out, Nailin and his younger brother have been dependent on each other, and Nailin Xiao is his only relative in the world. Who would have thought that after just 1 hour of leaving, Nailin Xiao would be gone? It was Little White Tiger and Old Nine. They blew up the hospital and both of Xiaoye's arms were cut off. Bang. Nailin's face was terribly gloomy, and he stared at Mr. Li like a mindless beast. You have a great dog. Nailin pointed at Mr. Li and shouted. Hua Lao also stood up at this time and said in a cold voice, Mr. Li, let's settle the grudge against Yugui today, shall we? King Ming looked around and saw Hua Lao and Nailin, 2 of the 5 hegemons, on one side. On one side is Mr. Li. On one side is the local tyrant, and on the other side is the dragon from across the river. Team leader Yao, who had been watching the show, slowly stood up and stood beside Mr. Li. You want to hold a Hongmen feast in front of me? I'm protecting Mr. Li today. If you want to touch him, I'll investigate you to death. When the situation became tense, the person on the phone cried, "Sir, Little White Tiger and Old Nine are dead." Boom. Another bolt from the blue. The leader of the whole thing is dead. Hua Lao was even more confused. The death of Little White Tiger and the other two was not part of his plan at all. They are here, and if Mr. Li wants to protect them, he must confront Nalan head-on. Now that they are gone, Mr. Li can just let it go and wash his hands of the matter. However, Nalan is wary of Mr. Li's background and will probably not take action against Mr. Li without solid evidence. How could Hua Lao give up such a good opportunity? He added fuel to the fire and said, "Fake your death and get away." That's a good trick. Mr. Li was about to open his mouth to explain, but the person on the other end of the phone continued, "After Xiao Baiyu and Lao Jiu killed Xiao Yi, they came to the mansion to kill people, saying that they wanted to avenge the smoker, but now they have been surrounded and killed by us." Hua Lao, Nalan, and Mr. Li swallowed their saliva at the same time. Hua Lao was unbelievable. Nalan was puzzled. Mr. Li breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Li, I don't think I have offended you." The silver threads in Nalan's hands were flying, and the sharp sound seemed to come from the underworld. "No offense, so I have no reason to arrange for them to kill your brother. I know nothing about this matter. Little White Tiger is reckless and loyal. As long as someone gives him your brother's address and stirs up some trouble, then..." Mr. Li looked at Hua Lao with ill intentions. Hua Lao was no longer calm, as things had completely deviated from his plan due to the deaths of Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiu. His plan was to provoke a conflict between Mr. Li and Nalan, and he would choose one side to join and then reap the benefits. Now that Little White Tiger is dead, he can no longer fight. The person on the other end of the phone continued, "We found a cell phone on Little White Tiger, and inside there is a recording of a conversation between a stranger and Little White Tiger." Snap. The wine glass in Hua Lao's hand shattered. In order to prevent Little White Tiger from leaving any evidence, he used a space card exclusively and only made 2 calls. Who would have thought that Little White Tiger recorded the call the first time he answered it? Could it be that the Little White Tiger had already guessed that he wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife? The recording said, "Xiao Yi killed Yan Gui and his son." The voice sounded a bit like Hua Yi. Snap. The phone shattered. If looks could kill, Hua Lao would have been killed countless times by Nalan and Mr. Li. Hua Lao staggered and sat down on the chair. One wrong move led to the whole game being lost. After all the planning, he was tricked by Little White Tiger and Old Nine. Hua Lao sighed, with a look of relief on his face. "Forget it, at least Little White Tiger and Old Nine are gone, and I've given Yogui an explanation." At this point, Hua Lao no longer pretends. The misunderstanding was resolved and Mr. Li just wanted to get out of this quickly. He said with a look of concern, "Although Little White Tiger and Old Nine were plotted against, they are my people after all. Nalan, give me the bodies. I will not get involved in your affairs. I am a businessman, and peace is the most important thing." Nalan's eyes were about to spit fire, but he knew the consequences of dragging Mr. Li into the battlefield, so he nodded impatiently. "In that case, goodbye." Mr. Li stood up and drank the wine in the glass. "Mr. Hua, good wine. It's a pity that I won't have the chance to drink your wine in the future." "Haha," Hua Lao showed a sickly grin, "2 of my enemies are gone, and only the last one is left. You guys can go now. The grudge between Nalan and I must be settled today." Why, he is already useless." Nalan roared heartbreakingly, and the silver thread in his hand instantly tore the round table into pieces. "Waste. My son was kidnapped, and his head was chopped off by your brother, wasn't it? Your brother was wronged. My son was more wronged." Hua Lao responded sharply with a wave of his hand. The carnivorous plant broke out of the ground and opened its bloody mouth towards Nalan. Ming Wang wanted to mediate, but team leader Yao reminded him, "Ming Wang, in this situation, even the Buddha would be embarrassed to mediate. You should take a break. One lost his younger brother, and the other lost his own son. In this situation, it would be difficult for one of them to step down unless one of them dies." King Ming sighed, waved his sleeves and left. Mr. Li and Team Leader Yao also led their men to quickly leave this troubled place. The courtyard was already filled with Lei Zi and Hua family thugs hired by Hua Lao. When they saw the few people coming out, they tacitly made way for them. Boom. Nailin, I'm CNM. Before leaving the Hua family, Hua Lao's roar could be heard from the restaurant. Kill Nailin, reward 5 million. Kill. The sound of fighting resounded through the sky. On the way out, Mr. Li was worried. If Little White Tiger and Old Nine were gone, he would be in trouble too. Team Leader Yao sat aside proudly and stretched his body. The work is done. I estimate that I can return to Beijing within a week. I thought he was a tough guy, but he exposed himself before we even started fighting. Mr. Li didn't want to joke with the other party. He took out his cell phone and called Xiao Baihu again and again, but the phone was turned off. Are you worried about your 2 little bastards? Don't worry, there are useful henchmen everywhere, and your Yuanxiao group is not short of people. Team Leader Yao kindly comforted him. Sizzle. The investigation team's car suddenly turned, slid more than 10 meters on the slippery road and hit a telephone pole. Team Leader Yao rubbed his bumped nose and cursed unhappily. How much did you buy your driver's license? The driver pointed to the road ahead with grievance. Team Leader, this is too blatant, isn't it? Hua. Team Leader Yao looked around and also sighed. The people of Bingfu are indeed very tough. Mr. Li was overjoyed. He kicked open the car door and got out quickly. Empty road. Under dim light. Hundreds of people carrying weapons blocked the road in unison. Hundreds of Black Mountain Town residents wearing raincoats and with murderous intent in their eyes stood silently in the rain. At the front of the team, a young man was sitting on the ground, sharpening his knife in the rain. Hai Dog held an umbrella to protect the boy from the rain. The only sound in the quiet night sky is the harsh sound of knife sharpening. Late at night, heavy rain, in the middle of the road, sharpening a knife. This scene is as creepy as it can be. Aren't you fucking dead? Mr. Li quickly stepped forward and glared at the boy sharpening the knife. The Little White Tiger took out a cigarette and the earthworm leaned over to light it for him. Boom. A loud thunderclap. Light up the alleys along the road. Lao Jio was standing at the entrance of the alley, covered in blood. A middle-aged man was lying at his feet, holding his neck, and he was almost dead. The housekeeper of the Nailin family. Mr. Li recognized the man as the butler who had just called Nailin. Without that phone call from him, Mr. Li would probably have been in trouble. At this moment, he was holding Lao Jio's trouser leg with his eyes wide open, looking unwilling. I didn't want to kill him. Lao Jio walked up to Little White Tiger with his pigtails tied around his neck, took the cigarette out of his mouth and took a deep puff. We were ready to let him go, but this guy muttered that he was there when Xiao Fei died. If I don't kill him, others will think my mental illness has been cured. Then I hope you get sicker and sicker. Mr. Li cursed angrily. I've never met anyone who is proud of having a mental illness. Hee hee, it's this world that's sick. I'm the only normal person in this world. Lao Jio smiled proudly. What's going on? Mr. Li couldn't quite understand how Little White Tiger had managed to cause the 2 big bosses from the Ice Mansion to start a fight on the spot. Flowerman. Lao Jio bent down and scooped up the snow water on the ground with both hands to wash the blood off his face. He called us suddenly. Even a fool would know that something was wrong. We were just reckless but not stupid. You also know that we have been looking for Nailin Xiao for a long time. Hua Lao asked us to kill him and took the initiative to lure Nailin away for us. It is obvious that he wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife. We can only take advantage of him. Then how can you guarantee that Nailin will answer your call? What if he gets a call from someone else first? Your fake death plan won't work. After much thought, Mr. Li still felt that what the 2 were doing was too risky. If Nailin receives a call from someone else first, then Hua Lao and Nailin will join forces to fight against Mr. Li, which will be a lot of fun. We didn't intend to fake our death. We were planning to run away and send Hua Lao's recording to Nailin so that they could fight each other. Lao Jio shrugged. We tied up Nailin's butler at the door of his house just because we didn't have Nailin's contact information and asked him to borrow a phone to send the recording. As a result, Nalan, Hualao, we couldn't get through to you on the phone, so we guessed that Hualao might want to make trouble and put the blame on you for Nalan's death by laughter, so we simply asked the butler to cooperate with us to act out a play. Mr. Li admired the two's cleverness, but at the same time he felt a little worried. At this time, many people must have called Nalan to report the news that the housekeeper was kidnapped and Nalan Xiao was killed. Then your fake death will be exposed. Let's leave the city first. Mr. Li glanced at the Hua family yard in the distance and said worriedly, don't just stand there, hide. No. Lao Jiao smiled wittily. I asked Zhang Yang to help arrange a group of thugs to go to various nightclubs and replace the phone numbers in the toilets with Nalan's. His phone should have been blown up by calls now. Hearing the shouts and cries in the distance, the little white tiger slowly stood up and raised his head to face the rain. It seems that Nalan doesn't have time to answer the phone. Today is a good day. Let's send Nalan and Hualao off. Wow. Hundreds of lazy opened their raincoats at the same time, and their shining knives gleamed coldly under the street lights. Lao Jiao threw away the cigarette butt, took off his shirt and wrapped the knife in his hand. Mr. Li, let us do the rough work. Go back. Tomorrow you will be the boss of the 2 districts. By the way, is Ming Wang in there? I have prepared the chainsaw for him. Lao Jiao smiled morbidly. Mr. Li just felt a headache. Lao Jiao actually wanted to kill Ming Wang as well. Buy one, get one free. The little white tiger grinned. The two turned around and looked at the solemn and murderous citizens of Black Mountain Town. When the shouting and killing inside stops, we will enter the scene and kill everyone who can move. Little White Tiger shouted to everyone, we will destroy the Hua family just as they destroyed Black Mountain Town, and fill half of Bingfu City with the blood of the Nalan and Hua families. Xiao Fei, watch out, the blood of our enemies tonight will be more abundant than the rain. The little white tiger raised his hand. Bang, bang, bang. All the street lights were out. In the dark night, the little white tiger led his men to stand quietly in the rain waiting for the battle to begin.